he crossed into a world where nobody believed in Taoism. No gods, no spirits, no rituals, just skepticism and memes. But when Lin Yang awakened a faith point system and started live streaming, he didn't expect his Taoist career to evolve into pure internet chaos. His streams began normal, fortune-telling, palm reading, helping troubled souls. But soon, the questions got weird. Fan number 1, crying, "Master, I failed her. She stuck with me when I was broke, but left me after I got rich." Lin Yang sips tea, nods calmly. "She's a husband jinx." Next question. Chat explodes. Master too real. Fan number 2. "Master, I like someone. Actually, 2 someones. What do I do?" Lin Yang, "If you like 2, it'll be much easier to hide it." Chat. "The wisdom." Fan number 3, terrified. "Master, my right eyelid keeps twitching. Does it mean bad luck? A curse? A ghost?" Lin Yang adjusts his robe. Left eye equals good fortune. Right eye equals intermittent, involuntary clonic spasms, caused by your orbicularis oculi muscle, and facial nerve misfiring. Chat. Bro turned Taoist priest into science teacher. Fan number 4, whispering. "Master, am I being haunted? It feels like someone is choking me at night. I have no strength. My limbs feel weak." Lin Yang squints. Checks the camera. Leans in. "You're wearing your sweater inside out. Your weakness? Kidney deficiency. Drink water." Chat goes feral. Ghost equals sweater bug? Master stop cooking US. Fan number 5. "Master, I've failed every business venture. But they say failure is the mother of success. So if I keep trying, can I get rich?" Lin Yang doesn't even blink. "Failure is the mother of success. But you are infertile. Born with the life sign of a cow or horse." Chat. He did not just. And just like that, the modern world found its first viral Taoist. Not through spells, not through rituals, but through science, sarcasm, and spiritual roasting. This Taoist went viral by explaining ghosts with science. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where enlightenment meets entertainment. "Master, what's the difference between our group and beggars? One is doing good deeds, the other is do good deeds." "Master, if you like one person you can hide it, but what if you like 2? Then you'll definitely hide it." "Master, why does it only cost me 20 yuan to cut my own hair, but 100 yuan to shave a dog? Does a dog dare to eat shit? Would you dare?" "I dare too." "Then yours costs 100. "Master, important question. What do swimming pools and corpses have in common? You go in, and everything gets cold." "Master, I'm lost. What is the Dao?" "The trajectory of a missile is the Dao. Adding a bell is also the Dao. If you can't understand the Dao, then add a bell." 666. This Taoist priest's brain circuit is insane. I can't argue with him. Truly a master. 666. So this is the excuse for adding more time. I thought the Taoist priest was letting the purple aura girl wash away his mortal dust. Turns out he was comprehending the Dao. My bad. "You know what?" Lin Yang muttered as he lay in the private foot massage room. "This foot massage parlor is pretty damn good." He stared at the barrage of comments flying across his screen. There were barely a few dozen viewers in his live stream, but the comments section moved like a national event. Where is morality? Where are the bottom lines? Where is the address? A gambling father, a sick mother, she needs me. Give me the location. Either you give me the address or I give you the details. Lin Yang wiped his face. This world, these viewers, were built different. He opened his system panel again. Faith value 1. 1. Just 1. He closed his eyes. When the hell am I getting my reward? If he hadn't been hit by random good luck on the road and yeeted into a parallel world where only the Fu sect and Kun sect were mainstream, he would have thought he was dreaming. And then when he woke up, boom. He was lying in a broken down Taoist temple. The kinds of temples where ghosts didn't even bother haunting because the feng shui was that bad. Thank the heavens the system came with him. System, gain faith, rightward arrow, random rewards. Good news, he could tell fortunes. Bad news, no one here believed in Taoists. The moment someone heard the word Taoist, they hugged their wallets tighter than their children. Stay back. You're not getting a single cent from me. Thus, he tried live streaming, and discovered something even worse. His viewers' questions were so abstract they were actively destroying the structure of his brain. After 10 minutes, he felt like his IQ had been smoothed flat, like walking through a Norwegian forest, beautiful, but mentally gone. So yeah, he needed a foot massage to survive the mental damage. Forget it. The Tao fits the soul of the Chinese. If we must sacrifice a fellow Taoist to survive, then so be it. He sighed. Time to go public with the Dao again. Lin Yang jumped on his electric scooter, rode back to the shabby Taoist temple, and set up shop with his livestream still running. A wooden sign stood on the table. 1100 divinations fair and honest. He put on a pair of black sunglasses. The moment he sat down, he looked like a half-fake Taoist master, half-retired loan shark. Half an hour passed. Cars came and went. Not a single person stopped. Until a young man walked over, phone in one hand, smiling so wide he looked like he had just won the lottery. He checked his messages every few seconds. Every time his phone buzzed, the corners of his mouth curved up like he couldn't hold it in. Lin Yang tilted his head back 45 degrees, gazing at the sun with a profound expression. Very bright. Very round. Very mysterious. Master, are you doing readings? Can you tell my fortune now? The guy sat down eagerly, still grinning at his phone. Everyone said Taoists were scammers, but scammers at least say nice things. That's all he wanted, a blessing, not accuracy. You're here for fortune telling? Lin Yang pushed his sunglasses up. Love life? The young man froze. Then his eyes widened. Damn yes. Yes, master. How did you know? He leaned in, excited. I thought you'd ask me 100 questions first. Master, you're amazing. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed, Lin Yang said calmly. Write your birth date and time. I'll calculate if this love is destined. Right away. The young man's attitude flipped instantly. He grabbed the pen and paper with reverence. Lin Yang smiled gently. Everyone could tell he was in the honeymoon phase. You could practically smell the freshly baked love. He glanced at his live stream. 666. Taoist priest, you're insane. You actually got it right. Dude hasn't even said anything yet and he already hit the love life nail on the head. If any of you believe he's a real master, I'll bookmark this. When I turn 60 I'll sell you supplements. Bro, it's obvious he's in love. Anyone can tell. When the young man finally finished writing, he looked at Lin Yang nervously. Master, is she my soulmate? We've been in an online relationship for 3 years. I've never dared to meet her. If she's truly the one, I'll ask her out today. Lin Yang glanced at the birth info on the paper, then glanced at the young man, then at his own big wooden sign. Oh, I see. 100 fates, right? The young man asked shyly. Lin Yang nodded with a faint, knowing smile. You're getting it. Ding. Green Bubble received a payment of 100 yuan. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. Alright then, let's talk about your relationship. First, how long have you been together? He rubbed his hands, excitement leaking through his calm facade. Finally. His first official job since transmigrating, his first real money earned in this strange world. Though this kid's birth date and time were seriously weird. And Lin Yang was a principled man. He absolutely would not compromise his integrity for 100 reasons. The main reason being, he was scared this guy might break down and turn into a full-body Gaussian blur, sprinting into the distance without paying. The young man sat across from him, giggling stupidly at his phone. He would lower his head to reply to messages, grin so hard his front teeth showed, then tilt his head back with a blissed-out sigh. Taoist master. My name is Li Zutu. We've been in an online relationship for so long I don't even remember exactly how many years. I only know it's been 1,218 days. Master, she called me baby 3,548 times. Exactly. I truly love her. Please tell me, are we destined to be happy for the rest of our lives? He said it with the sparkle of someone who thought love was sunshine and unicorn dust. Lin Yang stared. You love her this much, but you haven't met her? Not even once in 3 years? Have you seen her photos? I've never seen her. Not even heard her voice. Li Zuta blushed. But that doesn't matter, master. I still like her very much. I want to spend money on her. Lin Yang's eyelid twitched. Pure love. Actual pure love. The rarest species of idiot. Master, don't look at me like that. This is platonic love, Li Zutu insisted proudly. It's spiritual, not physical. We haven't met, we haven't held hands, our love is pure. The live stream chat lost it. Holy crap, someone still believes in pure love. Bro unlocked the ancient Kixi Festival DLC. 3 years and not even a voice chat, something smells fishy. Master, check if he's been scammed. His vibe screamed walking ATM. Taoist or not, no one can calculate a scam. He'll just say some vague things about fate. Doesn't matter, this is hilarious. Lin Yang listened to the description and felt the hair on his neck stand up. Pure love? This was a mobile bank app with legs. You never suspected she might be scamming you? Not even once? Not even a voice message? Li Zuta shook his head firmly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Master, she said that after 3 years, once the test period ended, we'd meet in person. How could she lie to me? Fine. I'll calculate. Lin Yang rubbed his forehead. He glanced at the birth chart on the paper. The answer appeared immediately. Don't meet her. She's not your soulmate. Ha! Li Zutu's face turned red, pupils trembling. Master, did you miscalculate? She's not my destined partner? Master, calculate again. You must have made a mistake. Lin Yang shook his head. He had tested the system's fortune-telling ability earlier. It was legit. The divination clearly said Li Zutu would meet his true love at age 31, marry at 32, and live a long, loving life. But right now he was only 23. No way. Master, I'll give you her birth chart. Use that to check if we're destined. Ahem. One divination, one conclusion. Whether you're destined depends entirely on, well, whether you're fated. Oh, I get it. Li Zutu's eyes lit up with sudden realization. He quickly pulled out his phone, scanned the payment QR code again, and scribbled down another birth chart, the one he had tricked her into giving him. The chat exploded. Ha ha ha, the master is milking him. 200 yuan just by saying nonsense. Amazing. Is he gonna become a matchmaker next? What if the master is actually right though? Don't worry, add me as a friend and I'll sell you supplements immediately instead of waiting for retirement. Lin Yang studied the new chart for a few seconds. His expression twitched. Taoist master? Am I her destined partner? Li Zutu looked at him with trembling hope. Lin Yang pointed at two cars parked by the roadside. The first was an SUV with a spare tire. The second was a Volkswagen Passat. Master, you mean, I should get closer to her? Like these two cars, so we have hope? Lin Yang shook his head. Do you see that spare tire? I see it. Yes. That's you. You're the spare tire. And the car behind it? That's another spare tire. In fact, please step out of your house entirely. Make some room. Li Zutu stared blankly for a full 5 seconds. Then his soul left his body. The live stream went feral. Ha 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 ha, his spirit just got auto-deleted. Master, you are the spare tire. Also master, there are backup tires behind you. This is art. Peak Taoism. After a long moment, Li Zutu suddenly slapped the table. Master! I still can't let her go. Lin Yang, I'm willing to wait for her. If I can be with her someday, I'll wait forever. And master, backup tires are the most reliable. Why can't I be her backup? That means I'm the one she trusts most. Lin Yang stared at him, stunned. He had never seen someone lose so thoroughly yet remain so confident. Even boiling sheep would hand him a cigarette out of respect. Then let me be direct. Lin Yang took a deep breath. Besides being a spare tire, her birth chart is very abnormal. Are you sure you can accept that? Li Zutu's eyes brightened instantly. Master, quick, tell me. Are you sure you want me to talk? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, then extended two fingers again and slowly moved them toward the two cars parked on the side of the road. Master, you mean, as long as I'm behind everyone else in line, I'll always have a chance to get a turn? Li Zutu suddenly seemed to have a sudden realization, and his eyes became much clearer. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Lin Yang. He was a true master. He'd be willing to stand in line to test his loyalty. No, what I mean is, did you see the comparison between that SUV and the Passat? It's bigger than yours when he pulls it out. Lin Yang said in a serious tone, judging from the divination, this is a man's birth chart. A simple examination using the 4 diagnostic methods, inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, will tell us. According to Li Zutu, there has been no video call or voice message exchange. The person on the other side of the screen is a burly man who picks his toes. It's the kind with athlete's foot. Not only is he a burly man with shaved feet, but he's also hooked up with quite a few people. If this continues, it'll be a storyline about brother, you smell so good. Li Zutu was immediately struck dumb, frozen in his chair, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg, filled with disbelief. His face gradually turned red and warm, his fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving as he received too much information at once. The words Lin Yang had just said kept echoing in my mind. It's bigger than yours. This sentence kept looping in a 3D pattern above his head. Iron Hammer's sister is a boy. Not only was it a man, but it was also bigger than his. The chat room erupted in laughter, with comments flooding the screen one after another. Holy crap. That's hilarious. He pulled it out and it's even bigger than his, huh? A double penetration, huh? 666. There's another expert. Not only was she used as a backup option in her online relationship, but she also fell in love with a burly man with unkempt feet. Ha ha ha. If I were that guy, I'd be dead right here. Damn it, I can't look at a Volkswagen Passat or SUV the same way anymore. They're so addictive. Every time I see those two cars, I think of Master Lin's words, like they're playing on a 360-degree loop in my head. Taoist priest, is your mouth a controlled knife? You've even broken the guy's protective red temperature barrier. Can't you say it a little more gently and tactfully? I'm laughing so hard I'm rich. I knew it. I wondered why they'd been in an online relationship for 3 years without video chatting or meeting in person. I had an online relationship for 3 years, and now my child is 2 years old. To the person upstairs, you could go into detail about the 2-year-old part. Do you still love her? Lin Yang suppressed a laugh and asked a question. Li Zuda shrank his neck and patted his chest, looking disgusted. Taoist priest, can you help me get my money back? The thought of calling a scruffy man wife every day makes me sick. What sins have I committed? Luckily, I consulted you, master, for a divination. Otherwise, instead of taking her to the main course, she'd be treating me like the main course. After 3 years of dating, spending money and energy, I ended up getting taken advantage of. As Li Zuda spoke, he was so aggrieved that he was almost in tears, his words filled with untold bitterness. Who would have thought that my online dating partner was a man? Everything makes sense now. Why didn't she want to meet? Why wouldn't she video chat? Turns out it was that damn man. I'm too scared to date again. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Since the person had given him 200 yuan, he couldn't just take it for nothing. Don't be too discouraged. According to the divination, this man will face a critical juncture in 3 months. He should be exposed. At that time, Uncle Hat will give you a refund. Lin Yang glanced at it a few times. Guankao was a slang term meaning that one would have no worries about food and drink for the next few years, and that one was a legitimate staff member. Don't ask which division you're in yet. When a person is about to suffer misfortune, there are signs in their eyes. If the area between the eyebrows is dark, as if shrouded by a dark cloud, then imprisonment is imminent. Real. Li Zuda's eyes lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat more at ease. He forced out a few words through gritted teeth. He deserves it. He should be shot. People who prey on women should be executed repeatedly with the 7.62 standard. Lin Yang coughed twice. You'll probably meet your soulmate when you're around 31. You two will grow old together and be loving for the rest of your lives. Really? Master, you're amazing. Then I'll believe you. Master. Li Zuda suddenly felt relieved. Although he was only 23 and would be with his right-hand man for another 7 years, there was still hope for the future. He suddenly realized that fortune-telling wasn't so bad after all. When he went to see a psychologist, all he heard was that he was sick, needed medication, and that he was doing all sorts of things wrong. But look at the master, although his words are a bit harsh, at least he gives him something to look forward to in life. All right, master, I'm off. If I meet her, I'll definitely invite you to my wedding banquet. Li Zuda suddenly grinned, his expression becoming much more relaxed. Lin Yang nodded, then we'll see if we're destined to meet. Seeing Li Zuda leave with a satisfied look but also a hint of resentment in his eyes, the system beeped for the second time. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 faith points. Total faith points, 51/1000. Seeing this, Lin Yang chuckled. Fortune-telling really works. Upon seeing this scene in the live stream, the chat was filled with comments. 666, that wicked smile shattered my newly built trust that he was a true master. What kind of master smiles like that? But you know what, this divination actually sounded quite plausible, especially the prediction that someone would meet their destined partner at 31. To the person upstairs, I've calculated that you'll meet your soulmate at 28. Do you believe it or not? Are you asking a question you already know the answer to, like an old monk drinking frog porridge? Of course I don't believe you. I'm only 18. Who can predict what will happen 10 years from now? So you believe him when he says something about 7 years from now? Holy crap. That makes sense. Who knows if he'll meet his true love at 31? 7 years from now, this fake master might be chopped into pieces for swindling people. It's not that big. Lin Yang glanced at the comments, smiled mysteriously, and deliberately lowered his voice. Young friends, do you know why Taoism has not spread throughout China? Oh, you've piqued my interest. Tell me more. What will the fuchsia say if someone insults you? What else can I say? Accumulate good karma. How can you swear? You'll go to hell. Isn't Taoism based on these same principles? Lin Yang chuckled. If someone insults you, how can your mind remain clear? If you keep swearing inside, your mind will become dirty. If you insult back, your mind will become clear. Hey, what you're saying seems to make some sense, but as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Better to die for your fellow deist than for this one. The Taoist priest is right. But wouldn't it be inappropriate to retaliate with insults? Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. He insults you because he's sick, and you insult him because he's sick. Why would he insult you if he's not sick? Why would you insult him if he's not sick? As Lin Yang predicted, netizens immediately went wild. Where in this world have people ever seen such a positive mental attitude? Holy crap! Holy crap! Something felt off. But coming from you, Taoist priest, it makes perfect sense. I absolutely love the Taoist priest's spirit. What a great line, better a fellow Taoist die than I, the Taoist priest, die. Ha 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 ha. But I still feel uneasy. Won't this harm my good karma in the next life? Lin Yang chuckled and crossed his legs. I, Taoist, am cultivating this life. 666. Awesome. Dao yes mindset is so similar to mine. I'll add a fan light stick first. What a fine saying. Settle scores on the spot, otherwise it will damage your Dao heart. Taoist master, I believe you. I don't believe him. He's just bragging, right? You actually believe a fake guru just spouting nonsense. Although the master's words make sense, I still have doubts about his ability to tell fortunes. The next moment, the system's faith value suddenly lit up. Faith points plus 50. Lin Yang curled the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect to convince them with just a few words, it was already good enough that they could gain faith points. Following these remarks, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 100, reaching 102. Many netizens with nothing better to do clicked in to join the fun. The next moment, a man with pale lips, who could barely walk and had to stop to take a deep breath every 2 steps, walked toward his location with a mixture of disbelief and doubt. 101 divinations? Are you a real master or a fake one? The weak man slowly sat down in the chair, his deep dark circles and pale lips making Lin Yang fear that he might die at his stall. Guaranteed genuine, 110 divinations, honest and fair to all, young and old. The man sitting opposite him seemed to have made a decision in his heart. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He took a few deep breaths, took out his phone from his pocket, and quickly scanned the code. I'll believe you this once, 100 times, right? It's all in the past. When the live chat saw this, the dozens of new viewers immediately burst into laughter. Haha, bro, what era are we living in? People still believe in charlatans? Wait, look at his dark circles, he looks so weak I'm afraid he'll kill my phone. Do you think something might have really happened to him? There aren't that many ghosts or supernatural beings out there. I've lived for over 20 years and never encountered one. It's all just me scaring myself. Hilarious. I can already imagine how this fake master is going to rip people off. Lin Yang nodded. I've received your message. Tell me what you'd like to know. Master, you should be able to predict everything, right? The weak man coughed twice, as if he was about to run out of breath at any moment. Even while sitting on the chair with his arms propped up on the table, he would occasionally take a deep breath, as if something was constricting him from behind. Yes, I can calculate anything. Lin Yang spoke calmly, observing the man in front of him. He's really acting strangely, his dark circles are almost like a panda's. How can a normal person be this weak? The weak man glanced around a few times, then suddenly lowered his voice and leaned his entire upper body onto the table. He was about to speak when he suddenly found it hard to breathe. Cough cough cough. Master! Help! I think I'm being haunted by a ghost. I always feel like there's an invisible hand choking me from behind. I was just about to tell you while I was leaning on the table, when those invisible hands increased their strength. Master, save me. Lin Yang's expression changed slightly, his face suddenly turned ugly. I know you're in a hurry, but please step back first. The weak man's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke with a trembling voice, looking back suspiciously. Master, you didn't sense it, did you? It's your bad breath that's bothering me. Lin Yang covered his nose, panting heavily, and moved his chair back with some disgust. The live stream chat exploded immediately, with comments flooding in at lightning speed. Ha ha ha, your fucking bad breath is suffocating me. I'm dying of laughter. I thought the master's sudden change in expression meant he had actually seen something, but it turns out it was just bad breath. Good heavens! Look at that man's expression, it's priceless. He's truly pitiful. He got scammed out of 100 yuan and then had to endure the fake Taoist priest's vicious verbal attacks. The guy with the bad breath is currently suffering a critical blow, like he's been hit with 1,000 points of damage. He's starting to question the meaning of life. He's laughing all the way to the bank. The weak man gave an awkward grin, obediently sat back down in the chair, and felt much better breathing. Write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate it for you. Lin Yang pushed the red paper on the table forward. As the weak man leaned forward, he felt as if fate had seized him by the throat once again. He's not dead, the master is still alive. Nothing will happen. The man comforted himself and wrote down his birth date and time on a piece of red paper. Master, the other day I went to the mall and bought a new outfit. But when I got on the elevator on my way home, a gust of cold wind hit me on the head. After I got home and changed into my new clothes, I felt like someone was choking me. Later, I searched for that shopping mall online, and I was surprised to find that everyone online said it was a ghost town. More than a dozen people had jumped off the building. They all jumped at 8 p.m. Am I being haunted by a vengeful ghost? Master, you have to save me. The weak man began to recount his experiences, his face growing paler with each word, and he even trembled with nervousness. The story made all the viewers in the live stream feel as if they were there. Holy crap! Holy crap! I know that haunted building. Apparently, 4 people jump there every year. And they all jump on April 4th. This is terrifying. I'm too scared to go to the bathroom. What should I do? I feel like there are countless eyes watching me from under the bed. Damn, this guy should be a storyteller. Can't we go any scarier? Anyway, guys, we're all clean people, let's be diligent, I'm going to wash the sheets. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a rumor, maybe they're just shills hired to create these accounts. Exactly, there aren't many tracks left with valid starting numbers. They're even starting tracks with made-up ghost stories. Surely no one's actually going to believe that? Lin Yang frowned as he looked at the 8 characters, resting his chin on one hand and touching his upper chin. He definitely didn't encounter any ghosts or anything like that. Otherwise, his forehead would definitely be dark with worry. The weak man panicked when he saw Lin Yang's performance. Master, what did you divine? Don't worry. He's not dead. There aren't that many ghosts. If you believe, they exist. If you don't, they don't. Don't be too superstitious. Then what is it that I feel like there's always an invisible hand gripping my fate by the throat? That's because you're wearing your sweater inside out. The weak man was startled, quickly raised his hand to touch his collar, then put his hand behind his back, and sure enough, he felt a V-neck behind him. Oh my god, that scared me to death, the master is so accurate. The man immediately let out a long sigh of relief, his face changing color repeatedly, sometimes red and sometimes yellow. Wearing a sweater inside out and mistakenly thinking you're being haunted is just too embarrassing. Wait, when I entered the elevator, a cold wind swirled above my head. Was I really being haunted by something? Lin Yang tapped the table with his knuckles in exasperation. That's the air conditioning ventilation in the elevator. I see. The man touched the tip of his nose, looking a little embarrassed, with a resentful look in his eyes. Helpless, I didn't know where to put my hands. The way you're doing this makes me look really stupid. Luckily, no one else saw it, or I would have been so embarrassed. But I feel like my breathing is much easier now. The live stream chat exploded with laughter, with everyone doubled over. What the hell? He's wearing his sweater inside out. I thought people like this only existed in jokes, but I never thought I'd actually run into one in real life. Is this some kind of shill hired by the streamer for the sake of the show? Laughing so hard I'm rich. The elevator exhaust fan, huh? A ghost? Me? If this were a joke, I'd only say he's so-so, but this is reality, it's hilarious. There really are such amazing people. This Taoist priest is truly a fortune teller. What a load of rubbish. Isn't it obvious? You think fortune telling is theology? No, it's actually psychology. Wait, master, something's not right. Ever since I came back from the mall last time, I feel like I'm getting thinner and thinner every day, and I feel dazed and confused every day. Master, you can tell from my face, right? I'm really not possessed by any evil spirits, am I? Lin Yang was taken aback. There was indeed something wrong with this. The fortune-telling skills rewarded by the system are not limited to fortune-telling. It's true that Taoist priests need to learn a little bit of everything. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Taoist priests also need to master some unique skills. Sometimes, some symptoms are just people scaring themselves. Sometimes it's just a case of schizophrenia, not being possessed by a ghost. Just like when he can't breathe, his sweater is on backwards and choking him. If he wants to breathe smoothly, he has to ask his trachea if it agrees. If you're not entangled by anything, there must be other reasons. I suggest you go see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Master, do I have some incurable disease? Don't scare me. I'm a timid person, master, please tell me what's wrong. The weak man's face turned deathly pale, and he looked like he was about to die, gripping Lin Yang's arm tightly. His face, pale as blood, was somewhat ferocious. The live stream chat was filled with comments, and many people were shocked by what they saw. Holy crap, these scammers will stop at nothing to make money. They're even stealing jobs from traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. What could he possibly understand? If he could understand traditional Chinese medicine, I'd eat 2 pounds of human urine extract right here and now. Wow, that's a tough one. I'll join the group by as soon as it starts. These days, fake Taoist priests have so many tricks up their sleeves to swindle money, their methods are endless. At first, I thought they were just trying to scare the man into thinking he was haunted, but I didn't expect they'd save their tricks for last. Lin Yang coughed lightly. There are some things I can't say to your face, and you wouldn't believe me even if I did. No, master. I believe you. You must be a real master. I'll believe whatever you say. Taoist, you are definitely a great person. Please save me. You feel weak all over and are in a daze all day, right? Yes. Taoist master, just say what you have to say. I believe you completely. You're not just suffering from a physical ailment, you have kidney deficiency. The weak man suddenly widened his eyes, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up abruptly. Bullshit, you stinking Taoist priest. You're a complete fraud. I believe you? I believe you my ass. You stinking Taoist priest. Geneva, give me my money back. Lin Yang twitched his lips, feeling utterly helpless. You were the one who wanted to say it, but you didn't want to after you said it. Judging from the divination, this man's kidney deficiency has reached a critical stage. He was at a level where even 2 pig kidneys were better than him, which is why he was pale, ashen-faced, and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Bullshit. I'm in my early 20s, how could I possibly have kidney deficiency? You stinking Taoist priest, give me my money back. The weak man slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage, his breathing noticeably rapid. He glared angrily, his eyes wide, his fists clenched, looking like he was about to hit someone. Lin Yang shrugged, a little helpless. You'd be unhappy if I told you. Wait. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. You can cure it. A glimmer of hope flickered in the weak man's eyes as he stared at him expectantly. It's incurable. Lin Yang blurted it out without hesitation. Give me my money back. You stinking Taoist priest. You're trying to scam me. But, Lin Yang raised his voice deliberately, making himself seem mysterious and unpredictable. Oh, please tell me quickly, Taoist master. The weak man suddenly touched his nose. A strange, mysterious force made his knees sink. For some reason, upon hearing "but," his volatile temper suddenly calmed down considerably. However, you should still be more restrained. Taking off 3 times a day, or 10 times in 3 days, would make Ultraman flash a red light. Lin Yang said helplessly, it's good to be young. The live stream audience was laughing hysterically, with hilarious comments flooding the screen. 666. Flying 3 times a day, 10 times in 3 days. And secretly rewarding yourself with an extra takeoff 1 day, huh? Let's admire this legendary captain of the Dragon Kingdom. Does this person have to change their expressions so drastically? 1 second, Taoist priest. Master. I believe you. The next second, you stinking Taoist priest, give me my money back. That's fucking amazing. No wonder he sounded so weak and listless. Does it have to be so abstract? Dude, this is too hurtful. Master, have you ever spat poison? Every word you say is so cutting. Now, over 100 people in the livestream are paying tribute to the legendary captain. I suspect, the Taoist priest doesn't actually make money from fortune-telling. He's probably just collecting compensation after he gets beaten up. You can't criticize him. He's a character, you don't even need to hear his story, his face already tells a story. As everyone knows, for a man to be told he has kidney deficiency is practically a death sentence. No wonder he reacted so strongly, I would have yelled at him too. Lin Yang coughed lightly and met the eyes of the man with kidney deficiency. The main problem is that the system only gives him 1 fortune-telling skill, and he can't do anything about his kidney deficiency. However, according to the divination, this man is currently 22 years old, and it wasn't until he was 45 that his kidney deficiency was completely cured by a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. But at 45 years old, there's practically no difference between being cured and not being cured. This can be considered one of the turning points in his life, so he knows which traditional Chinese medicine clinic he was cured at. You stinking Taoist priest, give me my money back. What do you mean by flying 3 times a day? I don't understand, you fraudster, give me my money back. The weak man slammed his fist on the table, his eyes red with anger, as if he wouldn't leave until he got his money back. This isn't just a scam. This is defamation. He's slandering me. If he can cure it, he's a master. If he can't, he's just slandering people. Lin Yang waved his hand and shrugged indifferently, fortune-telling shouldn't be refunded. You son of a bitch. You stinking Taoist priest, you're trying to scam me, aren't you? I'm going to expose you online. I'm going to get 5 more marketing accounts to expose you. Just you wait, you stinky Taoist priest. The weak man slammed his fist on the table, his expression extremely agitated. If he weren't afraid that Lin Yang might actually have something going for him, he would have started cursing. He was so angry his legs were trembling. They were limp. Lin Yang laughed. They were going to expose him? Wouldn't that just mean everyone would know about his kidney deficiency? If you expose me, won't everyone know you have kidney deficiency? Do you have to be so blatantly shameless? The man was visibly stunned for a moment, then jumped up from his chair, pointing an angry finger at Lin Yang. How dare you threaten me? I'll expose you. You unscrupulous liar. This is outrageous. Lin Yang tapped the table with his knuckles, looking completely nonchalant. No, I'm just stating the facts. If you want to expose it, go ahead. Fine. We'll see. The weak man spoke, then turned and walked away. Before he had taken 3 steps, he heard Lin Yang speak slowly behind him. However, I've calculated from the divination which traditional Chinese medicine clinic you went to for your complete cure when you were 45. I have the address. If you... Before Lin Yang could finish speaking, the weak man immediately turned around, slid in, and pounced at his feet, hugging his trouser leg and wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. It's like seeing my own ancestors. Master, no, Celestial Master. Taoist Master. Taoist Master, save me. I have a friend who has been suffering from illness for many years. It pains me to see him like this. Master, Taoist Master. Please don't hold my friend against you. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. The live stream audience was laughing so hard they almost peed themselves. This is hilarious. My husband asked me why I wet the bed. I said I laughed so hard I peed the whole blanket. That's what you call a lightning-fast change of expression. I've seen it all now. By the way, Master, could you post the link to the live stream? My husband. 666. Flying tackle on the rail. You need to be fast and stylish, right? A flawless execution. Dude, you must have practiced a lot. Ahem. Well, Master, I admit you're a master. A friend of mine isn't feeling well and wanted me to ask you for the location of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. I'll briefly admit you're not a scammer anymore. Send me your address, and I'll send you a fan light stick. Lin Yang looked at the man with kidney deficiency kneeling on the ground with a sincere expression and couldn't help but laugh. This man is really unfortunate. Before the age of 45, he only saw quack doctors and was even prescribed a formula to reduce his virility, which made him weaker and weaker. Even if it's cured, it's pretty useless. I got better and indulged myself a bit, but ended up straining my back and now I'm searching everywhere for a place to treat my back injury. It was truly tragic. Lin Yang waved his hand. Stop playing games with me, Taoist Master. You haven't found the TCM clinic yet, it's just that you're not destined to be with one yet. You understand what fate is, right? Lin Yang twisted 3 fingers together, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. The man with kidney deficiency rolled his eyes and blinked rapidly. She immediately let go of Lin Yang's hand and took out her phone from her pocket. Fate? Origin. Oh, I understand, Master. 500 fates, do you think it's possible to form a connection with this traditional Chinese medicine clinic? Lin Yang patted the man with kidney deficiency on the shoulder with a look of relief. He's sensible, he likes smart people who understand things quickly. You UN people, please rise quickly, it's too cold on the ground. I'll write your address down on a piece of paper, but please don't tell anyone. Oh, I get it. There's a cause and effect to everything, right? I understand. Lin Yang pursed his lips, wrote the address on the red paper, and handed it to the man. The man with kidney deficiency happily took the note, took a few steps, then turned back and bowed to Lin Yang. Master. You are a true master. I will definitely recommend you to any friends who need fortune telling in the future. Lin Yang waved his hand. It depends on fate. Faith value plus 100. Current faith value 201/1000. Those watching the spectacle in the live stream began to complain upon seeing this. Master, are you treating us like outsiders? This is so inconsiderate. Giving us the address so secretly. Actually, I didn't really want to ask you for the address. It's really funny how you are. I don't actually have kidney deficiency. I think this TCM clinic is pretty average. It's ridiculous how you're such a pretentious person. 666. The Taoist priest tricked all the barrage of ultimate attacks with a single basic attack, but, my friend still really wants the address. What a coincidence. Master, sell it to me, my friend. My friend really needs it. He can't live without this address. Brothers, I'm also in Jiangnan City. I'm going to catch the master offline right now, wait for me. Brothers are easy to catch. Damn, we're already calling each other brothers. What's the point of saying anything more? I caught him sharing links for free. Let's go. After seeing off the man with kidney deficiency, Lin Yang happily picked up his phone to check the payment information. Well, 700 yuan arrived in less than 2 hours, which is quite a good return. However, his dilapidated Taoist temple has been there for too long, and it will cost a lot of money to renovate it. We need to speed up the accumulation of faith points. Maybe the system will reward us with money or something. However, having already experienced great fortune and been given a second chance at life, including the ability to tell fortunes, they no longer care much about money. Of course, what he valued was fate. As soon as Lin Yang picked up his phone, the live stream screen went black instantly. Taoist priest. You're choking me. Master, things are so ambiguous right now. I'm lying in your hands, so what is our relationship? You know what, I actually suspect the Taoist priest does have some skill. I also have my doubts. This doesn't seem like he's acting. I've been waiting for 2 hours and haven't seen any signs of acting, but I'm still skeptical. Master, how about you do a fortune telling online? Or answer questions online? What do you say? Lin Yang glanced at the comments and immediately thought the idea was pretty good. Waiting for people offline is too slow, you can't get many faith points in a day. It would take 3 or 4 days to reach 1000 faith points. If we combine online and offline methods, it should be much faster, right? By the way, let me also share the concept of Tao follows nature. People in this parallel world have definitely never heard of this idea. In layman's terms, it means I can do whatever I want with this weapon. Lin Yang watched as the comments kept scrolling across the screen, and the number of viewers in the live stream had already reached 200. This is the first time he has reached so many viewers in the 3 days since he started broadcasting. It's probably similar to how ants swarm to the smell of sugar. As for this miraculous medicine for treating kidney deficiency, let's not even talk about whether it's still usable now. Even if you don't need it, you still have to buy some to stock up. There are only overworked oxen, not. Watching the comments flash by on the screen, he touched the tip of his nose. Since you young friends are so enthusiastic, let's have one hot air balloon answer one question. Live streaming fortune telling is one thing, but the beauty filters these days are too amazing. I really can't tell the difference. Lin Yang was really scared. On the first day of his live stream, since he had never done a live stream before, he wondered if the higher the level of the beauty filter, the more handsome he would be. When the broadcast started, he realized that this dignified 7-foot-tall man had been transformed into a cute little girl by beauty filters, and even after being soaked in water for 3 days, he still wasn't as fair-skinned as he had been. Fortune-telling involves observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. In addition to the birth date and time, basic, facial features are also considered. If the person is a pretty girl, her palms will also be examined. Even with the built-in beauty filter, which alters the position of facial features, the calculated results are still inaccurate. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the barrage of comments that were still constantly scrolling through the live stream. Holy crap, Taoist priest, you're so ruthless. Answering a question with a hot air balloon? Run, guys. The scammers are about to start their scam. Those 2 fortune tellers in front were definitely shills. Sorry Lang. Holy crap, 52 yuan for just answering one question? Let me ask you, why is your head so pointy? Are you a man or a woman? Master, can you predict the lottery numbers for next draw? If you can, I'll buy you 2 hot air balloons. AAA Building Materials Brother Wang, I'll give it a try. I have a question I'd like to ask. Lin Yang twitched his lips and gave a disdainful smile. Lottery numbers? So what if you figure them out? Don't you know the lottery has anti-cheating mechanisms? Holy crap. That makes sense. Spend 100,000 on the same number and win 220 million? What a clever anti-cheating mechanism. Those who know, know. Wow, a couple of days ago someone here won 120 million by spending 50,000 on the same lottery numbers. The expert's words make a lot of sense. Even if you know the lottery numbers in advance, what can you do? AAA Building Materials Brother Wang giving away 1 hot air balloon. Lin Yang was stunned. Wrong, oh no, business was delivered to his door. He quickly started a live stream and, amidst repeated cries of boss is confused, pulled Brother Wang from the building materials industry onto the microphone. Young friend, what is it that you are puzzled by? Lin Yang pushed his sunglasses up his nose and asked in a pretentious manner. A deep, steady male voice came through the microphone. You could tell he was a heavy smoker just by listening to his voice, and you could tell he had a story to tell. Master, I didn't come here for fortune telling, and I don't have any questions. I just want some comfort. This is just too disheartening. Oh, tell me more. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream realized that this guy seemed to have quite a story to tell, and they started flooding the chat with comments. Hey bro, what happened? Let us comfort you. Dude, seeking comfort from a streamer is not a good choice. I've been watching his stream since it started. He's notoriously sharp-tongued, with a biting tongue and a sharp heart. It's okay, bro. Everything will pass. Take it easy. The man on the microphone slowly began to speak, using his deep voice to tell his story. I was ridiculed as a skinny monkey since I was a child, and I was very ugly. I was very self-conscious when I was a child. In junior high school, I met a girl I liked, but I was always ridiculed and told that she was too ugly, so I just kept liking her in my heart. I studied hard and got into the same high school and university as her. After I graduated from university, I pursued the girl I had a crush on, but she rejected me without hesitation because of my appearance. She said I was a good person. Then I sealed my heart with cement, and could only silently watch her posts on social media every day, silently liking her. Later, when I saw someone who didn't eat cilantro but was only a little bit like her, I panicked. The number of comments in the live chat decreased significantly, with most of them offering words of comfort to the man. Brother, it's okay. Everyone gets rejected before. Let this Taoist priest tell you when you'll meet your true love. It's okay, looks don't matter, a kind heart is what matters. Keep it up, bro. I also have a girl I've secretly loved for 20 years, but I've never dared to confess. Then, a month ago, she suddenly came to see me. She'd gained weight and said she wanted to be with me. These past years have been so tough. Anyway, our baby is due in 5 months. Lin Yang responded silently, so you want to ask if you're destined to be with her, or if you're destined to be with someone who doesn't eat cilantro? No, master, everyone says I'm ugly. I just want you to see if I'm really that ugly. In the next instant, the camera on the building materials vendor suddenly turned on, and a face that was hard to describe appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. The eyebrows are only 2 centimeters long, and even with the eyes wide open, the whites of the eyes are still not visible. 2 enormous nostrils stand prominently in the center of the screen. The man's face was full of sorrow, and he looked like he was about to cry. Master, am I really ugly? Lin Yang silently uttered a single word. Eeeyaa. You fake master Yaa. Brother Wang from AAA Building Materials hung up the phone. Brother Wang from AAA Building Materials has unfollowed you and added you to his blacklist. Lin Yang? Holy crap. He blocked Taoist? The viewers in the live stream burst out laughing when they saw this. I love the atmosphere in the live stream. Strangers act like mortal enemies, their words dripping with venom, the purest form of verbal scathing, yet it warms my heart. This is hilarious. Coming to a Taoist priest for comfort? Dude, what are you doing? If the Taoist priest doesn't want your Taoist heart to be shattered, then what kind of Taoist priest is this? The Taoist priest didn't say anything, he just gave a light response, so why did he unfollow and block him? Dude, did you know that Garen's whisper can break a silence and put you at a disadvantage? Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Why is the last whisper an armor-piercing item? I get it. I understand everything. Taoist Masters Fan 1. Lin Yang's lips twitched. This was a difficult situation for him too. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes slowly walked along the mountain path. He was taken aback when he saw the fortune-telling stall. Then I thought about how I've been failing at starting businesses lately, so I gritted my teeth and decided to just get some peace of mind, regardless of how accurate it was. Thinking it over, he quickly walked towards Lin Yang's stall. Master, can you predict my fortune? How accurate is it? Lin Yang looked up and saw that the man walking towards him looked dejected. Although he forced a smile, he could not hide the sorrow that comes with being in a low point in life. There's no need to even look, it's obvious that Ki1 was laid off or his business failed. If I can calculate it, I don't have to pay if it's inaccurate. Okay, how much for a divination? The man sighed deeply, took out his phone from his pocket, sat down on the chair in front of the stall, and scanned the QR code with his phone. Young friend, let's not talk about money, let's just look at fate. Oh, 100 yuan? Are you sure you can calculate it accurately? The man stared at him with a mixture of disbelief and skepticism. 100 yuan was a day's worth of food for someone who had just failed in his business and was burdened with debt. Guaranteed. Scan the code to connect. Lin Yang pointed to the QR code, then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Okay, I'll just take it as a way to put my mind at ease. The man readily scanned the code, then placed his hands on the table with a worried expression, palms facing the sky, and stretched them out in front of Lin Yang. What are you doing? Isn't it about touching hands to read palms? What the hell are you doing touching my hand? Tell me what happened first. Oh. The melancholy man withdrew his hands, looked up at the sky with a sorrowful expression, and sighed 4 times in 3 minutes. Hey, Taoist priest, my name is Wang Tang, I'm 31 years old, unmarried, my parents are still alive, and I live at. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. Wait a minute, are you here for a blind date? You said you wanted to have your fortune told. Oh. Wang Tang scratched his head sheepishly, then sighed deeply, his eyes gradually turning sad, as if he were reminiscing about something. Master, I started my first business when I was 18 and went to university. Please don't laugh at me for telling you this. Lin Yang shrugged, his face serious. Completely solemn. We are all professionally trained so that we won't laugh no matter how funny it is. Oh, Taoist priest, you're quite professional. My first entrepreneurial venture was selling triangular baskets downstairs in the boys' dormitory. I bought 300 yuan worth of goods, but I didn't sell a single one. I was even reported for having a pervert downstairs. Master, what's going on? I still don't understand. It's breathable, loose-fitting, and pink, so why isn't anyone buying it? Wang Tang's melancholy face revealed a hint of confusion, and his brows furrowed deeply. The 3 words were written all over his face. Why? The live stream chat exploded, and the number of viewers skyrocketed. Right after Wang Tang mentioned selling triangular baskets downstairs in the boys' dormitory, the number of viewers jumped to 280. Holy crap! This guy's got some serious talent. Selling triangular baskets downstairs in the boys' dorm? Doesn't he worry about some grumpy guy upstairs who might throw something down and send your basket flying? Wow, with that kind of brain, you could start a business anywhere and still lose money. You'd lose everything, even a lousy one. You know what? I once tried wearing a triangular basket out of curiosity, and it was incredibly comfortable, though a bit tight. The feeling was just so strange. Now I buy two to wear every now and then. Anyway, I'm off to work on the roof tiles. Look at the fake Taoist priest's expression. He looks like he's about to burst. Well, with someone with such a strange thought process coming to his door for fortune telling, isn't he practically a sitting duck? New here, what happened to the kidneys in the live stream? The newcomers can just watch the show. Let's see how the fake Taoist priest fools this talented guy. I'd call it the crouching dragon versus the young phoenix. Lin Yang suppressed a laugh. What kind of person was this? He now understood why they had lost money. Selling triangular baskets downstairs in the boys' dormitory, is this a poet? His smile is harder to suppress than axe now. Master, are you laughing at me? Wang Tang looked a little embarrassed, his face flushed slightly, and his nostrils even looked a little bigger. No, I was just thinking about happy things. Please continue. Lin Yang coughed twice, then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, trying to hide his smile. Oh, then I'll continue, Taoist priest. After that failed startup, I refused to accept it. I kept working on projects. I've been struggling since I was 25, and I've made some money, but I only make money for a short period of time before I can't make any more. And what's really strange is that the previous startup made 110,000 yuan, but the next startup lost 90,000 yuan. After deducting food and drink expenses, there was only 90,000 yuan left. The most I ever made was 1.2 million in 2 months, but then I lost 1.17 million in the next 3 months. Was I set up by capital, master? Wang Tang looked mournful and sighed several times, as if lamenting the injustice of fate. Every business venture I do is like a cycle. I can only earn enough to cover food and drink expenses, and lose every last penny. Or perhaps a family member is sick, and all the money has been spent. Lin Yang coughed twice. Write your birth date and time on a piece of paper. Wang Tang took the paper and pen and readily wrote down his birth date and time. She handed the red paper back to Lin Yang, a hint of anticipation rising in her eyes. Master, they say failure is the mother of success, isn't that true? As long as I keep striving in my business, I'll eventually turn things around, right? Lin Yang took the red paper, glanced at it, nodded, and then shook his head. Failure is the mother of success, that's true, but you're infertile. What the heck? Wang Tang was completely dumbfounded by this sentence. He blinked in confusion, scratched his head, and looked utterly bewildered. The live stream chat was buzzing with messages. Ha ha ha, what a great saying, failure is the mother of success, but you're infertile. Master, you have a whole repertoire of these little cliches. No, I suspect this guy is a shill hired by the streamer. How can someone repeatedly start and fail in business, earning just enough to cover their losses? I also suspect, it's a bit too obvious that he's acting. Is he trying to attract viewers with this? And then do fortune telling on the live stream? Wait a minute. This is hilarious. Putting aside whether it's true or not, that mention of infertility really cracked me up. Lin Yang looked at his birth chart, a strange expression flashing across his eyes. That means you won't get rich through entrepreneurship in your life. You're not destined to make money through entrepreneurship. Ah, but you have other wealth in your destiny. According to the divination, your net worth will be at least in the tens of millions in 10 years. What kind of wealth is that, master? I can't possibly work a job, I'll never work a job in my entire life. Lin Yang chuckled, sometimes he couldn't help but sigh at fate. In the 10 years from now until you turn 41, starting a business will only allow you to earn just enough to eat, drink, and live on. Don't even think about saving a single penny more. When you turn 41, your startup will be acquired by a boss, and from then on, no matter who you work for as a senior executive, you will thrive. Lin Yang said casually, actually, his luck isn't surprising, it happens to many people. It's just that Wang Tang's luck is a bit worse. Some people may save money, and once they have saved tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan, something happens in their family that requires money, such as an elderly person getting sick or something breaking. Or, after saving up a certain amount, your job falls through and you can't earn money anymore. There are all sorts of ways to lose money, forcing you to withdraw money from your savings. Wang Tang's luck was like that. He did make a lot of money, but he immediately lost it all, barely enough to eat and drink. Wang Tang stared at him with a mixture of belief and doubt. Would he really go to work? When he was a child, his father had a fortune told him that his son, Wang Tang, had the potential to become a CEO. This statement has stayed with him throughout his life. Master, are you sure? Lin Yang nodded. If you don't believe me, try starting your own business twice more. You won't lose money or make any profit anyway, but if you work for someone else, you'll thrive. But once you become the boss, you will definitely lose as much money as you make. You are born with the physique of an ox or horse, you are not suitable to be a boss. The laughter in the live stream chat was almost overflowing the screen, and the comments were scrolling by incredibly fast. Laughing so hard I'm rich. What a rare innate physique. This is just too tragic. You laugh at his innate divine physique, he laughs at your net worth of less than 20 million. No, I've noticed you're really serious about things. I was just joking, why did you take it so personally? This story is actually quite well crafted. Why doesn't the author go write a novel? It'd be a huge hit, and readers might even send you virtual gifts. It'd definitely be more profitable than scamming. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang looked like a wilted eggplant, his face turning pale and wrinkled. He sighed deeply, as if accepting his innate divine body, his face furrowed, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Master, your words are too harsh. Can't you speak more gently? Sigh. Oh, by the way, there's still a hurdle in your life. It depends on whether you can overcome it. After you become a high-ranking official, many people will tell you that you have the makings of an emperor and advise you to take your place. Lin Yang did some quick calculations and figured out the most crucial crossroads in his life. If he really takes over, then he's finished. After 2 years of living a carefree life, he'll be blacklisted by all his peers, plus the added burden of always losing money as a boss. All I can say is that it was a terrible experience, and there was no turning back. Wang Tang nodded with some skepticism, but finally felt reassured and slowly stood up. I'll try starting my own business a few more times, and if it doesn't work out, I'll go back to working for someone else. Lin Yang nodded, looking at the system panel in front of him. Faith points plus 300, current faith value 501/1000. Wow, quite a lot added. Watching the man's departing figure, the sky gradually darkened. It's pitch black at night, so there are definitely no tourists left. Time to pack up and close up shop. Lin Yang glanced at the barrage of comments still flooding the live stream and coughed lightly twice. According to the rules set by Master Dao, there are still 2 spots available for Q&A in the live stream. You won't lose out by spending money on a hot air balloon. The live stream chat was filled with question marks. Taoist priest, are you still using this trick? Stop now, ancestor. See? Sure enough, they just put on a show and then started trying to get gifts from the live stream. I've seen this trick before. Level 51 Abyss Dragon, dude, you've got money, I'll test the waters. The Dragon of the Abyss sends a hot air balloon X1. Seeing this, Lin Yang ignored the rapidly scrolling comments about the boss's confusion and directly connected the Abyss Dragon to the microphone. A deep, honest male voice came through the microphone. Master, I have money and I'm not lacking in marriage prospects. I don't have anything I want to know or ask. Why don't you give me a piece of advice? Lin Yang nodded and uttered 3 words. 1 sentence. Alright, next one. I'm short on time. Lin Yang quickly operated the live stream screen and handed the microphone to the dragon in the abyss. The comments section erupted in laughter. 666. What the hell? Just 1 sentence. Taoist priest, aren't you afraid of losing this level 51 guy? I'm laughing so hard. He really only gave me 1 sentence, huh? Suddenly I think the master isn't so bad after all. Level 51 Abyss Dragon, 6. I made 4 wishes to Fu Ziyu. I'm speechless after working so hard for my older brother. Hahaha, no way, I have to give it a try too. Make 4 wishes to Fu Ziyu and receive a hot air balloon X1. Seeing this, Lin Yang smiled again, pulled Su Yuan onto the microphone, and slowly began to speak. Young friend, what's the problem? A cool male voice came from the microphone, with a hint of laughter in his tone. Greetings, master. I came across a video on Douyin, TikTok, that says when your luck is low, you should simply not do anything, because at this time, when your luck is bad, everything you do will be wrong. We must wait for the right time to accumulate strength and then unleash it, soaring to great heights. Master, I haven't worked for a year. I've been waiting for my luck to improve so I can finally unleash my potential. Am I about to make a comeback? Lin Yang touched his nose. This statement is not entirely wrong. But your first priority is to get up. No, Taoist master, you. After making 4 wishes to Fu Ziyu, he voluntarily disconnected the connection. I made 4 wishes to Fu Ziyu, then unfollowed you and left the live stream. The live stream chat exploded again, with comments flooding in at lightning speed. This is hilarious. Yet another boss driven away by a sharp tongue. These bosses are so foolish. They're just asking for trouble. That Taoist priest's mouth is notoriously sharp. The most important thing right now is to get up, hahaha. Big brother just blocked the Taoist priest. I've noticed that every time I connect with the Taoist priest, his follower count decreases by 1. 6. Wow, they're making money really fast. If this stuff is actually good, I'll eat it right now. I want to get a hot air balloon ride, you can call me if you want, I have questions. Lin Yang glanced at the time. No need to keep watching. According to my rules, I've already answered 3 questions a day. I'm going offline now. See you tomorrow. Wait a minute. When did you set this rule of ending the broadcast after answering the 3 questions, Master? What I've set now, my rules are the rules. After saying that, he ended the broadcast. Doing both the live stream and fortune telling at the same time was a bit tiring. Faith points plus 200. Faith points 701/1000 unlocks basic rewards. Fortunately, considering both online and offline rewards, it only takes about a day to unlock the basic rewards. Lin Yang packed up his stall, got up, and returned to the Taoist temple, where he offered 3 sticks of incense to the 3 pure ones. I drifted off to sleep as the night fell. The next morning, Lin Yang packed a convenient tool for setting up his stall, grabbed his fortune-telling flag, and headed down the mountain. I sat down in front of the commercial street in the university town, set up a stall, and started a live stream with 1 click. As soon as the live stream started, many viewers who had been waiting for it entered the live stream room on time. The number of viewers in the live stream instantly reached 150. Lin Yang's antics yesterday were so amazing that many viewers were eagerly waiting for the live stream to start. Oh, Master, you've moved locations? Are you afraid of getting caught and beaten up if you stay in one place all the time? Isn't this Jiangnan University town? Master, I suspect you came here specifically for this red romantic foot massage parlor next to the university town. Please don't go there. The girls there are fucking gorgeous. Seeing you using netizens' money to extend your sessions makes me uncomfortable. I've noted it down. Thank you for the guidance, sir. Lin Yang, wearing black round-framed sunglasses, crossed his legs and waited silently for his destined one. A short while later, a middle-aged man with a pretty girl walked over from the street corner of the university town not far away. He was pot-bellied but dressed in designer brands. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, so there's someone here to hunt for women. What a rich guy. But whether she's there to hunt for women or whether she can't stay 18 forever, while there are 18 people every year, is hard to say. This girl is quite pretty, wearing a cute and refreshing JK uniform with long socks, and her whole look is pink. Indeed, female college students possess all 3 advantages. A portly man dressed in bright green, looking like a nouveau riche, also noticed Lin Yang's stall. After frowning slightly, he pointed to the shop next to him and muttered something to the female student before walking towards his stall alone. He plopped down on the small stool in front of his stall and looked at it curiously. Master, are you sure your calculations are accurate? If it's a package deal, you don't have to pay. Lin Yang said calmly, what would you like to know? The middle-aged man thought about it carefully, glanced at the price, and smiled with relief. 100 yuan wasn't even enough to buy a lipstick. He could just consider it a psychological comfort. Moreover, few Taoist priests can make accurate predictions, these are all stereotypes. He pulled out $100 in cash from a wad of cash in his bag and said with a smile, Master, my name is Li Qingshan, I am 33 years old. I mainly want to have my fortune told, whether my ex-girlfriend and I still have an unfinished relationship. I felt really bad for her all these years, sigh. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Go on, and while you're at it, write down your birth date and your ex-girlfriend's birth date on a piece of paper as well. Okay, that's a long story. We met in college, sigh. I'm sorry to her. The live stream chat exploded with excitement upon seeing this, with comments flooding the screen. This guy's obviously a tycoon. Is he some modern-day Chen Shimei, a notorious figure in Chinese folklore known for abandoning his wife after starting from nothing? No wonder he keeps apologizing. Shaw, that's probably it. Didn't you see him apologizing the whole time? The girl who was walking with him earlier was most likely one of his mistresses, right? Sai, he looks so honest and unassuming, but he turns out to be this kind of person. Is this going to be another story where his wife supports him when he's good for nothing, but then divorces him the moment he gets rich? This kind of person deserves to be thoroughly scammed by the streamer. Support the streamer. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, watching Li Qingshan recall his ex-girlfriend's birth date and time while recounting their past. Sigh. I remember I met her when I was 21. She was in her prime back then, and I fell in love with her at first sight. My family owned a factory back then, and I'm not afraid to tell you, Master, that I won her over with money. In the second year of our relationship, my family's factory went bankrupt, and my living expenses for college suddenly disappeared. I dropped out of school and went to work to help my family's factory get back on track. She supported me without complaint at the time, and even scraped together 2,000 yuan to help me rent a room. Later, I was afraid of being a burden to him, so I broke up with her for a while. Just then, I closed a deal and got back together with her. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I messed up the deal for various reasons. I was 28 years old at the time and had nothing. She was there to support and encourage me. When I was broke, down on my luck, and struggling internally, she was always there for me. But now that I've achieved success, she's gone. As Li Qingshan spoke, his expression gradually became agitated, and his body trembled slightly. The fat on his large belly was jiggling. As he finished writing the last stroke, he handed the birth dates on both papers to Lin Yang and then slowly spoke. She's not doing well now either. The new man she found is very poor. Sigh. I'm wondering if I still have a chance with her? After all, she was there for me when I was broken down on my luck. Lin Yang took the 2 red papers, looked at the birth dates of the 2 people, and did some calculations with his fingers. It's possible. The divination indicates that your fate is not over yet. It's like there's a bridge connecting you two, and your destinies are strangely intertwined. But I don't recommend that you two stay together. Ah, why? Master, I still love her. Seeing her in such a terrible situation breaks my heart. I'm going to find her and get back together with her right now. Li Qingshan was visibly excited for a moment, his voice rising several octaves as he abruptly stood up from the stool. Because I suddenly stood up, my blood sugar spiked and the screen went black. I then abruptly sat back down in the chair. Lin Yang saw it all and felt the pain in his heart. A trace of heartache appeared on his face. Taoist master, my little stool, bearing so much pressure at an age when she shouldn't be under it. Seeing Li Qingshan take out his phone, as if he was about to make a call, Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking yet. Li Qingshan now has absolute trust in him. Who said this Taoist priest is no good? This Taoist priest is amazing, he's a real wonder. Master, please speak. Then I'll tell you, if you save it from fire and water now, you will also be plunged into fire and water. Master, what do you mean? Her current boyfriend will hit me? It's okay. As long as he's willing to break up with me, I'll buy him an Audi A6. Lin Yang sighed, shook his head, and adjusted his glasses. No, that's not it. She's a jinx to husbands. If you're with her, you'll go back to being penniless. After he finished speaking, he saw that Li Qingshan looked stunned and incredulous. He gently tapped the table with his knuckles, and the thump-thump sound immediately brought Li Qingshan back to his senses. You just got together with her, then your family's factory went bankrupt, you broke up with her, then you landed a big deal, then you got back together, then the big deal fell through, and then you broke up with her again and you became a tycoon. This woman stayed by your side during your lowest points, when you had no money, when you were down on your luck, so why don't you dump her right away? She's a jinx to husbands. Li Qingshan was startled, then suddenly shuddered, his eyes instantly becoming much clearer. Holy crap! That's a real eye-opener. Master! I get it. I was wondering why everything goes smoothly when I'm alone, but I go bankrupt the moment I'm with her. It turns out that she wasn't there for me when I was broke, down on my luck, or feeling hopeless. It was because she was there for me that I fell into my lowest point. Li Qingshan was completely dumbfounded. This master was amazing. His words were like a wake-up call. No wonder her current boyfriend used to be a small business owner, but now he's a factory worker fixing screws. So she was a jinx to her husbands? That's incredibly bizarre. The live stream chat immediately exploded, with the number of viewers reaching 300. Holy crap, so that's how it is. I thought he was a modern-day Chen Shimei, a notorious figure in Chinese folklore known for abandoning his wife, but it turns out he was just cursed. You might not believe it, but I know a woman who has caused the deaths of 8 husbands in 10 years, all in various accidents. Now she's quite wealthy thanks to the death compensation. She even tried to be my sugar daddy a while ago, but I'm too afraid to go. The person upstairs sent me his WeChat ID. I'm lucky I'm not afraid. Have you ever seen the 8 characters of Rebar? Holy crap, this guy instantly sobered up. He probably even wanted to curse a bit, right? If this woman hadn't been a jinx to her husbands, he wouldn't have been down on his luck for so long. Lin Yang smiled faintly, pursing his lips. If you still can't let her go, then I'll play matchmaker for you? The kind you can't shake off? But you know, you have to wear Nike, drive a Buick, and eat at Pizza Hut. Li Qingshan's eyes became much clearer and more foolish. He shrank his neck, shook his head hurriedly, and the fat on his face trembled. No, master, I am not worthy of her. Lin Yang smiled, then his expression suddenly turned serious. However, judging from the divination, she has a younger sister whose fate is completely opposite to hers. She's not good at anything else, but she's good at bringing good fortune to her husband. Li Qingshan immediately became reserved and coughed twice. His expression turned very strange, and he said hesitantly, is that so? I was wondering why my business has been so successful lately. Lin Yang? Master Dao, I knew it. How come you and your ex-girlfriend had some kind of connection, some inexplicable fate? So it wasn't love, it was more like family, right? You were dating another girl? Li Qingshan suddenly became awkward, fidgeting with his fingertips a little embarrassed, and muttered softly, that was her sister just now. That's why I'm panicking. I can't have her, but her sister looks 7/10 like her. Her younger sister is also in college and isn't doing too well, so I thought I'd help her out. By the way, master, is her younger sister my destined soulmate? Lin Yang twitched his lips and carefully calculated Li Qingshan's destined spouse. Before long, the expression on his face became even more interesting. To be precise, you don't have a destined partner. Your ex-girlfriend is considered unlucky for her husband, while her sister is considered lucky for her husband. The three of you form a triangle. According to the divination, both of them could be considered your destined partners. Lin Yang said with a strange expression, the relationship between these three people is very strange, like his mother stacking buffs. A woman who brings bad luck to her husbands, to the point of being a cursed lone star, will bring misfortune to anyone who is with her, and their lifespan will be shortened. But the other one is exactly the opposite. She's incredibly lucky for her husbands. Anyone who's with her, even a high-ranking individual from Sanhe district, can become a middle to high-level professional earning over 10,000 yuan a month. Li Qingshan's simultaneous contact with both of them perfectly offset all the negative effects. Isn't this a perfect triangle? The live stream viewers were stunned, and then burst into disbelief and shrill explosions. Holy crap! This guy really got his hands on her. What a pair of sisters. First love plus little sweetheart? What kind of fate is this? Please, you can live a good life, but don't live too well. I'm envious of how good you are. You mean you want both your ideal woman and your most cherished love? And you're worth over $1 million. What a beast. What a fucking beast. How can he be so lucky, getting 2 marriages? After Lin Yang finished speaking, Li Qingshan was visibly happy. Alright, Master, you've really opened my eyes today. Can I add you on WeChat? I'll ask you for help in the future. This is 1,000 connections. Is that enough to form a connection with you, Master? As Li Qingshan spoke, he immediately pulled out a wad of red banknotes from his bag and stuffed them into Lin Yang's arms without saying a word. Oh, you're too kind. Lin Yang opened his pockets and deliberately moved closer. After Li Qingshan scanned the QR code to add him on WeChat, he stood up and walked excitedly toward the store where the female college student was. Thanks, Master. Lin Yang smiled and shook his head, putting the money away. He had just opened for business and already made 1,100 yuan. The future looked promising. Faith points plus 300. Faith value 1001/1000. Opening the beginner's gift pack for the host. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the amulet. It can ward off all evil spirits, save the wearer's life in times of danger, or prevent injury in minor dangers. It has been placed in your backpack. Faith points 1001/5000 unlocks the next reward. Lin Yang gasped, wow, this thing is amazing. He immediately opened the backpack on the system's virtual panel, ready to see how many times the amulet could be sold. This stuff is absolutely in high demand and short supply. As soon as I opened my backpack, 2 skills were quietly lying inside. Fortune telling. Amulet price 200 yuan, purchase limit 0/7 per week. Lin Yang rubbed his hands excitedly, hoping it wasn't one of those that would only last a few uses. Although there is a limit to the number of attempts, it's not a big problem. Just as Lin Yang was excitedly rubbing his hands together as he looked at the system screen, the comment section was filled with astonishment. Was the master so excited to receive 1,000 yuan all at once? That's possible. In that case, I'm prepared to take over the master's position. I'm really envious that he can earn 1,000 just by making up random things. Just raise your voice and we'll immediately help you rise to power. Lin Yang was excited, so he glanced at the comments section. Hey, what are you doing? Breakfast, right? I'll treat you to seaweed and egg drop soup later. Just as he was interacting with the live chat, he heard the roar of a modified motorcycle and bursts of upbeat music. Make a scene! Make a scene! Stomp on it, stomp on it, stomp on it. Squeak! The screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground exploded in Lin Yang's ears. He suddenly turned his head and saw a somewhat effeminate young man park his car next to his stall, line up in front of the milk tea shop, and occasionally turn back to look at his stall with curiosity. Lin Yang was stunned. As soon as the tune started playing, he realized that his parents had raised him for nothing. He watched as the man on the motorcycle, after buying milk tea, walked towards the fortune-telling stall with a mixture of belief and doubt, taking off his motorcycle gloves as he went. His eyes were full of interest. After seeing the 101 divinations, he hesitated for a while, but out of curiosity, he plopped down in front of the stall. Hey, master, is your prediction accurate? Accurate. Judging from your face, you must frequently speed on highways, right? Are you trying to have your birth chart analyzed to see if you're a rebar type? The previously quiet live stream, which was mostly filled with jokes and memes, suddenly erupted with a flood of comments. Hey, another troublemaker's here for a fortune telling. Weren't you scared while you were speeding? Now you want your fortune told? I really envy people with such strong destiny. They close their eyes and open them again, and guess what? They meet the king of hell. You guys don't understand the thrill of riding motorcycles. The moment you twist the throttle, the motorcycle shoots off like a wild beast, your adrenaline surges, and I feel like I'm one with the machine. 10 years ago, when I was racing on the highway, it was incredibly exciting. Just be more careful next time. Oh right, I'm 8 years old this year. Envious of his birth chart? That's like saying my birth chart isn't strong. Last time I went to a friend's house to play with a figurine, her husband came home halfway through, and without saying a word, I jumped off the 3rd floor. Everything else is fine, except the ICU's internet is a bit slow. The man on the motorcycle paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. He placed the milk tea on the table, clapped his hands excitedly, took out his phone from his writing bag, and readily scanned the QR code. Wow, you're amazing. You even figured that out. My name is Lu Peng. To be honest, Master, our Yamaha club organized an event, but the speed limit on domestic highways is 120 kilometers per hour, so we didn't have much fun riding it. We couldn't bring out the full performance of the motorcycles at all. We were thinking of going to the West Sea Kingdom to speed on the highway with no speed limit, and we could go up to more than 300 miles per hour. I wanted to calculate whether we could come back safely this time. Lin Yang frowned. You can only go racing at noon in the Western Sea Kingdom. Why? Is it because visibility is poor at night, making it easier to have a car accident? Lu Peng asked in confusion, then picked up his bubble tea and took a sip. Because something bad is bound to happen sooner or later. Let alone the 8-character rebar, even if you use the hardest thing in the world, which is no longer diamonds, as my 8-character, it still wouldn't be able to withstand your rampage. Puff. Lu Peng quickly turned his head to the side, spitting out a mouthful of milk tea. When he turned his head back, he saw that there was still a pearl in his nostril. He pressed his finger against his nostril and blew hard, causing the pearl to spring out of his nostril at high speed. Master, you're too sharp-tongued. I have complete faith in my skills. Besides, we were all fully armed when we were speeding, so there shouldn't be any danger to our lives, right? Lin Yang waved his hand. All right, write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll do a fortune-telling for you. Okay. Lu Peng immediately picked up a pen and paper and wrote down his birth date and time, looking at Lin Yang expectantly. Lin Yang picked up the birth chart, glanced at it a few times, and his expression immediately turned strange. This birth chart is thinner than paper. You could use it to cut vegetables if you lost your kitchen knife. If it weren't for the old ancestor kowtowing so hard his head was practically smoking, he might already be meeting his great-grandfather. How is the master? I hope I didn't die during my car race in the Western Sea Kingdom. Judging from the divination, if you go to the Western Sea Kingdom to race cars, you will definitely get injured, but it won't be fatal. Lu Peng was overjoyed. What was a mere fatal injury to a rider? Which rider's bike hadn't shaken before? On the contrary, after successfully saving his bike from a near-death sway, he could brag about it for the rest of his life. Master, are you saying I'll break my leg if I race in the Western Sea Kingdom? It shouldn't affect my future cycling, right? Lin Yang shook his head, his gaze hardening as he suddenly changed the subject and asked something else. That won't affect your cycling. Do you usually give girls rides when you're cycling? What type do you like? Lu Peng was taken aback, his eyes darted around, and he grinned, showing off with a smug look on his face. The master saw right through it. Riding a bike without a girl is a waste of time, isn't it? I have a soft spot for those JK girls in black stockings. I can easily find quite a few on WeChat by just asking them. Oh master, I understand. I didn't expect you to still be so detached from worldly desires. How about I introduce you to a few motorcycle girls to help you find a partner? The quality is impeccable, and she has a top-notch figure. In our club, she's known as Peng Ge's hand-picked. Those black stockings, he. Seeing his smug expression, Lin Yang quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Judging from your birth chart, from now on, you'll have to switch from Peng Ge's choice to Yueyu's choice. Lu Peng scratched his head, puzzled. What do you mean by that, master? My name is Zhou Peng. What's my relationship with Sister Yueyu? Because you lost your bird. Ah! Lu Peng stood up abruptly, his mouth wide open, and felt a chill in his lower body. A sharp chill instantly swept through my body. Moreover, according to the divination, you do really like JK black stockings, it's just that you wore JK black stockings to hang out with the motorcycle guy. Lu Peng was completely dumbfounded. Master, are you saying I've turned into a motorcycle girl? The live stream chat exploded with laughter, and the comments section was flooded with messages. Hilarious. No wonder so many knights rush to protect their eggs after car accidents. It turns out you really can uninstall QQ. 666, good for you, Sister Yueyu. At first I thought it was Zhou Peng, but Sister Yueyu doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. Turns out the bird is gone. Ha 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 ha. Master, your words are so harsh. How much hurt must the person involved be experiencing? The master was right. They're all wearing black stockings and JK uniforms. They're definitely turning into Sister Yueyu. I was wondering why those guys on bikes are so bad at games. Turns out they don't have any pro players. Master, save me. I don't want to become a motorcycle girl. Lu Peng spoke tremblingly, the thought of wearing his favorite black stockings on his legs. A fracture is nothing to worry about, it just takes time to heal. But when it comes to a man's dignity, he can't be careless. If it were a few hundred years ago, he could have been a superior person and entered the palace as a personal bodyguard. But not now. He doesn't want to be a spinster. He didn't want to give up motorcycles either, they were one of the few sources of happiness he had. Master, if I don't go to the Western Sea Kingdom, will I still turn into Sister Yuiyu? Lin Yang nodded. Yes, this is the missing piece in your dream. As long as you still ride a motorcycle, there will always be 2 extra dents on the fuel tank. Master, save me. Lu Peng suddenly knelt on the ground, wailing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Lu Peng could already picture the 2 deep dents in his motorcycle, and the thought of it made him ache. It hurts. It hurts so much. The highest pain level is 10, but the pain of uninstalling QQ can reach 12. In a collision at over 100 miles per hour, he couldn't think of any way to protect OIO except by blurring it out. But motorcycles have always been his only form of entertainment and a way to release stress. Asking him to give them up would be like taking his life. He gripped Lin Yang's trouser leg tightly, tears streaming down his face, almost wiping them onto Lin Yang's Taoist robe. Lin Yang was also helpless. He understood that for some people, motorcycles were their spiritual belief. They couldn't live without them. Only after the incident did she regret it. Didn't I just win a lucky charm in a lottery? If a minor accident can be avoided and an injury can be prevented, and the cost is 200 yuan per piece, then selling it for 1,200 yuan after deducting the cost should be a fair deal, right? Get up first. It's not that there's no way to resolve this incompleteness in your destiny, but it depends on whether we're destined to be together. Yes, yes, yes. What method do you have, Taoist master? I can accept any amount of karma. Hope shone in Lu Peng's eyes. Compared to his lifeline, what was money? It was all just material possessions. Money is valuable, but love is priceless. How can you talk about love if you uninstall DingTalk? That's just bromance. Master Dao, I have a few protective talismans. As long as you wear them on the part that needs protection, you can avoid being injured once. Do you want them or not? Yes, yes, yes. Master, can I just sew it into my boxer shorts? Then I need to sew a cover for all my boxer shorts, just to be safe. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. I'll always feel like there's a butcher's knife stuck to my throat. Lin Yang's lips twitched. How many copies would he have to buy? He might not even have enough in his own stock. Are you going to eat all these tickets? How many sheets would it take to sew one for every pair of boxer shorts? We don't have much stock to begin with, and we need to keep one for ourselves, right? You must protect your personal safety. If you want to buy them all, you'll have to pay extra. Zhou Peng suddenly rubbed the tip of his nose awkwardly, chuckled twice, his face gradually turning slightly red, and he lowered his voice to mutter softly. Actually, 2 are enough. These 2 old buddies of mine have only been worn for 8 years, just past the break-in period. They can easily last another 10 years. The comments on the screen paused for 2 seconds, then quickly started scrolling again. Hilarious. This is truly a family heirloom. Wearing it for 8 years without replacing it. Wouldn't it be reduced to a tattered rag by now? Actually, saying we men wear new underwear is less accurate than saying we tame our underwear. My first love gave me a pair, and I'm still wearing them now, 12 years later. My old friend is just a rubber band left. Tears are streaming down my face. Sigh, I had a pair of panties that I'd worn down from cotton to lace. I wore them for 5 years, 5 years? I don't remember, I only remember it was 1,928 days. He sacrificed himself one afternoon in the wilderness when there was no toilet paper while squatting in the open. Wow, you guys are all geniuses. I'm dying of laughter. This looks like they're going to sew one of every pair of panties on. I thought they were going to buy so many, but they only bought 2. They almost made the master live a life of luxury. Lin Yang waved his hand, saying, just 2 pairs of panties, that's only natural. 1,200 for a talisman, are you sure you want to buy it? Buy. I have to buy it, this is a major event in my life. Alright, let's become a couple. Ding, WeChat payment received, 2,400 yuan. After receiving the money, Lin Yang exchanged 2 for it from his system inventory. The next moment, he felt 2 yellow paper talismans with red characters appear out of thin air in his pocket. WeChat has also sent out payment notifications. 400 yuan deducted from TND Bank. Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. Was this thing also under the jurisdiction of the Heaven and Earth Bank? He took 2 talismans out of his pocket and handed them to Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng held the amulet carefully in his hand as if it were a priceless treasure. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but the amulet seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Master, does that mean I can go racing again? Thank you, Master. If I return safely from the Western Sea Kingdom, I must buy a few more talismans from you, Master. so that fellow car enthusiasts can avoid the pain of uninstalling QQ. Joe Peng stuffed the amulet into his clothes, immediately took out his phone and started playing music, then got on his motorcycle. As the motorcycle roared, the music was gradually drowned out. Make a scene! Make a scene! Stomp on it! Faith points plus 500. Faith value 1501/5000. Lin Yang smiled helplessly. He sat in the chair for a long time, but no one came to have their fortune told, so he simply started his hot air balloon Q&A service in the live broadcast room. The live stream had already attracted over 300 viewers, many of whom were complaining that he was making money too fast, earning 3,600 yuan in just one day. That's why scams are so profitable. Lin Yang, however, thought he was being incredibly honest. His cost was 400, and he only made 2,000. Wasn't that incredibly generous? A benchmark in the industry. Money can be earned back, but once QQ is uninstalled, it's gone forever and can't be downloaded again. I'm free right now, so I might as well. No, I'm free anyway, so I'll answer your questions and teach you Taoist arts. Lin Yang calmly corrected himself, almost letting slip that Taoist master shouldn't say circle, a homophone for circle in Chinese. This was about forming good karma. 666. Now the Taoist priests don't even bother acting anymore, they just directly steal money from our wallets. Little Li wants to get rich quick. Taoist priest, I have a problem. Xiao Li wants to get rich quick, so he gives away a hot air balloon X1. Xiao Li wants to get rich quick, so he gives away 2 hot air balloons. Lin Yang looked and exclaimed, wow, they're giving away 2 more. Those 2 can get priority in line. He quickly pulled the top-ranked fan onto the microphone. Young friend, is there a problem? The man on the microphone cleared his throat excitedly. Greetings, Taoist master. I've always had a question. I've always been too shy to talk to girls. How should I find a partner, Taoist master? I'm fed up with being single, and I crave the sweetness of love. I can accept anyone. Lin Yang frowned and pondered for a second before almost blurting it out. I suggest you look in Sichuan. Next one. The live chat exploded immediately. Ha ha ha, the Taoist priest is right. He might be too shy to talk to girls, but he's sure he can talk to guys, right? 666. Bro, apply for a refund for a minor later. So, Big Brother has a thing for this. I have a feeling the Taoist priest is about to lose another fan. The man on the microphone fell silent and quietly hung up. Xiao Li, wanting to get rich quick, proactively ended the live stream. Xiao Li left the live stream seeking revenge. Fan -1. Lin Yang scratched his head in confusion, and the next moment, a half-believing, half-doubting male voice entered his ears. A Taoist priest? Ha, daring to swindle people in broad daylight? Come on, tell my fortune. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and watched as a man with a scar on his face strode towards him and plopped down on a stool in front of the stall. Come on, tell my fortune. You should be able to predict anything, right? Or you can answer any of my questions, right? If you can't, I'll smash up your stall. Lin Yang frowned. What do you want to calculate? Pay first. Oh, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? I'll expose every fake Taoist priest I see. The man with a scar on his face chuckled, revealing a disdainful smile, and crossed his legs, hugging his shoulders. 100 yuan, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. If you can't figure it out, I'll not only smash your stall, but you'll also have to pay me 100-fold in compensation. Is that all right? Or you can give me some money now and get out of my territory, and I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Yang smiled calmly. Stop talking nonsense, give me the money. The scarred man was clearly taken aback, but his smile grew even brighter. He pulled a crumpled wad of money from his bag. 10 yuan was the largest denomination in the bundle. They mostly had 1 yuan and 5 yuan bills, and together with coins, they made a total of 100 yuan, which they handed to Lin Yang. Okay, here you go. I've been in the underworld since I was 12, and in all these years, no one has ever asked me to pay them first. You do the math, calculate whether my birth chart is strong enough. Lin Yang leaned back in his chair and calmly crossed his legs. Character. January 1988. What would you like to know? You guess. The scarred man tilted his head and stared at him with a forced smile, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Lin Yang snorted coldly. Are you here to cause trouble? You've messed with the wrong person, haven't you? He's not good at anything else, but he's great at swindling people. It would be a disservice to the Taoist master's status not to let the scarred man be his harpy. I guess you're here to have your fortune told, right? Hey, you guessed right. Yes, your brother Long came to have his fortune told. When will I make a fortune? When will I become rich overnight? You should be able to tell, right? Lin Yang smiled faintly. Since he had paid the money, he had to have his birth date and time calculated. But how could anyone dare to offend a Taoist priest and then give him their birth chart? When Lin Yang calculated the man's experiences through divination, he immediately understood. No wonder this guy was acting a bit dazed. He wasn't quite right in the head. He was born via C-section, but the doctor cut too deep and accidentally cut into his brain, leaving a scar. At 5 years old, he peed under a high-voltage power line, the current flowed upwards, and with a kick of his legs, he was straight for life. Coincidentally, the state administration of high voltage was debugging the circuit and turned off the power just as he was being electrocuted. A medical student happened to be passing by. In the 1990s, if you bumped into someone studying medicine on the street, you were really lucky. When he was 10 years old, he had a contest to hold his breath underwater. The other person held his breath for a minute and then poked their head out, thinking it was no fun and leaving. He was left alone and didn't hear the other person admit defeat, so he held his breath underwater until his brain was deprived of oxygen. Judging from his birth chart, he is a troublemaker who is prone to getting into trouble but also afraid of it. Are you done yet? Why are you taking so long? What, are you afraid of making a mistake and having to pay compensation? The scarred man sneered, looking every bit the scoundrel. Alright, you want to know how to get rich, right? When you're 48, you'll have a windfall. Lin Yang said casually, this man is really destined for wealth. His house in his hometown was demolished when he was 48, and he received 2 million yuan in compensation. However, he gambled it all away in just 1 month and ended up owing 300,000 yuan in debt. Oh? Tell me more about the windfall you had at 48. The demolition compensation was 2 million. Scarface's lips curled into a slight smile as he rubbed his hands together with a hint of delight, before his face instantly darkened. You can't be right about that. What kind of master are you? 48 years old, who knows if you'll be rich at 48? Not accurate at all. You fake Taoist priest, you can't even predict when I'll get rich recently. What I need is for you to predict when I'll become rich recently. Fake 1, get 100 back, no problem, right? You're a liar, you're not keeping any of that, hurry up and give me the money, brother Long. Lin Yang's expression hardened. You won't be making a fortune anytime soon. Scarface's expression turned cold instantly, and he slammed his fist, the size of a sandbag, onto the table with a loud bang. I used the last few digits of my phone number to do some divination today, and the divination showed that I'm going to make a fortune today. You still say you're not a scammer? The divination results from the last 3 digits of my phone number say that I, brother Long, will receive a windfall today. You fake Taoist priest, you can't even predict this, yet you dare to tell fortunes. The live stream chat was flooded with comments at breakneck speed. Holy crap, the Taoist priest has really met his match today. These are clearly thugs looking for trouble. They're here to extort money. Taoist priest, you should call the hook. 6. What a clever way to tell fortunes using the last 4 digits of a phone number. The person who believes this is in trouble. This is clearly extortion. This is what they mean by unexpected wealth, isn't it? Heh, this fake Taoist priest has fooled so many people, it's time he got taught a lesson by those thugs. I want to see how he handles things if he's really capable. Let's watch the show and see how the Taoist priest handles it. If he really loses money, then unfollow him. That would mean he admits he cheated people. Lin Yang remained completely calm, even sporting a slight smile. He had already figured out how to deal with this thug. You use the last digits of a phone number to tell fortunes? You're quite something. Did you damage your brain by holding your breath in a contest with others when you were a kid? The scarred man was clearly taken aback, a look of fear flashing across his face. Could it be that this Taoist priest really knew some divination? How did he know that he had a contest of breath-holding ability with someone when he was a child? His expression changed several times. You don't need to worry about it. People say I'll have a windfall today. If you can't figure it out, then you're a fraud. Pay up. Lin Yang smiled faintly, then suddenly feigned a panic look. I think I overlooked something. It seems you're about to make a windfall today. Humph. It's no use changing your story now. The fake Taoist priest has to pay up. The man's expression was somewhat uncertain. Hey, this windfall, how about this, brother? I'll take the money. I'll cover your windfall. Here, give me your phone, I'll show you how to use it. The scarred man, half believing and half doubting, took his phone out of his pocket, held it in midair, and only handed it to Lin Yang after clearing his browser history to privacy. What are you going to do? It's alright, I'll help you earn this windfall. Lin Yang, a smile playing on his lips, took the phone and turned to open a certain platform. I'm applying for a loan. Oh, there's still a limit of 150,000 available. After submitting the application, he returned the phone to the scarred man. The scarred man's eyes lit up the moment he saw the balance, and he exclaimed holy crap. Several times in a row. 150,000. Where did that money come from? Lin Yang silently touched the tip of his nose. Ahem, this is a windfall I applied for you with the god of wealth. 150,000. Take it and spend it. The scarred man was stunned for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table, his expression becoming even more ferocious. Damn, are you trying to fool me? How could the god of wealth give me 150,000? Lin Yang was taken aback. Oh, he's not an idiot after all. He beckoned the man to lean closer, and after the scarred man leaned closer with some skepticism, Lin Yang gradually lowered his voice. Then I'll tell you the truth. I can tell you're a smart person. This 150,000 is the reserve fund in your phone. It's a free gift with the purchase of any phone. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret. Lin Yang said calmly, inwardly sneering. Not smart enough to try and extort money? Trying to swindle money from me? Are you still half asleep? Go ahead and spend this 150,000 yuan loan, and you won't say a word. It's a black platform, the really damn black one. When the debt collectors come knocking, you'll be doing a good deed, like a black person eating another black person. Not only did he learn his lesson, he also has to thank us. Upon hearing this, the scarred man's face immediately turned red. His breathing became increasingly rapid, and the veins in his neck bulged. Lin Yang thought to himself, does he even have a brain? He didn't manage to fool me? But the next moment, the scarred man shouted excitedly. Master! You are a true master. Don't worry. I definitely won't tell anyone. You are amazing. Although I am illiterate, it doesn't stop me from wanting to present you with a banner. Lin Yang waved his hand. Alright, go ahead and splurge. No need for the banner. The scarred man nodded gratefully, took a couple of steps, then suddenly turned back and pulled out a few crumpled 10 yuan bills from his pocket. Thank you, master. You're welcome. Lin Yang wore a faint smile, maintaining his ethereal and otherworldly demeanor. The live stream chat went crazy, they even gave away sports cars. Holy crap, this is hilarious. That deserves a reward. This 150,000 yuan loan is so satisfying. 666, what a brilliant move. Give me your phone, I'll pay for your upgrade. This master really knows how to play the game. I suspect he spends all his time after the stream rehearsing jokes under the covers. Looks like he's a military man. He's illiterate, he doesn't even know the word loan. See? I told you that abandoning literature for military service wouldn't work. When people are doing bad things, they really don't feel tired no matter what they do. Master, what should I do if he defaults on his payment and gets collection calls? Wait a minute, look what the Taoist priest is doing. Lin Yang quickly packed up his stall, picked up the portable table and chairs, and glanced at his phone. What if he gets contacted by debt collectors? Isn't that obvious? He's run away, bro. He's run away. If he can find me, he's the long-distance running champion. Lin Yang gave the camera a thumbs up, then quickly grabbed the table and chairs and ran away. Are you kidding me? If he doesn't run away, is he just waiting to be harassed? He probably won't spend 150,000 yuan in a long time. He's destined to be a gambler. He'd go all in if he had 200 yuan on him. I guess he listened to that master's lecture. Going all in is a form of wisdom. I'll give $1 million to anyone who betrays me. Applause, you get what I mean. The live stream chat was bursting with laughter. Ha ha ha. Now I finally understand why the Taoist priest doesn't set up his stall in one place. Getting caught would be a real disaster. Dante, you think the Taoist priest's behavior is excessive? He lent someone over 100,000 yuan, how long will it take him to pay it back? He should have lent him 1,000,000 yuan, so he couldn't pay it back at all. Sorry to the person upstairs, my gun has already fired. Someone dies as soon as the gun fires. Speak faster in your next life. Lin Yang quickly left the street in the university town and walked towards the nearby park. Along the way, his Taoist robe attracted the attention of many people, but most of them scoffed at it. I'm suddenly a little hungry. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. He touched his belly, saying that monks should follow the natural way. In layman's terms, it means you can use the handle of the halberd for whatever you want. But the area is full of food courts, and he wouldn't dare eat anything sold to college students. Well, those who know, businesses can sell anything to college students. He found a small restaurant next to the park and sat down casually. Not long after, a young waiter came over and was clearly taken aback when he saw Lin Yang's attire. Taoist master, are you eating too? Lin Yang was stunned and almost spat out his water. I usually drink the northwest wind, but today it's chilly and I got diarrhea from drinking too much. I'll change my taste and eat something hot. The waiter blushed, clearly a little ashamed. No, that's not what I meant, master. Our shop's signboard is all about braised pork knuckle and hand-pulled pork. If you want vegetarian dishes, I'll have to go out and buy them. No need, just bring me your signature crispy pork knuckle, and 4 eggs, 2 fried and 2 boiled. Lin Yang spoke casually, but his eyes caught sight of the fat man sitting at the shop entrance. He seemed vaguely familiar, like a live streamer. Hey, the Taoist priest is quite the gourmand. Do you know why there were 4 eggs? Each way of cooking eggs gives them a unique flavor. It's all about eating, smelling, looking, and then. 6. You upstairs are the real foodie. A true Jiangnan native. On the other side, in Liang's live stream, the number of viewers had reached 3,000. In the live stream room, a man weighing 300 or 400 pounds with a big belly was eating potato shreds over rice. Looking at the barrage of comments that seemed like curses, Liangzi felt a pang of sadness, but she still stubbornly maintained her composure. What do you know, you sloppy writing? I have a big stomach. I'm not fat. Hey guys, this braised meat is really flavorful. He frantically shoveled potato shreds into his mouth while watching the live stream comments. When it comes to feeding piglets, oh right, this is how they should eat in big bites. That must weigh at least 400 pounds. Eating like that, he's doomed. Even a god couldn't save him. I predict he won't live more than 3 years. I second that. This guy might suffocate himself any day. The fat is compressing his trachea, he already weighs 420 pounds. He might just die someday. Liangzi looked at the comments on the screen and suddenly got anxious while eating. You're all talking nonsense. I've had my fortune told before. He said I could live to 120 no matter what I eat or drink. On the surface, he didn't care, and even had to comfort himself, saying that no one is truly unafraid of death. Especially when you have to face so much gossip while eating, but if you want to make money, you can only go down this one path. You actually believe that scammer? That's right, the fear of death. Bullshit. That master wouldn't lie to me. I'm sure I'll live a long life. Liangzi said angrily while chewing on an egg. Wait a minute? That Taoist priest behind you looks like a streamer. Why don't you go ask him for a reading? I think I've encountered that Taoist priest before, he seems to have some skill. Level 51 Abyss Dragon, go ask him for a reading. Pretty good, accurate. Before long, all the dishes were served. Lin Yang was happily munching on a crispy pork knuckle when a man as big as a mountain walked toward his seat with a look of disbelief. Lin Yang was taken aback. This person must weigh at least 400 pounds, right? Before he even arrived, the huge stomach had already come into view. Master, people in my live stream say you can tell fortunes and that you're a streamer too. Is that true? Liangzi, his mouth greasy, asked with a hint of disbelief, panting heavily as he walked from the doorway. Lin Yang had just torn off a piece of pork knuckle skin when he almost choked before he could swallow it. What do you want to calculate? I want to check if I'm healthy. The haters in my live stream keep saying I'm going to die. Liangzi sat across from Lin Yang at the dining table, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead after only a few words. He glanced again at the large pork knuckle on Lin Yang's table, and swallowed hard. Your physique makes a lot of sense in your live stream. Everyone has to die eventually, and death can be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. Your physique is about the size of Mount Tai, so you're not at a loss. Viewers in both live streams were in stitches. Ha ha ha. The Taoist priest's mouth is as sharp as ever. But can you tell me how long my virtual pet can continue streaming? Old Wang's funeral shop, providing reeds, paper coffins, and more. Is your Taoist priest really good at fortune telling? I'm quite curious when he'll do business with me. I've been following him for a long time. Wow, I love how this Taoist priest talks. I've followed him. Liang's live stream room, which had 3,000 viewers, now only has 2,800 viewers online. 200 people have already moved to Lin Yang's live stream room to follow him. Seeing this, Lin Yang thought, this can increase popularity? Well then, I'll give him a proper calculation. Master, you don't understand. I have a big stomach, not fat. My stomach is stretched by my belly. My big stomach doesn't affect my life at all. I've always felt like a normal person. Liangzi raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and argued indignantly. Lin Yang chuckled, put down the braised pork knuckle, and wiped the grease off his hands. Then let me ask you, how long have you and your brother been living apart? How long has it been since you last saw him? Lin Yang's words were like a heavy hammer blow to Liang Zi's large stomach, and he immediately fell silent, his face blank. After hesitating for a long time, he licked his 2 remaining teeth with his tongue and forced out a sentence. Then this won't affect my health, right? A master once told me that I could live to be 120 years old. Lin Yang was stunned. Holy crap, this isn't fortune telling, this is fraud. How dare they tell a 400-pound person he'll live to be 120? The main difference is that one dares to speak out and the other dares to believe it. Write your birth date and time on a piece of paper first, and I'll calculate it for you. Oh, by the way, you need to pay first. Just as Liang Zi hesitated and paid 100, Lin Yang bent down and took out a red paper and a pen from the cloth bag on the table. After Liang Zi took the paper and pen, he used his stomach as a table, placing the paper on his stomach and writing his birth date and time on it. Lin Yang wiped his hands, took the birth chart and looked at it. Good heavens, this is someone important. He kicked his father and beat his mother, committing all sorts of evil deeds, yet he managed to gain over 400 pounds just for clicks. His health was in a complete mess, it was like a mountain of shit running code. High blood lipids and high blood sugar cause blood to flow sluggishly, and high blood pressure just makes up for this. Lin Yang shook his head and slowly said, "You have 3 hurdles in your life, but I'm still more curious about how the Taoist priest who told you your fortune told you that you would live to be 120 years old." Liangzi coughed twice, and his large stomach trembled as a result. The master didn't say it explicitly at the time, but he said that I would face another hurdle 90 years from now. Lin Yang nodded, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This guy really isn't a fake master, his predictions are quite accurate. Liang Zi was overjoyed. Did that mean he could really live to be 120 years old? He could eat whatever he wanted, and he would never have to worry about his weight again? Master! You are a true master. Your predictions are incredibly accurate. Don't rush me, I haven't finished speaking yet. Lin Yang said calmly, your first hurdle is at 33, which is next year. You were driving and got hit by a car because you were distracted. But, you're pretty resilient. You only suffered minor injuries after that accident. Your car probably doesn't have airbags, right? Your big stomach helped you survive the shockwave. The live stream rooms on both sides instantly exploded, with numerous gifts flooding the screen in Lin Yang's live stream room. 666. He survived by sheer luck? A legendary survivor. Big stomach, you raised me, I'll protect you. Awesome, the survival rate for those who hit the jackpot has increased from 0% to 1%. That's fucking incredible. If someone were hit by a giant rocket and went to the hospital for a checkup, wouldn't even an X-ray be able to penetrate it? You'd need gamma rays to get through their stomach. Holy crap, this Taoist priest has a sharp tongue. He seems different from the others. I'm going to follow him. This Taoist priest doesn't seem like a fraud, huh? He seems to have some skill in this area. Lin Yang continued, 36 years old is your second hurdle. If you still can't control your eating at this time and secretly eat 8 meals after the broadcast, then you should go to the Big Eater planet. Cold sweat immediately streamed down Liang Zi's forehead, and he swallowed hard. His voice trembled as he forced a smile, his face stiff with fear, despite his nervousness. Master, does that mean that as long as I get through this hurdle, I can live to be 120 years old? Lin Yang shook his head. You want to live to be 120? Why don't you become an immortal? Even I, a Taoist master, might not live that long. Moreover, judging from the divination, Liangzi is most likely unable to change his eating habits. Other food vloggers induce vomiting after the broadcast and rely on editing to fake eating. Liangzi, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. The basic information in the divination indicates that he not only doesn't pretend to eat, but he also sneaks a bite after the broadcast ends. The amount of food eaten in one meal will be posted in 4 videos. You can't lose weight at all, and even if you could, you'd only live to be 45. Impossible. Taoist master. You just said it yourself. I'll reach a turning point at 120. How could it be so early? Liang's lips were trembling, and his eyes were slightly red. Both masters had calculated his fortunes, and they both said he would face another hurdle in his 90s. He was genuinely scared. If he didn't lose weight, he would only have 4 years left to live. Any normal person would be scared upon hearing this news. Lin Yang glanced at the divination result, then hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Under Liang's expectant gaze, he slowly revealed the reason for the hurdles that had arisen 90 years later. Lin Yang organized his thoughts and slowly began to speak. 90 years from now, you will indeed face a hurdle, but it won't be living to be 120. After you've been living like this for over 50 years, because your belly is so big and you have so much fat, all the oil has liquefied. In layman's terms, a person weighing 400 pounds has 300 pounds of fat. After the fat is broken down, it turns into oil. The geological exploration team thought they had struck oil, but instead they dug you out. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the number of viewers in the live stream surged to 800, and the chat was flooded with comments. Holy crap! I'm dying of laughter in this live stream today. What a joke being dug up after death, and by a geological exploration team no less. Ha ha ha. 666, you didn't call me when you were digging up corpse oil. They thought it was oil, but when they shoveled it down, it was corpse oil. What kind of expressions did those experts have? I can't help but laugh just thinking about it. Isn't this another form of demolition compensation? They've got a new house. This is ridiculous. Geological exploration for oil drilling? I'm dying of laughter. Is the Taoist priest serious or just making this up? It's fucking hilarious. Liangzi was completely dumbfounded. It meant that his huge stomach had been completely broken down into fat, which was detected by the geological exploration team, who thought it was oil. Master, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Lin Yang shook his head firmly. Don't insult my profession. The fortune teller who told your fortune before was right, but he didn't say you would live to 120. Who said that there are no more obstacles after death? Liangzi swallowed hard, his face filled with fear as he faced the terror of having only 4 years left to live. He muttered to himself in terror, his left and right hemispheres battling each other. No, I can't eat anymore, but I'm so hungry. If I eat this, I'll definitely lose weight. Master, do you have any way to extend my life? I don't want to die so young. Liangzi smacked his lips nervously, knocking out one of his 2 remaining teeth. Every word Lin Yang said struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. After the car accident, his internal organs must have been slightly damaged. The amulet might be able to protect him from some of the damage and perhaps allow him to live a few more months. I have amulets here, 1,200 each, that will protect you from injury in a car accident. I want one. Give me one. Master. Liangzi now treats anything that might extend his life as a lifeline. He immediately handed the money to Lin Yang. Ding. Received 1,200 yuan via duct WeChat. Lin Yang curled the corners of his mouth, opened his system inventory, and exchanged for another talisman. There are only 4 amulets left this week. Exchange successful. The item has been sent to the host's clothing pocket. The next moment, Lin Yang felt something light in his pocket. He reached into his pocket, took out the amulet with yellow paper and red characters, and handed it to Liangzi. Thank you so much, Master. Liangzi placed both arms on the large stomach bag, carefully held the amulet, and put it into his pants pocket. After saying thank you, he took his phone, which was still on the live stream, and went back to continue showing off his meal. Faith points plus 500. Faith value 2001/5000. Lin Yang glanced at his faith points and shook his head helplessly. There was no hope for him. I simply finished the remaining half of the crispy pork knuckle, paid the bill readily, and then continued on to the nearby small park with my tools. I found a shady spot under a tree in the park, surrounded by elderly people taking walks and doing square dancing. There's also a matchmaking corner nearby, but only a few girls and old ladies are browsing there. Lin Yang stretched, arranged his things under the shade of a tree, and started taking orders. However, after sitting in the shade for an hour, many people who passed by his stall stood by and looked at it for a while, but ultimately chose to leave directly. Lin Yang didn't actively solicit customers, and even when he encountered someone with red brows furrowing in anger, he didn't actively call them over to do the calculations. There are some causes and effects that he can't interfere with, otherwise he'll be held responsible. Only when others come to him for divination and resolution can he proactively intervene in this cause and effect. After waiting for another half hour, and still no one came to calculate, Lin Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. Is this location bad for me? Just then, an elderly woman with silver hair led a blonde woman with a prajna pendant on her arm, a butterfly tattoo on her chest, and wearing a backless dress, as they slowly walked over. Master Taoist, can you tell fortunes about marriage? Lin Yang nodded. Yes, I can tell. Is this your daughter? He looked up at the woman curiously, and thought, wow, her old shoulders are so smooth. Upon hearing that the fortune teller could predict marriage, the older woman immediately pulled the blonde woman to sit down, her face full of bitterness and worry as she began to complain. Oh, Taoist priest, my daughter is 26 years old this year and doesn't even have a boyfriend. She has been to many Buddhist temples over the years, but no one has been able to find out anything. It's so worrying. Lin Yang smiled faintly, revealing his worry, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the matchmaking corner. Auntie, please don't rush. Tell me your daughter's details slowly. The woman's bitter face relaxed a little, and she sighed before beginning to speak. My daughter and I are from Jiangbei province. My daughter started working in her early 20s and her salary is not low, but she has always said that she does not want to find a boyfriend. Where do you work again? The blonde woman coughed awkwardly. She sells things on the shopping street. Oh right, she sells things on the commercial street and makes 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. She has a great personality and is pretty too, so why can't she find a boyfriend? Even if you talk about it, you'll break up after a while. Master, what should we do? This is so worrying. I was hoping to use her dowry to pay for her brother's down payment on a house. The silver-haired old lady sighed several times, her face full of helplessness. Lin Yang keenly caught the key information. Auntie, are you from Jiangbei province? People from Jiangbei province, it's normal that their daughters can't get married. Jiangbei province is known throughout the country for its exorbitant bride prices, and there are many stereotypes associated with it. The live stream chat immediately became quite lively. 6. A Jiangbei native, buying a house for her brother. I can only say her buff stacked to the maximum. But I have to say, guys, this girl is seriously gorgeous. She's my type. I've been a slave my whole life. I want to make an impulsive purchase this once. Don't stop me. That woman's full sleeve tattoo is something else. You like this style? Wow, I'm new here. The Taoist priest's live stream is really interesting. I encounter all sorts of things. The silver-haired woman nodded. Yes, my daughter is so beautiful. Why can't she get married? Lin Yang's expression immediately turned strange. Auntie, how much is your daughter's bride price? Lin Yang touched the tip of his nose and asked curiously, "Bride price? My daughter's bride price isn't expensive, and our family doesn't have any requirements for our future son-in-law." The silver-haired woman sighed and muttered, her 5 fingers pressed together as she listed the conditions of her blind date. "My daughter is so beautiful, 168 centimeters tall, so the man she's dating must be good-looking too, right? 180 centimeters is the standard, otherwise it won't be a good match. His education is good, a proper bachelor's degree. So the man should at least have a master's degree, right? That's not too much to ask, master." Lin Yang chuckled, "Go on." The silver-haired old woman nodded and continued speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world, her eyes revealing a sense of superiority. "From a traditional perspective, how can a daughter marry down? She's clearly so good-looking and has so many suitors, her conditions aren't unreasonable at all. Then these two are the most basic, a car and a house, right? We don't have high requirements. We just need an apartment within the 3rd ring road of Jiangnan City, and a car worth around 200,000 yuan. That's the most basic requirement, isn't it?" Lin Yang frowned slightly, but still smiled faintly. "A house within the 3rd ring road costs at least 2 million yuan, and with a car, that means this man has at least 4 or 5 million yuan on hand. For men with 4 or 5 million, marriage is no longer a necessity. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Yang sees things quite clearly. Marriage is just a forced bond for the poor." The silver-haired old woman was completely oblivious to the strange look on Lin Yang's face and continued to talk about her daughter's conditions. "Then the bride price in Jianbei is 280,000 yuan. My daughter is so beautiful, adding 100,000 yuan shouldn't be a problem, right? Master, a bachelor's degree is also a plus, adding another 100,000 yuan shouldn't be a problem, right? She can cook and take care of people, so adding another 100,000 wouldn't be a problem. A dowry of 580,000 isn't much either." The moment the old lady finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded. "Now I know why his daughter is single. Serves her right, 580,000 yuan dowry? Excuse me, why didn't I just ask for a Mercedes? All I can say is, 6. This car, house, and dowry will cost 4 or 5 million. At 26, she'll look down on me for not being ambitious enough, but at 18, she'll be happy for half a day because of a small gift I casually prepared. Wait a minute, where's that brave warrior who was about to charge into battle for love and make an impulsive purchase? Charge. Fire. Cough. I'll just spend 588 to find number 88. Whether I love her or not doesn't really matter. That shouldn't be the case. Actually, this girl is quite pretty. There should be people who can afford a dowry of 580,000 yuan, right? And master's degree holders don't earn low salaries, so there are definitely men who meet the requirements." Lin Yang twitched his lips. What a dowry of 580,000 yuan. But as the comments said, not everyone's wealth matches their intelligence. In addition, this woman earns quite a bit each month, around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which is enough to cover the bride price in a year. There are always willing fools who meet the requirements to rush into love, so why do people keep failing at blind dates? Here's what we'll do, ma'am. You pay first, then write down your daughter's birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate her marriage prospects. Okay, no problem. You must do a good job of calculating my daughter's fortune. She can't get married and it's making me very worried." The old woman took a crumpled red banknote out of her pocket, took the paper and pen from Lin Yang, and wrote down her daughter's birth date and time. The blonde woman with tattoos silently played on her phone, occasionally glancing up at Lin Yang with a hint of disdain in her eyes. While the old lady was writing her birth chart, Lin Yang chatted with her out of curiosity. "Auntie, logically speaking, with a daughter as outstanding as yours, shouldn't there be people eager to introduce her to potential partners? There should be quite a few who meet your criteria, so why haven't any of them worked out?" Upon hearing this, the old lady showed a hint of surprise on her face. That look seemed to say, "The master is indeed a master." "Master, I just wanted to ask you to tell my fortune about this. The old ladies at the matchmaking corner and my square dancing partners have all introduced boyfriends to this girl. The guys added each other on WeChat and chatted for a while before coming over and saying that my daughter and I were not a good match, that he was too good for her. I asked Li Yuan, but she wouldn't tell me the truth. I asked the guy, but he wouldn't say anything either. I don't know what's going on. Is my girl destined to never have a boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang frowned, as if he had already guessed what was going on. "How many blind dates have you introduced her to?" The old lady wrote down the 8 characters while frowning and trying to recall them. "There must be more than a dozen. Every time he adds someone, he says the next day that it's not suitable and asks the matchmaker to introduce him to someone else. Hey, master, please quickly tell my daughter's fortune, is she still single?" After writing down the 8 characters on her hand, the silver-haired old lady handed the slip of paper to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the slip of paper, looked at the 8 characters and did some calculations with his fingers, then suddenly looked up at Li Yuanyuan. The latter was calmly scrolling through his phone. Lin Yang coughed lightly twice. "Grandma, your daughter hasn't found the right person yet, so don't rush her. If you want to find someone, you will naturally do so. However, another reason is that your family's bride price is too high, 580,000 yuan. Any young man who goes on a blind date with your daughter will weigh the pros and cons. By the way, have your daughter change her WeChat name. Many people think it's inappropriate because of her WeChat name." Upon hearing this, the old lady immediately showed a surprised expression. His brows furrowed deeply, as if he were pondering Lin Yang's meaning. "Master, are you saying, my daughter's WeChat name clashes with something? That the bad feng shui is why she can't find a boyfriend?" "That's not necessarily true. It's best if your daughter keeps her personal WeChat account separate from her business WeChat account." Lin Yang spoke casually, a mysterious smile on his face. Li Yuanyuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately raised her head and stared at Lin Yang in disbelief, shaking her head almost imperceptibly. There was still a hint of prayer and pleading on his face. She immediately pulled the silver-haired old lady's arm. "Mom, let's go." The master's prediction was quite accurate. "I'll change my WeChat name when I get back." The silver-haired old lady impatiently shook off her hand. "Go away. What do you mean you're leaving already? I've already spent the money, and I haven't even settled anything yet. How can you leave already?" "Master, you didn't figure anything out either. I don't believe that a WeChat name can affect my daughter's marriage." "Master, just tell me what you mean. When will my daughter finally find a boyfriend?" Lin Yang shrugged. He was ready to be frank. No wonder so many blind dates ended without any follow-up after adding each other on WeChat. He was puzzled at first, but after looking at his birth chart, he understood. Your daughter will probably find an honest man to take over when she's around 35 and can't work anymore. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the silver-haired old lady stared wide-eyed in disbelief, her face full of question marks. An honest man taking the fall? What do you mean, Taoist priest? My daughter is so beautiful, there's no way she'd end up being taken in by an honest guy. Do you even know how to do math? If you can't, then give me my money back. My daughter is well-educated and beautiful, 580,000 yuan is not a high price at all. The old lady was furious, her face contorted in a grimace, and her voice rose 2 octaves, instantly revealing her shrewish nature. That aura of his was as if he was about to overturn a fortune-telling stall. Seeing this, Lin Yang also spoke up calmly. Your daughter's current profession is flying chicken. The reason she told you to change her WeChat name is because she directly put an airplane picture in her WeChat name. Anyone with a little common sense would go on a blind date with your daughter. The woman was immediately dumbfounded. What airplane? Why didn't she understand? Isn't her daughter selling things on the shopping street? All I know is that my daughter makes money quite easily. She rents an apartment in the commercial district to sell things and occasionally takes a plane to go on trips. I don't understand what you mean. My daughter is a flight attendant. Lin Yang was taken aback. That makes sense. Flight attendants fly all over the country, while your daughter can fly all over the country. Why should someone else be ripped off and spend 580,000 when they can have her for a short time? Oh, as for the blind date who added her on WeChat and then said they weren't a good match, I figured it out too. Nobody's unlucky for her, it's just that she's using her business account and personal account interchangeably, which caused this trouble. The young man you were set up with added your daughter on WeChat through the matchmaker, saying it was a mutual acquaintance. But your daughter sent him the price list and the details of the services. Then let me ask you, which normal person wouldn't run away? Having 580 briefly, using a public vehicle for private purposes is worth 580,000. Why would I talk about love when I can talk about business with you? Do you think a master's degree holder is an idiot? Lin Yang spoke without any politeness, leaving the silver-haired old lady sitting in front of him dumbfounded, her mind going completely blank. Upon seeing this scene in the live stream, the number of viewers instantly exceeded 1,000. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This is fucking explosive. So, someone went on a blind date and, as soon as they realized she was a flight attendant, they ran away? The master's words are all classic. No wonder he told him to change his WeChat name. That's incredible. How dare she ask for such a price? A bus ride costs 580 yuan, but buying the bus to use as a private car would be 580,000 yuan, right? 666. To be honest, I really like this girl. She's beautiful and has long legs. I don't mind your past mistakes, everyone has a past. I only want to enjoy the present with you, but a dowry of 580,000 is too much. My family can't afford that all at once. How about I give you 5.8 million to try it out first? Uncle Hat, oh, a new plot point. Go on, I'm writing this down. I've come to understand the despair of men on blind dates. Who understands the feeling of salvation that comes from adding someone as a friend and immediately sending out a price list with a caption like 30% off for acquaintances? So the master had been keeping quiet all this time for the girl's own good? But you know what? Once he opens his mouth, his words are truly venomous. Every word is a knife. The old woman was breathing rapidly with her mouth wide open. She felt a bit oxygen deprived in her brain. Isn't my daughter a seller? Selling things. No wonder she never wanted to find someone, and no wonder so many people who go on blind dates just add each other on WeChat and then never follow up, and some even curse the matchmaker. How could you do such a thing? You've brought shame to the Li family. The old lady gritted her teeth, pointing at Li Yuanyuan with a look of utter disappointment. At this moment, Li Yuanyuan's face was already flushed, and she was almost burying her head in the ground. Her body was tense, and she didn't say a word. 2 lines of clear tears silently streamed down her face as she let the old lady's slaps fall on her. Even though each slap left a red mark, she only groaned and didn't say a word. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and his shoulders were twitching uncontrollably. You're going to be the death of me. You've completely disgraced the Li family. The silver-haired old woman slapped her repeatedly. Lin Yang calculated the 8 characters, frowned, and then slammed his hand on the table. All right. Your daughter has a treacherous ghost by her side, otherwise she wouldn't be in this line of work. The old lady paused just as she was about to slap Lin Yang, staring at him with a bewildered expression. What? Master, is what you're saying true? Who is harming my Li family? Who lured my daughter into this profession? Lin Yang's eyes suddenly turned sharp. The so-called Chingui is not like the kind of Chingui in myths and legends, who is devoured alive by tigers and cannot be reincarnated after death. More accurately, they are despicable people who incite others and drag them down. In layman's terms, these are plastic besties. They can't stand to see you doing well, they constantly badmouth their boyfriends, and they try to seduce virtuous women. These are the types. Don't you know who the Chingui is? You should know what your family has been doing, right? If you hadn't forced your daughter to earn money to support her brother in buying a house, do you think she would have gone into this industry? The old lady was so angry that her face turned red and her neck bulged. She was panting heavily, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But I can't just support his education for nothing. She has to give back to the family. Now we not only have to buy a house for her brother, but we also have to pay for his dowry and wedding car. Otherwise, how will we, the old couple, afford to give him the money? Lin Yang smiled dismissively and spoke calmly to Li Yuanyuan. According to the divination, Li Yuanyuan's fate was relatively good, free from illness and disaster. At the age of 30, she suddenly had a change of heart and left home. After making money for a few more years, she retired from her life of crime, married an honest man who took her in, and didn't ask for a dowry, but gave her 5 million yuan as a personal dowry. She had 2 sons and a daughter after marriage, and lived a happy life without illness or disaster. You should just break away from your family of origin. This family of vampires doesn't deserve your gratitude. Let me do the math for you. Your food, clothing, shelter, and tuition fees from childhood to high school and university total 200,000 yuan. You've already given back 2 million to your family, which is considered filial piety. Your whole family are accomplices who have used you as a tool. According to your destiny, at 30 you will see things clearly and break away from your family of origin. At 35 you will find the person you love, get married and have children. Lin Yang stood up, patted Li Yuanyuan on the shoulder, and said that helping her get rid of the evil spirit as soon as possible would be a good deed. Li Yuanyuan's eyes were red-rimmed. She paused for a moment, then her eyes brightened slightly. Thank you, Taoist master. I understand. She slowly stood up and walked around to Lin Yang's side. Taoist master, I've always understood the principles, it's just that someone was pushing me one step further. I figured it out now, I want to break free from the vampire family. Thank you, Taoist master. Give me your address, and I'll give you a free service as a thank you. Lin Yang shook his head with a strange expression. This way of expressing gratitude was somewhat unpalatable to him. They say sincerity is the ultimate weapon, but you're being way too sincere. Alright, let's leave the family and start accumulating our initial capital. Li Yuanyuan nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude, and she seemed to have transformed completely. Now I'm more confident and more honest, as if I have no worries anymore. To live your own life and realize your own value. Master, you are a good person, thank you. Li Yuanyuan bowed deeply, her face overflowing with gratitude, and left without looking back, leaving the silver-haired old lady standing there in a daze. Faith points plus 1,000. Faith value 3001/5000. The chat exploded immediately. Although the suggestion was whispered in Lin Yang's ear, the sound still reached the live stream. Master, you're too cruel. She could only offer you the most she could possibly give as thanks, and you still refused? Don't you know how hurt she'll feel? Here's what we'll do, give me the girl's WeChat, and I'll do it for you. Actually, this girl is quite lucky. She's healthy and free from illness and disaster, which is the lifelong wish of countless Chinese people. She also met a master who helped her escape her family of origin. I'm starting to admire this master a bit. He may be sharp-tongued, and I don't know if he actually knows how to tell fortunes, but he has a good heart, advising the girl to break free from her family of origin. This family of scoundrels is truly despicable. Ugh. I'm just afraid this shameless old woman will cause trouble for the Taoist priest. After all, she's brought his money-making tools to a scrutiny. Master, if that old lady gives you trouble, just run away. Don't bother with her, she's disgusting. Lin Yang smiled faintly. The next moment, the silver-haired old lady seemed to suddenly come to her senses, her face filled with anger and embarrassment. Li Yuanyuan is gone, so what about her son's dowry? What about the car and house? Where would the elderly couple get the money to buy their son a wedding house and car? The culprit behind all of this is Lin Yang. If Lin Yang hadn't persuaded her daughter to break off the relationship, she wouldn't have lost her long-term meal ticket. You fucking liar. I'm calling the police on you right now. You'll be waiting to be sent to work on a sewing machine. Otherwise, just let my daughter come home obediently. A sneer flashed across Lin Yang's face. Li Gaifen, I figured out your daughter was a flight attendant. Do you think I can't figure it out? Your two sons aren't your husband's biological children. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Li Yuanyuan's birth chart again. From her birth chart, he could calculate all the changes in her family. When she was 41 years old, her father died of anger. The reason is that the son is not his biological child. He was cheated on by this silver-haired old lady. Li Yuanyuan's brother and wife had a son. The old man noticed that his grandson didn't look much like his son, so he took the grandson to the hospital for a DNA comparison. The result showed that there was no blood relationship. At first, they thought that the daughter-in-law had cheated on the son, but unexpectedly, the son did a paternity test again, which showed that they were biological children. Only then did the old man realize that his grandson was related to his son by blood, so why wasn't his grandson related to him by blood? In other words, Li Yuanyuan's brother is not her biological son. He was cheated on by the elderly Li Gaifen. He died with the final words, Li Gaifen, you're a ruthless person, and was eventually taken down by Li Yuanyuan. The barrage of comments immediately exploded, with messages flooding in at lightning speed. Holy crap, this makes me want to set up a stall with the Taoist priest. He must hear so much gossip every day. It's not just about someone who can fly all over the country, or a whole family of accomplices, and the son who keeps giving him cars and houses isn't even his own. 666, this master is really something. He was able to deduce that the son wasn't his biological child just from Li Yuanyuan's birth chart. Amazing. At first I was worried the master would get beaten up, but I just went to the toilet, and the Taoist priest acted so arrogantly. This is fucking juicy gossip. This whole family is full of geniuses. That Taoist priest has a really sharp tongue. I admire him so much. How dare he offend a Taoist priest? Lin Yang maintained his calm smile, watching the silver-haired old lady in front of him change her expression again and again. His attitude immediately softened, his face still filled with confusion and fear, and his thin hands were trembling slightly. Your calculations are completely inaccurate, you're just spreading rumors. I'm too lazy to argue with you, old lady. The silver-haired old lady muttered guiltily, then took out 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills from her pocket and casually tossed them on the table. I'll give them to you as a gift, but you can't have any of them. After the silver-haired old lady finished speaking, she immediately ran away feeling guilty. This was a real master. She could really predict things. This news must not be let into the old man's head. Otherwise, she'll be ruined. After the silver-haired old lady left, Lin Yang chuckled. She even gave him 200 yuan as hush money? He said he was a liar, but his actions betrayed him. Taoist master, I'll take this opportunity. I picked up the money on the table and put it in my pocket. By this calculation, my earnings for today are 4,006. There were quite a few people sending gifts in the live stream room. He glanced at the live stream backend and saw that he had spent over 200 yuan. I'll take one more order to reach 5,000 and then I'll leave work. I absolutely won't do more than that. The live stream audience was also mocking the silver-haired old lady. Hilarious. This old Mongolian man has been kept in the dark his whole life. Poor thing. I love watching the old lady's defiant attitude. Even though her hands were trembling, she pulled out 200 and threw it to the master as hush money, but she still wouldn't admit it. Holy crap. Didn't that Taoist priest make almost 5,000 yuan today? That's fucking fast money making. I'm so envious. Lin Yang chuckled as he looked at the comments in the live stream. I made quite a bit of money today, but not as much as those swindlers and fake Taoist priests. Ahem, the Taoist priest's offerings for today are still a little short of 5,000. Anyone need any answers or explanations? Ask the hot air balloon. 6. The Taoist priest is starting to circle us. Run. I've been a fan of the Taoist priest for 10 years. I advise you not to send gifts or ask questions, otherwise there will be one less person in the Taoist priest's livestream. Want to get rich quick? Really? I don't believe it. Want to get rich quick? Here's a hot air balloon X1. Seeing this, Lin Yang immediately pulled the guy who wanted to get rich quick onto the microphone. A somewhat wise-looking young man turned on his microphone and asked nervously, "Master, I have a question. I'm so poor. How can I solve this?" Lin Yang was stunned. That's terrifying. Your most important task right now is to leave my live stream. You scared me. The man, who was eager to get rich quick, immediately turned off his microphone and typed on the screen, "Want to get rich quick?" He wanted to get rich quick and disconnected from the live stream. The live stream audience was practically bursting with laughter. I told you not to connect with Deus Lin Yang on live stream. You didn't believe me. This must be the fifth person the Taoist priest has broken through the defenses of, right? How tragic. Just then, a man walking from not far from the park came over while making a phone call. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and immediately felt that this was his destined person. He immediately stopped interacting with the live stream chat and silently observed the man's every word and action. The reason he was certain that this man was his soulmate was because he overheard the contents of the man's phone call. "Honey, my family doesn't approve of me dating. Sigh, can you give me a little more time? Once I convince my family, we can officially be together right away, okay? I'm going to post all my social media updates about you then." The man, who was walking with a phone between his fingers and glancing at the fortune teller's stall, sighed and kicked a small pebble off the stone pavement. "Okay, I'm a bit busy right now, I'll call you back later." After hanging up the phone, he rushed over to Lin Yang's fortune-telling stall. After looking at the sign for 110 divinations, he hesitated for a moment before slowly asking, "Master, is your fortune-telling real or fake? You're not just faking it, are you? Do you think any con artist would tell you they're a con artist?" Lin Yang smiled faintly and asked a question in return. As it got dark, he simply took off his sunglasses. "Master, you can see that? Then I'll pass on it. I feel like only a blind person could be accurate." The man muttered something under his breath, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Yang nearly choked on his words. "Where the hell did you find so many blind fortune tellers? Do you think I'm giving you a massage? And you're checking if their technique is authentic?" The man scratched his head, muttering awkwardly, "Huh, that seems to be true, let's call it a divination then. 100, right? I'll sweep you clean, master." After receiving the money, Lin Yang nodded and curiously examined the Audi A6 car key on the young man's waist. He must have some money. "Okay, the money has arrived. You wanted to have your marriage fortune told, right? Tell me the details." The young man immediately gave a thumbs up, "Amazing. Master, you guessed right away that I wanted to have my marriage fortune told?" Lin Yang smiled faintly. "You're practically speaking through a megaphone. If I still can't guess what you're trying to divine, then I don't need to be a fortune teller anymore. I should go see an int specialist." "Master, my name is Song Yoon. I am 20 years old and a sophomore majoring in computer science. I met her at the commercial street near the school gate. She said she liked me at first sight and asked if I would like to get to know her. Then I thought, I can get money and experience the feeling of being in love. You know, I'm in my 20s and I'm at the age where I don't know how to be tired, so I agreed. Later, we met once a week, and she would pick me up in her Porsche. We dated for 2 years, and she never posted about me on her social media. Then my family started pressuring me to get married, so I thought I could get extra credits for marriage. She kept saying that her family didn't approve of her dating, so she couldn't go public with me, let alone marry me, and that she needed her family's permission first. Master, do you think we are destined to be together? Will her family be able to accept me?" Lin Yang saw the question and expectation on Song Yun's face and smiled silently. This isn't the truth. Getting paid for dating? Judging from his brand new, far superior trifold folding phone and the Audi A6 car key on his waist, this is probably a sugar daddy arrangement, right? I agreed because I thought I'd get paid and have some fun. Moreover, my family is pressuring me, and the excuses about getting extra credits are just that, excuses. My real goal is to seize this opportunity. Whether her family can accept you depends on her birth chart. Do you have her birth chart? Oh, some masters, I secretly saved them before. Write down your birth dates and times on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate your fortune. Lin Yang smiled faintly and pushed the red paper and pen beside him over. While writing the 8 characters, Song Yun kept muttering to himself with his head down. Master, I'm 22 and she's 28. My family agrees to us being together, but why won't her family let her date? Even though they come from a wealthy family, surely they don't forbid dating at 28? Master, can you tell me how to win over his family? Lin Yang shrugged, a slight smile playing on his lips. A woman 3 years older than her husband is said to be blessed with wealth, but you, young man, are already holding 2, one in each hand. You're more than a decade ahead of your peers. Maybe her family thinks you're too young or something. We'd have to look at your birth chart to know for sure. But you're probably not telling the truth, are you? You're being kept by a rich woman, aren't you? Songyun was clearly a little embarrassed by what was said, and he lowered his head and chuckled. Master, you're so accurate. I'm convinced. It's true, that woman offered me 30,000 yuan a month to be her sugar daddy, and she even provided me with a car. I only needed to spend 5 days a month with her, and that's why Lin Yang was stunned. Holy crap, the conditions and benefits are pretty good. I'll spend 5 days a month with you, earning 6,000 yuan a day, and I'll even provide you with a car. Moreover, a 28-year-old woman is just about to enter a fierce and powerful stage, competing head-to-head with a young man in his early 20s. The live chat exploded immediately. 666. Holy crap, 6,000 a day. Dude, you're really living the high life off a woman. The master's eye is amazing. If I were given this job, I wouldn't feel right taking the money unless he used a steel wool pad. Is this guy just after the money? Does he think marrying into a wealthy family is easy? 10 years ago, I was kept by a 60-year-old rich woman. I was thinking of outlasting her. This year, she's 80 and still in good health. I'm almost 40, and it'll be time for the next batch to replace me. Master, I've thought about that too. The most likely reason is that her family is very strict, and she'd only want someone from a similar social standing. Maybe I'm not good enough for her. Songyun muttered somewhat dejectedly. After all, when encountering a rich young lady like this, the idea of falling in love at first sight in novels was utter nonsense. In front of her, he only felt inferior. Before long, the birth dates and times of the two were written on a red paper, which Songyun respectfully handed to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the red paper and glanced at the two people's birth dates. Wow! Good heavens! He glanced at the birth chart and said calmly, "You mean this woman can only see you a few times a month, right?" Yes, master, she said her family is watching her closely and doesn't let her go out and wander around. They're very strict, so she can only sneak out to meet me. But I never complained, sigh. Master, is she really my destined soulmate? Lin Yang shook his head and slowly put down the red paper filled with the 8 characters. She is not your destined partner. You will meet your destined partner when you are 25, but you won't have much contact. You will meet her again on a blind date when you are 28, and that's when you start to try to get to know each other. Upon hearing this, Songyun was struck dumb, frozen in place, and it took him a long time to recover. Ah, she's not my destined partner. Is it because her family is interfering? Do her parents disapprove of me? Master, is there any way to help me? I really want to marry into her family. I desperately want to be a live-in son-in-law. Master, is there any way to get her parents' approval for us to be together? Songyun spoke with great excitement, eager to improve himself and unwilling to miss this opportunity to enter a wealthy family. After getting to know a wealthy woman, I realized that for ordinary people, crossing social classes is as difficult as making the president of a beautiful country fall in love with them. Or, Master, could you perform a ritual? I've seen those in movies where someone is given a ritual and then they fall in love with you wholeheartedly. How much does that kind of ritual cost? Lin Yang twitched his lips. You've been watching too many movies. There's no such thing as a religious ceremony. Besides, do you think rich women don't have a master in their family? The richer people are, the more they care about this aspect. What should I do, master? How can I get his family to accept me and agree to let us be together? Songyun's face scrunched up like a bitter gourd, and he sighed helplessly several times. This woman isn't her true love, which means he can only rely on his youth. Lin Yang looked at the 8 characters on his hand, his expression a little strange. But she still slowly uttered, she is indeed not your destined partner. Her family disagreed, and there was no way to resolve it. Songyun sighed deeply, utterly dejected. He slumped dejectedly at the fortune-telling table, unable to understand, truly unable to understand. Who in her family disagrees with her, master? I want to talk to her. Lin Yang uttered a sentence, her husband doesn't agree. Songyun was immediately dumbfounded. He suddenly stood up, supporting himself on the table, his face full of question marks, almost turning into a black man with a question mark face. These words were like a giant iron hammer, swung around and smashed into his head. The wrinkles in his brain were instantly smoothed out, and his eyes regained the clear, naive look unique to college students. The live stream chat exploded with laughter, with comments flooding in and many people sending virtual gifts. Great job! A reward! God the hell her husband doesn't agree, it would be a miracle if he did. It's hilarious. No wonder the master's expression was strange at first, he had foreseen it. Wait a minute, that last sentence from the master just fried my CPU. So, this rich woman has a husband, and then she's keeping a young lover? And then she's using her family's disapproval as an excuse to get rid of Songyun? It's no wonder her family would agree. No wonder they didn't officially announce it, turns out they already had one at home. Oh no, he's now the third one. Song Yoon was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He didn't know how to organize his thoughts and stammered out a sentence. Master, you're saying that woman already has a husband? Lin Yang nodded, then looked down at the birth chart again, and more information surfaced in his mind. Yes, she already has a husband. Her husband is very good at making money, but he's not good at certain things. He has a problem with men, which is why he started keeping you as a mistress. Moreover, this woman's experience is quite interesting. Her husband is 22 years older than her, and she was also kept by a sugar daddy before gradually rising to power. She stole her husband's money to support you. Song Yoon was stunned again, completely dumbfounded. My hair? The viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard they were dying, and the number of online viewers was skyrocketing. Baby, want to date? I'll support you with my husband's money. 6. Does this kind of person really exist in real life? Using her husband's money to support a gigolo, even I, the Taoist priest, dare to say such things. First there was misuse of public vehicles, then her husband's disapproval. What other surprises await us in the Taoist priest's livestream? Hilarious. This guy is so pathetic. A rich woman once offered me 100,000 yuan a month to go to Myanmar with her, but I didn't go. IP address, Myanmar. Upstairs, is that rich woman incredibly kind to you? Does she have a crush on you? Lin Yang said calmly, as long as her husband is alive, Song Yoon will always be the crown prince. But her husband is only in his 50s now. Judging from this woman's fate, she won't be completely free for another 20 years, and by then her tastes will have changed. Master, what should I do? I didn't know she was stealing her husband's money to support me. Can I still stay with her? Lin Yang chuckled. What do you think? Song Yoon awkwardly touched the tip of her nose, and suddenly she wasn't so nervous anymore. If you calm down and think about it, you don't necessarily have to get married. Master, can I still be with her? I can't bear to part with her. You're just reluctant to part with her money, aren't you? Lin Yang exposed him without hesitation, watching the man in front of him turn red and yellow in turns. That's part of the factor, too. Lin Yang nodded. Then you should work on your physical fitness, like long-distance running and rally running. Song Yoon gasped. He put his hand to his forehead and began to think. After thinking for a long time, he looked up at Lin Yang with a mixture of belief and doubt. Hiss, Taoist master, are you saying I should improve my physical fitness so that the rich woman will depend on me more? Lin Yang extended his index finger and wiggled it from side to side twice. Wrong, she can run faster when her husband catches her. Her husband must be in the construction business. When he arrests someone, there are always a bunch of people blocking their way. If you're too slow, you're in for a world of hurt. So you get what I mean? Puff. Song Yoon almost choked, his face showing undisguised disappointment. Alright, master, I understand. I'll go back and practice long-distance running right away. The live stream chat was immediately filled with question marks. Hey buddy, the master was telling you to cut it off sooner. How reluctant are you to spend the money? You actually went to train for long-distance running. You really value money over your life, huh? To paraphrase the master, this is someone who can only be kept at midday. Trouble is bound to happen sooner or later. Brothers, I'd like to volunteer. I'm a boxing sparring partner, I can take a beating if I get caught. Her husband works in construction? Well, I can only wish the young man good luck. If anything happens, you should talk to your insurance company. We're all trying our best to make a living, I'm just a driver. It's okay, if you're really lucky, he might take full responsibility. What are you afraid of? After the young man left, Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. Faith points plus 500. Faith points, 3501/5000. Lin Yang glanced at the time, it was already past 8 o'clock. Time to go home. After saying hello to the live stream audience, he ended the broadcast at lightning speed. I bought a plate of fried rice and some duck heads and other duck parts from a roadside vendor, then rode a shared bicycle back to the Taoist temple with my lunchbox in hand. Upon returning to the dilapidated Taoist temple, Lin Yang frowned. This temple was far too rundown. Setting up a stall down the mountain every day wasn't a sustainable solution. It seems we need to add the renovation of the Taoist temple to our plans, but we don't have enough money right now. We only made 6,000 yuan in 2 days, which is a bit slow. The next morning, after waking up, Lin Yang immediately went down the mountain to set up his stall in the small park where he had been the day before, and soon he got his first order. Lin Yang casually started a live stream, and in order to accumulate faith points as soon as possible, he decided to promote Taoist culture. What title should I use as the promotional slogan for my live stream? This one's good, I'll stick with this one. He quickly typed a line of text on the promotional text for the start of the broadcast and began the live stream. In an instant, 500 people flooded into the live stream, and the public screen was filled with question marks. The Taoist priest is pretty arrogant today, that slogan is awesome. No, Could someone kindly write on their livestream banner, "Believe it or not, don't bother me while I'm ascending to immortality"? 6. This is unique on the entire internet. You definitely won't see this in other fortune-telling places. But it's not so surprising that such arrogant words came from Master Lin Yang's mouth. Lin Yang glanced at the comments with a smile. Now he could finally promote Taoist culture, right? This is called Tao follows nature. He nodded in satisfaction, then crossed his legs and looked at the man not far away who was still hesitating whether to come over for a fortune-telling. The two men looked at each other, and the man with a worried expression slowly walked over and plopped down on the small stool in front of his stall. Taoist master, can you predict a person's fortune? Can you predict their wealth? Lin Yang immediately nodded. As long as fate brings us together, anything can be predicted. The man, looking utterly miserable, hesitated for a long time before finally taking out his phone and scanning a 100 yuan note. Consider it a moment of comfort. My luck has been really bad lately, but even a little comfort from a scammer makes life feel more hopeful. Moreover, I'm experiencing some health problems, and I can't feel at ease without consulting a fortune teller. Lin Yang looked at the 100 yuan that had been deposited into his account and a smile spread across his face. Tell me, what do you want me to know? How's your luck been lately? Alas, it's a long story. My name is Li Yunpeng. I work as a team leader in an operations company. Business used to be pretty good, but in the last 2 months, it has plummeted. My colleagues in other groups are doing better and better, and many of my old customers have gone to him, which has caused me to be scolded by the boss for several days. Master, do you have any way to change your fate, or something like the 5 ghosts moving wealth? I saw that some celebrities became famous after having a ritual performed. Master, can you do that? Lin Yang looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot, almost blurting out the word idiot. If I knew how to transport wealth, would I still be sitting here setting up a stall? Furthermore, don't even think about changing your fate. Be down to earth, and you'll reap what you sow. You can't afford the price of changing your fate. Lin Yang wasn't joking. Is there such a thing as changing one's fate and fortune? Yes, there is. But a person's wealth in their lifetime is finite. Changing one's fortune is simply about earning wealth in the decades to come in advance. Most people can't afford this price. The money is just spent when a close relative has an accident, and the wealth is depleted decades in advance. The live chat exploded instantly, with comments scrolling by incredibly fast. 6. Did you guys notice that the master only said he didn't know how, but didn't deny it? Holy crap. Should I still believe in science? Is there really such a thing as changing one's luck? Is this Taoist priest just bragging? How could such a thing possibly exist? Is this another fake Taoist priest trying to scam people? The person upstairs suggests you take a look at the master's opening slogan. Li Yunpeng sighed deeply, gave a wry smile, and looked like he had a very hard life. Sigh, I understand the principles, master, but I feel like my luck has been particularly bad lately, and I'm in a slump. Does the Taoist priest have any way to help me get through this difficult period ahead of time? Lin Yang frowned, stroked his chin, and seemed to be thinking about something. You mean, your colleague's business has suddenly become very popular? Has he been like this before? Li Yunpeng paused, his expression turning strange. He frowned and thought carefully for a moment, then seemed to understand what the Taoist priest meant. He's never been this popular before. It's like he suddenly got a cheat code. Could my recent bad luck be related to him? Lin Yang picked up the red paper and pen from the table and handed them to Li Yunpeng. It's really hard to say. Write your birth date and time down on the paper first, and I'll calculate it for you. All right, master. Li Yunpeng immediately took the paper and pen and wrote down his birth date and time. Before he could even write 2 strokes, his right eyelid suddenly twitched a few times, which startled him. He swallowed hard, put down his pen with a hint of fear, and hesitated whether to write down the other half of the 8 characters. You can't write your own birth chart, so you're probably suffering a backlash from your luck. Why did you stop writing? Master. There's something I forgot to mention. My right eyelid has been twitching nonstop for the past few days. It just keeps twitching every now and then, and it's been like this for several days in a row. They say a twitching left eyelid means good fortune, and a twitching right eyelid means bad luck. I hope something bad is going to happen to me. Lin Yang twitched his lips, picked up his phone, and started looking things up. When Li Yunpeng saw this, his heart sank. The anxiety he had been feeling plummeted. Did even a Taoist priest need to check information? What question could possibly stump a Taoist priest? He's doomed. The next moment, Lin Yang slowly spoke. It's true that a twitching left eye means good fortune, but a twitching right eye is caused by intermittent, involuntary clonic spasms in the orbicularis oculi muscle and facial nerve, which are controlled by the brain. After speaking in one breath, he took a moment to catch his breath before looking at the bewildered Li Yunpeng and saying, You young people shouldn't be so superstitious, always saying that your right eye twitching means bad luck. You should believe in science. Li Yunpeng was completely dumbfounded, a huge question mark written on his face. Taoist master, you're saying I'm superstitious. The viewers in the live stream almost died laughing when they saw this. You, a Taoist priest, accuse others of superstition? And you want them to believe in science? Someone who should be superstitious doesn't, but instead believes in science. Wow, did I wake up too fast? I actually saw a Taoist priest criticizing others for being superstitious? And saying we should believe in science? I need to go back to sleep. The funniest thing is, the master said you should believe that a twitching left eye means good fortune, while a twitching right eye means you'll be babbling a bunch of nonsense. What nonsense is he spouting? Give me $200. The guy was completely dumbfounded. The charlatan accused him of being superstitious, ha ha ha. Lin Yang shrugged. What else? If you're not superstitious, who else would be? I'm the one who is. Li Yunpeng chuckled awkwardly. Since the Taoist priest had said so, he didn't hesitate any longer and wrote down his birth date and time, handing it to Lin Yang. He sighed deeply, gave a bitter smile, and said with a sense of relief, "Oh, master, I just wanted some peace of mind. I know my business skills have declined recently, which is why I've lost so many clients." After reading the birth chart, Lin Yang stroked his chin. "No, it's because there's a backstabber in your company who's bringing you bad luck." Ha! Li Yunpeng suddenly stood up, his hands bracing against the table, his face filled with disbelief. He just wanted to seek some comfort from the master, but is it really possible that there is a villain who is bringing him bad luck? Master! Is someone in my company trying to harm me? Yes, your work ability is not a problem. It's just that someone is working against you that has caused your performance to decline. Lin Yang spoke in a serious tone, silently observing his birth chart. His birth chart is clearly not right. Someone has taken advantage of his luck. These past few years have been the peak of his career, so his luck couldn't possibly be this low. He could even have risen to the position of general manager with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. If someone's luck during their upward phase is borrowed, their fate in the second half of their life will undergo a dramatic change. The live stream chat was immediately flooded with comments, all expressing shock. Holy crap! My time can be stolen. Did someone borrow my time? I used to have half an hour. Why is it only a few minutes lately? Wait a minute, wasn't he seeking psychological comfort? It seems the master is just offering her psychological comfort. You're fine. The problem is with this world. There are malicious people bringing you bad luck. That was terrifying. It scared me so much I'm hungry now. I was on a diet, but never mind, I'm so scared I want to eat something. I'm going to go get something. Master! What should we do? Who is this villain? Li Yunpeng asked somewhat flusteredly, his breathing becoming a little heavier. Think about it first. Have any of your colleagues given you anything recently, and what did they give you? Let me think. My subordinate Tang Shu gave me a bag of potato chips, the person at the next workstation gave me a bottle of AD calcium, and Xiao Wan gave me 2 want milk cans. Lin Yang's lips twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. Stop, stop, stop. What items did I give you? Are they on you or on your desk right now? Oh, let me think. The only one is that Wang Gang from the next group gave me a ceramic lucky cat. It's on my workstation now. Lin Yang touched the tip of his nose and nodded. That must be it. The lucky cat itself is fine. It has a good meaning of bringing wealth. However, ceramic lucky cats are hollow inside. If you put something inside, the lucky cat will turn into a money-losing cat. How have his performance been lately? Li Yunpeng was startled. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that his sales performance had declined from the day after he received the lucky cat, while his own sales performance had improved by leaps and bounds. Even his boss, who used to trust him completely, has started doing business with him. He's been doing incredibly well lately. He's poached a lot of my clients. Then it must be him. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a yellow talisman inside that lucky cat with 3 years of your fortune written on it. There might even be a few banknotes. Lin Yang spoke calmly, and seeing Li Yunpeng standing there dumbfounded, he lost his balance and plopped down into a chair. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear. He swallowed hard and stared blankly into space, feeling somewhat lost. Master, what should I do? Can you help me? I'm scared, master. Save me. It's possible, but I need to see the actual product to know how to solve it. Is your company far from here? Not far. It's right next door. Then go and get the lucky cat figurine, and take a few pictures of your workstation while you're at it. As if he had instantly found his pillar of support, Li Yunpeng nodded hurriedly, immediately stood up and ran towards the company. After running 2 steps, he stumbled and fell, but immediately got up and continued running. A short while later, Lin Yang saw Li Yunpeng running over from the park entrance, carrying a lucky cat in his arms. The fear on her face was unmistakable. She would glance down at the lucky cat every now and then, as if afraid it might come to life. As soon as he approached the fortune-telling stall, he immediately threw the lucky cat on the table, while Li Yunpeng shrank back a few steps, his face full of fear. Lin Yang chuckled, touched it with his hand, and found the surface to be very smooth. He shook it and listened to the sound. There was indeed something inside. The live stream audience was immediately stunned. Holy crap, there's something really in there? I'm starting to get scared. Don't worry, bro, I'm in the live stream. I've been working overtime for 3 days straight, and I haven't even received my overtime pay yet. My resentment is even greater than that. Working 3 extra days is fine. Even if you don't earn any money, at least you'll be exhausted, right? Taoist master, stop shaking. Hurry up and open it up to see what's inside. Stop just rubbing against it, actually go in. Lin Yang held the lucky cat in his arms, opened the base, and sure enough, a piece of yellow paper fell out of the hollow lucky cat, wrapped with 500 yuan. He unfolded the yellow paper and spread it on the table. On it was a mysterious red pen talisman, and below it were crookedly written, "Use your 3 years of luck." When Li Yunpeng saw the paper, he immediately squeezed his legs together and almost peed his pants in fright. "Master, what should I do? I was wondering why my luck has been so bad lately. Can you break this, Taoist priest? I never expected that bastard would try to borrow my luck. I'm terrified." Li Yunpeng was completely disoriented, his forehead covered in sweat, and he kept a 2-meter distance from the fortune-telling stall, not daring to approach. But I couldn't resist peeking out. It can be broken, though. This paper is a luck-borrowing talisman, and the money is luck-borrowing money. It's not that I don't want to break it for you, but the fate isn't right, and it will cause karmic consequences. Taoist master, tell me how much karma you need. Just break his bond. Li Yunpeng was almost in tears. Money is nothing compared to life. 500 bonds. Make a deal. Lin Yang smiled faintly and took out a calligraphy brush and cinnabar from his tool bag. Master, are you going to perform a ritual? Are you going to have a magical duel with the person who cast the curse? You're not in any danger, are you, Taoist priest? Lin Yang glanced at him sideways, a puzzled look on his face. Didn't I tell you not to be too superstitious and to believe in science? Alright, his magic has been broken. Just take it and burn it at a crossroads. Lin Yang casually picked up the already deciphered luck-borrowing talisman and handed it to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng took the talisman with trepidation and was immediately stunned. He held the talisman with a strange expression and suddenly felt less afraid. Taoist master, are you sure that writing a reflection on the talisman will break his luck-borrowing talisman? The viewers in the live stream gasped in shock as they saw the contents of the luck charm. I'm dying of laughter. The Taoist priest repeatedly emphasized the importance of believing in science. No way, the talisman is broken like that? They just covered the talisman with cinnabar, wrote a rebound effect, and it's broken. Is this the insincere battle of wits between Taoist master Pu Hua and others? One side, I'll lend you my luck, the other, no. Rebound. Lin Yang nodded affirmatively, of course it can break through. It's already rebounded, what can he possibly borrow then? Li Yunpeng scratched his head in confusion. Although what the Taoist priest said made some sense, he still felt that it was a bit unreliable. Why was that? So, then I haven't had my luck borrowed yet? Lin Yang nodded, touched the tip of his nose, pointed to the 500 yuan in the lucky cat, and talked nonsense with a straight face. Yes, that's solved. If you want to get rid of bad luck, just buy 2 money trees and place them on your workstation, facing south. Master, could it be that my fortune lies in the south? No, because the south side gets the most sunshine, and the money tree loves the sun. And this 500 yuan is for transportation. If you don't want it, I'll help you get rid of it. Alright. Taoist master, please handle this for me. Li Yunpeng spoke with a face full of fear. He was even a little nervous at the mention of borrowing. The next moment, his phone rang suddenly. Li Yunpeng answered the phone with a puzzled look on his face, and his expression changed from confusion to doubt, and then from doubt to shock. A major client is looking for me? Great. I'll head back to the office right now. After hanging up the phone, he quickly gave Lin Yang a thumbs up, then scanned a 500 yuan note before rushing off to the company. After watching Li Yunpeng leave in a hurry, Lin Yang put the 500 yuan into his pocket. I'll put you in my kinkan bag and torture you properly. Believe and you will receive. Don't believe and you will receive 500 yuan. Faith points plus 1,500. Faith points 5,001/5,000. Drawing a prize for the host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained martial arts supernatural powers, including grappling techniques, Tongbei Quan, weapon handling, etc. Faith points 5,001/10,000. Next lottery. Lin Yang was taken aback. This reward did have some effect after all. Fist techniques were also a kind of technique. If you don't understand Taoist teachings, I do know a little about martial arts. In the next instant, several boxing techniques appeared in his mind. With just a light punch, the air was sonic boomed. Wow, that's pretty awesome. He turned his head to look at the live stream and found that it had completely exploded. Holy crap. Taoist priest, you just created a sonic boom? Even a normal boxer's punch isn't that fast. I'm a professional boxer, and I can't even throw punches that fast. This Taoist priest is amazing. Is he cultivating immortality? A punch that creates a sonic boom? Taoist priest, you're secretly cultivating immortality without us. It's nothing, just the sound of a loose robe sleeve. Where did that sonic boom come from? Even the deepest caves aren't that powerful. If you could really create a sonic boom, you could kill a bull with one punch. Lin Yang looked at the comments, coughed twice, and forgot that he was still live streaming. What cultivation of immortality? You should believe in science. 666. They created a sonic boom themselves and then tell us to believe in science? How are we supposed to believe them? You know about the 1999 secrecy agreement, right? I'm not hiding it anymore. I personally witnessed Master Lin defeat the Trisolarans and annihilate their fleet with a single punch. Yes, I saw it too. It was Master Lin who led the way for Master Three Body. Has the Taoist priest simply made believing in science a catchphrase? Lin Yang shook his head. They wouldn't believe him even if he told them. Sigh. So he simply sat there and waited for someone he was destined to meet. He waited from noon until the afternoon before he saw a suspicious-looking man constantly looking in his direction. Lin Yang could tell at a glance that the man's forehead was dark, and judging from his appearance, he was likely to face imprisonment. Moreover, the black mist shrouding the man's forehead was quite thick, indicating he couldn't escape. If the area between your eyebrows is red, it might mean you've been involved in a murder case, been murdered or killed, or you've seen New Year's goods. The man, with a shifty look on his face, watched from a distance for a while, then circled around to the park entrance right under his nose, pretending to have just entered the park, and even feigning curiosity when he saw the vendors. Taoist priest, are you a fortune teller? Can you predict everything? Yes, 101 hexagrams. Let's do a divination first. I'm in a good mood today, so let's see if I can make a fortune out of nowhere tonight. The man sat on the stool with a grin, took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, and placed it on the table. Lin Yang waved his hand with a strange expression. I won't take the money, you can just scan the code. Ha! Masters, you all now emphasize leaving no trace of your work? How professional! The shifty-eyed man gave Lin Yang a thumbs up and chatted with him in a friendly manner. I still chose to pay by scanning the QR code. Ding, 100 yuan has been received via WeChat. Lin Yang nodded, his expression unfriendly, and said, tell me, what do you all want to be counted as? Oh, Taoist priest, I'd like to know if I'll have any luck with money these next 2 days, and if I can win some by playing coin toss. Playing with coins? What coins? It's just a fishing game machine, I don't know if I can win any money, I've been losing for several days in a row. Lin Yang twitched his lips. Wow, gambling too? That's an even bigger crime. Is this thing really that fun? You've lost so many days in a row and you still want to keep playing? The shifty-eyed man sighed and said with a hint of helplessness. We didn't meet our targets, and Brother Dog is forcing us to play. If we don't, he'll kick us out of the gang. Brother Dog? Who's Brother Dog? What gang are you in? Why are you so strict? Upon hearing this, the man immediately perked up and looked around furtively. Dog Bro is our boss. We're in charge of collecting protection money. I didn't meet my sales target, so I was forced to play the fishing game machine, but I ended up finding it quite fun, and it's kind of addictive. Lin Yang was a bit confused. It was actually a triad organization? This is torture. This is too much torture. Life is getting more and more unpredictable. Whose protection money do you collect? Aren't things strictly controlled now? Lin Yang, curious, probed for information, asking questions with a hint of doubt. Of course. They're all smart these days. They don't pay protection money at all, so we've found another way. We have our henchmen take orders, specifically targeting older men. Then we'll just push the door open and catch him in the act, and most people will choose to pay him off to keep quiet. Lin Yang was stunned again. Dude, are you stacking buffs here? Pursuing a PhD, being involved in organized crime, organizing online fantasies, and engaging in extortion and honey trap schemes. The more he spoke, the thicker the black aura on his forehead became, almost turning into ink. What if you encounter someone who doesn't have money? Or someone who never pays? The live stream chat exploded as soon as Lin Yang finished asking his question. I saw a longing to join the sect in the Taoist priest's face. Is this person just messing around with the Taoist priest? Who would be so stupid as to say something like that? Taoist master, please stop. The area outside is full of Azu. This guy's life is getting increasingly difficult. This is already an 18-year sentence. No money? Won't give us money? Then we'll just pour out our hearts. We'll kidnap you and take you to our hideout, cut your kidneys off, and then release you. The shifty-eyed man chuckled, a faint sense of relaxation in his expression, as if to say that it was nothing more than a few hardships. Oh, is that so? You want to have your fortune told? Write your birth date and time down on paper, and I'll tell you. That's settled, Taoist master. The shifty-eyed man habitually looked around, lit a cigarette, and savored it while writing his birth date and name on a piece of paper with his left hand. Hey bro, wanna have one? I'm not coming. You go ahead and write. Alright, if you can make accurate predictions, then you should become the strategist of our Heavenly Eye gang. You'll definitely earn more than you do at your stall. The man chuckled, wrote half of it, then suddenly put down the pen and paper with a wary look and glanced back. He pinched the cigarette, which had already burned down to the butt, between two fingers and stubbed it out, burning his face in pain. Lin Yang frowned suddenly. Was he here to erase his fingerprints? Sir, times have changed. We no longer check fingerprints, we've started checking DNA. Master, alright, now take a look and see if there are any signs that I've become rich overnight? Upon receiving the birth date and time, Lin Hao's past vividly appeared in his mind. He put down the horoscope, his face full of confusion. Wait, tell me first, why did you steal money from the donation box at the Fujiao temple? The man was taken aback for a moment, then immediately gave a thumbs up. Master is indeed a master. He figured out in an instant that the Bodhisattva goddess had saved me from my predicament yesterday. What? Is the Bodhisattva saving you? Yeah, I didn't meet my sales target the day before yesterday, but I didn't have any money to play the fishing game, so I went to the Bodhisattva to borrow money. And I've already told the Bodhisattva that I'll definitely pay back the money once I make a fortune. Lin Yang twitched his lips, looking utterly speechless. Wait a minute, first tell me, why did you steal the money from the donation box? Taoist master, please don't speak so harshly. I borrowed the money from the Bodhisattva. I didn't mean to use the money in the donation box to go fishing, thinking I might win big, but I lost it all. The shifty-eyed man said somewhat dejectedly, not at all. He had been wondering if the money in the donation box had some kind of lucky charm. They all lost because of that. Lin Yang touched the tip of his nose, his eyebrows furrowing into a deep frown. He really couldn't understand it. No, this is stealing, what does it have to do with borrowing? The shifty-eyed man was also a little unhappy, tilting his head back to argue. I clearly knelt down and kowed out 3 times. I sincerely borrowed it from the Bodhisattva. She agreed to lend it to me. This sentence made Lin Yang's CPU burn out. He thought he had seen a lot of things, and that even abstract holy bodies would have to step aside in front of him. But he was completely stunned by those words, as if a missile had suddenly hit him on the head, and his brain had been blown off. The Bodhisattva statue is just a sculpture. How could she have agreed to lend it to you? The man gave a disdainful smile and smugly extended his right hand. Taoist master, you're really ignorant. The Bodhisattva goddess agreed to it with a gesture. She gave me an OK sign. He slightly bent his right index finger and thumb, mimicking the pose of a Bodhisattva statue, and made an OK sign before stretching his arm out and placing it directly on the table. The Bodhisattva goddess originally came from India, so it's reasonable that she knows some foreign languages. Look, she's just gesturing to me like this, which means she agrees, so I'll just take the money from the donation box. Lin Yang's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he even blurted out okay or no. Is it possible that the Bodhisattva didn't say okay, but rather that it requires a minimum of 3 years? The live stream chat erupted in laughter, with comments flooding in at lightning speed. Ha ha ha, this guy is a real talent. I even suspect he's an actor hired by the master, it's so fucking hilarious. Bodhisattva goddess, is it okay, black hair? This guy's intelligence makes me doubt whether what he said before was true, or if he was just messing with the expert. 666, I woke up and opened Douyin to see someone robbing a donation box. This guy is something else. I think I know why the Taoist priest stopped accepting his 100 yuan, it was stolen money. The man immediately shrank back and looked around warily. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, and he swallowed hard. I don't think so, master. Monks don't check how much money is in the donation box every day. This is something only heaven, earth, you, me, and the Bodhisattva know. Surely no one else knows. Lin Yang's expression gradually turned serious. Don't you know that there are gods watching over us? The man was immediately intimidated, shrinking back and a blank look in his eyes. Could it be that other deities saw me borrowing money? This won't affect my fortune, will it? No, that's impossible. How could any other deity have seen that? We must believe in science. The man let out a long sigh, suddenly relaxed, and chuckled. Phew, that's good. I thought there really were gods watching over us. But there are surveillance cameras 3 feet above your head, and the surveillance cameras above the Buddha's head are infrared. Lin Yang suddenly said seriously, judging from this kid's fate, all the crimes he mentioned before are true. Adding that together would be enough for a life sentence. Judging from your birth chart, you definitely have no luck with money. If you turn yourself in now, you can reduce your sentence by a few years. Upon hearing the word surrender, the man's face immediately turned cold, as if he had triggered some keyword. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, and slowly took his right hand off the table, letting it hang naturally down to his waist, touching something hidden in his waistband. Master, I was just joking with you. How could there really be an idiot who would steal the Buddha's money? He. Lin Yang snorted coldly, is that so? But wasn't the banknote you handed me at the beginning taken from the donation box? The reason he refused to accept the banknote was that, in his eyes, the money in the donation box was different from normal money, it gleamed with a golden light. At first, I thought they were monks who came to cause trouble, since the concepts of Buddhism and Taoism are quite different at this time. But judging from the birth chart he provided, this kid is truly in trouble. The man's eyes turned cold, a stark contrast to his previous cheerful demeanor. I didn't expect you to be so accurate, but I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Lin Yang smiled indifferently and leaned back in his chair. I advise you to turn yourself in as soon as possible. Judging from your fate, you'll definitely be caught within 3 days. I'm doing this for your own good, so I can reduce your sentence. Mind your own business. Damn it! The man immediately pulled a switchblade from his waist and silently pressed it against the table. Lin Yang's smile gradually disappeared. Did he want to play martial arts with me, Taoist master? Viewers in the live stream also witnessed this scene and were startled by the man's fierce appearance. Holy crap! Master, let's call the police. Let's avoid the fray for now. Yes, Taoist priest. Let's avoid a confrontation for now. He has a knife. A very sharp switchblade. Let's call the police after he leaves. We'll be at a disadvantage fighting him unarmed. That menacing look. It doesn't seem like acting. What kind of veteran actor could portray the feeling of a fugitive being exposed? Taoist master, where are you setting up your stall? Do you need us to call your uncle for you? Even the best martial arts master is afraid of a kitchen knife. Although you can create sonic booms, that's just for show, you can't really fight with a knife. The next moment, Lin Yang suddenly pulled out his hand and gripped the knife hilt. As he sprang to his feet, he slammed his other hand towards the man's face. Bang! Ah! I'll fuck your mother. The man's nose was punched solidly, and blood gushed out instantly. It fell backward uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lin Yang immediately used a grappling technique, his movements extremely natural, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times in actual combat, grabbing his neck and taking the knife away. Trying to lay a hand on me, Taoist master? I hope you'll be sensible. I do know a little bit about martial arts, and if you injure me, I also know a little bit about medicine. If you unfortunately die, I, the Taoist priest, know how to perform rituals to help the dead find peace, and I'm knowledgeable about feng shui for burial. I guarantee I'll provide you with a comfortable service, and I'll even scatter your soul. I'll make you fly if you keep showing off. Lin Yang grabbed the back of his neck with one hand, and made a gesture as if to hit him with the other. The man, whose nose was bleeding profusely, immediately closed his eyes and shrank back repeatedly. Hey, Taoist priest, you're going to beat me to death. That's murder. You'll go to hell. Lin Yang sneered and gradually increased the pressure on the back of his neck. Killing? If the king of hell wants you dead at midnight, I'm just sending you down early. Everything follows the natural way. The live stream chat exploded, with the number of viewers instantly exceeding 2,000. Holy crap, this Taoist priest is amazing. He made someone rich with just one hand? My nose is bleeding 2 meters high. What a wonderful concept of following the natural way. The Taoist master can do whatever he wants. Isn't that what following the natural way means? To the person upstairs, you're a seasoned fan now, and I'm very pleased. No way, the Taoist priest is too awesome. This guy was a real thug, and he even had a knife. The Taoist priest subdued him with one hand. What are you doing over there? Armed brawl, huh? Just then, 2 men in uniforms wearing hats came patrolling from the park entrance and saw what was happening. They quickly pulled out their riot batons and ran over. Lin Yang looked up and smiled faintly. This guy is a ruthless bandit. He runs gambling dens, kidnaps, sells organs, and organizes the Giggle Gang. Oh right, it's a triad gang, and I've already figured out the locations of his crimes. The 2 men in hats were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Comrade, are you telling the truth? You could be held legally responsible for saying that. Lin Yang nodded. He said those words himself. My live stream has a replay function. Besides, he tried to stab me with a knife. Fortunately, I know a little about martial arts. He glanced at the badge on the shoulder of the man in the hat who was speaking. He was a 3rd-level police superintendent, a squad leader. Okay, comrade, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Shaoan, the security captain of the Sihai District Police Station. If what you said is true, this is a major case. Please come back with me to cooperate with the investigation. Chen Shaoan exchanged a glance with another junior police officer. Apprentice, go to the door and bring the police car here. Okay, master. Lin Yang glanced at Chen Shaoan's face. He was an upright man who would surely achieve great things in the future. When the thugs saw the hat coming, they initially wanted to resist, but instantly lost all will to resist and let Chen Shaoan put the silver bracelet on their wrists. Not long after, the apprentice drove up in a police car. Chen Shaoan opened the back door of the car, his expression somewhat conflicted. The back seat of the police car was specially made, and could only be opened from the outside, with a barbed wire fence. It's specifically for holding prisoners. The police officers there don't think much of it, they're used to it. But I'm afraid that masters like him might have certain preferences and wouldn't want to sit in the seats of prisoners who sit year-round. Please sit in the back seat for a moment. Lin Yang didn't care. He took his phone, which was broadcasting live, and sat down in the back seat with the thugs. On the way, Chen Shaoan learned a lot from Lin Yang. Lin Yang then explained it to them in detail. When he and his apprentice heard the bodhisattva make an OK sign, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Upon arriving at the police station, at Chen Shaoan's suggestion, Lin Yang turned off the live stream and walked into the interrogation room with the man. However, he was sitting in the place where he was being taken to give a statement, while the rioters were handcuffed to an iron stool. Chen Shaoan held a pen and paper and asked Lin Yang to recount the events again. After the statement was taken, Chen Shaoan moved a stool over and sat down next to Lin Yang out of curiosity. Master, did you really calculate all of this? Not exactly, it's just speculation plus a few 100 million calculations. Chen Shaoan hesitated for a moment, then turned around and saw the bureau chief outside the interrogation room wink at him. He immediately nodded to the bureau chief, and his attitude became respectful. Hiss, Master, the man's statement is done. He confessed to many things and provided evidence. We can get evidence for everything else, but we can't pinpoint the location of the triad's organ trafficking operation. Moreover, this kind of gang is very dangerous. We need to catch their leader, the one he calls Dog Brother. Master, can you calculate his location? Lin Yang coughed twice. What fortune-telling? I'm just good at observing and speculating. Ah, Taoist priest, could you please guess Dog Brother's location? Lin Yang was about to agree when he saw that Chen Shaoan was quite cooperative, when Chen Shaoan spoke up again. And there are organ trafficking dens, you'll have to calculate, oh no, speculate on that too, Master. If our guess is accurate, our bureau can give you a small reward for your bravery. Of course, catching this ruthless criminal in the interrogation room will also earn you a reward for your bravery. However, if your prediction is particularly accurate, we will send you a banner and take a photo with you in the news to promote cooperation between the police and the public. Lin Yang thought about it for a moment. In this world where it's not easy for Taoist priests to gain a foothold, it seems that cooperating with official backing has some advantages. As luck would have it, he had already figured out the location of Dog Brother's headquarters. Lin Yang quickly calculated and revealed the location of Dog Brother's current hiding place and the location of his old base, leaving it to them to investigate on their own. Sure enough, good news came from the front lines not long after. The members of the Tianyan gang, who had been tracked down by the city bureau for a long time, were all taken down and found to be developing a casino underground at the Tianyan gang headquarters. Dog Brother, the leader of the Sky Eye gang, vehemently denied any involvement in organ trafficking. It wasn't until the bureau chief personally led the team to the organ storage site that Dog Brother's hopes were dashed, and he had to admit that these were all his assets. He's definitely going to get a suspended death sentence, so these matters are no longer Lin Yang's or Mazi's concern. Upon receiving this news, Chen Shaoan was overjoyed and immediately applied for the award for bravery and righteousness, exchanging contact information with Lin Yang. Master, to be honest, the clues you provided this time helped me win the second prize. I'm so grateful to you. Can we exchange contact information? You can just call me if you need anything in the future. I really want to join the department. Lin Yang chuckled, nodded in agreement, exchanged contact information with him, took the 50,000 yuan reward for his act of bravery, and took a photo together, which was then posted on the official website's WeChat account. In the reports of these cases, photos of people posing with Taoist priests stand out. Not long after, the bureau chief, who had personally led the arrest team, returned to the station with a look of excitement on his face and patted Lin Yang on the shoulder. With a look of curiosity in his eyes, he said meaningfully, "We are all one family, and we should cooperate more in the future. We need the help of enthusiastic citizens like you, Taoist priest, who can provide information." Lin Yang nodded, took the prize money and left. He was personally driven to the park by Chen Shaoan's apprentice, whose eyes were filled with admiration the whole way. After arriving at the destination, he personally escorted Lin Yang back to his stall before slowly leaving. As soon as he returned to the fortune-telling stall, Lin Yang immediately started a live stream. As soon as the live stream started, more than 1,000 people flooded into the room. Holy crap! Taoist priest, you've been released? I thought you were going to be executed. What a pity. Was that person sentenced, Taoist priest? I thought we wouldn't be able to see your live streams for a while. Wait a minute, I think I just saw the Taoist priest's image on the official website of the Jiangnan District Police Station. Holy crap. You, a Taoist priest, have become a 5-star good citizen for your act of bravery. Ha! I'll go check it out. Holy crap, I'm back. The Taoist priest really got posted on the official website, with 2 policemen standing on either side of him. If I hadn't seen the title, I would have thought he'd been arrested. Holy crap. I even got a 50,000 UN bonus. They say it's for helping the police take down a criminal gang, and for playing a key role in the arrest. Master, did you somehow figure out their gang's location? Lin Yang coughed twice, having already prepared an excuse. You have to believe in science. This is too superstitious. I got the address from the criminals. Oh, I understand, Taoist priest. Did you cast a truth-telling spell on him to make him tell the truth? I used to be skeptical of the Taoist priest, but after Uncle Hat praised him, I believe him now. Being praised doesn't mean anything, it just means he helped. It doesn't mean his fortune-telling was accurate. Just be rational about it. Damn it, if I say no, then no. If you can't understand what I'm saying, I do know a little bit of martial arts. 6. He hit a fan. This is his anger and embarrassment after being exposed. I agree, the Taoist priest is awesome. Lin Yang couldn't reason with them at all, so he simply moved his phone away, stopped interacting, and quietly waited for the next person destined to meet him. Not long after, Lin Yang saw two people walking towards the park entrance, one of whom he recognized very well. Master! I'm back again. I've got a business opportunity for you. Li Yunpeng chuckled and pushed the man next to him, whose face clearly showed his social anxiety, into a chair. Hey, has your luck with money improved? It's gotten so much better, Master. You're amazing. After you helped me break the talisman inside that lucky cat, I feel like my business is even better than before. The colleague who messed with me got a scolding from the boss this afternoon, packed his bags and left. He seemed really down, all pale and listless. Li Yunpeng chatted with him casually, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. This is a true master. There aren't many true masters you can meet these days. People with real skills are not people that ordinary people can invite. They've long been considered private doctors. Lin Yang smiled faintly, that's because his spell was broken by me and backfired. I don't know where he learned these crooked tricks. As long as it's a harmful spell, even if I don't break it, it will still backfire. Curses are cast on people, stealing their fortune. Any harmful spell, once broken, will have a severe backlash. Even if it only causes minor illnesses, the person who casts the curse will surely suffer the same torment in the future. Thank you, Master. Let me introduce you. This is my colleague, we're quite close. He's my junior, he's been working for me since graduating from university. He's been feeling down lately, he's been troubled by mental health issues, so I brought him here to have your fortune told. Li Yunpeng chuckled, it's really not easy to meet a true master. Lin Yang glanced at the somewhat socially awkward man, who sat in his chair without saying a word, a shy look on his face. A socially anxious man like this, tormented by his own heartache, can only suffer from lovesickness. What's wrong? Are you lovesick? Li Yunpeng laughed heartily, see. I told you, this Taoist priest is very accurate. The socially awkward man lowered his head and chuckled awkwardly along with Li Yunpeng's laughter. Master, my name is Zhao Bail, I'm 25 years old. Zhao Hao spoke hesitantly, glancing at Lin Yang every now and then, too socially anxious to breathe too loudly. Lin Yang nodded. And then? Who is the person you like? A female colleague from another group. I've liked her for a long time, and I think she might like me a little too. But lately she's been getting really close to other colleagues, so I just wanted to find out if she likes me. How did you figure out she liked you? Lin Yang asked, puzzled. Many people have this misconception that she likes me too. But actually, this is just a polite gesture, and they do it to everyone. Well, she sometimes gives me some snacks, and, last time during a team building event, she rode home with me in the same car. And she often smiles at me. Anything else? You don't think she likes you based on these few instances, do you? Lin Yang asked, bewildered. Then this isn't lovesickness, it's unrequited love. Unrequited love costs 2 ounces of Paris polyphylla, and 1 mace of cicada nymphs on the winter solstice. Cough, wrong channel. There are others. Taoist master. Before, when we were working on a project, she didn't know how to do it, and instead of asking others, she only asked me. And, she even posts my name on her WeChat moments. And greets me. Shouldn't this be evidence that she's also somewhat interested in me? Zhao Bail, socially awkward, muttered under his breath, but a stubborn glint appeared in his eyes. She definitely has feelings for me. Lin Yang nodded. Then how did you figure out that she's been getting close to other colleagues lately? Upon hearing this, Zhao Bail's expression immediately fell, as if all his energy had been drained. He pouted dejectedly and muttered listlessly. She rode in the same car with other people on her way home from the team building trip. Puff. Lin Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was almost certain that this was unrequited love. I've already guessed why she posted Zhao Bail's name on her WeChat moments. Young friend, this is unrequited love. You have a misconception that she likes you. Actually, she gives snacks to everyone, and she smiles at you because she's naturally cheerful. Zhao Bail stiffened his neck, his face turning red with anger. Then, when she posted my name on her WeChat Moments, wasn't that an implication? Is she posting something like, please be nice to me in August on her WeChat Moments? Zhao Bail was immediately dumbfounded. His throat bobbed twice, and his eyes widened instantly. Taoist master, you can even calculate this. Isn't this her way of telling me to treat him better in the relationship? The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard I pooped all over the bed. Brother, don't be sad. There must be hundreds of thousands of people across the country who secretly admire you. I have dozens of friends on WeChat who hope August will treat her well, and some have even said hello to you. Dude, you're way too narcissistic. Does being a buddy mean you can't be narcissistic? Then how do you become one of my buddies? Ha! My name is Lee CU. My crush posted hello CU on her WeChat Moments, and I thought she was saying hello to me. No wonder she blocked me when I confessed my feelings. Lin Yang twitched his lips. So, does she have to officially announce your relationship on her WeChat Moments every August? It seems so. She took the same car back as you, so she must have been going the same way or taken the subway, right? Wow. Master, you could even figure that out. There are so many subway lines. She never rides the same subway as anyone else, only with me. Doesn't that mean she likes me? Lin Yang was speechless. So she ended up taking the subway with someone else this time. Master, please stop. I'm a little sad. Zhao Bail looked dejected and silently lowered his head, instantly switching to emo mode. That master is so hurtful. Lin Yang sighed helplessly. Alright, write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate whether she likes you or not. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bail smiled and nodded vigorously. After taking the red paper and writing half of the birth chart, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't paid yet. I quickly scanned the QR code to finish writing the birth chart. Ding! Received 100 yuan. Lin Yang took his birth chart and pondered it for a while. He's just an ordinary person, with no major ups and downs in his career or love life. Go to school step by step, find a job step by step after graduation, get promoted and receive a raise step by step at work, and retire step by step. In terms of relationships, everything was just like that of ordinary people, with the family arranging blind dates for them in a routine manner. They both felt they were a good match, so they got together and got married in a structured way before starting to cultivate their love. Yes, life is very routine, an ordinary life that is so ordinary that it is impossible to be ordinary, but it is also a life that some people envy. Master, what do you think? Will she like me? She's quite pretty. A cow that grazes falls in love with a fine horse. Will they end up together? Lin Yang coughed awkwardly. Oh, what a terrible analogy. It's not like there haven't been any precedents. Currently, the ones guarding the gate down there are called Oxhead and Horseface. The live stream was immediately filled with question marks. Wow, Taoist priest, you're quite the metaphorist. You've even brought up Oxhead and Horseface. I'm curious, Taoist priest, are you allowed to fly? Doesn't the security scanner beep when you go through security? Is your mouth a controlled knife? Case solved, the Taoist priest is allergic to romance. Master, you don't usually lick your lips, do you? You might accidentally poison yourself. This female colleague doesn't like you. She's just so enthusiastic to everyone. You'll meet your true love through a blind date when you're 34. Moreover, your work has been going quite smoothly, with steady promotions and salary increases, and you've been working under Li Yunpeng since you were 60. Zhao Bail immediately lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. He sighed deeply and nodded silently. I understand, Taoist master. I was just being presumptuous. Lin Yang smiled faintly when he saw this. If you like someone, go for it. Why not confess your feelings and just sit here having a one-sided crush? Zhao Bail was stunned, a big question mark appearing on his face. He muttered softly, but master, didn't you say that the two of us wouldn't be together in the end? Do you only read the last page of a book? When you travel, the scenery along the way is often more beautiful than the scenery at your destination. Zhao Bail's eyes were somewhat vacant, but he quickly nodded, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. I understand, master. I get it. The journey itself is also scenery. The live stream chat was once again filled with question marks. Wow, when did the Taoist priest become so serious? I'm not used to it yet. Wow, Taoist master, your persona has collapsed. How could you transform into a wise and understanding Taoist master? That makes sense. I'm going to confess to my crush right now. Wish me luck, guys. Keep it up, bro. You'll definitely get together with your goddess. I'm back. When did my goddess block me? I'm so upset. Li Yunpeng and his companion greeted him, thanked him, and quickly left to go back to work overtime. Faith points plus 500. Faith value 5501/10,000. Lin Yang watched the two figures gradually disappear and smiled faintly. Lone Wolf delivers a Porsche sports car X1. Master, I'd like to connect via livestream. I went shopping and fell for a girl. I'd like you to help me see if I can get her WeChat. Lin Yang was taken aback, then quickly shook his head and waved at the camera. I've said before in my live stream that I can only answer questions, not tell fortunes. I'm a man of my word, and I have my bottom line. Lone Wolf? Taoist Master, you have a bottom line? I think you have no bottom line. Just as Lin Yang was about to reprimand someone sternly, someone actually dared to challenge Taoist's bottom line, and then he saw two more Porsches appear on the screen with special effects. Lone Wolf gives away a Porsche. Lone Wolf gives away two Porsches. Lin Yang's expression instantly changed from impatience to a slight smile. He quickly used his phone to pull Lone Wolf onto the microphone. After all, people always have to look to the money, right? Young friend, what would you like to calculate? The live stream chat exploded immediately. Master, don't you have a bottom line? Didn't you say you weren't fortune tellers on your live stream? Taoist Master, you have a really good eye for people. What a lightning fast change of heart. Did he finally convince the Taoist priest with the truth? The Taoist priest's bottom line told him he couldn't tell fortunes on his live stream, but the two Porsches that Jia Qianj bought lowered that line a little further. Lone Wolf was suddenly pulled onto the microphone, the camera was turned on, and a rather handsome face appeared in the live stream, his voice lowered. Wait a moment, Master. I'm on the street. I'll talk to you with headphones on. Lone Wolf furtively pulled out a Bluetooth earphone from his bag, put it on one ear, and then flipped the camera over. In front of the camera was a pristine white figure, wearing a white lace floral dress, her flawless back exposed, and her long, shapely, slender legs. Her long, golden hair fell just over her shoulders, but didn't quite cover her soft, fragrant shoulders. She was quite tall, around 1.7 meters, and wore red-soled black high heels, exuding an elegant air. Lin Yang looked at the pristine white back in the camera lens and nodded in satisfaction. He also saw Lone Wolf's face. He had a charming face, was half a playboy, and was obviously a smooth talker with excellent verbal skills. I can't make a judgment about the girl in front of me without seeing her face. Master, do you think I can get this girl's WeChat? Her back view is so beautiful. Lone Wolf followed the girl with a somewhat furtive expression. Or, Taoist priest, can you tell if he has a boyfriend? Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to ask for his WeChat. Lin Yang shook his head and silently stared at the figure in front of him. Ha, so you really couldn't figure it out in the live stream? Okay, Master. No, I never point fingers behind people's backs. Show me the front before you draw any conclusions. Oh, ah. Lone Wolf strode forward, and Lin Yang took the opportunity to glance at the live chat. Master Dao, I love looking at this type of beautiful woman every day. What should I do if I'm becoming too lustful? Lin Yang gave an indifferent look. Hey, I'll watch it too, Taoist. Oh, Taoist Master, you watch this too? Do you think JK skirts or black stockings are more authoritative? I think purple is the most authoritative color. Su Song is right, purple is indeed very charming. 6666. Taoist Master, why did you lock your Douyin likes list? Because I am cultivating my mind. Then why don't you hide away and cultivate your mind? Sharing joy is worse than enjoying it alone. You brat, don't disturb my Dao heart, go away. After interacting with netizens for a while, Lone Wolf quickly walked up to the girl, keeping a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Turn the camera around and film yourself, you can then see the girl behind you. Master, I've seen this girl, she's quite pretty. Master, what should I do first to add her on WeChat? Lin Yang squinted at him for a long time, then said, your top priority is to make more money. Why? Master, do you mean, this girl is materialistic? I have to use money to win her over? No, I need to earn more money to buy a better phone. I need to zoom in to see this girl's face. Lone Wolf's eyes instantly turned resentful. He had been watching this live stream for 2 or 3 days and finally understood why all the people who had previously sent gifts and connected with him had left. Lin Yang looked at the girl behind Lone Wolf. She was gentle and refined, with a light pink face, and seemed to have quite a lot of romantic luck. Not every good-looking person has a lot of romantic luck. Some women are very beautiful, but they have a very cold and aloof temperament that you can feel from a distance. I didn't dare to look her in the eye, let alone ask for her WeChat. So these kinds of people are often puzzled. I'm not bad-looking, so why can't I find a partner? Why don't I have a sweet love story? Another type of girl, the sweet girl, has a very strong romantic luck. Like the girl Lone Wolf wanted to add on WeChat, she seemed very easy to talk to. She probably has a constant stream of men asking to add her on WeChat. Lone Wolf's appearance is also quite good. He's most likely a rich kid, so his chances of success are high. There's a high probability that it can be added, but whether there will be a marriage in the future is impossible to predict. If you want it done offline, you can come to the office. Alright, Master. I'll go ask her for it. If I get it, I'll buy you a sports car. Lone Wolf spoke with a hint of excitement before hanging up the video call. Lin Yang chuckled and continued to wait for the destined person to arrive. After waiting for more than half an hour, no one came to have their fortune told, and even the number of people in the park had decreased significantly. Lin Yang scratched his head and thought, since that's the case, I should just go with the flow. The Three Pure Ones patriarch wanted him to go back to the Taoist temple to rest. So he simply ended the broadcast, packed up his stall, bought some food on the street, and also bought some paint and rollers, spending over 300 yuan. Back at the Taoist temple, he casually repainted the meditation room, gave it a makeover, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as soon as Lin Yang opened his eyes, he packed up his stall, grabbed his tools, and went down the mountain. When he arrived at the familiar park, he noticed that the number of people was significantly higher than the day before. He walked casually to the shade of the tree where he had set up his stall a couple of days ago, and to his surprise, many more people greeted him along the way. Master Lin? It really is you. Greetings, Taoist. Holy crap. Isn't this the master who collaborates with the official team? He's setting up a stall too? He's got some skills to help Uncle Hat solve the case. Lin Yang was taken aback. Looking at the park entrance again, he noticed two more shifty-looking people. He had a square face and his body shone with a faint light. Isn't that an undercover cop? He just set up a stall and attracted the undercover cops? He scratched his head and decided to start a live stream. I'm a Taoist master, believe it if you want, or get lost if you don't. Don't bother me while I'm ascending to immortality. Hundreds of people immediately flooded into the live stream room. Holy crap, so many people suddenly logged into the live stream? I thought I was early enough. Master Lin's live stream is so addictive. I can't quit, I just can't. The broadcast had just started, and Lin Yang was interacting with the comments when, in the next moment, Lone Wolf gives away a Porsche. Lin Yang was taken aback. Had he added him? He wasn't surprised that the man had added him, he was financially well off. You've added it? You really got what you deserved. If you want to know about marriage, come find me offline. Lone Wolf, Taoist priest, I'm so emotional, I'm so lovesick. What happened to Lone Wolf? Yesterday went pretty smoothly, didn't it? What happened? Don't keep it to yourself and feel bad. Tell us so we can all have a good laugh. Lone Wolf, sigh. Taoist master, I'm coming to find you. I'm feeling terrible. Lin Yang nodded, puzzled, and gave the address to the live stream room. Looking up, I saw a man with crutches, one foot wrapped in bandages and dangling in the air, hopping along on one leg like a zombie as he slowly limped towards the stall. His head was wrapped in a white mesh bandage, and his face was covered in bruises. Because he took too big a step, he would occasionally let out a painful groan. Taoist priest, is your fortune-telling accurate? If it's not, don't scam me. I just got scammed a couple of days ago, oh dear, look at all these injuries. The man groaned softly, supporting himself with his crutch and struggling to sit down on one leg. It took him a long time to finally sit down in the chair. He grimaced and rubbed his healthy foot, the one that could walk normally. Why are you rubbing your healthy foot? Oh dear, I don't dare to rub the one that hurts, I can only comfort the one that doesn't hurt. The man said, grinning. Lin Yang twitched his lips. This thought process is truly something else. The calculation is guaranteed to be accurate. If you want it done, you have to pay first. It's 100 coins. The man, covered in injuries, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, took out his phone from his pocket, and paid 100 yuan after a series of operations. Ding! 100 yuan received via Duct WeChat. Fine, I'll believe it one more time. That fortune teller almost ripped me off before. What happened? How did I trick you? Did I make you buy a talisman? Lin Yang asked curiously, even if you've been tricked, you shouldn't be covered in injuries. Unless some charlatan is bragging about how amazing his destiny is, saying he won't get hurt even if he jumps off a building. Oh, don't mention it, Taoist priest. I just want my health to be calculated. My life has been so bumpy since I was a child. The man's face, covered in bruises, was full of bitterness. If he were to tell his story, probably no one would believe it. This is an experience so profound that even the person experiencing it wouldn't believe it. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and pushed the red paper in front of him forward. Write your birth date and time on this paper, and I'll calculate it for you. Okay, sigh. You might not even believe my experiences, master. My friends call me the legendary king of endurance. The young man, his face bruised and swollen, picked up a pen with one hand and began writing on the red paper. Upon seeing this, viewers in the live stream left curious comments. How unlucky could it be? It's just a fall, isn't it? This guy's a legendary tank? I didn't even say anything. Science is useless against my destiny. My dad's smurf broke, my mom took 2 emergency kill pills, and then he got injected twice more, and this guy's still alive. Awesome, you're really awesome. Dude, you're a true legend. The man, his face bruised and swollen with white bandages, sighed and began writing, describing his tragic life. Master, my name is Su Lingding, I am a local, and I am 32 years old. From the age of 18, it was like I was cursed. When I was 18, I was on a train and it got caught in a mudslide and the train derailed. The search and rescue team searched for 3 days and 3 nights. They were almost ready to give up when they heard me smashing the train car. They rescued me, everyone else survived except me. Master! I was only 18 years old then. How much harm would that scene cause to a teenager? After that, I was too afraid to take the train. When I was 22, the plane door suddenly detached, and I was thrown out and landed on a haystack. Everyone else survived except me. At 25, I was on a bus when it swerved and I fell into a lake. Only I could swim and escape. At 28, I was on a ship when it sank just after leaving the port, due to shoddy workmanship and overloading. I'm too scared to ride in a car anymore, I only dare to drive myself. A couple of days ago I had to go on a long business trip, so I went to a Taoist temple to draw lots, and I got a very auspicious one. And then, he wouldn't allow it either. I almost got screwed over by him. I was in a car accident and ended up like this. The dump truck almost knocked me out of the anime world. As Su Lingding spoke, a hint of lingering fear gradually surfaced in her eyes, as if the scene of the car accident was still vivid in her mind. If it weren't for that auspicious fortune slip, would I have been in a car accident? He wondered. He then casually handed the birth chart to Lin Yang. Lin Yang twitched his lips and took the birth chart. This is definitely a very auspicious sign, it's quite accurate. Su Lingding's face showed a hint of astonishment and confusion, even a trace of doubt. What was this master saying? How could it still be accurate when there was a car accident? You were hit by a dump truck and you're still alive? Isn't that the best luck? Lin Yang smiled helplessly. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. Holy crap! Is this guy's experience real? It even sounds like a made-up story. How could anyone be that unlucky? Could this guy be a jinx reincarnated? The king of hell has tried to take him 4 or 5 times but failed. This is unbeatable, truly a legendary tank. I admit you're better than me. You could say he's unlucky, he's survived every disaster. You could say he's lucky, he's always in a car accident. Looking at his birth chart, Lin Yang realized that Su Lingding's experiences were all true, and he had even forgotten about a car accident he had in a taxi. But he always managed to survive, and even the king of hell couldn't take him away. According to his destiny, he will have 2 more car accidents and 1 more accidental fall from a building in the future. But none of them are life-threatening. At most, they'll suffer fractures. Moreover, from the perspective of a turning point in their life, they will also win a windfall of tens of millions of dollars in the lottery when they are 60 years old. Those who survive a great calamity are destined for good fortune. It's just that there have been quite a few such calamities. He looked up at Su Lingding, whose face was covered in wounds, and slowly spoke. You will have 2 more car accidents and 1 fall from a building in the future, but none of them will be life-threatening. Moreover, those who survive a great calamity are bound to have good fortune in the future. They will live to be over 90 years old and die peacefully in their old age. They will also make a fortune in their 60s, probably worth tens of millions. Your life is pretty amazing. Lin Yang couldn't find any words to describe it, so he could only say awesome. The title of legendary durability belongs to him. Upon hearing that 3 more incidents were to occur in the future, Su Lingding's face turned even greener than a bitter gourd, her expression filled with worry. Even though I knew in advance that I wouldn't die, I was still afraid. Disasters always seem to be one step ahead, launching surprise attacks from time to time. Who wouldn't be afraid? Moreover, he absolutely did not want to experience the despair of being trapped in a predicament a second time. Only the tens of millions of dollars in losses could bring some comfort to his already distressed mood. Su Lingding sighed deeply, her face scrunched up like a chrysanthemum. Master, is there any way for me to defy fate and change my destiny? Don't be so unlucky. Let whoever wants to enjoy the good fortune later in life. I can't handle it. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. There's nothing we can do. These calamities you've faced are all predestined and can't be changed. Only the protective talisman can have some effect on you and prevent you from getting hurt once. Upon hearing this, Su Lingding immediately perked up, her eyes lighting up as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. It would be good to avoid a fracture, even if it doesn't happen. Every time he gets injured, he suffers for months. It would be good to avoid the torment of illness. Master, how much does amulet cost? We're quite destined to be together, so let's say 1,200 points of destiny. Alright. I'll buy 2. Taoist priest. Su Lingding spoke excitedly, gesturing wildly as she pulled out her phone. She accidentally touched her injured area again, and her expression immediately turned ferocious as she hissed and howled. I only scanned the code to pay after the pain had subsided, without any hesitation. Ding! Received 2,400 yuan via duct WeChat. Lin Yang smiled faintly, opened his system inventory, found the possession talisman in the 3 item slots, and exchanged for 2. That means there are only 2 left to redeem this week, so they're being used up pretty quickly. The next moment, 2 yellow talismans appeared in his pocket. He reached in, took them out, and handed them to Su Lingding. "Thank you, master." He took the talisman and immediately put it in his pocket. He struggled to stand up with the help of his crutches. Because he was too excited, he stood on the wrong foot and stepped on the ground with the bandaged foot. He immediately screamed in pain. With tears streaming down her face, she limped toward the hospital next to the park. Faith points plus 500. Faith value 6001/10,000. After Su Lingding excitedly jumped away, Lin Yang glanced at the comment section. The Taoist priest's words are deceitful. The original price was clearly 1,200. Is fortune telling really that profitable? 2,500 in such a short time? Holy crap, that's more profitable than selling desserts in Shanghai. I didn't earn that little. This guy is really something else. So many things have happened to him, and the Taoist priest still approves. And there are even 2 more things going to happen to him in the future. Is he related to the king of hell? You only see that surviving a great calamity inevitably brings good fortune, but I see surviving a great calamity, surviving a great calamity, surviving a great calamity, surviving a great calamity, that is what truly brings good fortune. Lin Yang glanced at the comments and smiled faintly. He didn't make that much. He still had to deduct 400 from the cost. Just then, a young man with a flirtatious face ran quickly toward his stall. He ran while wiping away tears, looking utterly hopeless. "Master! I'm so emo, yaa." Lin Yang was taken aback. Wasn't that the lone wolf? How could a lone wolf cry? Are you a lone wolf? It's me, Taoist priest. I'm feeling emo, I feel like life has no meaning anymore. The lone wolf sighed deeply, looked up at the sky, and his face was full of sorrow. It even has a touch of the demeanor of a sage. 100, scan the code. Master, can't you offer discounts to the big spenders in your live stream too? Even the 3 pure ones would have to leave with their pockets empty, they'd be short $100. The lone wolf's face, which was full of grievances, showed a hint of sorrow, and his face was flushed, indicating that he had drunk 2 bottles of wine before coming. I took out my phone and quickly scanned the QR code. Ding! 100 yuan received via Duct WeChat. Lin Yang chuckled after hearing that the money had been deposited into his account. Tell me, what did she do to you? Didn't I add her on WeChat yesterday? Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf's eyes immediately reddened, his lips trembled, and he was on the verge of crying. He raised his hand to wipe away his tears, and a string of crystal pendants slowly flowed from his nostrils. I listened to you yesterday and went up to ask for her WeChat. She gave it to me and said she didn't have a boyfriend and it was the first time she'd met such a cute guy like me. At that time, she looked at me like she was looking at a cute little puppy, full of doting affection. Then I spent the whole day with her, watched a movie and had dinner in the evening, and then went to the hotel. And then, that's how it happened. Lone Wolf spoke somewhat shyly, while a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. 2 restless little hands kept poking under the table. The live stream chat exploded, with question marks flooding the screen. Which one? Which one? Please explain this in detail. Isn't this what we go online for? Say it. Say it. Do you look down on me for not having a membership? I'll give the streamer a membership right now. Details of this part follow. Damn, that kid really got what he wanted. I saw this beauty in the live stream yesterday, she's really gorgeous. This woman is practically a mother figure, I want to be her dog, I want to call her master. Sigh. I'm not saying anything more, someone's calling me to go play mahjong. Lin Yang nodded and tapped the table to signal him to continue. Lone Wolf hesitated for a moment. He knew that Deus Lin Yang was live streaming, and if he were to talk about his emo issues in the live stream, the stream would probably be shut down immediately. He had some knowledge of the Taoist priest's martial arts, and after gritting his teeth and struggling for a while, he took out a finger and blocked the phone's microphone. He stood up and whispered a few cricket chirps in Lin Yang's ear. Then he completely lost it, his eyes filled with the shame of defeat, and he only spoke again after returning to his seat. Master, when we first met, she said I was so cute, and she looked at me like she was looking at a cute little puppy. She treats me like I'm a dog at night. Wah-ah-ah-ah. After listening to the encrypted code, Lin Yang understood why he was worried about it breaking. It wasn't a match between equals, but a one-sided crushing defeat. The sheer variety of combat techniques was demoralizing, and he often asks questions like, "Are your feet numb?" If you don't answer, the fight ends. No wonder he said playing with him is like playing with a dog. However, since he's the top donor, he still has to say some nice things to comfort him. Hey, don't be sad. Look, at first she treated you like a dog, but now she treats you like a dog. At least she treats you the same as before, right? The lone wolf was stunned, then cried even louder. Lin Yang coughed twice, feeling a bit helpless. He had wanted to comfort him, but it seemed he hadn't done a good job. The live stream chat erupted in laughter, with gifs flooding the screen. Hey Taoist priest, you're so venomous even when you're talking to the top-ranked fan. Aren't you afraid of being confronted by him? I specially subscribed to a live stream membership. I think I just heard something about feet going numb or taking it off, so I'll explain this in detail for our esteemed VIPs. Dude, why are you crying? You can at least be treated like a dog by a goddess. I can't even be a dog. Stop talking, my heart isn't feeling too well. The body feels a bit cold, it shouldn't be dead, right? Hilarious. The top fan is crying so loudly, you can tell he's really heartbroken. Crying? The louder you cry, the more excited the channel gets. Oh ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Lin Yang coughed twice and patted Lone Wolf on the shoulder. Alright, we've had our fun, what more could we ask for? Write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate your marriage prospects. He couldn't bear to watch any longer, the guy was crying non-stop, and he seemed to be a womanizer. How did things go from being evenly matched to one-sidedly being treated like a dog? That doesn't make sense. The lone wolf sniffed and pitifully wiped away its tears with its hand. His expression was as if the innocent Xiaochunan had something important taken away from him by an evil succubus, pitiful yet helpless. There was a hint of unyielding determination amidst the helplessness. He picked up a pen and paper and wrote down his birth date and time on a red sheet of paper. Lin Yang took a look and confirmed that his earlier calculations based on the boy's face were correct. This kid was a rich second-generation heir with a face that attracted many women. Over the years, he had probably dated at least 50 or 100 girlfriends and boyfriends. Moreover, this thing looks delicate and frail, making it a favorite of the big players. Your true love will appear when you are 28 years old, and he seems to be quite good-looking. They are the kind of couples where both partners are highly competitive, but after marriage, they each lead separate lives. From this perspective, the fact that he didn't sleep with that woman is simply because he was less skilled. Alright, your true love will appear when you're 28. She'll be quite pretty, so stop grinning and howling. Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf immediately stopped crying. Someone as playful as him actually longed for true love deep down, but he also knew that many of those who followed him were after money, not love. When it comes to love, he feels a little hopeful, but also a little afraid. He married the wrong person and only got half of the money. His parents really want to break his legs. Master, will my marriage with her go smoothly? Lin Yang shook his head seriously. It won't be too smooth. There will be plenty of bumps along the way. And you should be prepared that she has many men outside. Ha! Then why would I marry her? She wouldn't steal my money and keep a sugar daddy, would she? Lin Yang's expression immediately turned strange. This scene seemed to have happened before. No, her family is richer than yours. You two can each do your own thing. Upon hearing this, Lone Wolf grinned bitterly. Sure enough, someone like him had no concept of love. Alright, I understand, Taoist priest. Thank you. Lone Wolf stood up, took out his phone again, and scanned 500 yuan. Just as he was about to stand up with a worried look on his face, he heard Lin Yang speak again. However, one of your other suitors will truly love you. Lin Yang smiled faintly. He knew what Lone Wolf was thinking. The more elaborate the games he played, the more he wanted to pursue true love. People always romanticize the scenery along different roads. Ordinary people envy the rich for having multiple women on their hands, changing them every day. The wealthy, tired of their old ways, envy the love of ordinary people and even want to hide their identities and switch social circles to experience the sweet romance between ordinary people. Really? I believe you, master. A glint appeared in Lone Wolf's eyes as his thoughts gradually calmed down. He grinned at Lin Yang. Master, let's exchange contact information. Our family is still lacking a reliable master, and we might need your help in the future. Since you gave me another 500 yuan, I'll add it. Lin Yang coughed twice, briefly left the live stream, and exchanged WeChat contacts with Lone Wolf. Seriously, this Lone Wolf has already crossed his bottom line twice. But Lone Wolf gave him a reason he couldn't refuse. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Lone Wolf seemed to have a much more stable Dao heart. He waved his hand smugly and slowly left. Lin Yang smiled and glanced at the comments in the live stream. Master, how have you crossed the line again? Where is your dignity? Where is your bottom line? Where is your integrity? What? Who is it again, and where is it? Is it good? Sigh, seeing how much money Taoist priests make, earning 500 yuan just by adding them on WeChat, I'm really envious. Taoist priests are my enemies. My enemies have lost all integrity. My name is Direnja? You're the one who's messing with zombies. Lin Yang suddenly realized that even without him, the live stream could still be chatted about all day long. The next moment, he suddenly saw a man with a purplish-black head slowly walking towards him, holding a deck of Texas Hold'em poker cards in his hand. Lin Yang's face immediately turned cold. In fortune-telling, people with dark, purplish-black clouds above their heads are usually heinous criminals. It's not easy to be classified as a heinous criminal. In fact, 80% of minor offenders cannot be classified as heinous criminals. Master, besides the 11 divinations, do you offer any other services? The man, with stubble around his lips and bloodshot eyes, grinned, revealing a mouthful of large, yellow teeth. What other services would you like? The man with bloodshot eyes chuckled, his tone and attitude full of respect, like a true gentleman. I saw your photo on the official website of our Jiangnan District Police Station. After some inquiries, I found out that you set up a stall here. I thought, since they're all the police stations go to masters, they must be accurate, so I came here because of their reputation. Haha. Taoist master, can you perform a blessing ceremony? Or can you make my luck exceptionally good? Lin Yang snorted coldly, what do you want to be consecrated? The price for consecration is separate. The man with bloodshot eyes chuckled, Taoist priest, money is no problem. Could you tell me if this deck of cards can be blessed? The man immediately picked up a deck of cards from under the table, and with swift, almost magical, hands, he took the cards out of the box and laid them flat on the table. Or, is there something that can boost my luck? Something that can make me have better luck when playing cards? I'm so scared of losing these past few days, sigh, I've already lost over 100,000. Lin Yang frowned slightly, but still nodded. It can be blessed, and it can also improve your luck, but it's not cheap. Are you sure you want it blessed? The man with bloodshot eyes paused for a moment, his face turning sinister, but this sinister look was quickly replaced by a fawning smile. How much is it, Taoist priest? Don't be too expensive. I can't win much in one night. It must cost at least 50 or 60,000, shipping is no small expense. Lin Yang said calmly. He always felt that this gambling addict was unusual. Judging from his appearance, he was a very wicked person. He had to test him. My eyes inadvertently glanced at the live stream. Holy crap. There are all sorts of talented people these days. I was already blown away by the guy who blessed water bottles, and now he's blessing playing cards? Is he trying to cheat? 666. Is he using some kind of mystical cheat at the gambling table? He can't beat people in card tricks, so he simply blessed the playing cards. That Taoist priest is a bit greedy. He charges 50 or 60,000 yuan to bless playing cards enough to lose for days on end. I think the Taoist priest is right. Gamblers like him are terrifying. Once they get greedy, they're capable of anything. It's good that he swindled all his money beforehand, to prevent him from harming others. The man, his eyes bloodshot, hesitated for a moment, muttering to himself, 50 or 60,000. The man stroked his stubble-covered chin, his eyelids still twitching even after he closed his eyes. Okay, master, can we postpone it for a day? I'll give you the money tomorrow. The man spoke respectfully, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, every word filled with timidity. As soon as he finished speaking, the purplish-black mist on his forehead intensified. Lin Yang was taken aback and immediately stopped the man who was about to leave. Well then, we seem to have a connection. Write down your birth date and time, and I'll give you a divination. The man with bloodshot eyes was taken aback, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He took a step back, his body hunched over, but a sly smile remained on his face. Master, this is not appropriate. Please don't bother to do my reading, I'm not very interested in that kind of thing. Aren't you curious when you'll strike it rich? Don't you ever think about how much money you'll make at the gambling table after your playing cards are blessed? Lin Yang said calmly, this guy's reaction is really strange. Moreover, something was particularly off about him. He usually doesn't meddle in other people's business, but if you look at his birth chart, you'll see that he's the kind of person who is extremely wicked and evil. If it were someone who would beat their parents or curse them, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Hiss, Taoist master, you can even calculate this. The man with bloodshot eyes gasped. The doubt in his eyes deepened, but a hint of curiosity also arose, and he cautiously took another step back. Master, I'm curious, what can you predict from a person's birth chart? Like what they've done in the past, what they'll do in the future, can you predict all of that? The viewers in the live stream were all puzzled. I feel like something's off about this man. Master, did you already notice? I think the Taoist priest already knew something was up. Even a passing dog would get ripped off for 100 yuan if it walked up to his stall, so why would he be so kind as to tell fortunes for free? Wow, this is exciting. Is the Taoist priest going to get another bonus later? I think this man is being a bit too guilty. If a normal person thinks the Taoist priest is accurate, they'll be eager to have their fortune told. Why would they ask these strange questions unless he has something to hide? Lin Yang narrowed his eyes. This guy was definitely a bit suspicious. He then deliberately put on an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. You've been reading too many novels. Why don't you just say that I, master, can tell you about your past and present lives? It can only give you a general direction, such as at what age your career will take another step forward, and when your wealth will explode. Otherwise, do you think I'm a god who knows everything about your past? The man, his eyes bloodshot and his face wary, let out a long sigh and gave a silly smile. He looked embarrassed, took 2 steps forward, and sat back down in the chair. I'm so sorry, master, but since we're destined to meet, please help me calculate when I'll have good fortune. He spoke nicely, but his actions betrayed him. Lin Yang pushed the red paper in front of him forward and waited quietly for him to write his birth date and time. After the man finished writing, he was about to push the red paper forward in front of Lin Yang, but then he suddenly pulled it back. By the way, Taoist priest, I remember a friend of mine saying that fortune tellers can predict what good and bad things a person has done in the past. You can't possibly predict the good things I've done, can you? He. I used to be known as a living Leifang, and I originally intended to do good deeds anonymously, but I can't let the Taoist priest know about it. The man gripped the red paper tightly with both hands, his eyes narrowed, as if he would tear it up immediately if he sensed anything amiss. Lin Yang once again gave him a look as if he were looking at an idiot. What are you thinking? I'm not the king of hell, how could I see whether you do good or bad deeds? You really think I'm some kind of immortal? The man smiled, gradually relaxed his hands, and pushed the red paper in front of Lin Yang. Just kidding, Taoist priest, why are you taking it so seriously? The red paper was crumpled from being handled, but the 8 characters were still clearly written on it. Lin Yang quickly took the birth chart and looked at it. Instantly, everything the man had done before flashed into his mind. He started petty theft at the age of 15, stealing chickens and dogs in the village. Later, he learned a trade and went to work in the city. After working a stable job for a short time, he got involved in online gambling and lost all his savings. He also took out a loan of 20,000 yuan, which he also lost. Under pressure to repay debts, he started stealing batteries and catalytic converters. After selling the stolen batteries, he got into Texas Hold'em and, unsurprisingly, lost everything in an underground casino. But he felt the money from selling the stolen batteries wasn't enough. I met my supplier at the casino, he was the head of a child trafficking ring. Then, they started stealing children. He took out a loan to buy a van, which he used to steal children in the countryside and hand them over to the head of a child trafficking gang, who would then distribute them to remote mountainous areas and to wealthy young people. He gets a commission of 50,000 yuan for each person he traffics, but gambling is a bottomless pit. In 5 years, he has torn more than 100 families apart. When he got carried away with gambling, he even sold his own 5-year-old daughter to the head of a trafficking organization. No matter how much his daughter cried and called for her father, he remained unmoved. He just smiled and counted the 50,000 yuan in his hand. After losing all 50,000 yuan, in an attempt to recoup his losses, he used connections to sell his wife to an old man in a remote mountain area. Lin Yang was stunned. This guy was a beast. Lin Yang's fists clenched tighter and tighter. This guy is a beast. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, yet this guy sold his daughter and wife to gamble. And he lost everything. According to the divination, the reason why he casually agreed to have a deck of cards blessed by him, even for 50,000 yuan, and wanted to change his luck, was that he planned to kidnap a pair of twins tonight. The 2 children were sold for 100,000 yuan, 50,000 yuan was used for a blessing ceremony, and the remaining 50,000 yuan was used for verification of funds at the casino. Moreover, this guy is the kind of person who is timid and submissive to outsiders, but only dares to take his anger out on his daughter and wife at home. No wonder he has such a purplish-black face. As soon as he gets to the police station, he immediately confesses to all the crimes he committed. Lin Yang originally didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. If he didn't send this kind of beast to prison and make him a staff member, even the 3 pure ones would be disgusted. Taoist master, how about it? When will I be able to make a fortune? If I ever make a fortune, the first thing I'll do is give the Taoist priest a big red envelope to thank him, haha. The man, his eyes bloodshot, chuckled and rubbed his hands together excitedly. Waiting to find out when the fortune will be revealed is just as exciting as playing Texas Hold'em. Ha, now that you have money, why don't you redeem your daughter and wife first? Lin Yang spoke coldly and in a low voice, his face showing a rare mix of anger and seriousness. The man, his eyes bloodshot, instinctively tried to run away, his hands clenched tightly. He pretended not to understand, took 2 deep breaths, and tilted his head, looking at Lin Yang with a puzzled expression. What are you saying, Taoist priest? My wife and child are at home. You must have miscalculated. It's all right if I miscalculated. I won't bother you any longer, master. You're quite busy, so I'll be going now. Lin Yang snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table, startling the man who immediately shrank back. Your wife and daughter are home? They're probably at someone else's house. You son of a bitch, you sold your wife and daughter to human traffickers for gambling money, and trafficked more than 100 children in 5 years. Damn it, if I don't beat you up today, my deist heart won't be at peace. After Lin Yang finished speaking, it took a while for the live stream viewers to come to their senses, and then they were filled with excitement. What? How did the Taoist priest figure that out? This guy is a beast. Not only did he kidnap other people's children, but he also sold his own daughter and wife when he got carried away with gambling. Holy crap. I hate human traffickers more than anything. Taoist priest. He has to eat 2 bowls of yellow rice that's been soaked in cold water. Damn it! As a father who just had a daughter, he shouldn't have had time to cherish her. How could he bear to sell her off? This is worse than an animal. How many children did he abduct? More than 100? Taoist priest, don't move. I'm taking a taxi there right now. I have to kick him a few times. Because of this beast, at least 300 families have been persecuted. I suggest he be executed immediately. Repeatedly execute him on July 62nd. It would be a disservice to the victims if he didn't die at least 3 times. After Lin Yang finished speaking, a look of fear appeared on the man's face, as if he were looking at a monster. With her legs trembling slightly, ready to run away at any moment, she cried out, "Master, you said, only immortals could predict these things. How did you know? I, Taoist master, am a terrestrial immortal." As Lin Yang spoke, he sprinted 100 meters, quickly closing the distance to the man, delivering a right roundhouse kick and a left front kick. With a swift movement, she grabbed the man's collar, causing him to instinctively arch his back and bury his head beneath her. Seeing this, Lin Yang slapped the man's back repeatedly, shouting as he did so, "You dare disturb my Dao heart! You dare disturb my Dao heart, so I, the Taoist master, have to beat you. Otherwise, it will affect my peace of mind." The man was being beaten and howled in pain, his cries sounding like a pig being slaughtered in a park, with the same sound effects as Talking Tom. "Oh woo woo! Help! Murder! The Taoist priest has murdered someone! Help!" Upon receiving the captain's order, the 2 plainclothes officers standing at the park entrance immediately ran over upon seeing this scene. One of them was Chen Shaoan's youngest apprentice, the hat uncle who brought Lin Yang back. "Taoist master, what's wrong with you? Stop fighting! You'll kill him if you keep going." The apprentice looked anxious and immediately tried to mediate, but even though he was a police academy graduate, he couldn't pull Lin Yang's arm. His face was filled with shock. How strong was this Taoist priest? With that kind of strength, he'd be beaten to death. "Stop hitting the Taoist priest. He'll really get killed. That'll cause serious trouble." The elderly people who were strolling around also gathered around to watch the excitement, triggering the DNA behavior of the Chinese people. They have to watch anything exciting. Several elderly men, some leaning on canes and walking with faltering steps, also came over and offered their advice. Most of the people who come to join in the fun are elderly men and women who regularly come to dance in the square. Only a few young people, around 18 or 19 years old, who came to play basketball at the park's basketball court, squatted behind the crowd watching the excitement. "Young man, what grudge do you have? The law is sound now, so don't do anything illegal. No matter how big the conflict is, you can't resort to violence." "That's right. Let go. He's almost knocked unconscious. Don't do anything rash." "Yeah, what grudge could you possibly have? Let go right now, or you'll hurt him." "Brother, stop hitting him. If you hurt him badly, I think he'll vomit blood." Several old men stepped in to mediate, tugging at Lin Yang's sleeve. Lin Yang slid to the side, his expression momentarily stunned, and shouted, "Don't stop me. This guy is a child trafficker. He's kidnapped over 100 children. He even sold his wife to an old man in the mountains to be his wife, and his daughter to the mountains." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then, dozens of elderly men and women simultaneously grabbed their canes and swung them around, striking the traffickers on the head. "You little bastard. You're lucky you're alive if I don't beat you to death today. Dynasty Hunter Mom. I'll handle this old man. My cane is made of solid wood. If I don't beat the shit out of you, you're lucky you've done a good job." Several 18 or 19-year-old boys who were watching the commotion from the back row also got carried away. They threw the basketball aside, tried to squeeze into the crowd for a long time but failed, and immediately became anxious. "Let me kick you." 2 men in plain clothes and hats, surrounded by the crowd, exchanged glances. They looked up at the same time. "Hey, the weather's nice today, huh?" "Yeah, right? Oh, I'm suddenly a little thirsty. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the police car to get a bottle of water. Please don't hurt us." The young apprentice paused for a moment, then immediately echoed in agreement. "Ha! Oh, right, I'm a little thirsty too. We're going to drink some water for 5 minutes before we come back. Please don't do anything, let us mediate." The apprentice and another plainclothes officer sat in the police car, enjoying the air conditioning and gulping down bottled water. They quickly called for backup from the branch office. With so many elderly people involved in a large-scale brawl, the 2 of them couldn't handle it. Support from headquarters arrived quickly. A police car came to a stop at the park entrance in less than 3 minutes. Chen Shaoan got out of the car in a hurry, not even bothering to lock it, and immediately ran into the park. The young apprentice, watching this scene through the car window, was suddenly stunned. He quickly opened the police car door and stopped Chen Shaoan, saying, "Master, what's the rush?" Chen Shaoan flung his arm away, staring at his apprentice with an incredulous look. "There's a gang fight going on inside. How can I not be worried? They're all elderly people, they don't know their own strength. What if they kill someone? Who in our district can take that responsibility? As a police station, where is your sense of responsibility? Why are you sitting in your car with the air conditioning on, unwilling to mediate? You've disappointed me greatly, apprentice. The apprentice felt a little guilty after being told what to do. His master was right. Was he being too irresponsible? If someone gets beaten to death, who will take responsibility? Master, that's a human trafficker inside. Master Lin Yang is leading the beating. He's trafficked more than 100 children over the years, and he even sold his own daughter and wife to gamble. I only just came out to get a drink of water with him, giving the old folks 5 minutes to teach him a lesson. He's such a beast. He nervously explained to Chen Xiaoan, afraid that his master would be disappointed in him. He simply grabbed Chen Xiaoan's sleeve and strode towards the park. After taking only 2 steps, Chen Xiaoan suddenly shook off his hand, his square face looking somewhat weak. Go, get me a bottle of water. I'm a little thirsty from running too fast. The apprentice looked at Chen Xiaoan with a bewildered expression. Huh? Ah, master, did you forget to lock your car? Chen Xiaoan slapped his forehead. Tisk. Look at my memory. How could I forget something so important? I'll go lock it up right now. A few more minutes passed, and the 3 men leaned against the police car door, silently drinking mineral water, listening to the whales gradually fading away in the park. The young apprentice swallowed hard, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Master, why don't we go over and mediate? It's been 4 minutes already, I'm afraid something might get out of hand. Chen Xiaoan waved his hand and raised his wrist to look at his watch. Look at you, always in such a hurry. What do you mean, something happened? If he had been hit, why didn't he cry for help? They must have been having a friendly interaction. You are not a fish, how can you know the fish's joy? Hiss. Master, what you said makes some sense. Why are you calling me master? Use your job title when you're working. Yes, Captain. 5 minutes later, Chen Xiaoan checked the time on his watch and said, it's about time. Let's go in. The 3 of them strolled into the park, only to find that the rest of the park was deserted, with everyone gathered around Lin Yang's fortune-telling stall. Many of the later arrivals struggled to push their way into the crowd, shouting, "Ah, let me kick you. Don't push. One at a time." Lin Yang sat in front of the fortune-telling stall, drinking water and wiping the sweat from his forehead. These old men and women are incredibly fierce. The 68-year-old woman is like Zhao Zilong of Changshan, her spear moving like a dragon, striking one blow after another. The old man, who was over 90 years old and walked with a shaky gait, suddenly became incredibly agile when he started moving his hands. His hands stopped shaking, his back stopped hurting, and he could walk with ease. Moreover, they attacked him in groups. These elderly men and women didn't have any accuracy. If he hadn't run away quickly, they would have beaten him up too. They were almost in a killing frenzy. They almost beat the human traffickers to death. One of his legs was broken, and he was barely clinging to life. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. Holy crap! That's so satisfying. That's how you beat someone. Kill him. Master! Please let me kick a Porsche after I've done the swiping. I'm begging you. I desperately want to improve. I think I just saw a plainclothes officer in a hat? Or am I seeing things? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. Where did this hat uncle come from? Why would someone bother with a hat in this sweltering heat? I suggest just throwing him into the river for harmless disposal. It was those damn human traffickers who stole my sister's child. Our 3 families are still grieving. Those human traffickers deserve to die. Lin Yang suddenly looked up and saw 3 uncles in hats slowly walking towards him from a distance. Chen Xiaoan, who was in the lead, even raised his hand to greet him. He immediately coughed twice. Grandpas and grandmas, please don't fight. Let's communicate amicably. We can leave this human trafficker to uncle in the hat for trial. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the crowd dispersed immediately. No one ran away, they just stood around, looking on indignantly. At this moment, the man lying on the ground, covering his head with tomato sauce, was groaning softly, his body curled up like a shrimp. Her voice was weak and trembling, with a hint of sobbing. When she heard that Uncle Hat had arrived, there was no fear in her eyes, but rather a sense of relief. Hat! Quick! Come catch me! Save me! When Chen Xiaoan saw the human trafficker beaten like this, he was stunned, and his expression immediately became serious. His square, upright face exuded an air of authority even without anger. How could someone be beaten like this? Who did it? Uncle Hat, I took it. An 18 or 19-year-old boy who plays basketball stepped forward and glared fiercely at the human trafficker. Chen Xiaoan was taken aback. Young man, how old are you? 19. Oh, you didn't hit that. You came here to watch the fun while you're playing basketball, right? Chen Xiaoan coughed twice, looked at Lin Yang, and calmly called 120. Lin Yang understood immediately and pulled the 14-year-old boy out from the back of the crowd. Kid, go ahead and let him talk to your protection law if he has anything to say. The child nodded blankly, then immediately stepped forward. Uncle Hat, I did it. Several elderly men in their 90s, leaning shakily on their canes, emerged from the crowd. I'm the old man who beat him up. I'm 98 years old this year, that's enough for me. If you have a problem, come at me. I'll take his life for his. Another old man, trembling, pulled out a large handful of medals from his pocket. If you're going to execute this old man, use the pistol the commander left me. I'll pay with my life. The young apprentice twitched his lips, intimidated by the scene. Gentlemen, aren't you tired of beating him like this? The old man, leaning on his cane, shook his head. Back in the day, I walked tens of thousands of miles without getting tired. I still have the strength to hit someone. I'm 102 years old, come at me if you have a problem. It's none of their business. At worst, you can break my leg too, one leg against one of his. Lin Yang almost spat out his water when he saw this. Holy crap, those three legendary figures from the game's launch. If anything were to happen to these three old men, Kyoto would probably just demand their coordinates. The medals he pulled out of his pocket outnumbered even the teeth of director Chen Shaoan, who would dare touch them. The live stream chat exploded immediately, with comments flooding in and the number of viewers reaching 3,000. Ha ha ha, it's those old men again, trying to take charge. Go talk to your bureau chief about this. What do I, an old man, know? Chief, if you dare touch him, then you're the chief now. This kid's pretty brave. Go tell my protection law if you need anything. I'm just a kid, I don't know anything. That was so satisfying. Those uncles in hats were completely dumbfounded. It was probably the first time they'd ever encountered such a tricky situation. A slight smile appeared on Chen Shaoan's serious face as he waved his hand, signaling his apprentice to be quiet. Gentlemen, hitting people is wrong no matter what. Please don't resort to violence in the future. If you have any problems, please come to our police station to resolve them. Alright, apprentice, handcuff him. The man lying on the ground, panting heavily, was completely dumbfounded. He let out an incredulous wail. Huh? That's it? They almost beat me to death, and all they did was give me a verbal reprimand. Chen Shaoan kicked him in the buttocks, the toe of his leather shoe embedding itself hard into his hook. What right do we have to speak for you, a criminal suspect? Cuff me and take me away. Master, you should be a key witness, so please come with us. Chen Shaoan looked at Lin Yang, gave him a faint smile, and greeted him like an old friend, patting him on the shoulder. The handcuffed human trafficker's eyes widened at the sight. He was about to accuse Lin Yang of beating him the most, but he swallowed his words back. Why was the police captain so close to the Taoist priest? In an instant, his world collapsed. The sky over Jiangnan City has darkened. Lin Yang, carrying his phone, sat in the passenger seat of Chen Shaoan's car and went back to the police station with him. Upon entering the police station, the human trafficker was locked up by his apprentice. Chen Shaoan took him to the monitoring room where he could watch the interrogation at any time and paused the live broadcast. As soon as he closed the door, Chen Shaoan couldn't wait to chuckle, his face full of admiration. Master, thanks to you, we busted the organ trafficking den and the Triad organization, and I received a second-class merit award, and was promoted from a third-level police superintendent to a second-level police superintendent. Lin Yang smiled faintly. It was just a small favor, Officer Chen, no need to be so polite. By the way, this kid is a truly wicked bastard. In order to gamble in underground casinos, he has abducted 120 children in 5 years, and even abducted his own wife and daughter. He must be severely punished. As soon as Chen Shaoan heard about the case, he immediately became serious. Alright, I'll have my apprentice interrogate him right away. Is he an individual child trafficker or part of an organized group? When this was mentioned, Lin Yang took out his birth chart from his pocket, glanced at it a few times, and made a judgment. It was organized. He met the head of a trafficking gang at the casino. The gang had 7 members. The head was responsible for contacting buyers, and the others were responsible for trafficking. Each of them has abducted nearly 100 children. Chen Shaoan gasped in shock. This is a major case. And a major case that was carried out right under the noses of their branch office. They didn't even notice. If the murderer isn't brought to justice in time, the public's trust in the police station will definitely be greatly diminished. Even the provincial government wanted to give them a severe scolding. Luckily, Lin Yang was there and helped them solve a huge problem. Master, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many innocent families would have suffered such a terrible fate. Chen Shaoan immediately straightened his body and gave a solemn salute. Lin Yang, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and shouted out in alarm for the first time. I'll give you an address. You need to get there right now. This man's fate has changed. The video of him beating someone has been released, and the other 6 members of the trafficking gang saw it. These 6 are planning to flee to Yunnan province to commit more crimes. Upon hearing this, Chen Shaoan grabbed the address and immediately led a dozen or so people outside. He now has absolute trust in Lin Yang, this master's fortune-telling. No, his predictions are too accurate. Lin Yang figured out what none of them had noticed, simply by using their birth date and time. As a hat uncle, Chen Shaoan's understanding of the world is being shattered. He used to be an atheist who only believed in science, but now, he desperately wants to get into the ministry. Their bureau chief's rank is second-class police inspector, cough. In less than half an hour, after the apprentice's gentle and patient persuasion and the great memory restoration technique, in the monitoring room, Lin Yang watched as the trafficker who sold his daughter confessed everything, including the trafficker gang's hideout, its members, the location of the casino, and how many children they had trafficked. There are a total of 119, and if you include his biological daughter, there are a total of 120. But he had no idea where the product was sold or who the buyer was. At the same time, Chen Shaoan also led his team back, his face beaming with pride, looking utterly triumphant. He opened the door to the monitoring room and immediately gave Lin Yang a big hug. "Master, you are truly a prophet. When I led the team to arrive, these guys were packing their things to run away, but we wiped out their entire hideout. You also raided the casino while you were at it. You're guaranteed a second-class merit award. Taoist priest, your fortune-telling is amazing." Lin Yang smiled faintly and quickly corrected his mistake. "It's calculation. There's no such thing as fortune-telling. I'm not a god, how could I possibly calculate such detailed things?" He didn't notice at all that the door to the monitoring room was open, and the human trafficker who was selling his daughter was being escorted by two men in hats as they passed by the door. The man struggled in terror, the phrase "I am a terrestrial immortal" still echoing in his mind. Chen Shaoan smiled awkwardly and quickly patted his mouth. Yes, the Taoist priest calculated it. "By the way, Taoist priest, our bureau has a commendation for your act of bravery for you later. Would you like to take a picture with us?" Lin Yang shook his head with a strange expression. "No, if we take another photo together, your official website will be full of my pictures. But I won't be polite about accepting this award for bravery." The two left the monitoring room together, received their awards, and took a photo together. The other men in hats were also surprised to see their captain being so enthusiastic towards the Taoist priest. They felt their worldviews had been turned upside down. Is this still the same captain who firmly believes in atheism and rushes forward no matter what outrageous events he encounters? After receiving the award and taking a photo, Lin Yang happily started a live stream with the 50,000 yuan. More than 300 people flooded into the live stream room immediately, and the barrage of comments was flying by. Was that human trafficker brought to justice? That was so satisfying. I'd call this the best cathartic story of the year. Wow, these uncles in hats are looking at the Taoist priest with such admiration. The Taoist priest is amazing. I feel like the team leader is almost falling for the Taoist priest, ha ha ha. Am I the only one who noticed the wad of cash the Taoist priest was holding? Another 50,000 yuan. He got 50,000 yuan in just 2 days. I'm truly envious. Lin Yang smiled faintly, waved goodbye to Chen Shaoan, and walked out of the police station. Just then, a beautiful woman in a hurry rushed to the police station to report the case. "Officer, my brother has been missing for 2 days. When I call him, someone else answers, and then his phone is completely switched off. I suspect he was harmed by his co-workers." Seeing this, Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. The white mist above the woman's head meant that something had happened to her family. However, this was no longer his concern. Chen Shaoan's apprentice offered to open the car door for him and drove him back to the park. The live stream chat exploded again, the screen filled with question marks. What kind of treatment is the Taoist priest getting now? A chauffeur-driven car? Holy crap! Taoist priest, don't be so arrogant. If the Taoist priest were to include foot bathing in medical insurance, I would support his election as mayor of Jiangnan. Is the Taoist priest still setting up a stall? Every fortune teller here is amazing. After getting off the bus, Lin Yang glanced at the time and realized it was getting late, so he decided to pack up and head back to the Taoist temple. Just then, the faith value suddenly increased, all from the combined faith values of different people. Faith points plus 500, faith points plus 1000, faith points plus 500. Faith value 8001/10,000. Lin Yang smiled faintly, and after the broadcast, he carried his stall back to the Taoist temple. This must be the faith points contributed by Chen Shaoan and the others. Not bad, we'll be able to unlock the next reward soon. After returning to the Taoist temple, as darkness fell, he tallied up his gains for the day, over 51,000. In just 2 days, he had accumulated 105,000. With a little more savings, we can hire a professional construction team to renovate it. Then we won't need to go down the mountain every day to solicit business. With more worshippers, the faith value will naturally increase. Thinking about it, he simply went to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yang rubbed his blurry eyes, picked up his stall tools, and went down the mountain. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to set up a stall in the park. As soon as he entered the park, Many elderly men and women greeted him warmly. Is Master Lin setting up his stall again? Good morning, Taoist Master. You're incredibly accurate, you even predicted human traffickers. I'll definitely recommend you when I have business opportunities. Master, you're up really early. Want to practice square dancing with us? Lin Yang smiled and declined. After greeting everyone, he sat down in his usual spot and set up his stall under the shade of a tree. Believe it or not, don't bother me as I ascend. Live stream started. Hundreds of people immediately flooded into the live stream room. They were all people who stayed in the fan group every day and would come in to watch the fun as soon as the live stream started. Hey, they're here. Let's see what the Taoist priest has to do today. Master, do you remember me? I sent you a lot of hearts yesterday. It's alright, the Taoist priest doesn't hold grudges. Just landed, watching the Taoist priest's live stream for a while, quite pleasant. Before long, Lin Yang got his first customer of the day. A hunchbacked old man with graying hair pulled an old woman in a floral short-sleeved shirt, and they walked noisily toward his stall. Taoist Master. I've heard your fortune-telling is incredibly accurate, you can even predict what kind of work she'll be doing. Can you tell me if she's cheating on me? The old man, his face flushed, angrily grabbed the old woman's wrist, his expression full of rage and anger. Oh my God, I've spent my whole life with you, where would I go to cheat on you? The old lady looked aggrieved and spoke softly. Stop giving me that nonsense. If you didn't cheat, why do you smell like alcohol? If you didn't cheat, why did you have marks on your face when I woke up this morning? The old man gritted his teeth, as if he was about to go berserk at any moment. His face was full of green fury, and he was panting heavily, with wrinkles showing on his face from anger. After saying that, he turned to look at Lin Yang and immediately took out 200 yuan from his pocket and threw it on the table. Taoist priest. I'll give you 200. Quickly help me calculate whether she's cheated on me. Lin Yang twitched his lips. He's so old, how could he still cheat on his wife? However, this situation can indeed happen, and we cannot deny it outright just because we are getting old. He silently accepted the money. You two, stop arguing. Sir, tell me what exactly happened. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately became enraged and glared fiercely at the old woman. She started playing the victim to Lin Yang, crying her eyes out. Master, you can imagine how miserable I am. Last night I went out to eat with some other old men, came back and went straight to sleep. I didn't do anything else. I woke up this morning to find a lipstick mark on that old hag's face. He still reeks of alcohol. Isn't it obvious that he went out and hung out with other old men while I was away? Damn it, you don't carry people anymore, huh? I knew you and that old Wong who does square dancing weren't getting along, you're always chatting on WeChat at home. Isn't this cheating? She took advantage of me coming home drunk and lying down to sleep, and she even brought him home. If she dares to bring him home today, she might kick me out tomorrow. Wang Lanfang, I thought you were an honest person. You've been honest and simple your whole life, but today you've finally shown your true colors, haven't you? Wang Lanfang, you're a ruthless person. You've hidden yourself your whole life. Lin Yang nodded, then looked at the old lady with a wronged expression. Judging from the old lady's appearance, she seems like a very honest and upright person, not someone who would cause trouble even in her old age. But the old man seemed quite certain of what he was saying, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Auntie, tell me, what happened yesterday? Wang Lanfang looked at the old man with a wronged expression, as if tears were about to well up in her eyes, and retorted forcefully with a sob in her voice. Li Qian, do you have any conscience saying that? What do you mean I've been hiding for my whole life? I've been following you since I was 20 for over 40 years, and you still don't believe me? You come home drunk and act like a madman. I don't want to live with you anymore. Let's get a divorce. Your Honor, you must do me justice. Even if I get a divorce, I want it to be a clean divorce. Wang Lanfang grabbed Lin Yang's hand tightly, pleading desperately, her face filled with grievance. Lin Yang twitched his lips. They'd been together for over 40 years, this old man's suspicions were a bit excessive. The viewers in the live stream went wild, flooding the chat with comments. What? They've been married for over 40 years, what is there left to distrust? This old man is being a bit too sensitive. Sigh, the suspicion didn't start with this one incident. Deep-seated problems don't arise overnight, this could just be the last straw. How could someone not directly involved know anything else? Being a Taoist priest is pretty good, hee. I get to eat so much gossip every day, and I even have to deal with the love triangles of old men and women. I'm starting to envy the Taoist priest. Li Qian became visibly agitated upon hearing about the divorce, he was trembling with anger. Master, did you see that? She's getting a divorce and running off with that old man. Wang Lanfang, you've finally shown your true colors. No, I don't agree. I can't let you have your way. I won't get a divorce. Wang Lanfang also felt wronged. All these years, you've just come home drunk and taken a nap. Have you ever cared about anything? After drinking, I have to serve you, and then you act crazy when you're drunk. I want a divorce. Now you not only act crazy when you're drunk, but you can even make up stories about me cheating on you. I've had enough of you." Seeing the two old people arguing more and more intensely, Lin Yang coughed lightly and said, "How about this, you two stop arguing, give me your birth dates and I'll calculate who's at fault." Li Qiang immediately took the red paper in front of him and wrote his name on it without hesitation. "Write it. Only those who feel guilty dare not write it." Upon hearing this, Wang Lanfang snatched the red paper without hesitation and wrote down her birth date and time without any fuss. "Master, please be the judge for us." Lin Yang glanced at them and saw that neither of them seemed guilty. He took the birth chart and scanned it a few times. According to Li Qiang's birth chart, he is an honest and hard-working worker who will retire at the age of 60. The factory used to offer very good benefits, and he worked there until retirement, so his pension was quite substantial, amounting to 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. He doesn't have any bad habits. Judging from his birth chart, he usually likes to drink and brag with old friends. He never touched another woman in his life except Wang Lanfang. It was a lifelong love affair. Looking at Wang Lanfang, she also has an honest and simple personality, with no bad intentions. She married Li Qiang when she was 20 years old. According to the divination, Li Qiang is her only true love, and she has not had any other romantic opportunities recently. The fact that she has no other romantic interests means that she has no one else in her heart, let alone cheat on him. The reason she gets close to old Wang, who dances in the square, is because she is worried about her son's marriage and wants to trick old Wang's daughter into coming to her. What's going on? Lin Yang scratched his head, muttering to himself in confusion, these two are destined to be together forever, there's no way they'd cheat on each other. "Master, what can I tell from her birth chart? Is this crazy woman having an affair? Is she having an affair with that old Wang next door who dances in the square?" Li Qiang asked indignantly, his eyes wide, as if he were listening to Lin Yang deliver a verdict. Wang Lanfang rolled her eyes, nudged Li Qiang with her elbow, and looked at Lin Yang pleadingly, "Taoist master, you have to clear my name. I didn't do anything." Still trying to deny it. "Then why are you so close to old Wang next door?" Just then, Grandpa Wang, who was dancing in the square not far away, noticed that the two figures in front of the stall looked so familiar. He slowly broke away from the square dance group and walked over quickly. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. "And Wang is getting close to old Wang, who dances in the square, because she wants to introduce a girl to your two sons and trick old Wang's daughter into coming here to be your son's wives. That's why you're in such frequent contact with old Wang next door. You're overthinking it, Mr. Li. Then, what's with the smell of alcohol on her and the marks on her face? Uncle Li, don't you remember how much you drank yesterday?" Li Qiang scratched his head a little embarrassedly, revealing an icy expression. Silently, he raised his wrinkled hands and touched Wang Lanfang's wrist. Then I misunderstood her?" Wang Lanfang pulled her hand away and hugged her shoulders with a pitiful expression. Lin Yang nodded slightly, having basically deduced what had happened last night. "And Wang, when Uncle Li came home yesterday, he must have drunk too much and was out of his mind, right?" Wang Lanfang nodded, looking aggrieved, a hint of shock in her eyes. "Taoist master, you can even calculate this. That's a misunderstanding. Grandpa Wang drank himself into oblivion yesterday and doesn't remember what he did. You and Grandpa Li are destined to be together, the kind of couple who will love each other for life. Grandpa Li, you've misunderstood Grandma Wang. According to the divination, there will be no one interfering with your relationship in the near future or in the future. You need to change your drinking habits. You can't keep drinking like this. You've got fatty liver now." Lin Yang calmly calculated that these two old people would never get a divorce. "So, I cheated on myself." Grandpa Li's eyes were filled with embarrassment and shame. He was so ashamed. Wang Lanfang's eyes were full of grievance, her eyes were red and aggrieved, and she hugged her shoulders, ignoring all the kind words Grandpa Wang said. Li Qiang quietly tickled the old lady's ticklish spot, forced a sheepish smile, and said with a grin, "Look at you, why didn't you say earlier that you wanted to trick old Wang's daughter into our relationship? I would have just cooperated with you. I've known old Wang for years. He treats his daughter like a treasure. If he's going to cheat her, we'd have to work together." Wang Lanfang looked aggrieved. "I was just afraid that my intentions would be too obvious and that Lao Wang would notice." Li Qiang gave a look of sudden realization. "Oh, then let's go home, and I'll make you cola chicken wings. Isn't that your favorite thing?" After hesitating and struggling for a long time, and Wang finally chose to forgive. As soon as Grandpa Wang, who was dancing in the square, approached, he heard the entire conversation and immediately looked bewildered. "What? You two are trying to scam my daughter? You beast! You beast! No, I have to call my daughter now and keep an eye on Li Qiang's son." He quickly dialed his daughter's number, which rang several times before being answered. "Hey, daughter! Where are you? What are you doing?" Dad, I'm watching a movie with Uncle Lee's son. What's up? Oh, I have something to tell you. It's extremely urgent. You absolutely must get away from here. Wait a minute? Who are you going to see the movie with? Uncle Li Qiang's son. He's a really nice guy, thoughtful and handsome. Old Wang next door felt his daughter's voice was growing increasingly hollow. The sky had fallen. Lin Yang watched the elderly couple reconcile and smiled faintly. The old man's shame was almost overflowing, and the old woman's grievances were almost overflowing as well. In conclusion, I cheated on myself. The main issue is that Rome wasn't built in a day. This old man is probably a bit suspicious by nature, and after drinking himself into oblivion yesterday, he completely forgot about it. Thank you, Taoist priest. He, otherwise I would have misunderstood my old lady. Li Qiang chuckled, a little embarrassed, and took the old woman's hand. The two nudged and whispered among themselves. The old lady initially pretended to be arrogant and angry, but after being coaxed by the old man's various strange expressions, she stopped being so angry. However, she deducted a month's allowance from the old man's allowance. Although the old man felt a pang of regret, he remained strong and magnanimous, and accepted the offer. They then walked away hand in hand, their love blossoming. Faith points plus 1,000. Faith value 8,001/10,000. Seeing this, Lin Yang grinned. His faith points were almost full again. He wondered what good things he would get in the next lottery. Viewers in the live stream saw this and flooded the chat with envious comments. In the past, travel was slow, a letter, 2 people, 3 meals a day, 4 seasons, and a lifetime. I really envy the older generation's love. They don't care about material things, just love. Now I'm afraid to chat with female netizens. I keep saying things like my phone is broken, I'm hungry, I have no clothes to wear, my perfume is empty, my foundation is gone, my birthday is coming up, as if I'm guilty of something and I'm talking to her until she's completely broke. I'll trade my 20 years of solitude for your chance to meet your perfect match. Taoist master, did I fucking agree to that? How lucky. I'm so envious. If I met a wife with such pure love, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in a mansion every day. After watching the elderly couple leave, Lin Yang looked up at the live stream room, which immediately turned red. He pointed at the comments section and started cursing. Holy crap. You who wants to trade my 20 years of celibacy for a good partner, come out here. I think you don't understand Taoist magic. I'm going to teach you some martial arts. Pft, ha 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 ha. The master has broken down. Taoist priest, you monks just need to sever your ties with worldly affairs, right? Yes. In my mind, incredibly powerful and mysterious masters all live in seclusion deep in the mountains, don't use mobile phones, and drink dew when thirsty and eat wild fruits when hungry. Taoist master, why is your idea different from mine? Lin Yang was taken aback. Are you treating me like a caveman? Just as Lin Yang was interacting with netizens, a girl dressed in light clothing, holding a small Labrador retriever in her arms, rushed towards him in a hurry. Master! Help! My son seems to be possessed. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses and saw a pretty girl standing anxiously in front of the stall, talking and patting the little Labrador in her arms. Where is your son? Lin Yang noticed the dog in her arms, but didn't pay it any mind. He deliberately peeked out and looked behind the woman. There was no one behind me. Normally, the probability of being possessed by evil spirits is very small. 99% of people never encounter New Year's goods in their entire lives. If you encounter an unclean house, move out immediately, and it won't bother you anymore. Moreover, many people have been deceived by fake charlatans online, and they think of the New Year's goods as terrifying, when in fact it is quite the opposite. Ordinary New Year's goods are just a cloud of black mist, a human-shaped black mist, nothing more, and most people can't see it at all. Only those with extremely low luck can see it. Even if you encounter something unclean while renting a place, many people's first instinct is to eliminate it and kick it out. But that's going against the natural order. You're the one who should be the tenant. There's no reason to kick a homeowner out. It's easy to tell if there are any New Year's goods in a house. The first way is by smell. Some people feel uncomfortable as soon as they enter a rented house and smell a strange stench. Don't hesitate, run away. Another possibility is hearing a rustling sound, like a plastic bag rustling in the wind. This could also mean you've won a big prize. New Year's goods that take human form are usually a source of trouble for the local area. If you encounter one, don't be afraid, just be more careful in your next life. Children are different. Their intelligence is not completely shut down, so they can see things that ordinary people cannot. Moreover, children are physically weak, so it is easy for evil spirits to do something if they want to. Of course, there are also some possessed individuals with very poor acting skills, whose parents can exorcise them themselves using ritual implements. 7 Wolves brand iodine solution is used for both extraction and disinfection. Dip the rattan cane in sea salt and use it to reduce inflammation while whipping it. Dip a broom in alcohol, and the more you use it, the younger you'll feel. Lin Yang thought to himself, This girl doesn't have any children behind her, and judging from how many suitors she has, she doesn't seem like she has any children. Could she be a divorced young woman with 2 kids? The kind of woman Meng Da would be unable to resist? Taoist master, this is my son. The woman lifted the Labrador in her arms a little higher, and Lin Yang then saw that the Labrador's eyes had rolled back, its tongue was sticking out to one side, and its tongue was still red. It wasn't the tongue itself that was red, but rather covered with a layer of red secretions. Lin Yang was stunned, completely dumbfounded. Wait, is this dog your son? Yes, Taoist master. The woman spoke in a panic, looking as if she was about to cry. Lin Yang's lips twitched, his head full of question marks. So, your dog is sick, and instead of taking it to the vet, you want me, the Taoist master, to tell its fortune. The live stream chat erupted in laughter, with comments flooding the screen. Is this Taoist priest trying to make me laugh to death? He brought his sick dog to a fortune teller instead of a vet. This girl is totally brainless. She's got some serious talent. When did the Taoist priest start fortune telling across species? At this rate, could he perhaps train my chicken to play basketball? When did the Taoist priest expand into this new business? How come we didn't know? Telling a dog's fortune, predicting what kind of poop it likes to eat. Ha 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 ha. That's fucking hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Even my dog came up to me and tried to attack me. The woman suddenly felt a little embarrassed, as it seemed inappropriate to say it like that, but the situation at home was so frightening that she had no choice but to consider the superstitious aspect. Master, my son seems to be possessed by an evil spirit, that's why I came to see you. I took him to the vet for a full checkup yesterday, but they couldn't find anything wrong. They told us to take him home and observe him, but last night. As the woman spoke, a look of horror appeared on her face, and goosebumps rose involuntarily on her skin, her hair standing on end. He unconsciously swallowed, and unconsciously recalled what happened at home last night. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand, stopping the woman from continuing. Wait a minute, tell me first, how did a dog become possessed? The fortune-telling methods obtained from the system have corresponding information for all types of fates, but there is no fortune-telling for animals. Moreover, black dog blood is used to ward off evil spirits and can indeed reveal bad things, but what about that New Year's gift that was possessed by a dog? Didn't you get enough of being a cow or horse in your past life? You want to experience being a dog again? Upon hearing this, the woman shuddered, her eyes filled with fear. Master, it's just that, a few days ago I went to pay respects at my grandfather's grave, which is a public cemetery, and, while I was burning paper money, I wasn't paying attention to my son. After I finished burning the paper money, I realized my son was missing. I searched everywhere for him, but then I found. As the woman spoke, her thoughts seemed to be pulled back to an afternoon a few days ago, and she unconsciously shuddered, her voice becoming slightly stammering. Then I discovered, my son was digging up a grave in front of someone else's cemetery, I don't know whose ancestor he dug up, and he'd even eaten the offerings placed on the grave. Lin Yang twitched his lips, and the whole room burst into laughter. The viewers in the live stream immediately went wild, with the screen filled with question marks. This is hilarious. Taking a dog to a grave is one thing, but stealing the offerings is another. And not only that, but digging up the ancestral graves. That's going too far. I think the woman's primary concern shouldn't be whether the dog is possessed, but rather that the family members whose graves were dug up are coming to dig her up again. I suddenly remembered what the Taoist priest told the big eater, you'll have a hurdle after you die. I laughed so hard. This person was really unlucky. The hurdle after death was that dogs dug up their grave. Dog, chewing, who invented this offering fruit thing? Chewing, it feels good in my mouth, but after I eat it, a strange man will chase me and beat me up, and I can't even bite him. Chewing. The woman seemed to be recalling something, and nervously swallowed. Then I repaired the grave, bought some fruit, and rearranged it for him. I was terrified, and I bowed 3 times and said sorry many times before leaving. I took my son home. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep. I didn't feel sleepy until midnight, so I had a midnight snack. When we were having a late-night snack, my son suddenly started barking at the door. There was a rustling sound at the door, so my son rushed to the door and kept barking. He had never done this before. I've never been mean to anyone, nor have I ever been this vigilant. I've just been guarding the door the whole time. In the middle of the night, when I got up to go to the bathroom, I found my son vomiting in his doghouse, vomiting red stuff. The urine in the bathroom was also red. I was so scared that I didn't give him any water, but he kept vomiting. He was always healthy before, and he'd never done this before. I immediately thought of what happened at the gravesite yesterday. I took him to the vet for a checkup today, but they couldn't find anything wrong. It must be that he's possessed by an evil spirit. Master, please save my son. Lin Yang was stunned. According to this, it really did seem like a sign of encountering a ghost. The problem is, if a person bumps into something unclean, they can at least use their birth chart to calculate it, but how do you calculate it for a dog? No, don't beg me yet. How can a dog tell fortunes or exorcise evil spirits? These words seemed to strike right at the woman's heart, leaving her speechless and stammering as she poked her finger at the screen. Looking down at the Labrador with concern, who was already sticking out its tongue, she instantly teared up, not knowing what to do. She just kept her head down, her eyes red, and murmured to herself, "Taoist priest, please save my son. He's my only family. My mother left me nothing but this." Viewers in the live stream felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing this scene. "Taoist master, do you have any special skills that can help this girl? She's in such a pitiful state, my heart aches when I see her eyes redden. I'm such a hard-hearted person, I never feel sorry for women when I see them cry, but seeing this cute little girl crying makes me feel a bit sorry for her. Master, please help her. I can totally understand how she feels. My dog is the only memento my mom left me, my last remaining family member." Sigh. To the person upstairs, "I don't think you're heartless, you just haven't seen the pretty girl cry. Wow, this girl is so pitiful. Why don't you come with me? I'll give you a home. I'll take you in. Come on." The Taoist priest doesn't want this girl to fall into the abyss. Lin Yang felt a little helpless, unsure how to comfort the girl. "Don't rush, have you noticed when the person died, as written on the tombstone?" The woman slowly raised her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, and unconsciously frowned as she tried to recall. "It seems to have been, sometime in the early 2000s. I was so scared at the time that I didn't pay attention to the details. I was just focused on apologizing and then I left with my son immediately." "Oh right. He must have died sometime in the early 2000s. I even cleaned his grave back then." Lin Yang suddenly relaxed and revealed a faint smile. If it was in the early 2000s, they would be about in kindergarten now. Where would they go to argue with you? Then the dog's symptoms definitely don't indicate possession. "By the way, did you get up for a midnight snack yesterday?" A hint of shame suddenly appeared on the woman's face. She nodded sheepishly and responded in a barely audible voice, I couldn't resist last night." "Did you give your son an extra meal?" "I gave him an extra meal, scooped up another bowl of dog food, and then he vomited. I haven't dared to feed him anything since. Now he's urinating blood, and I haven't dared to give him water either." Lin Yang nodded. "You live alone, right? There should be security cameras at your door, right? Show me the footage." "Yes. I thought there was a ghost outside the door yesterday, so I didn't dare to look. I was afraid she would haunt me." "Don't be so superstitious. Your son isn't possessed by a ghost or an evil spirit." "Ah, what's the reason, master?" The woman was clearly taken aback. She took out her phone to play the surveillance footage, closed her eyes, and dared not watch. She then handed the phone directly to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the surveillance video and almost burst out laughing. "The case is solved. Your son wasn't possessed. The reason he was yelling at the door was because someone got drunk and passed out in front of your house, and slept there all night." "What? Master, why is my son urinating blood and vomiting red discharge? I'm listless now." Lin Yang twitched his lips, he knew how much the pig ate. "That's because you ate too much." Lin Yang's lips twitched. It was obvious that, given the pig's appetite, it must have stolen quite a bit of the offerings at the cemetery. If you believe, they exist. If you don't believe, they still exist. Apples and dragon fruit. "Ha! Master, you mean, my son has been vomiting because he ate too much?" "That's right, the stomach can't digest it. People are the same, if the road is blocked, you can only go up the road." "Ha! Then why is my son vomiting blood?" "Your son stole some red-fleshed red fruit from the offerings at the cemetery. After eating it, both the top and bottom parts of the fruit turned red. Then why is my son so listless now?" The woman held the Labrador, a hint of embarrassment appearing in her eyes. She practically forced the Taoist priest to become a veterinarian, but she was just too worried about her son's health. Upon seeing this, Lin Yang immediately picked up his bottled water from the ground beside him and poured some into the dog's mouth. The next moment, the dog was full of energy again. The beautiful women were all stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief, and even a hint of admiration. Their mouths were slightly open, as if they were looking at something beyond her comprehension. "Is this the master? This talisman water is incredibly effective. It cured my illness after I drank it?" Thinking about how much money she had spent to treat all the ailments her pet had suffered in the past, the woman had a slight urge to consider something. "Master, what kind of talisman water is this? It's so effective. Can I buy some to take home? My son is often sick, so I was thinking if I could use your talisman water to cure him." Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. "Ha! What kind of talisman water?" Seeing the woman's eyes constantly fixed on the water bottle in his hand, Lin Yang twitched his lips again. "This is just ordinary mineral water. Believe in science. Spell water is a hoax." The woman immediately understood, slammed 100 yuan on the table, her eyes slightly evasive, as if she were a firm believer in science. She stared longingly at the bottled water in Lin Yang's hand. Oh, master, I get it. This is definitely not talisman water. Can you sell it to me? If 100 isn't enough, I'll give you 200. Lin Yang slapped his forehead helplessly. Your 100 yuan is enough to buy a whole case at the supermarket across the street. Your dog is just thirsty. He didn't drink any water all night yesterday, how could he not be thirsty? The comments section immediately erupted in laughter, with messages flying across the screen. Master, this really isn't cursed water. Woman, I understand. Master, please sell me this bottle of mineral water for $100. You could say she's stupid, she managed to grasp the master's meaning so quickly. You could say she's smart, she doesn't even understand this basic common sense. Even the experts were dumbfounded. Is it really that easy to make money by scamming people? 200 yuan for a bottle of mineral water, ha ha ha. I suddenly realized that the master was actually too kind-hearted. He actually told her that a case could be bought for 100 yuan at the supermarket next door. I'm so moved I could cry. The master ultimately became the very thing he hated most, completely crossing over into a different field, a path of redemption from Taoist priest to veterinarian. Stop talking, the Taoist priest already looks like a veterinarian. The woman was stunned. Was it because she hadn't given her son water that he was like this? Master, then is my son all right now? Something's up. The woman tensed up immediately, swallowing hard, seemingly awaiting Lin Yang's final verdict. He's hungry again. Let's take him home for a meal, but don't feed him too much. The woman breathed a sigh of relief before leaving with her dog, bowing as she went. Thank you, Taoist priest. Lin Yang was speechless. What a pathetic Taoist priest he was. Sigh. Faith points plus 1,500. Faith value 9501/10,000. However, the faith points increased quite a bit, which shows that this woman really treats the Labrador like her own son. You can't fake being anxious. He was just about to interact with the viewers in the live stream when he saw a middle-aged woman walking towards him from a distance. She looked quite elegant and was wearing an office lady uniform, so she must be a white-collar worker. The young woman quickly sat down in front of Lin Yang, her face full of sorrow. The brow is still shrouded in a light gray haze, which most likely indicates that work is not going well, luck is bad, and bad fortune has befallen you. Master, I found out you were here to tell fortunes after I saw the thank you notice on the Jiangnan City Police Department's official website and inquired for a long time. I want to have my fortune told by you. I have a feeling that I'm going to be laid off this time. The young woman spoke with a hint of disappointment, her face full of sorrow, sighing softly. I just can't feel happy. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and pointed to the sign for 101 divinations. The woman very sensibly took out her phone and immediately scanned the money, looking somewhat surprised. I was surprised to find that the fortune-telling service offered by the police station's official Taoist priest was so cheap, it felt like I got a bargain. She thought it would cost over 1,000 for a divination, but it was only 100. She almost wanted to pay another 200. The foreigner next door thought he couldn't afford it. One divination for each person. Ding! Received 100 yuan via duct WeChat. Lin Yang only showed a faint smile after seeing the money arrive in his account. Tell me, what do you want to know? Judging from her appearance, this woman should be considered someone who is doing quite well, so she shouldn't have been suddenly laid off. Upon hearing this, the young woman began to pour out her grievances. Master, my name is Lian. I work as the accounting director in a private company. All the company's accounts and tax payments require my signature. But recently, a female college graduate in her early 20s joined our company and is working under me. Then a few days later, rumors started circulating in the company about weeding out the old and keeping the new. Sigh. I guess it was aimed at me. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. How did you know it was aimed at you? The position of accounting director is different from other positions. Other positions are about retaining new talent and letting go of old ones, because young people are more efficient. You can stay up longer even when you're staying up late. Simply put, you can run faster and eat less grass. Li Yan sighed and tossed her hair. Sigh. It was the new female colleague who told me that she's targeting me and wants me to quit, to avoid the embarrassment of being laid off. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment, her expression somewhat strange. This was a classic case of the onlooker seeing more of the game than the player. Do you have a photo of this female colleague? Yes. We took a photo together during a team-building activity with our boss before. Li Yan immediately opened her phone and started searching through the company group chat. Write down your birth date and time while you're at it. Lin Yang pushed the red paper forward, calmly waiting for her to find the photo. We found the Taoist priest. Can you check on her? I think she's fine. Li Yan immediately zoomed in on the photo and pointed to the boss and the new female colleague. Lin Yang understood half of the meaning as soon as he saw the photo. The man and woman pointed out by Li Yan in the picture are standing in the very center of the photo, with their arms around each other's shoulders, even though the male boss has people standing on his left and right. But the man standing to the left of the boss had his hand on his shoulder, while the young woman on his right was practically in his arms. "Master, this is my birth date and time. Could you please calculate whether I will be laid off?" Lin Yang nodded, took the birth date and time and glanced at it. The fate was not bad, the life was quite happy, and the work was quite smooth. The only turning point was when I was 33 years old, which, according to my birth chart, is this year. If she is laid off this year, she will be unemployed for 2 years. Then, he passed the tax bureau exam, and on his first day in office, he swiftly defeated his former employer. The former employer received no information whatsoever, but the new accountant reacted quickly, correcting the errors in the books before the tax bureau could find them. But, as soon as Li Yan entered the accounting and finance room, she acted as if she were at home. Any discrepancies in the ledgers could not be hidden from her eyes. They cut staff so badly it hit a nerve, and they were fined tens of millions before it was finally over. They're quite vengeful. If they have something to say, they should talk to the tax bureau. I'm just an employee. If she hadn't been laid off, the company's boss would have been transferred 2 years later, and a new boss would have been appointed, promoting and giving Li in a high-ranking position with an annual salary of nearly 1 million. Conversely, the benefits offered by the tax bureau are not as good. Lin Yang coughed twice and slowly spoke as Li Yan looked unexpectedly. "Have you ever considered working at the tax bureau?" Li Yan was taken aback and scratched her head in confusion. "Taoist master, how much money do I need to pay you to help me find someone?" Lin Yang? Oh. Taoist master, I don't have any plans in that direction right now. You mean I'll be working at the tax bureau in the future? Li Yan's face immediately turned red. She had misunderstood the master. How could I even ask such a question? The live stream chat exploded with laughter. A chorus of ha 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 filled the room. Hilarious. This guy's got talent. My first thought was, how much money would I have to pay him to help me find people? His connections are getting wider and wider. I never thought even a master like me would be stumped. But is the master really accurate? I'm new here, and this woman doesn't seem interested in working at the tax bureau. Does the master just give the same answer to everyone? Absolutely not. But the master has a sharp tongue. Is it true? How toxic could it be? The kind of poison that can kill you just by licking your lips. I often wonder if the Taoist priest is the reincarnation of the White Snake Lady. Wait, isn't Lady White Snake a python? What does that have to do with her sharp tongue? Did the master wear colored contact lenses today? He looks like a cobra. Lin Yang nodded. Judging from your destiny, you are quite vengeful and stubborn. This year will be a turning point in your life. Li Yan was taken aback for a moment, then immediately retorted, "Taoist master, I'm not stubborn, and I'm not vengeful." Lin Yang's lips twitched. So he's starting to argue now? Wait a minute. If you lose your job this year, you'll be unemployed at home for 3 years, studying to take the tax bureau exam and take over your old employer. If you hadn't lost your job, you would have done better and better at this company. 3 years later, a president would be parachuted in, and you would be promoted and given an annual salary of 1 million. Let's see how you spend this year. Moreover, the layoffs are most likely targeting you. Your current boss is having an affair with this woman. She's been whispering in his ear, trying to take your place. Li Yan was stunned again, and her eyes instantly blazed with fury. A surge of anger welled up inside him, and even his breathing became a little rougher. Damn it! I'm telling him to pack his things and get out of here as soon as I get back to the company. Master, I don't want to take the tax bureau exam. I want to stay with the company and earn 1 million a year. Is there any way to break this deadlock, master? Li Yan calmed herself down a bit and looked at Lin Yang with a pleading expression. There is a way. Lin Yang smiled faintly and pulled a kitchen knife from his tool bag. It's reasonable for a Taoist priest to carry a kitchen knife with him, right? If you cannot understand what I am saying, I, a humble Taoist priest, am somewhat knowledgeable in martial arts and swordsmanship. The live stream chat exploded, filled with question marks. Where did the Taoist priest get his cleaver from? I'm going to report him to Uncle Hat. Please don't report this. Otherwise, the Taoist priest will be too ashamed to face ghosts. I still want to see him catch ghosts. What did the person upstairs say? Is there some explanation? Yes. A Taoist priest came down the mountain carrying a magical artifact and was fined 400 coins. The ghosts who saw him were more amused than scared to death. Lin Yang gripped the handle of the kitchen knife and gestured to Li Yan several times. Do you understand? Li Yan immediately became conflicted, and the struggle on her face became more and more obvious. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. This isn't a good idea, Taoist priest. What's wrong with that? Just do it my way, and we'll definitely break the deadlock. But murder goes to jail, master, are you saying I can kill them both without being discovered? The next moment, a faint mist of blood appeared above Li Yan's head. Lin Yang was shocked. He quickly put away the kitchen knife and said he wasn't very vengeful. I told you to get leverage over him, and you said you wanted to kill them both? No. I want you to have something on him. Your boss must have a wife, right? Oh, I've got something on you. I thought, hee. Lian chuckled sheepishly as the blood mist above her head dissipated. He then frowned, considering the boss's family situation, and said, he should have a wife. How did you figure out that the two of them were having an affair? Lin Yang smiled faintly. It was simple, those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see things clearly. These two were so intimate, and the boss's face clearly indicated that he was henpecked. The weaker party is probably his wife who is richer than him, or he started the company with his wife's support. Being in a weaker position for a long time, and being bossed around by your wife at home, will definitely lead to resentment and rebellion. He then met a girl who had just graduated from university, was quite good looking, and was very doting on him, praising his abilities and idolizing him. There's a high chance this boss won't be able to handle it. Your boss is henpecked, and most likely the kind who has to report everything he does. He was meeting and dating a new college student alone, and he couldn't report it to the authorities. Reporting it would be like committing suicide. So he organized a team building event as a cover. After you all left, he was having a secret rendezvous with his girlfriend. The goal has been achieved and nothing will go wrong. You'll even think he's a good boss. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, Li Yan's mouth dropped open, and she exclaimed in disbelief, holy crap. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Now all you need to do is gather evidence against the two of them. In his wife's eyes, your boss is just, well, let's just say he's nothing special. If his wife finds out he's having an affair, it'll probably be chopped into mincemeat the next day. Li Yan immediately stood up. She gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Master. Awesome. I'm going to secretly film them right now as evidence. She originally thought she wasn't a vengeful person, but when she heard that it was a new colleague who wanted to get rid of him, all she wanted to do now was slap this jerk to death as soon as possible. Looking back now, the master's prediction was incredibly accurate. Absolutely spot on. Faith points plus 500. Faith value 10001/10,000. Lin Yang watched Li Yan's figure gradually disappear into the distance, and smiled faintly. His faith points had reached 1,000 again. He wondered what good things he could get this time. The previous rewards were all incredibly useful. I wonder what kind of super awesome skills this big gift pack will yield. Brother Tongzi, open the gift pack. Activating rewards for the host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Soul Summoning Technique. The host may choose whether to activate the Yin-Yang Eyes. The Soul Summoning Technique allows you to summon ghosts to possess you and communicate with returning souls. The next moment, an extremely ancient and mysterious technique appeared in Lin Yang's mind. It was as if he had already learned this mysterious technique. Even the incantation for the ritual of guiding the soul into the body, including the method of getting the soul out of the body, seemed to be engraved in his mind. Wow, this thing is pretty awesome. Lin Yang muttered, it's a pity it's useless. It's like asking me questions while wearing New Year's goods. What good is that? These days, it's impossible to catch any New Year's goods. Even if someone hires him to catch New Year's goods, he'll most likely just be packing up other New Year's goods. He turned his head and glanced at the live stream. Holy crap! I think I just saw smoke coming from next to the master. Is the master on fire? What do you know? This is a loss of yang energy. The master has kidney deficiency. Bullshit. The master is no liar. How do you know? Upstairs. Do you even know if the master is charlatan or not? The TCM clinic that the master recommended to me is amazing. I can now do a whole bunch of push UPS in one go. Don't you think the master is amazing? Big brother. No, Godfather. Tell me the address. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to engage in his usual online chat with viewers in the live stream, he saw two people walking in from the park entrance not far away. A man and a woman quickly walked up to his stall. Oh, Officer Chen, what brings you here in person? Lin Yang chuckled and made a joke, then turned his gaze to the woman beside Chen Shaoan. He felt he had seen this woman before, but he couldn't remember where. Yes, I have something to discuss with the Taoist priest. Chen Shaoan spoke in a serious tone, patting the woman next to him on the shoulder. The woman kept her head down, her eyes red-rimmed, her face full of sorrow, her grief written all over her face. Lin Yang was taken aback. I haven't done anything wrong. Chen Shaoan chuckled, Taoist master, you're a professional diviner in our bureau, how could we possibly come to arrest you? Here's what happened. The person next to me is the one who reported the case. She said her brother has been missing for 5 or 6 days and they haven't been able to contact him. We follow procedure. If someone has been missing for more than 48 hours, we help them search, but we still haven't found him. She didn't answer the phone, but online banking is working normally. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand, looking completely bewildered. Officer Chen, isn't this a case? Why are you asking me? The live stream chat erupted in laughter, with a barrage of comments flooding in. Hilarious. The Taoist priest is truly an all-rounder now. You can ask him for anything. Taoist master, if you're being forced, just blink, and we'll come to your rescue. Holy crap, I'm new here. Is the Taoist priest being scammed and Uncle Hat is after him? New here? Just you wait and see. You'll be absolutely stunned. Chen Shaoan's expression suddenly turned somewhat serious. Master, the complainant's brother is currently missing, and we've initiated procedures but haven't been able to find him. I'd like you to use your birth chart to calculate to speculate whether his brother is still alive. Lin Yang was taken aback. Schrodinger's people? A superposition of life and death? This is a problem that's not his responsibility. Taoist priest, please help me with my fortune telling. My younger brother has been missing for 5 days. He's still using my family card, but I just can't get in touch with him. And I have a bad feeling. Did he run away from home because he was angry with me? As the woman spoke, she seemed on the verge of collapse, her body trembling uncontrollably. She suddenly looked up and noticed that her eyes were covered in dark circles. Chen Shaoan also sighed, walked behind Lin Yang, patted him on the shoulder, and slowly began to tell him about the girl's identity. Master, we haven't found any clues about him, including the heavenly eye, which didn't find any information about him, so I brought her here in my personal capacity. This girl has a pitiful background. Her younger brother is the only one left in her family. She ran away from home because she had a fight with her brother a few days ago. Our team members have been searching, but without any results. Lin Yang frowned and sighed helplessly. He pointed to the sign on the table in front of him. 101 hexagrams. The woman nodded, immediately took out her phone, and was about to scan the code when Chen Shaoan stopped her. Taoist master, I brought her here in a private capacity, so I'll pay for it. Chen Shaoan took out a 100 yuan note from his pocket and placed it on the divination table. Lin Yang didn't stand on ceremony and put the money directly into his pocket. The fact that he had previously located those 2 criminal gangs had multiplied Chen Shaoan's reward many times over. It's only right that I take this money, even if it were the King of Heaven himself, he'd have to throw 100 over before leaving. The viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. The screen was filled with question marks. Holy crap! Taoist priest, you even take money from Uncle Hat. Awesome! No wonder he's someone I follow. He's incredibly awesome, truly worthy of being called Master Lin Yang. Holy crap, I'm shocked. Why would the Taoist priest dare to accept money from Uncle Hat? The person above is obviously a new fan, right? The Taoist priest said that even if it were the King of Heaven himself descending to earth, let alone a big shot, they'd have to throw 200 yuan at his stall if they passed by. Even a dog on the street would have to be given 200 yuan to leave. Do you understand how valuable the Taoist priest's wealth is? After receiving the money, Lin Yang had the woman with red and swollen eyes write down his younger brother's birth date and time, along with his own. Master, I can't recall my brother's birth date and time right now. May I write mine down first? Lin Yang nodded, took the woman's birth date and time, and was immediately stunned by her destiny. Lin Yang stared blankly at the fate chart, already certain that her younger brother was dead. There's no need to write down her brother's birth date and time anymore. She was destined to lose her younger brother at age 30 and her son at age 38. That's quite tragic. Master, how is it? Have you figured anything out? Chen Shaoan stood to the side, holding his breath, seemingly even more nervous than the woman. Not daring to get too close to Lin Yang, she curiously moved closer. Lin Yang shook his head and sighed, your brother is gone. Please accept my condolences. Ah! The woman, who was pondering her brother's birth chart, slumped into a chair, her eyes filled with confusion and her mind blank. Gradually, I could no longer hear the sounds around me, and all I could feel was a buzzing in my ears. She stared blankly ahead, showing no particular emotion. She neither cried nor made a fuss, she simply sat there in a daze. Master, are you serious? Chen Shaoan was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over. Yes, it's true, the person is gone. But how they died, I can't figure it out, and I can't figure out who the murderer is either. I don't have that kind of ability. Lin Yang anticipated Chen Shaoan's words. The live stream room was stunned into silence, with only a few scattered comments. Please accept my condolences. I really hope the Taoist priest was just making it up. This woman's background is truly tragic. Master, please tell me you're making this up. This woman's state can't be faked. Her eyes are blank, her mind is empty, she can't think straight at all. She's overwhelmed with grief. I was in the same state as her when my father passed away. Oh, please accept my condolences. This is the first time the Taoist priest's live stream has been this serious. My condolences. Taoist master, sigh, this is troublesome. Chen Shaoan sighed helplessly. This was another huge project. The person was gone, but no one knew where they were, how they died, or who the murderer was. It might become another unsolved case, and the pressure will suddenly increase. Since it's a missing person case handled by their police station, it means their police station is going to start investigating this death case. Just as Chen Shaoan was about to take the woman away, she seemed to suddenly come to her senses and immediately knelt on the ground. Master, I know you are very capable. Please tell me where my brother's remains are. We're from the northern province. We need to see him alive or dead, Taoist priest. Please. The woman's body trembled slightly as she knelt upright in front of the stall, but she didn't cry. Her expression was somewhat numb. Lin Yang was a little helpless. He really couldn't figure this out. Fortune telling is for the living, not the dead. If it's murder or suicide, at least the soul is still alive. But what if it's a natural death? They might already be at Evil Dog Ridge by now. What then? You can't exactly issue a bounty on a ghost and bring it over for questioning, can you? Questioning? Soul summoning spell. Lin Yang instantly thought of the system's reward from today. It was awesome, but it wasn't very useful. However, now it was actually useful. I was just complaining that this skill was useless, but now I'm using it. There is a way, but it's not something you can calculate, you have to ask for it. Lin Yang spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the woman. Get it out of us? Master, we can get it out of us once we catch the suspect. We probably won't need you. The Taoist priest wants to perform a divination for the suspect to predict the course of the crime, right? But we don't have any clues at all, and we don't even know where the victim is. Chen Shaoan gave a bitter smile and sighed deeply. I'll have to stay up for several more nights, but as long as I can identify the criminal suspects, that's good enough. No, I'm asking the deceased who killed him and where his remains are. What? Chen Shaoan froze on the spot, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He can understand each word individually, so why can't he understand a sentence when they're put together? Ask the dead? How can you ask them? You don't even know where they are, let alone ask someone who's dead. Can they even answer your questions? What? The woman, her face blank, suddenly stood up, her eyes wide like saucers. Taoist priest, are you kidding? Can you really talk to the dead? Chen Shaoan was the first to react. With Lin Yang's abilities, he shouldn't be lying. If the Taoist priest said it was possible, it probably really was. The live stream chat immediately exploded with activity, flooding the screen with comments. Taoist priest, didn't you say you believed in science? What's with you talking to the dead? Taoist master, do ghosts really exist in this world? Holy crap. That Taoist priest's words sent chills down my spine. I got goosebumps all over. Don't scare people like that. How can you ask a dead person? Are you asking a ghost? Dude, are you kidding me? I've never seen any master who can talk to ghosts. Lin Yang nodded, yes, we can, but we need to prepare some things so that the deceased can possess us in the early morning. Let your police station pay for the body possession service provided by the deceased. After all, it will help you improve the efficiency of catching the murderer. Chen Shaoan immediately nodded, saying he would pay for it himself, let alone the police station. No, Taoist priest, how much does this ritual cost? Can I personally say a few words to my brother? Lin Yang frowned and thought for a moment. 500 yuan it is. I'll tell you a few things to buy, and I'll also need Officer Chen to help me find a place with heavy yin energy. You can't speak, your brother is trying to possess you, but you can have your brother leave you a few words and I'll record it on video. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do the ritual and pay for it. Officer Chen, you're a good person. You can't pay for it for me anymore. Chen Shaoan waved his hands repeatedly, this is paid for by our bureau, you don't need to pay. But Taoist priest, would you mind if I brought a few people with me to the ritual site? Lin Yang shook his head. I don't mind, but don't wear the special clothing. It's too yang and not good for the ritual. Go and buy 3 black sesame seeds, a white rice bowl, and a bowl of white rice. That will be enough. Chen Shaoan immediately agreed and asked the team for leave. After agreeing on a time with Lin Yang that evening, they went to requisition a place with heavy yin energy. Lin Yang continued setting up his stall, letting out a long sigh. He had briefly activated his yin-yang eyes and discovered that a cloud of black mist was following behind the woman. It's highly likely that he's his younger brother, who has been following his sister around. He was protecting his sister, not planning to harm anyone. Just then, a man who looked neither male nor female walked over from a distance. He was wearing Lolita fashion, a mask, and heavy makeup above his eyes. She pinched her fingers together with delicate fingers, her legs pressed tightly together, and walked shyly toward his stall. Taoist master. Lin Yang was stunned. What? A hermaphrodite? The commotion of the little dead man startled him. He was clearly just average looking, and his physique was even more so. The reason you can tell at a glance that he's a man is because he's wearing thermal underwear in the middle of summer and doesn't seem very skilled at wearing high heels. Could this be some kind of special group? Lin Yang moved his chair back and watched as the man sat awkwardly in the chair and took off his mask. A somewhat handsome face was then revealed. Master Taoist, I've heard that you're incredibly accurate at fortune telling. I'd like to ask you to tell someone's fortune. The half-male, half-female person, dressed in a Lolita dress, spoke in a coquettish voice and even winked. Lin Yang immediately shuddered. Wait a minute, let me ask you, are you a man or a woman? Of course I'm a boy. Master, I'd like to have my fortune told about my destined partner. I've heard you're incredibly accurate at fortune telling. The man in the Lolita dress spoke in a coquettish voice, resting his elbow on the table and looking at him with his chin propped up on his hand. There was a hint of expectation in those eyes, which disgusted Lin Yang. The viewers in the live stream were also exclaiming, holy crap! Holy crap, what is this? It's an embarrassment for men. Is this a transvestite or a transvestite? Master, I've never asked anyone for help in my life. I'm begging you, please put your phone away from me. What species is this? What's its gender? Is it a plastic bag? 666, witnessing biodiversity. Look at the master's distorted expression. Lin Yang's lips twitched. Calculate marriage? Is this for a man or a woman? He met so many people while setting up his fortune-telling stall, but this man was the one who really got him flustered. 101 divinations, payment first, then calculation. Lin Yang forced himself to speak, pointing to the QR code. Okay, it's been scanned, Taoist master. Ding, you've received 100 yuan via duct WeChat. Lin Yang nodded, looking at the man sitting opposite him, whose face was covered with a pale foundation and various powders, and whose lips were painted with bright red lipstick. Master, my name is Wuseki. I just wanted to have my marriage fortune told. To be honest, I wear skirts because of my girlfriend. She likes me to wear skirts. At first, I was a little embarrassed, so I only wore them at home. Later, she asked me to wear a skirt when I went out. I was a little shy at first, but later, I gradually got used to it, and I even enjoyed the way people looked at me. Then one day I met a man on the street who added me on WeChat. I was enjoying being pursued, so I added him on WeChat. Then, he asked me out, and he also made it clear that he knew I was a man, and then we got together. Now I can't hide it from either side anymore, and I have to make a choice. Master, can you help me calculate who I will be happy with in the future? I just want to calculate who I'm more compatible with in marriage. After all, when we're together in the future, we also need to consider the other person's financial strength. I'll definitely choose the one with strong financial resources. Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. So, wearing a little skirt is the owner's task? No, you wearing a skirt is your master's order, right? Does that mean you have a boyfriend and a girlfriend? Wuseki pursed his lips and nodded twice, seemingly answering only one question, but in reality, he answered two. The live stream was shocked once again, with question marks flooding the screen. Holy crap! A real-life version of the master's mission. #outdoors, #exposed, #master's task. What are you talking about upstairs? Is that anything serious? He's serious. His owner let him go outside and expose his arms. What's so hard to understand? Holy crap, so that means he has one boyfriend and one girlfriend? That's some serious flirting. Lin Yang twitched his lips. You're pretty good at playing the monogamous system. You flatter me, master. I didn't mean to, but I couldn't resist. Alright, write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate who your destined partner is. Lin Yang was a little speechless. He pushed the red paper forward, in front of Wuseki. When Wuseki finished writing down the 8 characters and handed them to him, he was completely dumbfounded. Judging from the divination, this man is definitely not telling the truth. Or perhaps they were only telling half the truth. Monogamy is true, but it's definitely not about finding a perfect match. According to the divination, this man works as a hostess in a bar and is a colleague of Gegda. With one husband and one wife, there are 2 bosses and financial backers, so it's not surprising that the master's task is the same. He's clearly trying to figure out who has more assets and who spends more money on him. Lin Yang smiled faintly. You're not telling the truth, are you? Are you trying to figure out who will spend more money on you in the future? Seriously, bro, I'm not jealous of your money. You're making money from both ends. That's why I say making money is easy for you, you can make money from both sides. Wuseki was taken aback for a moment, then gave an embarrassed smile after being exposed. He looked up at the sky and sighed, a hint of helplessness and sadness on his face. The worried look on his face seemed to say, what else can I do? Master, please stop teasing me. You're so accurate. I'd like to know if they can offer me more money over there. I really need money. My dad is a gambling addict and asks the family for money every day. My mom is seriously ill and needs dialysis once a week. My brother is still in college, and I don't want him to be exposed to society too early. Lin Yang waved his hand, looking impatient. Not a single word of his was true. Alright, don't try that with me. I've noticed that you guys in this industry never come up with new ideas. It's all about fathers gambling, mothers being sick, and younger brothers studying. Judging from his divination, his mother passed away a long time ago, and he has no younger brother. Only his father is left farming in his hometown, and they are doing alright. A flurry of question marks filled the live stream chat once again. What? I was almost moved by what you said, and now you're telling me it's fake. I'm so touched, I'm deleting the website. Holy crap, bro, you were way too impulsive. Brothers, don't fall for it. Most of these brother MO and sister MO types are scammers. I don't care, the poor guy at number 88 downstairs is still here to support his business. No way, this guy is amazing. He can make money from both ends, and he's monogamous too, he's fucking ingenious. That's it. The Taoist priest's mouth is starting to spew venom again. Seeing that he had been exposed, Wuseki was neither anxious nor angry, but just chuckled. The most important thing in their line of work is to be thick-skinned. As long as it doesn't involve their interests, what does it matter if they get exposed? Taoist master, please don't dwell on this. Can you help me calculate which person has a better future in terms of wealth? Lin Yang smiled faintly. According to the divination, this kid can make money with anyone. He is born with wealth and this is his livelihood. He is a natural-born duck connoisseur. These two people are about the same financially. You can eat your fill if you follow either of them. It's up to you to choose. One is to make money in the early stages, and the other is to make money out of shame. It depends on which kind of money you choose to make. In any case, neither of them is your true love. Lin Yang smiled faintly. His words had been clear enough. This kid was just lucky, he could make money without having to sell his hemorrhoids. You can boldly tell that man you can't. Wuseki suddenly looked enlightened, put his hands together, and said thank you. A look of relief flashed across his face, and he felt much lighter. Thank you, Taoist priest. I know what to choose now. If you could give me money, I wouldn't have to suffer like this, and I wouldn't have to resist it physically. I'll cut off all contact with that woman right away. After Wuseki finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Yang was left standing there, bewildered in the wind. What the hell? Am I fucking hallucinating? Has the world gone mad? The live stream chat was filled with question marks and messages. Holy crap! What did I just hear? My god! I thought he was going to cut ties with that guy immediately, but it turns out it's with that woman. 666, this guy has completely let loose. The Taoist priest is confused. Do you even know that we've raised a ghost in our Jiangnan city? We don't even know we're raising a ghost in our own homes. I'd rather have a knife stabbed in the back than a ghost. Talented, absolutely talented. I love watching the Taoist priest's live streams. I interact with these kinds of people every day. Lin Yang's lips twitched slightly, a bit helpless. Faith points plus 1,000. Faith value 11001/20,000. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Chen Shaoan calling. He immediately answered the call, pausing the live stream. Hey, Taoist priest, we've found a place with heavy yin energy. We've also bought the necessary items. When could you please come to our funeral home? I've already made arrangements with the funeral home, and no one will disturb us tonight. Lin Yang took the phone from his ear to his face and glanced at it. It was already past 7 o'clock, and it would be dark soon. Since that's the case, let's stop this nonsense for now, leave work early, and go catch the ghost. I'm coming over now, please give me a seat. No need, Taoist master, I'll drive to pick you up. The funeral home is in the west of the city, which is a bit far. Lin Yang thought for a moment and then agreed, okay, I'll pack up the stall now, you guys come over. After agreeing to meet in half an hour, Lin Yang hung up the phone. Why did the Taoist priest suddenly disconnect? Is he going to catch some ghosts? I'm so curious. I have to stream this. Brothers, to be honest, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in New Year's goods. Otherwise, the streamer should just broadcast it live for us all to see. Support. The streamer absolutely has to broadcast this. I've never seen anything like this in my life. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Yang realized that this thing definitely couldn't be streamed live anymore. He's still waiting to accumulate faith points through the live stream. Each time he increases his faith points, it's not just from the fortune teller, it might also be from the viewers in the live stream. If someone were to use this for a live-streamed psychic session, wouldn't that be a waste? What ghost-catching nonsense! I think you're the ones who are being caught. We should believe in science. Wow, the Taoist priest has started believing in science again. Have some decency. 666, you can even figure out his brother's identity, and you still tell me you believe in science? You can even beat a human trafficker until he screams in pain, and you call that believing in science? What are you catching? I'm going to buy New Year's goods. You guys definitely won't want to watch this, so I'll end the broadcast soon. Lin Yang shrugged and said nonchalantly, Hey, Taoist priest, let us see it too. I just want to broaden my horizons. Don't be so stingy. Still watching. I've got you here and you're still watching. What if some New Year's goods find you through the internet? You'd be furious. Master, please don't joke around. How could a ghost possibly come looking for us via the internet? It's not like there's no precedent for this. You've all seen Sadako, right? You're so stingy. You won't even let me see this. Master, please take a look. I'm about to die, please. I feel ants crawling all over me, just one look. I swear I'll never look at this stuff again, just one look. I can't take it anymore, brother. Alright, we need to trust science. As Lin Yang was talking to his online friends, a police car suddenly stopped beside him. Chen Xiaoan slowly got out of the car and took out raw white rice, 3 black incense sticks, and a white bowl from the trunk. Taoist master, are you ready? Shall we set off now? The viewers in the live stream immediately went wild. Holy crap! You said you weren't going to catch a ghost. Taoist priest, don't lie to us. Really? Just let me take a look. They've prepared everything and they still tell us to trust science. Shaw, are you kidding me? These 3 things can catch ghosts? Only people like you would believe that. Do you know why I don't show you the live stream? It's because he's faking it. If I showed you, he'd be exposed. If I don't show you, you'll just fill in the blanks with your own imagination. It's an old scam that's been around for years. Stop barking upstairs, believe it or not, get lost, don't disturb Master Lin's ascension. Lin Yang smiled faintly, got into the police car with Chen Xiaoan, and turned off the live stream. It's better to believe in science when it comes to these things. There are no ghosts. About half an hour later, the police car slowly stopped in front of the funeral home, and the 3 of them got out of the car together. At first glance, the atmosphere was indeed eerie. Taoist master, are you serious? You really can summon my brother's soul? I can see him one last time. Although the woman's eyes were no longer numb, she still didn't show much emotional fluctuation. For some reason, she doesn't even feel much emotional fluctuation right now. Lin Yang also noticed the woman's numbness and sighed helplessly. You can't see him anymore, only we can see him. He wants to possess you. Her numbness in her heart didn't mean she didn't love her brother, on the contrary, she loved him too much. Her brother was her everything, so her mind was still deceiving her, hiding her immense sorrow. When she gets home and encounters familiar scenes and objects, that's when she'll break down. Taoist priest, do you think my brother is doing well now? Has he been bullied by other ghosts? The woman mumbled something, her eyes glazed over. No, your brother is doing well. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, he and Chen Xiaoan walked into the funeral home. 3 men in plain clothes, wearing hats, stood in the room, waiting for him with solemn expressions. Lin Yang was startled by the scene as soon as he entered the room. The 3 people standing in the funeral home were Chen Xiaoan's young apprentice, and the other 2 had golden light shining from their foreheads and were wearing white shirts. Who gets to wear a white shirt? A big shot. At least a police inspector or higher, someone from the city police department. City bureau, I've brought the person. When Chen Xiaoan faced the man in the white shirt who stood with his hands behind his back, his expression was somewhat humble, and his tone revealed that this man was no ordinary person. Okay, Xiao Chen, come with me for a moment. The man in the white shirt waved, glanced at Lin Yang, then turned and led the others to a corner of the funeral home, where they whispered something. Seeing this, Lin Yang simply began preparing the ritual steps for the soul summoning spell. According to the information provided by the system, the soul summoning spell can only summon souls that are still in the mortal realm. Coincidentally, the woman's younger brother was always by her side, so there was no need for any elaborate ceremony. Master, I want to see my brother one more time. The woman spoke with a blank expression and a slight sob in her voice. Lin Yang immediately used his yin-yang eyes and saw his younger brother's ghost standing next to the woman. The spirit of the dead is a cloud of black mist, with only a vague face shape visible. If it truly wanted to appear, it would surely maintain its original appearance at the time of its death. You can hear me too, right? Do you want your sister to see? Lin Yang muttered something to the morgue cabinet behind him. The woman was stunned for a moment, her expression seemingly frozen for 2 seconds. The ghost was also taken aback. A humanoid black mist gradually stretched out 2 arms, pointed to the mouth, and then waved its hand. Lin Yang scratched his head. Was he unable to speak? Or is it that she doesn't want her sister to see her like this? If she were naturally female, she would probably look very ugly, right? He doesn't want you to see it, but there's nothing he can do. Lin Yang shrugged and spoke to the dazed woman. Upon hearing this, the woman realized that her brother's spirit was right beside her. Instead of showing any fear, she seemed to break down. If only I had given him the 10,000 yuan. Master, does he still hate me? Does he not want to see his sister? Lin Yang turned his head to look at the humanoid black mist, whose head was shaking like a rattle drum. Alright, stop shaking your head. You'll be cosplaying Louis XVI in a bit. Lin Yang waved his hand and said to the woman, your brother doesn't blame you. He can't speak in his ghost state. When he possesses you, I'll record a video for you. What's the reason for the remaining 10,000 yuan? Upon hearing the amount of 10,000 yuan, the woman reacted as if she had triggered a sensitive word, as if a current of electricity had rushed through her body. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, but her tone remained calm, though her lips trembled slightly. Because he wanted to invest in a project, and as soon as I heard about it, I knew it was a scam, so I didn't give it to him. Then, in a fit of anger, he said he was going to go south to work and save money to invest, and then, he disappeared. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang sighed helplessly. He was truly a man of hardship. Alright, please have a seat. I'll prepare the ritual for summoning the soul. On the other side, the square-faced man in a white shirt and hat called the three of them aside. He vaguely heard Lin Yang talking in the air inside the house, and he was furious. Chen Shaoan, I'm not criticizing you, but the bureau has already confirmed that the missing person is dead. Why did you still invite a master? Do you know that what you're doing is feudal superstition? You think hiring a master to perform a ritual will tell you where the deceased is buried? Besides, the bureau has already asked Lin Tao to investigate the deceased's information. They've already found some clues and should be able to find out where the body was buried within about a week. Why are you doing this? Chen Shaoan was taken aback upon hearing this, and repeated the sentence somewhat uncertainly. Director Zhou, you invited Lin Tao to investigate this case. Lin Tao. In the entire Jiangnan city and the police superintendent system of Jiang province, no one doesn't know him. The Dragon Kingdom has 5 top criminal investigators who can solve any case they take action against. Lin Tao is known as one of the 5 little tigers of Jiang province. He can solve cases from all sorts of clues. His accuracy rate in solving cases is almost 100%. No matter how difficult the unsolved case is, Lin Tao can solve it in no more than 14 days. At his level, ordinary cases simply wouldn't be able to get him involved, only the city bureau chief could persuade him to do so. There's a saying circulating among the police inspectors in Jiangxi province, you can tell if someone's got skills the moment Lin Tao makes a move. If Lin Tao can't solve a case, it's estimated that only the 5 tigers of criminal investigation in the Dragon Kingdom can crack it. Director Zhou, wearing a white shirt, nodded, his expression somewhat serious. I have read the case file. There are many suspicious points, and it was done in an extremely secretive way. If the victim's sister hadn't reported it, we would never have found out. So it's no wonder your bureau couldn't find any clues. That's why I asked Lin Tao for help. Lin Tao has already reviewed the case file and also said that this case is difficult, with almost no breakthrough, and it will take at least half a month to solve it. Chen Shaoan was shocked after hearing this. His face was filled with disbelief. He knew the case would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Even Lin Tao, one of the 5 tigers of Jiangnan, said it would be difficult and would take at least half a month to solve. Then it's highly unlikely that their junior police inspectors will be able to solve the case. Director Zhou frowned again, then changed the subject and returned to Lin Yang. What is your purpose in inviting that master? Do you want him to calculate where the remains are buried? Or do you want him to calculate the exact time of death? You think you can calculate these things? As a police inspector, you believe in these things? Even Lin Tao took 14 days to solve the case and find the body. Do you think he can find the body by performing a ritual? Chen Shaoan was also a little embarrassed by what was said. He really thought Lin Yang was amazing, but he didn't dare to say it in front of the bureau chief. So he could only mutter under his breath. Initially, it was he who calculated that the missing person was already dead. That's when we started the investigation. And my main goal is to offer some comfort to the families of the deceased. Director Zhou looked helpless. He didn't believe in such supernatural or superstitious things. What kind of ghost can't be saved by a peanut? He believed in science and sought scientific evidence to identify the deceased and the murderer by examining evidence and clues. Could this Taoist priest possibly possess the deceased and make them recount how they died? What a joke! Even Lin Tao, one of the 5 tigers of criminal investigation, felt that this case was tricky and would take half a month to solve. If he could solve it by performing a ritual, then he would be amazing. Alright, stop blaming yourself. You meant well by wanting to comfort the family, but you did it the wrong way. Since you're already here, go out and see what's going on. Lin Yang poured the white rice into a bowl, casually pulled over a small cart used for pushing corpses to serve as an offering table, inserted 3 black incense sticks into the rice, clapped his hands, and said the preparations were almost complete. The soul-guiding technique given to him by the system wasn't actually that difficult, especially when he actively thought of the New Year's gifts on his relatives. He's not aggressive at all yet. If he were, we'd let him experience the power of the Taoist master's fists and feet. Just then, the 4 people, led by Director Zhou in the white shirt, slowly returned to the room from the corner of the funeral home. They were also taken aback to see how simple the funeral service was. Chen Shaoan coughed twice. Taoist master, we have already sent one of the 5 tigers of criminal investigation to look for clues. If we can't figure out where the body is, we won't force it. Lin Yang was taken aback for a moment, then simply nodded. I guess Chen Shaoan was taken away and criticized by the bureau chief? He's a pretty good person. If I were to have my fortune told in this area regularly, I'd have to ask Chen Xiaoan a question every couple of days. Brother, do you want to replace your bureau chief? I'll begin now. The deceased's family members can sit in the chairs. Officer Chen, could you please help me record a video? Record a video? Master Lin, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure it will help you solve the case. Lin Yang nodded indifferently. After the woman sat down in the chair, Chen Xiaoan also picked up his body camera and began recording video. He began by pulling the cart carrying the corpse to the woman's front and lighting 3 incense sticks inserted into the white rice. He silently recited the incantation for the soul summoning spell, as well as the woman's younger brother's birth date and time. It wouldn't be good if it attracted the attention of ghosts. The moment the incantation was finished, the woman, whose body was tense, suddenly relaxed and her head drooped naturally, as if she had fallen asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, crossed his legs, and seemed like a completely different person. The numbness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a look of fear. Hello, I am Zhao Rupeng, my sister's brother, the deceased you are looking for. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Chen Xiaoan and Director Zhou exchanged an incredulous glance, both seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Veteran police officers like them can clearly tell whether someone is acting or not. Their expressions and eyes can't be faked. Unless this woman is an award-winning actress. But her brother is missing, why would she pretend? His expression clearly showed he was a completely different person. Director Zhou nodded, and Chen Xiaoan immediately understood. Master, shall you ask or shall I? Lin Yang shrugged indifferently. I'll go first, you guys can come later about the case. Zhao Rupeng, right? Tell me, why do you keep following your sister around? The woman sitting in the chair swallowed hard, a hint of confusion in her eyes. I just felt that someone missed me, so I came. How did you die? Upon hearing this, the fear on the woman's face intensified, and even her pupils changed slightly. It was someone in my industry who killed me. They killed me to steal the 20,000 yuan I had. Lin Yang's expression gradually turned serious. Do you know where your remains are? No. Do you know the exact location? Okay, Officer Chen, you can interrogate him first. I'll come back after you're done. Lin Yang simply turned around, took out his fortune-telling stool, and plopped down on it. This guy is definitely Zhao Rupeng, you can't fake that timid look in his eyes. It is said that people are 3 parts afraid of ghosts, while ghosts are 7 parts afraid of people. Ghosts only bully those who are afraid of them, but when they encounter someone with a strong aura of evil or someone who has killed them, they are terrified into submission. With a serious expression, Chen Xiaoan checked the body camera to make sure it had recorded something before slowly beginning his interrogation. Are you the deceased Zhao Rupeng? The woman nodded with a look of fear on her face. It's me. Where are your remains buried? He was buried at the West Railway Station. 20 kilometers east of the tracks, there is a jujube tree. 10 kilometers north of the jujube tree. Chen Xiaoan was taken aback. The location was so detailed? There was no way he could have made it up. Who is the murderer? Where is he from? What does he look like? Upon hearing this, the woman's fear intensified, and she glanced at Lin Yang with terror. Her lips trembled slightly. Don't panic. You're already dead. How could he kill you again? Speak up. Lin Yang crossed his legs and said nonchalantly. Oh, the murderer is. The woman suddenly clutched her head, as if she had undergone a great deal of mental preparation. The murderer is from Jiangnan, named Chen Xingbo. He worked with me at the Guangzhou electronics factory. After he killed me, he returned to Jiangnan City. He's probably still in the Jiangnan urban area now. I don't dare to look for him. Chen Xiaoan nodded silently and recorded everything. Finished asking? Now it's my turn. Lin Yang suddenly stood up from the small stool, picked up his phone and started recording. Since you're helping someone out, it's not just about helping the police station, you should at least ask them about their family members. Besides, it's not good for the ghost to keep following his sister around instead of reincarnating. I'm asking you, you have 2 choices now. First, I'll send you down to be reincarnated. Secondly, following your sister directly can protect her in crucial moments, but it's detrimental to your reincarnation, you might suffer for 100 years afterward. Which would you choose? The woman stood up without hesitation. I choose to stay by my sister's side. She's suffered too much in her life. I want to protect her. Lin Yang didn't try to persuade him, respecting his fate. Okay, second question, is there anything you want to say to your sister? She's still blaming herself for that 10,000 yuan. I'm recording a video. Your sister will see it in a bit. Just say what you want to say. Upon hearing this, the woman's tears instantly flowed, but the tears that fell were not clear tears, but rather slightly tinged with black. Sister, your brother has never blamed you. Our parents passed away early, and you raised me single-handedly. You must live a good life. Now no one will be a burden to you. You must walk the rest of the road in my place. Your brother will always be behind you, always by your side. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault, sister. The king of hell said that life and death are preordained. My lifespan has ended. Even if you give me this 10,000 yuan, I might still get hit by a car when I go downstairs. You must live a good life. You must be happy. After she finished speaking, the 3 incense sticks had burned to the bottom, and the woman instantly fell asleep again. Lin Yang plucked the 3 incense sticks and put them in his small bag to take with him later. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at them, and all 3 of them had tears in their eyes. After the 3 incense sticks have burned out, the soul returns. The woman sat in the chair and opened her blank eyes, the numbness in them reappearing. As if she had just woken up, she had no memory of what had just happened and stared blankly at the 3 uncles in hats wiping away their tears. Taoist master, has it begun? It's over. Lin Yang spoke softly, then let out a long sigh. He placed the phone, which contained the recorded video, in the woman's hand and clicked play. At this moment, her younger brother had transformed back into New Year's goods, following behind the woman. However, the difference was that Zhao Rupang now had facial features, while his body remained shrouded in black mist. Her eyes held a complex emotion as she smiled slightly at Lin Yang. The video played slowly in the woman's hands. When Lin Yang asked, "Are you willing to stay by your sister's side? After going down there, you might have to suffer for 100 years before you can be reincarnated." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the woman's eyes, and her hand holding the phone trembled. "No, no, I don't want you by my side. I don't want you to suffer. Master, please let him reincarnate, let him be reborn." Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. "I have to respect the deceased's wishes." The video was still playing when I saw the self in the video nod without hesitation, his eyes gradually becoming firm. "I want to stay by my sister's side and protect her. Let her live a good life and not blame herself." The woman, who had been staring blankly, suddenly broke down, covering her face and weeping bitterly. Her cries echoed throughout the funeral home. Chen Xiaoan sighed and silently turned his head away. Director Zhou wiped his moist eyes, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He didn't know whether what the woman had said was true or false, it was beyond his comprehension. Is it possible for the deceased to reveal where their remains are buried? Who would believe them? But they investigated the person who reported the case, and she had absolutely no connection to the cause of death, so she could be completely ruled out. Alright, Chen Xiaoan, go and have someone from the bureau investigate this location. Once you find out if it's real or fake, the truth will come out. Yes. The 3 comforted the woman who was crying uncontrollably, while Lin Yang watched silently from the side. He was practically bursting with laughter. The woman was crying so hard, and he wondered if Zhao Rupang had damaged his brain while preparing the New Year's goods. That son of a bitch was making faces in front of a woman. It was sticking out its tongue and glaring. Although the woman couldn't see him, he could. It was supposed to be a serious matter, but this ghost asked him if he could help convey the ghostly face. A real ghost making a face, this is a scene most people can't imagine. He even wanted to slash it with a peachwood sword. Lin Yang was a little helpless and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, stop crying. Your brother has been following you around the whole time. He feels bad seeing you cry. At worst, I'll personally send him to be reincarnated. If he stops following you, your lifespan will be almost over, and you and your sister might be able to be reincarnated together. The woman immediately raised her head, a glimmer of light appearing in her numb eyes. Really? I'm sure you're telling the truth, I don't lie. Thank you, master. You're a good person, thank you. The woman's voice became even more choked up, but this time she was crying from overwhelming emotion. Faith points plus 5,000. Faith value 16001/20,000. Lin Yang was stunned, so much had been added. Okay, stop crying. Add me on social media. If your brother doesn't want to stay with you anymore, he'll appear in your dreams. Just contact me. Lin Yang took out his phone from his pocket and showed his WeChat QR code. Beep. Added successfully. Thank you, Taoist master. Don't thank me, I'm tired of hearing you thank me. You go back first, and wait for Officer Chen and the others to go find your brother's remains. Lin Yang waved his hand, signaling the woman to go back first. Only Chen Xiaoan and his 2 companions, along with Lin Yang, remained in the funeral home. Director Zhou was still in shock, unable to recover from the shock. However, his extensive experience made him suspect that it might be a hoax, or even hypnosis. But this address is too precise. Just then, Chen Xiaoan's phone rang. He immediately answered the phone and heard an excited voice from the other end. Holy crap, boss. We found it. You were absolutely right. That's fucking amazing. Even if I had a year, I wouldn't have found this deserted place. After leaving the train station, there was only the railway track next to the railway, nothing else. Sure enough, after driving 20 kilometers, there was a jujube tree. Just one, standing alone in the desert. As it turned out, 10 kilometers north of the jujube tree, sure enough, there was a patch of land that looked freshly turned over. There was a person buried there. The features and the clothes they wore when they went missing matched the deceased. Master Lin Tao is also here. He wants to take the call and say a few words to you. Before the three people inside could recover, another exclamation came from the other end of the phone. Holy crap, that's amazing. Chen Shaoan, are you interested in working with me in criminal investigation? Your ability to find people is even better than mine. You're going to play dumb and take advantage of me when I get here, right? I haven't even found any clues yet. I'm still reviewing the files at the station, and you've already found the body. Lin Tao said excitedly, as long as the body is found, finding the murderer is just a matter of time. No one can commit a crime without leaving a trace. There are no truly unsolved cases. Chen Shaoan hesitated for a moment, then swallowed hard. We've even found out who the killer is, but we haven't started the arrests yet. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Come with me to the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team. They need someone like you. No, I have to call the City Bureau. He's messing with me. Why would he send me here if he has such a brilliant detective? Just then, Director Zhou coughed twice, looking a little embarrassed. No need to call me anymore. I didn't expect the case to be solved so quickly. I'll tell you the details after they catch him. Director Zhou then hinted to Chen Shaoan to hang up the phone. After the call ended, the three of them were filled with shock. There really is someone. It really is Zhao Rupeng. Director Zhou muttered to himself, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. One of the 5 tigers of criminal investigation. Before even starting the investigation and without any clues, a fortune teller had already figured out the corpse and the murderer. Can you believe how absurd that is? Who would believe that if I told them? Chen Shaoan was also filled with excitement. He had won a second-class merit. Well, Taoist priest, on behalf of the Municipal Bureau, I'm awarding you 50,000 yuan. You really helped a lot with this case. Director Zhou quickly regained his composure, but he was still incredibly shocked inside. Lin Yang smiled faintly. He was just doing a job for money. This reward was purely unexpected. He absolutely mustn't give it away. Open your pockets wide, money's coming. I'm so sorry, then Director Zhou, please transfer the money to my account. Don't be shy, you really helped us a lot. This was originally a cold case, but you managed to solve it by having a ghost possess you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. Director Zhou, we must believe in science. I just enhanced this woman's senses a little. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. There is a connection between relatives. I just amplified her senses. There's nothing supernatural about it. He still had to put on an act in front of the authorities, otherwise how could the news be reported? A Taoist priest using magic to help the police solve a case? That's ridiculous. Director Zhou was stunned, completely dumbfounded, his big head filled with question marks. What the hell? You're a Taoist priest who just summoned a ghost. Even one of the 5 tigers of criminal investigation would take a long time to investigate, and you just made the deceased tell you where he was buried. You want me to believe in science? It's not you, Taoist priest. Chen Shaoan suppressed a laugh, already used to this scene. Don't ask Lin Yang if he knows magic, and don't ask him if ghosts exist in the world. The answer is no, so you can believe in science. If you don't ask, they'll come up with any trick or scheme. Thank you for your help, Taoist priest. It's getting dark. Let me take you back. Lin Yang shook his head. No need. I'll walk back. I haven't met my KPI for today. I'll see if I can get my fortune told on the way. Alright then, see you next time, Taoist master. Chen Shaoan waved to Lin Yang without trying to stop him, as the most urgent task was to capture Chen Xingbo. He led the bewildered city bureau officers and his apprentice into the police car and hurried back to the station to begin investigating Chen Xingbo's registration information. After everyone left, Lin Yang stretched, picked up his fortune-telling tools, and headed out, starting his live stream as he went. If I happen to find a job when I get back, and if not, well, no, it's also nice to receive some gifts and answer people's questions. As soon as the live stream started, more than 1,000 people flooded in, and the barrage of comments was scrolling by at lightning speed. Taoist master. I've been waiting for you for so long. Please, just one glance, just one look at what the ghost looks like, please. I'm begging you. Just one glimpse. I've wanted to see what a ghost looks like all my life. Master, I want to tell you about an experience I had. You might not believe it. A while ago, I was drunk and encountered a ghost on the street. The ghost flew straight at me, and then, I thanked nature for its gift. Holy crap, Taoist priest, this background looks like a funeral home. Are you serious? Are you really catching ghosts? Lin Yang glanced at the comments and twitched his lips. What ghost are you catching? We should trust science. Dao Ye is planning to take one more order and then go home. If I weren't worried about you guys losing your electronic melons, I wouldn't be going live. Oh? You seem very tired, Taoist master. Did you fight with a ghost? Who won? The question upstairs is nonsense. If someone is gone, they just disappear. How could the Taoist priest still be broadcasting? That makes sense. Did the Taoist priest kill the female ghost? Is the ghost lying on the ground right now? Taoist priest, please send us your location. Lin Yang's lips twitched again. He had never been so speechless, not even when ghosts made faces. As I walked, I unknowingly arrived at the bar street. The sounds of music rising and falling, mixed with the wailing and howling of vomiting, all reached Lin Yang's ears. Oh, fate. Aha. Survival. Aha. Why, I can't let her go. She's with another man. Why, don't say any more. I can't let her go either, but the damn child she gave birth to is black, so I have to let her go. No, I need to have 2 more drinks, otherwise I'll still be thinking about her. Lin Yang stood in front of the bar street, and his lips twitched. Wow, this is really lively. There were people drinking beer, people getting into fights, people hugging lampposts and crying loudly, and one woman even renting out her husband. He suddenly decided to go somewhere else and take a detour. The live stream audience was practically bursting with laughter. 666. What would the Taoist priest think if he saw this scene? Since you're already here, why don't you come in for a couple of drinks, Taoist priest? Even if you've had your fill of meat and wine, keep the Tao in your heart. I never expected the Taoist priest to come to a place like this. Was it intentional or accidental? Master, I know a bar where the model is incredibly hot and has a really cool vibe. Just then, a woman who was so drunk she could barely walk straight was being helped by another woman with blonde hair as they walked toward him. The woman being helped was clearly drunk and had no recollection of what she was seeing. When she looked up, she saw a Taoist priest in front of her. Kyukyu, I think I've blacked out. How come I saw a Taoist priest on the bar street? The blonde woman was stunned. Me? What? I'm drunk too? How come I saw the Taoist priest too? The woman, who was drunk and on the verge of vomiting, was taken aback. She immediately broke free from his support and walked over quickly, her eyes barely open. Master, I would like to have my fortune told. Do you believe in love? The blonde woman quickly followed, and she didn't seem to have drunk too much. Master, this is my sister, Su-Yan. She was just cheated on by a scumbag, and she's in a bad mood. Could you tell her fortune? Li Qingkaya held her best friend's arm, her face still showing some resentment towards the scumbag. Lin Yang looked at it and wondered, can this even be a job? He immediately sat down by the roadside and set up his fortune-telling stall. Come on, 101 divinations, no deception for the young or old. Su-Yan, who was almost unconscious from the crime, immediately took out her phone and scanned the code. Ding! Received 100 yuan via duct WeChat. He then picked up his phone, looked around, and, still slightly drunk, paused. Huh? Where's my phone? It's in your hands, Yan Yan, think about it quickly, what do you want in return? Her best friend quickly sat down next to her, her face full of resentment towards the scumbag and heartache for her sister. Master, you have no idea how badly my sister was deceived by that scumbag. She has to break up with him. Lin Yang nodded. Let the person involved speak. What do they want to know? Just then, a gust of cold wind blew by, and Su-Yan immediately made a U sound. Master, do you know what love is? Lin Yang nodded. 500 at the stall. Su-Yan was immediately stunned, and her voice rose several decibels. Taoist master, isn't it 200? Lin Yang uttered a few words casually. Big socks, what era are we living in? Love has gone up in price now. Upon hearing this, Su-Yan, who was quite drunk, immediately sobered up a bit. Love will continue to rise in value in this day and age. Taoist master. I want to know how I can get revenge on this scumbag. Li Qingkaya, her best friend standing to the side, echoed her sentiments with a look of resentment. Yes. You need to get revenge on that jerk. I've told you to break up with him over 100 times, and now that he's deceived your feelings, you realize I was right, right? Li Qingkaya took out his phone and typed breakup into the keyword search function in his WeChat chat with Su-Yan. A total of more than 120 results containing the keyword breakup were displayed. Lin Yang smiled faintly, moved the small stool back a bit, afraid that she would vomit on him. The stall could be replaced, but the Taoist robe was his only one. If you've had too much to drink, can you still remember your birth date and time? What do you want me to tell you? I can only tell you, I can't give you advice. Su-Yan shook her head drunkenly, seemingly thinking about what she wanted to calculate. The next moment, she slapped her forehead. Then, Taoist priest, I'd like to have my fortune told. They say fools have good luck, but I'm almost becoming a fool, so where is my luck? You have to fight to win. I bought so many things from Pinduoduo, how come I haven't won? Isn't the idea to reap without sowing? I've been this lazy, where's my reward? Lin Yang was stunned. What kind of questions are these? He glanced at Li Qingkaya, who was standing beside him, listening intently to his answer. I didn't see anything wrong with it at all, she's a true best friend. Fools are sometimes lucky, getting fat is also a blessing. You have to fight to win, even on Pinduoduo, there are failures in group buying. Earning something for nothing will only lead to trouble. The live stream chat exploded with laughter, and a barrage of comments flew across the screen, bringing the number of viewers to 2,666. The Taoist priest is perfectly fine. Both of their understandings are rather strange. I don't understand, but I respect them. No wonder. I knew it, fools have their luck. I've become a fool, so why haven't I had any luck? Turns out I've gained weight. No wonder I've gained 10 pounds. 666, you have to fight to win. I knew it. It turns out I've won before. I've just become more and more like Qin Shi Huang swinging on a swing, winning big. Suyin suddenly looked up, her hazy eyes half open and half closed as she stared at Lin Yang, and slowly gave him a thumbs up. Ah, accurate. Master is indeed accurate. I've gained 8 pounds this month. I was wondering why I wasn't blessed yet. I've just gotten fat. Suyan, half asleep, turned her head to look at her best friend Li Qingqiu, seemingly a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth hesitantly, speaking in a thin, barely audible voice. Master, I want to ask who my destined spouse is. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang sensed that there was more to the story than met the eye. Was there something she hadn't told her best friend? He pushed the red paper forward. Do you still remember your birth date and time? Write it down. Oh. Suyin nodded, her eyes blurry with drunkenness, and shakily picked up the pen and paper. I spent ages drawing on paper, but still couldn't write out a complete set of 8 characters. Enraged, she slapped her right hand with her left, yelling, "Stop. Hurry up and write." A minute later, she wrote out a bizarre, illegible 8-character phrase and handed it to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the birth chart and calculated it, and was immediately stunned. These 8 characters indicate a family that has been separated from its ancestors. I'm destined to get divorced 8 times, all with the same person. Each time I divorce, I remarry. The total number of divorce certificates I have could be sold for $2 at a junk collector's. She's definitely a hopeless romantic. And why did Suyin hesitate and ask about marriage in the first place? According to the divination, the man who divorced her 8 times and married her 9 times should be a tall, thin fitness coach with ABS. She wears black glasses and likes to wear gray clothes. Just then, Li Qingqiu suddenly spoke, his face full of helplessness. Master, is there still a connection between her and her ex-boyfriend? If there are still bad romantic prospects, then cut them off. I suffer too much when she's in a relationship. Seriously, she's just a hopeless romantic. I don't know what's so great about that guy. Su Yan's eyes, still blurry with drunkenness, widened a notch. Actually, he's quite nice. Li Qingqiu, weren't you cursing him when you were drinking? Master, please help me calculate whether she and her ex-boyfriend still have a chance. I really can't stand it anymore. Lin Yang was stunned. Her best friend was dating, and she couldn't stand it? What's wrong with you? Li Qingqiu looked exhausted, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Judging from his state, he was just short of bursting into a tirade. When she started dating this scumbag, she would show off her sweet photos to me, and I would feel envious. But as soon as they broke up, she would come to me to complain, and I would have to curse her out. I've advised her to break up with him over 100 times, and I've cursed him over 200 times. I'm tired, really tired. Please help her cut off her ex-boyfriend's unwanted romantic advances. Lin Yang thought for a moment, then slowly described the appearance of the man from the Bailey family according to the divination. What type of boyfriend did your sister have? Did he wear black glasses, like to wear gray clothes, and have a six-pack? Lin Yang had barely finished speaking when both women sitting in front of the stall were completely stunned. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. Wow, Master, you're so accurate. Yes, yes, yes. This is her ex-boyfriend. Can you sever this ill-fated relationship? Li Qingqiu's eyes showed a hint of admiration as he nodded repeatedly and gave a thumbs up. Master, you know I rarely do fortune-telling, and I rarely believe in gods or immortals, but today I truly believe it. Master, your predictions were incredibly accurate. This guy is a scumbag. He's cheated on her so many times. Every time he cheats on her, I have to comfort her. When will this end? Li Qingqiu spoke with a hint of despair, letting out several long sighs. Suyin swallowed hard. The mere mention of this person sobered her up considerably. Master, is he still destined to be with me? Lin Yang checked the divination again and nodded with certainty, yes, and there is a long and complicated karmic entanglement. Ah! Upon hearing this, it wasn't Suyan who broke down, but her best friend Li Qingqiu. She almost cried out in anguish, her eyes filled with bitter tears. Master, can't you help her end this ill-fated relationship? I'll pay for it. I've really had enough. Every time I have to advise them to break up, and then I watch them get back together, as if we're stuck in a time loop. When will this cycle of advising people to break up end? Lin Yang glanced at the divination result again, a slight smile playing on his lips. I cannot sever their ill-fated relationship. You can probably endure this kind of persuasion to break up for another 2 years. Upon hearing this, Li Qingkaya breathed a sigh of relief. They've grown up. I can still accept it for 2 years, but after 2 years, I won't need to persuade them to break up, right? Lin Yang nodded firmly and definitively. That's right, you should advise them to get a divorce in 2 years. Li Qingkaya? Lin Yang spoke calmly, counting carefully on his fingers. If you're advising her to get a divorce, it'll take more than 2 years. Let me do the math. Your best friend is 25 this year, you're the same age. She got married at 27, and you started advising her from 27 until she was 29, when she was hurt by a scumbag again and got a divorce. Li Qingkaya breathed a sigh of relief. It was all right. From now until the divorce, it would be 4 years. He could just bear it and it would pass. However, he still stared at Su Yan, who looked guilty, with a look of disappointment. Damn it, you called him a scumbag and you still married him? Did a donkey kick your brain? Su Yan poked her fingers pitifully, almost completely sober now, having sobered up entirely. Having encountered such an accurate master, I definitely need to have my fortune told about my marriage with that man. Hearing that they divorced after only 2 years of marriage was somewhat disheartening. Fortunately, if you endure for another 4 years, you two will break up and get divorced. Li Qingkaya let out a long sigh, a slight smile playing on her lips, and regained her optimism. Lin Yang chimed in, yeah, then she remarried at 28, divorced at 29, and remarried less than 2 months later. She divorced 8 times and married 9 times in total. Anyway, the last time she remarried was when she was 46. You have to keep persuading her until she's 46. The live stream chat exploded with laughter, the screen filled with 666, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. 6,666. Awesome, the B.A. Lee family. 8 divorces. Amazing. It's not just that he has a love-struck brain, it's that a person has grown onto that love-struck brain. 6. I could feel her best friend's helplessness even through the screen. My best friend felt the same way. We don't advise breaking up after getting back together, but if someone cheats on you, you have to advise them to break up. And then, at her wedding, I was even her bridesmaid. The groom tried to kill me during the wedding. She'll advise me for a lifetime. She's a true best friend, a lifelong commitment. No, I'm just curious why people stop giving advice after age 46. Li Qingkaya's smile became a stubborn expression, and his eyes widened. Holy crap. I'm supposed to keep trying to persuade her until she's 46. Su Yan, you better die. Li Qingkaya grabbed Su Yan's face, his expression one of near madness, utterly frantic. He. Su Yan just kept giggling to herself. She could be with him forever? That would be wonderful. Li Qingkaya was a little overwhelmed. Suddenly, she thought that she would stop advising Su Yan when she turned 46. Could it be that her relationship with Su Yan would break down when she turned 46? Master, then why did I only persuade him until he was 46? Lin Yang twitched his lips. His ex-boyfriend was a fitness coach who suddenly switched careers to participate in bodybuilding competitions when he was 31. Hiss. Master, you mean, he's not annoying anymore at 46? No, he died from injecting too much veterinary medicine. He was 46 years old and suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. After a hospital examination, it was found that he had injected too much veterinary medicine. Lin Yang shook his head, full of regret, but without any sympathy. For the sake of fame and money, they did not hesitate to inject themselves with veterinary drugs that were given to cattle and horses to increase muscle mass. Ox and horse is just a title, he really does treat himself like an ox or horse. There are differences between cattle and horses. Cattle moo, horses bellow, and cattle and horses can hear each other. And he's going to die young? Su Yan, what are you after? Li Qingkaya looked completely bewildered, her attitude seemingly questioning him. Because he's handsome, and he has ABS. Su Yan stammered, her face full of shame for her sister but unable to resist the allure of men. You really are something. Sigh. Li Qingkaya was utterly helpless, he wanted to let her fend for herself, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Thank you, Taoist master, you are a true master. Su Yan gave a thumbs up and smiled secretly. Faith points plus 1,000. Faith value 17001/20,000. You're welcome. Lin Yang waved casually, and only shook his head and smiled after the two best friends had walked away. Pack up and go home. He immediately stopped the broadcast, picked up his stall, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and returned to the Taoist temple. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tired after performing the soul summoning ritual. He fell into a deep sleep shortly after lying on the bed in the Taoist temple. The next morning, Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. It's another sunny day. He picked up his phone and saw that Chen Xiaoan had transferred 50,000 yuan to him on WeChat. Without hesitation, I accepted the payment and clicked Receive Payment. Is the case finished? Lin Yang asked curiously, then opened his wallet, which already contained 170,000. We can now renovate the Taoist temple, expand and strengthen it, attract more worshippers, and naturally increase its religious value. Chen Shaoan replied to the message immediately after checking the wallet. Chen Shaoan, thanks to Master Lin, the murderer has been apprehended. The evidence is conclusive, and the murderer has confessed to the crime, which is a satisfactory explanation for the family. This case even earned me a second-class merit award, and my rank will soon catch up with our station chief. Thank you so much, Master Linear. Lin Yang glanced at him and smiled faintly. Officer Chen, you're too kind. It's just police community cooperation. Yes, that's right. If Master Lin ever suspects anything suspicious in the future, please contact me immediately to ensure your safety. Lin Yang smiled. Was he too eager to improve? Okay, no problem. Then, he slowly got out of bed, took his portable stall, walked out of the Taoist temple, and went down the mountain to set up his stall. In less than half an hour, Lin Yang arrived at the familiar park, walked to the familiar shade of the trees, and slowly stretched. Set up the stall and put up the sign for the 110 divinations. He took out his phone again, opened the live stream, and typed in the promotional slogan, "Believe it or not, don't bother me as I ascend to immortality." 1,000 people suddenly flooded into the live stream room. Hey, isn't this Master Lin? Out exorcising ghosts again today? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. Trust science. Do you even understand science? When have you ever seen Master Lin's live streams that mention science? Does a Taoist priest like him tell viewers to believe in science? Since Lin Yang had nothing better to do, he interacted with the live stream chat for a while. Not long after, an excited man walked over from a distance and headed straight for his stall. Master, is your fortune-telling accurate? The Mediterranean man was holding a lottery ticket in his hand, his face flushed with excitement. Yes, but you're not asking me to calculate the winning lottery numbers, are you? No. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. There were always some incredibly clever people like that. Master, actually I'm calculating other things, not lottery numbers. Oh? Then tell me about it. The man seemed a little awkward and gave an embarrassed smile. Master, I'd like to ask when the Chinese national football team will win the World Cup? Lin Yang? What the hell? Say that again. Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded, his voice rising 2 octaves, his face filled with disbelief. The awkward man chuckled, scratched his head sheepishly, and placed the lottery ticket on the table. Well, I like to bet on football, and I've only ever bet on the Chinese national team to win. As a result, I've lost more than 100,000 yuan. I just want the Taoist priest to calculate when the Chinese national team will be able to win the World Cup again. Lin Yang immediately stood up. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Are you deliberately picking a fight? The live stream chat exploded with laughter, the screen filled with ha ha ha. 66. There are all sorts of amazing people out there. How come there's someone asking when the Chinese national football team will win the World Cup? Even the most skilled Taoist priest couldn't predict when the Chinese national football team would win the championship. What do you know? That's a balancer for the nation's destiny. I'm terrified the Taoist priest will suddenly pull out his big cleaver. Sorry Lang. This is the first time I've seen a Taoist priest lose his composure. He's quite a character. But damn, he definitely seems like he's here to cause trouble. Upon seeing this, the man's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of helplessness. Oh, Master, I'll pay, I'll calculate it honestly. Damn it, it's only because you paid me that I suspected you were just looking for trouble. Do you think I could have predicted the Chinese national football team winning the World Cup? Lin Yang was so angry he wanted to chop him up. This guy was definitely looking for trouble. Between the Chinese national football team winning the World Cup and the man in front of him being Qin Shi Huang, Lin Yang would rather believe that he was Qin Shi Huang. The man in front of me, clutching a lottery ticket and looking helpless, gave a bitter smile and swept the 100 yuan fortune-telling fee over. Master, if that's the case, I'd also like to have my marriage fortune told. An old man once told me that I'm destined to have no wife or daughters. Master, could you help me change my fate? If I can change my fate and break free from this destiny of being without a wife and children, I won't ask you such a tricky question. Lin Yang twitched his lips. What a clever move of retreating to advance. Let's talk about the Chinese national football team winning the World Cup. Upon hearing this, the man almost burst into tears. He knew the Chinese national football team wouldn't win the World Cup, but he couldn't be destined to be without a wife and daughter. Master, how can you be so heartless? I don't want to be a bachelor for the rest of my life. Lin Yang coughed twice, so let's continue calculating if the Chinese national football team wins the World Cup. Then we can just use money to win over your goddess. Changing one's fate is not something an ordinary person can do, one's destiny is not something that can be changed at will. The person who can truly change their destiny has a different fate from the start. They are extremely self-disciplined and have all three of the necessary conditions: favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious relationships. From starting with a bull to the Ming dynasty, from watching dogfights at the village entrance to Emperor Jiaozu of Han, those who can change their fate are no ordinary people. Moreover, his system doesn't provide any instructions on how to change his fate. It would be better to calculate when he's destined to become rich. Master, please don't. I don't want to get rich, I just want to get married. I'm 32 this year, and I'm still only ever with my own hands. I've never even touched a woman's hand. I'm lonely. The man was almost crying, and his voice grew softer and softer. He looked extremely embarrassed, almost kneeling down before Lin Yang. He desperately wanted to touch a woman's hand. Lin Yang sighed helplessly. If you want to touch a woman's hand, go to the anime convention next door and find a guy named Rabbit Girl Yang. Tell him you haven't touched a woman in a long time, and then you can touch her hand. The live stream chat was immediately filled with question marks. Taoist master, how do you know so much? You read this too? I suspect the Taoist priest was secretly watching, keeping it all to himself, right? Even the Taoist priest is speechless. Maybe we should just calculate when the Chinese national football team will win the championship, ha ha ha. The Taoist priest's face is so unpredictable. Why don't we talk about how to help the Chinese national football team win the World Cup? I wonder how devastated this guy will be. Hilarious. Sigh. Even if I touch it, it's not mine. Deist, is there really no way to defy fate? The man looked like he was about to cry, trying to move Lin Yang's conscience with his miserable appearance. Little did he know that Lin Yang had no conscience. Alright, write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate it for you, just in case that old man is wrong. Upon hearing this, the man immediately nodded, looking as if he had grasped a lifeline. He quickly wrote down his birth date and time on a piece of red paper and pushed it in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the birth date and time and looked at it. His fate was not just to be without a wife and daughter. Tell me what the old man said to you. Oh, that old man said I was cursed by a jinx, that I would have no wife, no daughter, no brothers. Taoist priest, was he right? I am an only child with no brothers or sisters. Until I turn 32 this year, I've never even touched a woman's hand. I just can't take it anymore. Master, is there any way for me to break this curse? Lin Yang coughed awkwardly twice, judging from the divination results. This man is not destined to be a lone wolf, he is simply destined to marry and have children late in life. Moreover, judging from his destiny, he will have a son and a daughter and live a very happy life. That's right, his wife was using a public vehicle for private purposes. Because I was so lonely, I went to get a foot massage, and from then on, I couldn't stop. No matter if it was windy or rainy outside, I had to order number 88. Even on the days when number 88 couldn't go to work, he would still go to the bathhouse, do nothing, just sleep in the private room, and leave when he woke up. The most inappropriate thing I did was touch their hand. There were no other transgressions. This man works as a screwdriver in a large electronics factory, earning over 10,000 yuan a month, which is considered a high-paying job in the entire country. In addition, he doesn't smoke or drink, lives in the staff dormitory, and eats in the company cafeteria. Besides giving money to his parents for their retirement, he can save 10,000 yuan a month. His net worth is in the tens of millions, and he has spent it all on this number 88 account, basically working all year round. Number 88 was also moved by this sincere affection. During the days he couldn't go to work, he quietly stayed with her, buying her painkillers and brown sugar water. When they could go out, he would take her to the amusement park, but she felt very embarrassed and was always rejected by him when she tried to take the initiative. He eventually came to believe that love could exist in this line of work and resolutely gave up his life of crime. She took out all the 3 million yuan she had saved up over the years, plus the hundreds of thousands of yuan her husband had spent on her, and gave it all to him to hold a simple wedding. They were quite happy after marriage, but other people felt it wasn't worth it and even felt uncomfortable about it. But this man probably really doesn't care about her past, and they've never argued about it. After Lin Yang finished calculating, he looked up and silently glanced at the man with an expectant face, then slowly spoke. Your fate is actually quite good. You've been deceived. You're destined to have a wife and 2 children, a son and a daughter, and you'll live a pretty happy life. It's just that your wife's profession is a bit unusual. You can't accept what your future wife does. Lin Yang spoke calmly, his eyes fixed on his expression. If he minds, then I won't say anything. What's meant to be will be. Everyone has a different mindset at different ages and after experiencing things. A year ago, you might have been a young entrepreneur who believed that your fate was in your own hands, but a year later, life has turned you into a 996 workhorse. He may not be able to accept the fact that public vehicles are being used for private purposes now, but in a few years, his mindset may suddenly change, and he may become eager to settle down and start a family, as long as any woman is available. Is my wife even human? Lin Yang, could your wife be some Indian woman? She's definitely a human. Oh, that's fine then. The man in front of her said it casually, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The live stream chat exploded with laughter, and a barrage of comments flew across the screen. 666, as long as you're human, you'll eat anything, buddy. You must be really hungry. Actually, being an Indian woman isn't necessarily a bad option. What? I suggest a thorough investigation of the person upstairs. You must be really hungry. Why does this guy have a faint air of death about him? How starved must he be? Then, is my wife beautiful, Taoist priest? The man swallowed hard, as if his brain was just coming to its senses, and he suddenly snapped out of his dejection at being a jinxed Lone Star. Lin Yang glanced at the divination result, did some calculations, and found that number 88 was the top performer at Witchfoot Massage Parlor. She looks and has a pretty good figure. Most importantly, to become a top salesperson, one must have excellent skills. Which top salesperson isn't skilled? If this guy really doesn't mind, he should be quite happy. She must be quite pretty, and she has a pretty good figure too. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the man's eyes changed instantly. She stared at him with disbelief and skepticism. Master, you're not lying to us, are you? You're just saying nice things on purpose. That's not right of you. If you're just saying nice things on purpose, I might as well see a therapist. How could I possibly find a wife who is good-looking and has a great figure when I'm short, ugly, and poor? The man looked utterly helpless. He had a clear understanding of himself. How could someone like him possibly find such a beautiful wife? If there is any, it's just to scam him out of money. Lin Yang chuckled and tapped the table with his knuckles. Your wife is indeed beautiful and has a great figure. Her only flaw is that she used to be involved in prostitution. Do you understand what I mean? Hiss, my future wife is Clucka. Lin Yang nodded, looking at him with curious eyes. You really don't mind? Oh, so that proves I'm not unwanted after all. I won her over with money? I guess so, plus your perseverance. Alright, I understand now. Thank you, Taoist Master. Faith points plus 1,000. Faith value 18001/20,000. Lin Yang watched the man gradually leave and smiled faintly. This man's fate was somewhat similar to that of the woman in Jiangbei City that she had calculated before. Wait, it seems to be the same person. He quickly did another calculation and finally confirmed that his wife was the blonde woman who had consulted him for fortune-telling before. Yuan. Fate is truly wondrous. Lin Yang muttered something and glanced at the live stream with a smile. Holy crap, his future wife is Kun. This guy's pretty ruthless, he's completely unfazed. Hiss, I've been a fan of the Taoist priest for 10 years. It seems like he once told fortunes for another woman, and her experience is somewhat similar to this person's. That woman also retired from the fortune-telling business, used all her savings to marry a man. Lin Yang felt a little gratified as he looked at the comments in the live stream. Yes, it's her. The two of them are together. The woman gave 3 million as dowry to this man. Holy crap, it really is. This guy's got something else. He actually managed to win over a girl with a heart sealed in cement. I'm starting to envy this man. Looking at it from another angle, others have to pay 888 for this experience, but he doesn't spend a single coin and even gets to pay out 3 million. What kind of experience is that? Is sincerity the ultimate weapon? Is the Taoist priest right? Lin Yang shook his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Sincerity is indeed a sure-kill technique, but only when someone is sincere can that one truly be deadly. Holy crap, I suddenly realized the Taoist priest makes a lot of sense. Sincerity paired with any skill is a guaranteed kill, but playing only sincerity as a standalone card is just plain stupid. Lin Yang smiled and continued to sit on the small stool, waiting for the next guest to arrive. Not long after, a suspicious-looking man carrying 2 black plastic bags and pulling a Hello Kitty suitcase walked furtively toward him. His furtive manner doesn't suggest a good person, but, judging from his appearance, I can't see anything wrong with him yet. Just then, the man carrying a suitcase and 2 black plastic bags furtively threw one of the black plastic bags into the trash can. He walked a few steps faster and threw another black plastic bag into another trash can. He even peeked out furtively to see if anyone was paying attention to him. The live stream viewers could also see this scene, and the screen was filled with question marks. Why is this man acting so suspiciously? Holy crap, could his suitcase be filled with fragments of people's lives? Don't scare me, upstairs. I'm easily frightened. I can't just casually dump a body in the park, can I? Lin Yang also saw this scene. After the man threw away all the black plastic bags, he quickly pulled his pink suitcase toward his location. He even noticed a hint of guilt on the man's face. Soon, the man sat down in front of the stall with his suitcase, placed it beside his legs, and gripped the handle tightly, as if afraid of losing it by accident. Master, can you offer me some guidance? I don't really want to have my fortune told, and there's nothing to tell anyway. I just feel a little guilty, and I can't get over it. Lin Yang was startled upon hearing this. Is this guy really a criminal? Otherwise, what is he feeling guilty about? 101 divinations, psychological comfort also has a price. Alright, Taoist priest, I'll sweep you. Without the slightest hesitation, the man paid the money and then slowly began to explain the reasons for his guilt. Master, my name is Li Bowen. I've always felt guilty. Now I can't sleep at night. As soon as I close my eyes, I can think of that woman. When I go to sleep, I subconsciously put my hand on the sheets next to me. But there's nothing on the sheets except for their coldness. The familiar feeling is gone. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately became serious. This isn't right. The more I listen, the more it sounds like the shrimp case. Could it be that Chen Xiaoan has another job? Tell me in detail, how do you feel guilty towards her? Did you cheat on her or something? Lin Yang asked casually, without showing too much suspicion, for fear of alerting the criminal suspect. Sigh. I didn't cheat on it. I lived with it for 3 years and was originally thinking of breaking up with it and abandoning it. But I was afraid that she would be discovered by someone else, or taken by someone else, so I had no choice but to painfully dispose of her in the kitchen. But I was afraid that others would discover the disassembled parts, so I only dared to divide them into 6 bags, and I threw each bag into a different place. But its skin is too difficult to cut, so I put it in my suitcase, planning to tie some stones to it and throw it into the river later, then no one should find it. As Li Bowen spoke, a hint of possessiveness appeared in his eyes. Just like this is an object, it absolutely cannot be defiled by others. The live stream chat immediately erupted in chaos, filled with question marks. Hey Taoist priest, aren't you going to tell Uncle Hat yet? Holy crap, this is a freakish shrimp rice dish. Holy crap. No way, how dare he brazenly recount the crime to the Taoist priest? Are criminals this brazen these days? Holy crap. These days even criminals avoid the Taoist priest, so why are he suddenly getting offers to come knocking on his door? Is the Taoist priest using some kind of magic to attract these heinous criminals? Holy crap. Could the things in his suitcase be fragments of people's lives? Taoist priest, take care. Be careful, he might suddenly go berserk and attack you. What are you afraid of? The Taoist priest beats up suspects like they're his own son. John Fei eating bean sprouts is a piece of cake for him. Lin Yang keenly sensed the possessiveness in Li Bowen's eyes. The more he looks at this guy, the more he seems like a pervert, but without his birth information, he can't make a judgment yet. How about this, write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll do a divination for you. Only by knowing the root cause of your illness can I help alleviate your psychological burden, right? He pretended to be extremely kind, smiling slightly. Oh, okay. Li Bowen took the red paper and wrote his birth date and time on it. After finishing writing, he obediently handed it to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took a look at the birth chart and was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? He doesn't have a girlfriend. He doesn't have a girlfriend at all. My true love won't arrive for another 10 years. My first love is my true love. Then who is he decomposing? But that doesn't make sense. He wasn't destined for imprisonment. Based on more detailed calculations, Lin Yang finally knew who the she he was talking about was. Lin Yang's lips twitched, his face full of speechlessness. I thought another second-class merit award was coming my way, but this is what I got? Don't you feel like a butcher when you're dissecting it? It's been with you for so many days and nights, and in the end, you're the one who dismantles it with a kitchen knife. You feel like you've lost your conscience. Upon hearing this, Li Bowen immediately nodded excitedly, saying yes several times in a row. Yes, yes, yes. Taoist master. That's exactly how I feel right now. I feel so guilty. It's been with me for so long, and yet I destroyed it with my own hands. Am I even human? I tore it apart with my own hands like a butcher. Lin Yang nodded, sensing that this man was quite possessive. You want to get a new girlfriend, right? But you don't want this girlfriend to be treated like a treasure and used by someone else, so you reluctantly broke it. Upon hearing this, Li Bowen immediately stood up and grasped Lin Yang's hand, filled with the joy of meeting a kindred spirit. Yes, 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 yes. Master. That's it. I don't want her to be possessed by someone else, so I have to destroy him. The live chat exploded immediately. Holy crap, is this for real? Why isn't the Taoist priest calling the police? This is a major criminal case. A deranged serial killer. Holy crap, this is insane. His possessiveness is off the charts. Even I, a guy, am a little scared. If he gets tired of her, they can just break up, someone else will take care of her. Possessing her is someone else's business. You can't just give her away like that, can you? What's wrong with the Taoist priest? Why does he seem to agree with him? It's possible the Taoist priest is trying to calm him down while waiting for Uncle Hat to arrive. Lin Yang sighed deeply. Dude, why didn't you just deflate her? Why did you cut the inflatable doll into pieces and throw it away? Master, it's not an inflatable doll. Lin Yang's heart tightened. Could it be that his divination was wrong? Or was the birth chart he was given incorrect? It's made of rubber, a life-size one, so I'm not worried that if I lose it, someone else will just pick it up and use it. So you dismembered the rubber doll? And then you even bought a suitcase to throw it in the river. Ha! What else, Taoist priest? Li Bowen looked completely puzzled, feeling that his actions were perfectly normal. If you cut it up and throw it directly into the trash can downstairs, wouldn't people misunderstand and think it's a murder case? Lin Yang was speechless. It's okay. Out with the old, in with the new. Let's buy an inflatable one next time, it'll be easier to clean. The live stream was immediately filled with question marks. So, it turns out it was the rubber doll that got lost? Holy crap, I thought it was a murder and arson case. Well, it's only human nature to have possessiveness, and it's indeed not easy to throw it away. I have one at home too, and I haven't decided where to throw it. Throwing it outside looks like a dismemberment case, and throwing it in the river looks even more like chopping it up and flushing it down the toilet, but I don't think that's necessary, so I just kept it at home. Upstairs, take my advice, don't lose her. This year, my area was flooded. My house and the whole town were submerged. No one could get out, the water was rapid and deep. I inflated my girlfriend's tires and rode her for over 10 kilometers. Finally, she was hit by tree branches and burst, but I was rescued. I'll never forget that girlfriend, she saved my life. Upon hearing this, Li Bowen scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, I see, Taoist priest. But the feel of the rubber isn't as good as the silicone one. The rubber one is not bad either. Lin Yang, you're here to discuss feel with me? Alright, there's nothing to feel guilty about. You won't feel guilty once your new girlfriend arrives. Also, remember that you can't keep a new girlfriend at home for more than 3 years. Lin Yang gave him a casual instruction and prepared to send him away. Li Bowen was stunned, and a hint of fear gradually appeared in his eyes. He had read an urban legend before about these silicone dolls. Why, Taoist priest? Could it be that the urban legends are true? Do these silicone dolls really develop spiritual energy if left at home for a long time? Are they good containers for ghosts to possess people? No way, Taoist priest. I've had my ex at home for ages. Lin Yang twitched his lips, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Their faces seemed to say, you believe such a ridiculous urban legend? I'll sell you health supplements when you're old. What are you thinking? It's just a life-size doll. If the ghost uses it as a vessel, wouldn't it be able to move? You're asking for the price of a doll and expecting to experience 888 worth of services? I think you're overthinking it. You should also thank nature for its bounty, wild ghosts. Li Bowen blushed noticeably after being told that, looking a little embarrassed. Oh, I thought it was true. So, Taoist priest, why can't it be kept at home for more than 3 years? Lin Yang chuckled, you'll have a girlfriend in 3 years. You're the type to hoard things under the bed. What do you think your girlfriend will think of you? Holy crap. Master, you're awesome. You're the real master. I only needed 2.5 years to throw it away. Li Bowen was immediately excited. He had originally just wanted some psychological comfort, but he never expected that it would even predict that he would have a girlfriend in 3 years. Faith points plus 1,000. Faith value 19001/20,000. Lin Yang finally smiled after Li Bowen thanked him several times and quickly left with his suitcase. This unlocks another reward. I wonder what useful gadget it will be this time. He glanced at the live stream and saw that people were still discussing whether silicone or inflatable felt better. The 3,000 netizens were divided into 3 major factions, arguing heatedly. Damn it, our silicone is still the closest to reality, don't you understand? Don't you know what feel means? Our inflatable can save lives, can you? Use it as a kayak with the floodwaters. Damn it, our silicone ones have weight to them too, and they're incredibly realistic. Our inflatable devices can save lives. I think my left and right arms are more effective, they can save lives, and also, I thought the urban legend was true. I've had my inflatable toy at home for 4 years now, sigh. Little yellow bean shrug emoji. What are you disappointed about? Lin Yang looked at the comments and felt a little helpless. What kind of fan base did he have? They argued fiercely over a girlfriend, and the battlefield quickly split into 4 factions. There are silicone fans, natural fans, inflatable fans, and now there's even a with or without fandom. Before long, everyone turned their attention to Lin Yang, asking him which faction was the most powerful. Lin Yang chose to ignore it, fearing that he might shut down the live stream. He is a positive role model for broadcasters. Not long after, a man who looked like a college student walked out of the park entrance, looking very dejected. But his eyes seemed to be searching for something purposefully, and as soon as he saw Lin Yang's fortune-telling stall under the shade of the tree, he hurried over. He plopped down on a small stool in front of the stall, his face full of dejection. Master, I can't take the pressure anymore, I'm lovesick. Lin Yang was taken aback. So you're asking for a fortune-telling? I feel like my life has lost its light, and I can't see any hope. Lin Yang nodded as if he understood. You have to pay for fortune-telling too. The man was taken aback, then gave a helpless, bitter smile. Taoist master, I will definitely give it to you, right now. He immediately scanned the code and paid 100 yuan using Ant Pay, noting that the payment method was still Wabi. Alright, I've paid the money, master. I just want to know if there's any hope for my future? After receiving the money, Lin Yang's expression changed. Tell me first, why are you lovesick? You look to be only around 20 years old, right? Have you graduated from university yet? I haven't graduated yet, I'm a sophomore this year, but I can't see any hope in my life anymore. Lin Yang shook his head, unusually serious. You're wrong. Things change every 30 years. Don't underestimate a young person's potential. When your luck turns around, you'll find that your current setbacks are nothing. Moreover, once a person's luck arrives, nothing can stop it. Even a pig standing in the right place at the right time can fly, let alone a person. Fortune is not static, it fluctuates greatly, with ups and downs. But, master, I no longer have the courage to live. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Tell me what happened, and I'll calculate it for you. Sigh. Master, I now owe a total of 50,000 yuan and can't pay it back. The debt collectors send me threatening text messages every day and even come to our university to cause trouble. They said they were going to bombard my contacts and call my parents, and I was afraid they would actually call my parents. Lin Yang was taken aback. Could it be another case of overspending? How did you take out the loan? A sophomore doesn't need to take out a loan of 50,000 yuan, does he? Did you overspend? Or did you buy things for a girl? The man shook his head dejectedly. No, my dad is sick, and he needed 50,000 yuan for surgery, so I took out a loan. I'll pay it back slowly. I don't want them calling my family. But his interest rate is too high. Borrowing 50,000, you have to repay 80,000 in a year, and if you can't repay, there's even more interest added online. I have absolutely no idea how I can pay this debt back. I'm also afraid they'll call my family. My dad's still sick, and my mom's stressed. They're going to call and tell my family to pay back the money right away, or they'll cause trouble at my school and prevent me from going to university. My mom isn't very educated, and she's terrified of hearing things like that about me not being able to go to school. She'll definitely be in a rush to lock up the money. But my family really doesn't have a single penny left, and we have no money to give them. We can only worry helplessly. Lin Yang chuckled after hearing this. The laughter startled the lovesick college student, who looked completely bewildered. Don't panic. Tell me, how did this loan company get you the loan? It's not normal for a college student like you to have no repayment ability to get a loan of 50,000. Lin Yang suddenly said, for a normal college student, a loan of 10,000 yuan is considered a large loan, and their repayment ability is very poor. Moreover, loans are different from online loans. For example, Wabi determines your credit limit based on your credit history and spending ability. Credit cards work on a similar principle, but loans are different. They require collateral, such as a house or a car. Even if the loan company can't recover the money, they can't afford to lose money. But there's no way that 50,000 in interest can turn into 80,000. Isn't this a case of 9 out and 13 back? That's way too damn dark. Isn't that normal? This is definitely not normal. What did they make you use as collateral? The man immediately became embarrassed when he brought this up. Her eyes darted away, and she lowered her head in shame, too ashamed to speak. Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded when he saw his behavior. If you're going to take out a loan, why are you so shy? It's not like it's anything shameful. What are you shy about? Taking out a loan isn't something shameful, and you're not going to overspend. If you were overspending, I wouldn't advise you against it. Your parents could just pay it off. This is a special case for you. It seems you've been scammed. What's there to be ashamed about when they ask what your collateral is? The man stammered for a long time, his face turning red, before finally managing to utter a few words. Apple loan, the photo is used as collateral. Lin Yang was dumbfounded. Holy crap. The live stream audience was also dumbfounded, with the screen filled with question marks. Holy crap. Apple loans now? No wonder he was shy. Holy crap, isn't this free money? Are there still spots available? I want to sign up. I also want to ask. Is this money-giving event still going on? I don't need 50,000, 30,000 is fine. You offer 30,000? I offer 20,000. Screw you. I need 10,000. Give me the loan. I desperately need this money. Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. He swallowed hard and asked again in disbelief. Are you sure it's Apple loan? They only asked for a photo of your Apple device and gave you a loan of 50,000? The man nodded nervously. Yes. I didn't think that much at the time, but they wanted this much interest, or else they'd send out the photos. Lin Yang was immediately delighted. He also wanted to ask if such activities were still happening. Hey bro, what are you so nervous about? Where do you get a loan? Ha, what do you mean, Taoist master? Don't I owe them 80,000 yuan? Lin Yang smiled. Isn't that the money they paid for your artistic photos? Ha, this isn't good, is it? What if they send it to me? The man spoke somewhat reservedly. Send it out? Then let them Photoshop it bigger. Remember, the small apple is their work, the big apple is our advantage. We also need to get them to add contact information to the photo. Lin Yang said calmly, besides, Apple loans are illegal to begin with, and their interest rates are illegal too. They wouldn't dare to use violent collection methods, and it wouldn't affect your credit score. He smiled faintly, wondering what the loan company was thinking. Sometimes, things that can be sent out in casual conversations aren't anything valuable. If someone takes a glance, so be it. I'm confident in my body, the only downside is that I'm afraid of scaring people with megalophobia if I post it. The man suddenly understood, and had a complete epiphany. Holy crap, Taoist priest, you've got some skills. Then does that mean I don't have to pay back my loan? Lin Yang nodded. Remember, that's not a loan. That's the money you get from selling your artistic photos. We're not ashamed to earn that money. The live stream chat immediately went wild. Holy crap, I also have a shady loan account on WeChat. I asked Apple Loan for a loan, why wouldn't they lend me the money? Is they being sexist? Brothers, give me some advice. I've contacted Apple Loan, but they won't lend me the money. What should I do? They won't give you a loan? If they won't give you a loan, just keep sending them artistic photos. Dude, are you just addicted? Not for money, just for the desire to share, huh? Brothers, whatever you do, don't touch Apple Loan. It's terrifying. I borrowed 10,000 yuan from the platform, and it all went to fried chicken. I gained 10 pounds. It's horrifying. Master, what should I say if he asks me to repay the money? The man's eyes were filled with excitement, and he no longer missed his love. He felt as if the clouds had suddenly parted and the sun had risen. Then tell him, I thought you were a charity. If you don't like it, then you can report it. How are you on good terms with your roommates? Do any of your elders in your hometown need money? The man nodded, somewhat bewildered, not quite understanding what the Taoist priest meant. However, a hint of excitement could be seen in Lin Yang's eyes. We have a good relationship, like brothers. My relatives back home are also short of money, in a poor and remote area. Lin Yang chuckled. That makes things easier. He was worried that the Apple Loan debt collectors would come to his door and assault him. If that happened, then go back to your hometown, open your mouth and shake your head. Every household has a small high-rise building. You don't need to say anything else, just ask him if he's willing to exchange an artistic photo for 50,000. If he dares to come to your village to collect the debt, you'll have to spend money to bail him out. As for your university, if a debt collection team of a dozen people encounters hundreds of college students in a dormitory building, do you think they'd be scared? This college student was a smart guy. After Lin Yang's explanation, he instantly understood everything. Its mouth was so wide it could fit an egg, and its eyes were filled with adoration for the divine guidance. Holy crap! Taoist priest, you're amazing. I'm going back right now. I'll get them to come with me and take out illegal online loans. The college student left as soon as he finished speaking, his face full of excitement. Faith points plus 500. Faith value 19501/20,000. The live stream chat immediately erupted in chaos. Holy crap, what a brilliant pointing the way move. So, these shady online lenders don't have to pay back the money? They're not protected by Chinese law? The money they give you, you don't have to repay as long as you withstand the pressure from debt collectors? If that's the case, then all the villages here share the same surname and are united as one. I really want to go and put that into practice. Wow, Taoist master, this is the immortal pointing the way. I get it. Lin Yang smiled and explained to the viewers in the live stream why he was being told to do this. He explained that any black platform with such high interest rates, where interest rates are 9 out of 13 and then returned, is inherently dangerous and deserves punishment. When someone owes money and can't pay it back, he really drives them to suicide. This kind of dirty money is something you can't just take without making it. After Lin Yang explained, some viewers in the live stream who hadn't understood suddenly realized what was going on. That's incredible. To be able to bring a college student with lovesick thoughts back on track so quickly, the Taoist priest must be quite something. Moreover, Lin Yang hadn't even passed the basic 4 pillars of destiny calculation yet. It turns out the Taoist priest also needs to understand magic. The Taoist priest is awesome. Now I finally understand why this charlatan wasn't convicted of fraud. It's not that I'm afraid of charlatans scamming a lot, it's that I'm afraid they also know the law. Lin Yang twitched his lips, looking somewhat helpless. He glanced at the time. It was already afternoon when he set up his stall. He would take one last order, then go have dinner and go back to the Taoist temple to do some repairs. Building a Taoist temple should still be put on the agenda. As long as there are enough incense offerings, we can just lie in the temple and collect faith points. Just then, a man with thin cheeks and wearing black-rimmed glasses walked out of the park entrance. He was looking around, and when he saw the stall under the shade of the tree, he quickly walked over. He plopped down in front of Lin Yang's stall and excitedly rubbed his hands together. "Master, is your fortune-telling accurate?" Lin Yang pointed to the sign next to him that said 101 divinations, and said, "They're definitely accurate. If they weren't, wouldn't that be a scam? Oh, then I'll scan you." The man adjusted his glasses, took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and readily paid 100 yuan. Ding! Received 100 yuan via Duct WeChat. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. This young man was quite sensible. "Tell me, what do you want me to predict? Your fortune? Your love life?" At this point, the man chuckled sheepishly. "Master, my name is Li Jun. I'd like to have my fortune told. I'm a novelist, writing web novels on Zuwanshi Novel Network. I'm preparing to start a new book recently, and I'd like to ask the Taoist priest to help me calculate whether this book will make a lot of money. How will it perform?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang exclaimed, "Oh, so you're a novelist. No wonder his dark circles are bigger than a panda's, and he looks so weak. It seems like he's been staying up late every night. He might even have kidney deficiency. Okay, write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll help you calculate how well this book will perform and whether it can make money." Upon hearing this, Li Jun immediately took the red paper with great joy, wrote down his birth date and time, and poured out his grievances to him. "Master, I've been writing novels full-time for 3 years now. You have no idea how I've spent these 3 years. It's been absolutely miserable. By the way, Taoist priest, do you have any paper here?" Lin Yang was taken aback. "What do you need paper for?" "My experiences over the past 3 years have been so heartbreaking that they would bring tears to anyone's eyes. I'm afraid you might not be able to control yourself and burst into tears." Li Jun was almost moved to tears by his own words. His face seemed to say, 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these past 3 years? Come on, how bad can it be?" Lin Yang's lips twitched. This guy's a drama queen, isn't he? So much drama. Commander Li sighed and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "Sigh, I have more than 10 books, and not a single one of them has made a lot of money, Taoist master. Not only do I not make money, but I also get scolded. And being scolded is one thing, but you're scolding the main character, not me, right?" Li Jun became more and more excited as he spoke, his face turning red. "My main readers not only criticize my protagonist, but they also launch personal attacks, master. They called me a complete idiot, saying I must have escaped from a mental hospital to come up with such a plot. I'm in pain, Taoist priest. I've always thought, aren't we book writers in a similar situation to Tracy McGrady? Even worse. McGrady can just lie down and enjoy himself, but we have to get criticized." The live stream chat immediately erupted in laughter. 666, this is undoubtedly the most pitiful online novel author. Bro, tell me the title of your book. I'll give you some points. See, you acted impulsively again. Just post something like generating electricity for love and that's enough. I think this author still has a lot of charm. Why don't you come to Sichuan? I'll take care of you. Ji Lunquan 9 I'm a novelist too, I totally understand. Brother, you're so pitiful, I'm crying my eyes out. Lin Yang's lips twitched, it sounded rather tragic. After Li Jun finished writing down the birth chart, he quickly took it and glanced at it. Upon seeing the divination result, wow, this was definitely a tragic outcome. Li Jun started writing books 3 years ago. His first book flopped, and he even spent 10 yuan on a cover design, but he didn't even make back the cost of the cover. Next, the second, third, and all the way up to the 10th book all belonged to the category of earning 3,000 yuan a month. Judging from the divination, one of the books was banned for writing something borderline, which is a real tragedy. However, judging from the divination, this book can actually make money. And it's not a small amount. You could earn 40 or 50,000 yuan. Lin Yang cleared his throat. This book of yours can bring you an income of 40 to 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Jun immediately jumped up excitedly, his eyes filled with hope. The incredulous voices rose 2 decibels. Master, you mean my book will be a huge hit, and bring me 40 or 50,000 in royalties? Lin Yang shook his head under his expectant gaze. Your book won't be a hit. Ha! Where did I get 40 or 50,000 in royalties? I'm referring to the revenue this book brings you, not royalties. Li Jun immediately covered his head and pondered deeply, various possibilities flashing through his mind. Master, could it be that the copyright of my book was adapted? That's why I earned 40 or 50,000 yuan? Lin Yang shook his head again and slowly spoke under Li Jun's puzzled gaze. According to your divination, you can make money twice with this book. The first time is when you just finished writing the beginning and submitted it to the editor, but it was so bad that it was rejected 10 times. Li Jun was also a bit confused. Then what, master? How did I make money? Lin Yang waved his hand, signaling him to listen to the end. Then you got so angry that you thought what you wrote was a masterpiece, so you revised the manuscript again and flew to find the editor to confront him in person. As a result, because your writing was so bad, you got a beating from the editor, which broke your leg. The editor paid you 10,000 yuan in compensation. Li Jun. After hearing Lin Yang recount his first earnings, they were all dumbfounded. Is this even possible? They broke his leg? Is this considered a benefit of this book? Master, what was the reason for making money the second time? Lin Yang glanced down at the divination result and slowly began to speak. The second time, the editor beat you up. You felt really bad about it. Luckily, you revised the manuscript several times and it finally caught the editor's eye, so they signed you. Hiss. Taoist master. Will I become a viral sensation after you make these changes? Upon hearing this, and considering the result of the divination, Lin Yang clenched his fists. As a result, you planted a knife in a romance novel, and a few readers caught you offline and beat you up again, kicking your other good leg so hard that both of your legs were broken. Lin Yang clenched his fists. Hiding daggers in a romance novel? What a beast! What a beast! Li Jun was immediately dumbfounded, and the joy from above was instantly shattered. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this how he made his fortune? Why was it different from other people's? Master. It wasn't because my book became popular, but because I got beaten up twice and had to pay for medical expenses because of this book. So it wasn't the book that flew off, but the shoe that got knocked away? Lin Yang nodded, looking down at the divination chart in his hand, growing angrier the more he looked. That's right, I want to beat you up too. Burying knives in pure love stories, writing in sweet stories that the female lead gets into a car accident, the male lead's friend jumps into a river, and the male lead lives a life of depression. Are you even human? The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement, filled with question marks. You bastard Li Jun, huh? Even though your characters in your book are fictional, you're real, and I'll definitely catch you. Hey Popcorn, I recently read a pure romance novel, only to find out at the end that it had angst. No wonder everyone's telling me to skip it. I'm going to torture you mercilessly with a whip. A mole throws a punch, a lion's fang emoji. What are you looking at me for? Punch me. Brother, can you write some NTR stuff? I'd like to read it. Upstairs, I work 8 a.m. Is this what you love about your life? Li Jun felt a little embarrassed by what was said, gave an awkward smile, and scratched his head. Then, Master, is there a chance that my future books will become wildly popular? Lin Yang glanced down at the divination result again. According to the divination, Li Jun's life would be quite good in the future. Yes, as long as you want to walk, the road is right under your feet. Li Jun's eyes suddenly hardened, as if he had made a momentous decision. I understand, Taoist master. As long as I want to walk, the path is right beneath my feet. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction, but after you make this money, if you write angst again, I also know a little about martial arts. Li Jun immediately shrank his neck, but still had a smile on his face. Thank you, Taoist master. I understand. Faith points plus 1,000. Faith points plus 500. Faith value 21001/50,000. As Li Jun left, Lin Yang glanced at the system panel and saw that his faith points had finally reached 20,000. I wonder what useful item we'll get this time. Ding! Randomly activating a reward for the host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained doctor-level knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The next moment, countless pieces of knowledge about mathematics, physics, and chemistry rushed into Lin Yang's mind. Lin Yang was stunned. A Taoist priest wanted him to study mathematics, physics, and chemistry? Moreover, he has doctoral-level knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Is this meant for him to research how to generate electricity using neutrinos or something? The main problem is that the system forcibly stuffed knowledge of mathematics, which he couldn't learn in his previous life, into his brain. When people are pushed to the limit, they can do anything, except math. Everything in the world will leave you, except for mathematics, because mathematics simply cannot do it. You can apply math to everything. A breakup is a breakup, staying together is staying together, and getting back together is getting back together. What are differential, common denominator, and composite differential? However, even if the system's gift is useless, it's better than nothing. He looked at the comments and interacted with the viewers for a while. Then he saw a young man walking towards him from a distance, his face full of sadness. Lin Yang could tell from her expression that she had just broken up with her boyfriend, and it must be related to her relationship. The young man looked down at his phone, refreshing the satellite feed every now and then, afraid that he might miss a message. Even after sitting down at the fortune teller's stall, he was still staring at his phone, looking sullen. Master, my heart has been stolen. Lin Yang, if your kidneys are stolen, you have to pay for a fortune-telling first, 110 yuan per reading. Oh, Taoist priest, could you give me a discount? I'm a college student, how about 51 divinations? You're not even fit to be an animal. Lin Yang said casually, you actually tried to bargain with me, Taoist master? Ah, the man sighed deliberately, lit a cigarette, and gritted his teeth. After taking 2 puffs, he took a deep drag and threw the cigarette but on the ground. 100 it is. The young man responded and immediately raised his phone to scan the QR code. He exited the page twice during the payment process, afraid of missing any messages. Ding! 100 yuan received via duct satellite. Lin Yang was stunned. Damn it, something feels off. Tell me, what's wrong with you, emo? The young man was taken aback. Taoist master, you've already figured that out. Lin Yang twitched his lips. This behavior practically screamed on his face, I'm a simp. Ah, to tell you the truth, Taoist master, I've liked a woman for a long time. When we first met, she was very enthusiastic towards me. He even took my hand and breathed in my ear, saying he would take me to a hotel to show me something nice, but I felt things were moving too fast and I didn't go. Then, she's been ignoring me for the past few days. She's been very cold and distant, not at all enthusiastic. Does she not like me anymore? The live stream chat was filled with sighs. After watching Master Lin Yang's live stream so much, I feel like my horizons have broadened considerably. Sigh, another love-struck college student. He's already given you so many hints, even offering to take you to a hotel to see cats and do a backflip, and you're still being coy. That's good, now that girl probably has someone else she likes, it's not his turn anymore. It's all his fault for liking her for so long but never daring to make a move. That's normal. College students are naturally innocent. He himself said he's liked this girl for a long time but hasn't confessed. He definitely doesn't want things to move too fast. Is it possible that he is Xia Wujing's younger brother, Xing Dunanj? Lin Yang thought for a moment, then pushed the red paper in front of the man who was looking down at his phone. Write down your birth date and time. How long have you known her? Where did you meet? Why has she been ignoring you lately? The man was taken aback, then scratched his head awkwardly. We've known each other for 3 days. We met at a bar. Lin Yang was taken aback. You call knowing someone for 3 days a long time? Yeah, we've known each other for 3 days already, isn't that a long time? I met her at a bar. After I rejected her, I went home, and she started ignoring me. I was chatting with her, and she replied very slowly. After a while, she told me she was going to sleep, but she was clearly still playing King of Glory online. She just told me she was going to sleep. Lin Yang nodded, as if he was thinking about something. Did she tell you she was asleep on that app? WeChat. Lin Yang chuckled and pursed his lips. Then we can only rely on WeChat. We can't trust everything. That makes perfect sense. The man was taken aback. Was this a proper Taoist priest? Why was he using a pun? The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement, with everyone showing their support for the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest is absolutely right. What's said on WeChat should only be taken as fact. Don't believe everything you read on WeChat. 666. That's so insightful, Taoist master. Don't you get poisoned when you lick your lips with your tongue? I can't imagine what other use your tongue could have besides speaking. The person upstairs is underestimating the Taoist priest, isn't they? He's quite the goofball. You've only known him for 3 days and you're already saying you've liked him for a long time? Am I out of touch with the times? And you've already made him go to a hotel to see cats and do a backflip? Seriously? What's the big deal? What if she really is Xiao Chu Nu? Don't make your sister laugh. The man looked like he was about to cry, and asked in confusion, Master, does she have someone else? Otherwise, why would she say goodnight to me and then go online to TIMI? Lin Yang shrugged. Men and women have different concepts about sleeping together, so it doesn't mean anything. Men and women think in slightly different ways. If a man says he's thirsty, it means his mouth is so dry it's practically the Sahara Desert. Buy a bottle of black tea that tastes like horse urine at room temperature but like Kuajiao liquor when refrigerated, and you can drink half of it in one go. When a woman says she's thirsty, she might just order a cup of milk tea to moisten her mouth, and it might take her 3 hours to finish it. When a man says he slept with someone, it's as if he's been drugged. When a woman tells you she's going to sleep, she's probably off watching TV, playing games, scrolling through TikTok, or just letting her mind wander. The man seemed comforted, let out a long sigh, muttered to himself, and pushed the birth chart in front of Lin Yang. Phew, that's good. My goddess isn't ignoring me, she's just watching a drama. Although men and women think differently, you're probably a simp. Lin Yang looked at the birth chart and spoke calmly. The man immediately lost his composure, and the confidence he had just built up in his heart was instantly shattered. Master, your words are too hurtful. Looking at his birth chart, Lin Yang could roughly deduce what achievement the woman was currently accomplishing. 100-man kill. After seeing that the man hadn't fallen for her tricks, she turned her attention to others. If you're going to believe she's a good girl, Lin Yang might as well believe that a polar bear rode Qin Shi Huang. This man was quite lucky, he didn't have his cerebellum replace his brain on the very day he met her. Otherwise, all you can say to him is, "Oh dear, it's nothing, it won't be warts." The chances of warts are probably urinary tract infections. Moreover, this man is not simple either. Judging from his birth chart, he will have many romantic relationships in the future. He went from being a simp to a wolf warrior. I don't know what made him realize this. Lin Yang coughed twice, looked up at the man replying to messages, and slowly spoke. "You're probably not just licking her boots now, are you?" The man was taken aback, scratched his head sheepishly, but a hint of pride shone in his eyes. "Taoist master, you figured all of this out? Here's what I'm thinking, if I've been trying to win someone over for 3 days and they still ignore me, I'll be heartbroken and upset. I don't have any control over the situation. Since that's the case, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If you're licking the boots of 100 goddesses, then think about it, Taoist master, what would she think if I licked the boots of the other 99 but not her? The offensive and defensive roles have been reversed, Taoist master. If she doesn't reply to me in 2 minutes, I'll just block her. Then she'll have to beg me to fawn over her, and she'll be finished in my green book." Lin Yang was stunned. This was practically beetroot. This isn't just being a simp, this is a wolf warrior. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement, with the screen filled with question marks. Beetroot. I've learned it, I'm going to go lick them one by one now. Don't even try it, guys. This also requires personal charisma. I just tried it, and if they don't reply within 10 minutes, they block me. Now I only have the WeChat team left on my WeChat. Wow, in a simp script, the simp is the protagonist? Dude, you're a genius. That's so true. My mom hasn't replied to my message for 5 minutes now, so I'm blocking her. Lin Yang twitched his lips. Judging from the divination, this kid does have some personal charm, dating a goddess every week. Goddesses numbered 1 to 30 take turns ordering him breakfast, goddesses numbered 31 to 50 order him milk tea, and goddesses numbered 51 to 100 order him dinner. And if someone doesn't want to buy him breakfast, he'll get angry. What a reversal of the heavenly stems. You little rascal, judging from the divination, your trick is quite effective. Real. Yeah, just stop licking that woman you met at the bar. She's gone, she won't die. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, the man was stunned, as if he understood something. He immediately showed an expression of relief, as if he had just escaped a disaster. All right. Thank you, Taoist master. I understand. The man immediately stood up, greeted him, and then slowly left. Faith points plus 2,000. Faith value 23001/50,000. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. At this rate, they would soon be able to raise 50,000. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth, and waited at the stall for a while, but no business came. Looking at the number of viewers in the live stream, it had already exceeded 5,000, and many new viewers were still questioning what kind of Taoist priest the poisonous-mouthed Taoist was. He then decided to connect with other users in the live stream. A hot air balloon answers a question. Is the Taoist priest trying to scam people again? As a longtime viewer of his live stream, I advise you not to go. Icon, the believer in Twilight, I don't believe it. I want to try. The Twilight believer Icon sends out a hot air balloon X1. Seeing this, Lin Yang immediately put him on the microphone. Do you have any questions, young friend? A male voice slowly came from the microphone, with a hint of doubt and amusement in his tone. Master, the question I'm about to ask is no simple matter. If you can't answer that, you have to give me my money back. Lin Yang nodded at the camera, indicating that there was no problem. Master, I have 10,000 yuan on me right now. How can I double it to 20,000 yuan in a short period of time? The live stream chat exploded. 666. This is a problem. Taoist priest, you'd better wait for your refund. I honestly can't answer this question. How can you double your money in a short time? It's almost impossible, isn't it? Is this guy here to cause trouble? He's obviously just here to tease the Taoist priest. The people in the live stream were all excited, but Lin Yang didn't seem particularly excited. Master, did you hear me clearly? How can I turn 10,000 yuan into 20,000 yuan in a short time? Lin Yang slowly spoke, give me 10,000 in cash to look in the mirror. Come on, next one. Icon, the believer in Twilight? The believer at dusk, Icon, proactively disconnected. Lin Yang was stunned. What was going on? The viewers in the live stream were so rude. They hung up without even saying hello. He sighed and spoke to the gifts in the live stream. Anyone else have questions? One question per hot air balloon, no questions asked. Who would dare ask that, Taoist priest? Your mouth is too sharp. Icon, the follower of dusk, you charming streamer. I'm unfollowing you. Get lost. Ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard my phone was automatically put into a certain red app for recycling. See, you're in a hurry again. I told you not to ride the hot air balloon, but you wouldn't listen. Please don't let Barbie pinch the cow, I'll give it a try. Please don't make a cow, Barbie will send you a hot air balloon X1. Upon seeing this, Lin Yang quickly put the microphone on for the god of wealth. Hey, young friend, what's the matter? On the microphone, Barbie doesn't pinch the cow slowly turned on the microphone, and a charming, mature female voice came out from it. Greetings, Taoist master. This immediately caused an uproar in the live stream. Is Barbie actually a girl if she doesn't sculpt cows? Her voice is so beautiful. Lee Hoken, mommy mommy mommy. 6. You can be anyone upstairs, but you absolutely cannot be Li Hao Chen. Mom, do you need another lapdog? Mom, what do you think of me? Oh, it feels so good to call someone mom after hitting the tiles. This is life, isn't it? Wow, that mature, sophisticated voice. It even made me open Weibo. It's so cool. The first time I heard your voice, a female voice. The second time I heard your voice, for the rest of my life. The third time I heard your voice, Wang Xian from Jiangbei City, wishing to spend my life with you. The fourth time I heard your voice, beautiful lady, my living expenses are 1,508, I'll give you 1,314, the remaining 181 is my height, and the 6-packs are my ABS. Don't ask why there are 7 missing, because my love for you has been sentenced to a life sentence of no more than 7 days. Lin Yang was also taken aback. Everyone says that beautiful women love to do abstract art, and it turns out it's true. He never expected that the profile picture was a big-eared cow and the person named Please Barbie, Don't Pinch Cows was a girl. Young friend, is there anything you want to ask? Greetings, Taoist master, I'm a music producer. I recently took on a commissioned song for a commercial project, but I haven't decided on a name yet. Could I sing it for you, Taoist master, and ask you to help me come up with a title? Lin Yang nodded and gave an okay sign, indicating that there was no problem. Go ahead and sing. Okay, I'll start then. The mature woman's voice came from the phone, and then a soft background music started playing. After the intro, the mature female voice rang out again. I've hit my dad and my mom, I've beaten my siblings so badly they won't come home. After beating up my 6th uncle, I beat up my eldest sister-in-law, then my aunt and my grandmother. I beat my best friend until her face was covered in blood, and then I beat up her boyfriend too. Ah duh. After the song was finished, everyone, including Lin Yang, fell into deep thought. Is this a song that a girl with such a beautiful voice could sing? I'm more curious about who commissioned this commercial single. Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. Who was this person who commissioned this song? I suspect your song was custom-made by Longguo Jinjiu, right? Drink Longguo Jinjiu, beat up your relatives and friends. The woman on the mic was a little embarrassed. The song was really a bit too unconventional. Master Taoist, what do you think would be a suitable title for this song? Lin Yang frowned and thought for a moment before uttering 8 words. Anyone related to you will be beaten, anyone with a grudge will be beaten. The live stream chat immediately exploded. 666, the Taoist priest has excellent writing skills. The song is called, It's Not That We Had a Good Relationship with Grandpa, It's That Grandpa Passed Away Early. Taoist master, can't you be a little gentler with girls? Please let Barbie stop pinching the cow because the connection is broken. Lin Yang was also taken aback. The song title was absolutely perfect. Just then, an old man with a cane and a red bag walked over from a distance, looking around curiously. Upon seeing Lin Yang's stall, he immediately rushed over as fast as he could. Master, I was introduced by an acquaintance. I want to hold a funeral and would like to ask you to perform a ritual. Lin Yang was taken aback. Had the old man's relative passed away? Hiss, this is not easy. If we perform a ritual, I'll have to help you with it for a whole day. How many people will I miss if I miss their fortune-telling appointments? The old man immediately rolled his eyes, placed the red bag on the fortune-telling stall, pulled down one side of the bag, revealing 5 bundles of red banknotes inside. Taoist priest, you see, it's just a matter of holding a Buddhist ritual at the funeral. Lin Yang immediately coughed twice, looking puzzled. What do you mean, 1 game, 2 games? The old man was immediately surprised, and his smile spread like a chrysanthemum. 2 matches. Taoist master, you're giving me a surprise today, aren't you? Lin Yang silently accepted the red bag, 50,000 yuan, enough to pay him for 1 night at most. The procedures for performing rituals are all included in fortune-telling. Simply put, it's similar to starting a job. First, you write a resume and send it to the local temple. Once you're there, you'll be a person with a name and a surname, ready to be reincarnated. Without this step, one could very well be blocked on the road to the underworld. Then put a wad of money and a dog-beating stick into the deceased's coffin. As for the rest, we'll leave it to fate. Who are you performing the ritual for? Where is the deceased now? At the funeral home or somewhere else? Right here in front of you, perform a ritual for me. The old man chuckled and stroked his chin. Lin Yang was full of question marks, and immediately activated his yin-yang eyes. This is a living person. The viewers in the live stream were also startled. Holy crap! Is this a ghost? Is a ghost performing a ritual on itself? What are you afraid of in broad daylight? The sun is shining so brightly, your pants will dry quickly. Taoist priest, hurry up and collect it for him. Don't be afraid. He has a shadow, he's a person. Hey newbie, is this just for the show? Who holds their own funeral? Lin Yang twitched his lips, and only after confirming that this wasn't a New Year's gift delivered to his door did he slowly speak. Grandpa, why are you thinking of holding a funeral for yourself? Normal old men are very averse to the word death. Older men generally don't want to attend funerals, fearing they'll catch bad luck from them. Who holds a funeral for themselves? Well, that's a long story. The old man who lives next door died, and my brother passed away. We're in the middle of the 7th day after his death, and I thought it would be too lonely for him to do it alone, so I thought I'd keep him company. Moreover, I have no children or spouse in my life, and when I die, there will be no one to hold a funeral for me. Lin Yang was taken aback. Then, sir, have you been lonely your whole life? The old man paused, then asked, do you want to hear the truth? Lin Yang nodded. Looking at the old man's face, he should have been able to get married and have children, but the old man was clearly determined and changed the turning point in his life. So he wondered if the old man had ever regretted the path he had chosen. Viewers in the live stream also asked questions out of curiosity. Master, you're really my mouthpiece. I was just about to ask that same question. I've decided not to have children or get married. I wonder if I'll be lonely when I'm old. Sigh. I'm afraid that when I get older, there won't be anyone to take care of me. I'll still be playing with abstract art while my peers are already taking care of their kids. I can't stand being without a wife. It's too lonely. Nobody cares about me, nobody stops me from washing my feet, nobody asks me to hand over my salary, and nobody cooks for me. When I'm hungry, I can only order some crayfish or barbecue. Wait a minute. It's kind of fun, isn't it? The old man sighed deeply, a hint of desolation in his eyes. Taoist master, you can tell from my mental state whether I'm enjoying being without a wife and daughter or not. That's absolutely fantastic. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, but even without children and grandchildren, I'm enjoying my blessings. Those old men all rely on having children to support them in their old age. When I was young, they were saying, if you don't have children, who will take care of you when you're old? Look at them now, do their children take care of them? They still have to save up for their son's wedding dowry and wedding house, and they're still driving for ride-hailing services until they die. Look at me, do you think I, as the son, don't know whether having a son will allow me to support you in your old age? I retired at 40, with 3 million in hand. I didn't have much to spend. I've almost seen all the beautiful landscapes of our country, so I thought about having my own funeral and going through the proper rituals. The old man looked completely at ease. No one would have guessed that this man, who looked to be only in his 50s or 60s, was already in his 70s, almost 80. When the old man revealed his age, he already knew whether he would enjoy the outcome or not. The live stream chat was filled with 666 comments. 666. That makes so much sense. I've decided to start saving some money every month from today onwards, just to raise a cybernetic child. I've decided to raise a turtle. I can finally get rid of this thing. The cost of raising a child: food, clothing, shelter, transportation, tuition, formula, diapers, etc., plus dowry, wedding house, and wedding car is approximately 3 million yuan. If you have any questions, just talk to my Maybach. Are you serious? Aren't you worried about what will happen if you don't have children and someone gets seriously ill later? What will you do when you're in your 60s or 70s? Donnie Yen's finger-teasing meme, will I live to 50? I'll treat minor illnesses, but I'll just die if it's serious. Lin Yang was also taken aback. The old man was truly insightful. Seeing this, he quickly packed up his stall and prepared to perform a ritual for the old man. By the way, sir, what's the plan for this funeral? Chinese or Western style? Chinese funerals involve traditional rituals, and Western funerals also use traditional rituals. The old man paused, stroked his white beard, and seemed to be thinking. It can be considered a new Chinese style. New Chinese style? After packing up his stall, Lin Yang, carrying his convenient fortune-telling stand, paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. In ancient China, they played the suana, right? So I hired a bunch of musicians and an atmosphere crew to dance at my grave. Lin Yang, dancing on a grave? Or inviting people to dance on your own grave? This old man has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. No wonder it's called New Chinese Style. It's like putting driving test materials on a grave. That's so New Chinese Style. The image is just wonderful to imagine. Oh no! Has he become a conservative? Okay, I'll do it the traditional way for you anyway. Alright, Taoist master, I drove here. You can ride in my car. The old man, leaning on his cane, opened the rear door of the Mercedes-Benz E-Class and invited Lin Yang into the car. Only then did he sit in the driver's seat and drive towards his home in the countryside. On the way, as they approached the urban village, Lin Yang waved to the old man, telling him to stop the car at the paper-making shop. The old man stopped his car at the paper craft shop with a puzzled look on his face and turned his head in confusion. Master, is there anything else we need to prepare? Definitely. If you're going to put on a show, you have to follow the proper procedures, like burning paper effigies, gold ingots, paper houses, cars, and paper boys and girls. I just don't know if you'll receive it after it's burned now. Even the express delivery station doesn't have the function of storing your packages after 30 days, let alone down there. Moreover, you can choose whatever style of paper dolls or paper houses you like. The old man was astonished. Is that even possible? Can you even choose your own paper effigy? He immediately gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Taoist master, you've thought of everything so thoroughly. I've decided to add another 10,000. The old man immediately pulled a wad of cash from the Mercedes-Benz's handcuffs and tossed it behind him. Lin Yang smiled immediately, but what he heard before the praise was the sound of a stack of RMB coins being thrown onto his Taoist robe. The live stream audience was immediately stunned. Holy crap, this guy is way too extravagant. Do you need someone to mourn at his grave? I pay 300 yuan a day. I cry all day long. When I run out of tears, I pinch myself to make myself cry. I absolutely don't use eye drops or any of that technology. I'll cry my heart out. I want to kneel in the front row. You're all so vulgar, Dad. I don't want money. Isn't it only right for your son to mourn at your grave? Dad, from now on, I'm your own son. I'll take care of you in your old age. Dude, your intentions are a bit too obvious. To be honest, I'm this old man's long-lost illegitimate son. I never knew who my father was growing up, but now I know, Dad. Lin Yang quickly put the RMB in his pocket and got off the bus with the old man. There were 2 wreaths displayed at the entrance of the papercraft shop, and the old man examined them carefully for a while. Not bad, this looks pretty good. I'll get 2 later. Okay, let's go in and pick out some paper figures or something. A young man was playing a game in the shop when he looked up and saw an old man and a Taoist priest enter the room. He quickly put down his phone and got up to greet them. Hello, you two, you want to buy paper figures, right? I can recommend a few packages for you. The elderly can get theirs on the ground floor. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. No need, we can choose ourselves. The paper craft shop owner twitched his lips. There's a choice with these? Don't people just buy whatever the shopkeeper recommends? The person is dead, why bother choosing a style? As a family member, not the deceased choosing, how do they know that the choice will definitely meet the deceased's standards? I recommend the most affordable and practical models, the real gems. You don't need to be picky. You don't know what the deceased's taste was like, or whether the deceased was male or female. I'll just recommend a set meal. Lin Yang was taken aback. What kind of thing is hard currency? He had already said he could choose for himself, yet he kept insisting on recommendations. However, after looking at the store manager's face, he could understand. This face suggests a naturally stubborn person, even more stubborn than a donkey. Wait a minute, you don't need to recommend any packages. We actually know what kind of style people who are going to hold a funeral like. We can choose it ourselves. He turned to the old man and said, after you've made your selections, come and settle the bill. You can choose now, sir. The old man was stopped just as he was walking toward a Mercedes-Benz paper car. How do you know what style the deceased liked? How can others know what a dead person liked? Lin Yang shrugged. I know, he was the deceased himself, that old man. He could choose whatever he liked. Why would he need your recommendations? The store manager scoffed. What a joke. He is the deceased. Ah, his legs went weak and he let out a pig-like scream. Images from many horror novels flashed through my mind. Paper offering shop. Ghosts selling their lives. He tried to control his legs and run quickly, but his legs felt like they were made of lead, completely unresponsive, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ah, Dad, help, a ghost has come to choose its own paper effigy. Lin Yang twitched his lips, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You even called out Dad to beg for mercy. You have no backbone at all. The next moment, an old man with a white beard rushed in through the back door of the paper shop. What the heck? Is a ghost buying itself a paper effigy? Upon closer inspection, Lin Yang noticed that the old man was also holding a cleaver with a talisman carved on it, which looked like it was half-baked. The old man was also clearly a little scared. Those in this line of work have all encountered strange things to some extent. The live stream chat immediately erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, what a great idea. The deceased is right in front of you, who wouldn't be confused by that? The Taoist priest's reaction was absolutely hilarious. What a spineless coward. He even called me daddy to beg for mercy, ha ha ha. If it were me, I'd be completely baffled. Who would choose their own funeral clothes and paper offerings? It's terrifying. Let this boss be stubborn. I was scared for nothing, and this time it really scared me. When I'm scared before, I can't walk anymore, like running in a dream. I can't run fast no matter what. Lin Yang waved his hand repeatedly, showing that he was not afraid of the talismans carved on the mountain. He was afraid that the boss might get excited and accidentally crack open the old man's skull. After all, he's a big spender. We need to maintain good relations with him. You've misunderstood. My client wants to hold his own funeral before he dies, so he can have some fun. The old man holding the shovel breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had really encountered something evil. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? The old man's legs trembled as he looked down at his son sitting on the ground. You're so weak. You're scared like this over such a small thing? The old man tried to kick his son in the back to make him stand up, but his leg trembled and he missed several times. Lin Yang twitched his lips and turned around to see the sugar daddy looking at the paper Mercedes-Benz with a delighted expression. These paper figures are not bad either, give me 10. And these gold ingots, give me 100 bags. This house is alright, give me 10. The old man found everything fascinating and bought almost every paper craft product in the shop. Sir, this is a bit of a waste. The old man chuckled, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event, so it'll definitely be as grand as possible. This paper figure would look really good next to the DJ booth. Lin Yang had no choice but to let the old man choose for himself. In less than 10 minutes, the old man readily paid the bill, which totaled over 8,000. They even had to hire a car to get to the old man's village. Lin Yang and the old man went ahead and led the way. In less than half an hour, the car stopped in a small mountain village. Lin Yang was stunned when he got out of the car. Where did I come from? Is this still a village? If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd arrived at the Grand Palace. Every family in this village owns a detached villa, a self-built small Western-style house. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a pristine stream flowing through the middle of the village, it's so beautiful it's perfect for sketching and photography. There were 2 wreaths placed at the door of the house next to the old man's, and a lot of paper money on the ground. The old man was probably reminded of the past, which is why he decided to hold a funeral. Taoist master, my old friend passed away 7 days ago. Why don't you hold the ritual for him that you gave me? Lin Yang nodded, it wasn't that difficult. After the truck that followed arrived, they unloaded the gold ingots, paper figures, and other items and carried them into the yard. Lin Yang casually took 2 bags of gold ingots and a paper figure, and walked with the old man to the door next door. I peeked through the doorway at the funeral scene. There weren't many people, only an old woman was sitting in the mourning hall, wiping away tears. Her daughter was comforting her beside her. Mom, let's find a master to perform a ritual. Dad suddenly opened his eyes on the 7th day after his death, and couldn't close them no matter what. Is there some unfulfilled wish? Your dad can't let go of us, mother and child. I even dreamed about him yesterday, and he asked me to stay with him. The old lady was filled with grief and couldn't stop wiping away her tears. Mom, I feel something's wrong. We should find a master to take a look. Just then, as Lin Yang and the old man walked in, the old woman cried even louder. Wang Xiaoheng, old Wang, your older brother couldn't close his eyes last night. He even came to see me in his dream. Is there some unfulfilled wish he has? The old man was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Yang. Perfect timing, I brought a Taoist priest with me. The old lady immediately stopped crying, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Taoist priest? Can you do it? Her daughter looked at Lin Yang with a skeptical expression. Master, can you handle this? Lin Yang nodded affirmatively. Grandma, write down your birth dates and times on a piece of paper, and also write down Grandpa's birth dates and times, so I can calculate what's going on. He immediately pulled a red paper out of his pocket. Opening your eyes on the 7th day after death is not a good thing. They're either purely harmful, or they still harbor resentment, or they haven't gone down to the underworld yet. But as the old lady said, if someone says they miss him in their dreams, they're likely trying to harm him. It's a sign they want to be taken away. The old lady immediately grasped at the paper as if she had found a lifeline and hurriedly wrote down her birth date and time. The live stream chat immediately went wild. Holy crap, is this some kind of on-site exorcism? 666, Taoist priest, you finally stopped acting. This was so exciting, I even shed a couple of tears. Master, please don't turn off the live stream. I want to see how to deal with this situation where someone opens their eyes on the 7th day after death. While waiting for the old lady to finish writing her birth chart, Lin Yang glanced at the comments in the live stream. He shook his head helplessly. I've emphasized time and again that we should trust science. This is just rigor mortis. Taoist priest, you're just bragging. Who stays stiff for 7 days after death? That's incredibly slow a reaction time. Is this Taoist priest really not putting on an act? I don't see a corpse. You idiot upstairs. I don't want to see this. I'm out of pants. The old lady quickly wrote down the two people's birth dates and times, wiped away her tears, and handed it to Lin Yang. Master, could you please take a look and see if my old man is lacking something down there? Lin Yang took the birth chart and looked at it, then combined it with the old woman's facial features. It's safe to say that this old man had no good intentions. He was crying so pitifully that he couldn't cross the bridge in peace. I wanted to take the old lady with me when I came back. Auntie, please stop crying. The old man is worried because you keep crying, and he can't rest easy. Let me perform a ritual for you. Upon hearing this, the old woman's daughter immediately became wary. While supporting her mother, she cautiously asked, "How much?" "It's free. Grandpa Wang Xiaoheng has already paid. I'm just doing a ritual for you." Upon hearing this, the old lady and her daughter's eyes immediately shone with gratitude. "Master Taoist, thank you so much, you are the truly kind person." Wang Xiaoheng was taken aback. "No, shouldn't you be thanking me?" Lin Yang smiled and waved his hand. When the ritual is being performed, all family members and strangers need to leave. If they try to see the ritual process, it could cause the ritual to become invalid. The old lady immediately nodded and, supported by her daughter, returned to her room and drew the curtains. The wealthy patron, Wang Xiaoheng, also followed the mother and daughter into the room. Lin Yang looked around and deliberately took 2 quick steps to close the courtyard gate to prevent anyone from stealing his skills. The main thing is, when someone opens their eyes on the 7th day after death, the ritual is different from others, and it's not good if others see it. Lin Yang felt very guilty and turned his phone upside down on the table so that the viewers in the live stream wouldn't see it. The live stream chat was immediately filled with question marks. Taoist priest, are you eating alone? I'd like to see more. Holy crap, is the Taoist priest going to fight a corpse? Is he really that brave? What do you know? The Taoist priest is incredibly brave, okay? You're such a loser. Wow, how exactly is a ritual performed? I'm so curious, Taoist priest, can you show us? After turning his phone upside down, Lin Yang, feeling very suspicious, went into the morning hall and lifted the coffin lid. The corpse lay there with its eyes wide open in anger. He immediately pulled out the kitchen knife he always carried from the fortune-telling stall. It was engraved with talismans. I found it in the Taoist temple after I traveled through time. It's a family heirloom, but I've never had the chance to put it into practice. He immediately grabbed the kitchen knife and held it above the corpse's head. He muttered a spell to himself, "If you don't close your eyes, I'll make you die again." After reciting the mysterious and slightly threatening incantation, he reached out and wiped his eyelids. He immediately closed his eyes, and there was no subsequent opening of them. This is why he asked family members to avoid the ceremony. Unlike other people who chant a lot during rituals, he follows the principle of simplicity in his rituals. If you can take action, don't just talk. No matter how rough the process was, just tell him whether he closed his eyes or not. After checking for a while to make sure he wasn't opening his eyes again, he slowly walked to the door and knocked. "It's all done, you can come out now." The next moment, the old lady immediately pushed open the door and ran out. When she saw the morning hall, she exclaimed that a god had appeared in the world. "Master, you are amazing. Did you grant my old man some wish?" Lin Yang coughed awkwardly twice and touched the tip of his nose. "No." He closed his eyes voluntarily. The old lady clapped her hands excitedly. "Oh my god, Master, you are amazing. I absolutely must treat you to a meal, Master. Faith points plus 1,000. Faith value 24001/50,000. Wang Xiaoheng suddenly waved his hand and stroked his beard. "No need, I'm holding a funeral for the old man later, you can come to my place for the feast." The old lady was taken aback and began to doubt her own hearing. "Attending a banquet? Yes, come over for the feast tonight. Eat my white banquet." Wang Xiaoheng spoke with a hint of smugness, a touch of pride still lingering on his weathered face. Lin Yang picked up his phone again to watch the live stream and glanced at the comments. What's he so proud of, eating at his banquet? Should we give him an award? I think I just heard the Taoist priest talking about something about threatening you. Could the priest's rituals be a form of coercion or bribery? The corpse, I'll remember clearly who gave me the bread and who gave me the fists. Sigh. What a pity. The Taoist priest never shows us anything at crucial moments like this. Really? Lin Yang glanced at the comments on the screen and a slight smile played on his lips. It's not that we don't want them to see it, it's that if we do show it to them, they won't be happy about it. Wang Xiaoheng curled the corners of his lips. Taoist master, the band is waiting for me. Let's get my funeral arranged first. Lin Yang nodded and followed Wang Xiaoheng out of the courtyard gate. We headed straight for the surrounding mountains, ready to climb them. Lin Yang followed the old man for 10 minutes and then saw a newly erected grave mound on a gentle hillside. It's about half a meter long, and behind the burial mound is a pit that's just big enough to fit the coffin, about 2 meters deep. This is like someone who's gone too far with the funeral arrangements. the atmosphere has gotten so tense that they're practically burying themselves alive. There were also a dozen or so people dressed in white mourning clothes nearby, ready to cry at the grave. Next to the burial mound was a DJ booth, with drum kits and electric guitars all set up on it. There were 3 other people standing there, one of whom was dressed like a woman, wearing pink shorts and high heels, looking incredibly slutty. Lin Yang was taken aback. Isn't this a second-hand rose? The lead singer rolled his eyes. Rose. Sir, can the funeral begin? The resident singer couldn't wait to ask a question. Start. Wang Xiaohong waved his hand excitedly, and the band immediately started playing. Even the professional grave crying team started wailing at the top of their lungs. Old Wang, why did you leave so early? Old Wang, rest in peace. Meanwhile, the band on the other side also started to step up their game, bringing out the drums and electric guitar. It's dark in the east, but it's bright in the west. I wasn't busy the night before, but I'm busy the night after. Oh, fate. Aha, fate, survival. I want to bloom. I want to sprout. I want the spring breeze and the rain to pour down. The atmosphere at the scene was incredibly intense, even the popular driving test theme song was played. The deceased Wang Xiaohong led the way, standing on the DJ stage and dancing on the grave. There were more than a dozen people weeping at the grave within 2 meters, their tears flowing with genuine emotion. Lin Yang was unsure which team he should join. Lin Yang twitched his lips and glanced at the line of mourners on the left. She cried so sincerely, tears streaming down her face. Old Wang, heaven is jealous of talent. God needed basketball players, so he took Mamba. Now God needs old men, so he took you. Oh my God, second auntie. You've cried at the wrong grave, damn it. Deduct 100, your second uncle is gone. Ha! Ah! Oh my God, second uncle. Lin Yang twitched his lips. The live stream was broadcasting the scene in its entirety. He then immediately turned the camera to the DJ booth where the deceased was having the most fun. The wig is almost shaken off. The live stream chat was immediately filled with question marks, and the screen was flooded with 666. What the heck? This is so jarring. Crying at a grave while simultaneously dancing on it. Is this real grave dancing, or is the deceased leading the dance? With effortless control and astonishing acting skills, I think this guy who cried at the wrong grave has the makings of a celestial being. Look, that's what you call professional. That's what you call a veteran actor. Why do I feel like the old man is having so much fun? The Taoist priest's presence seems almost superfluous. This is too disjointed. Why doesn't the Taoist priest play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix tune? It wouldn't be so incongruous to dance at a disco while mourning at a grave. Lin Yang glanced at the comments and thought he made sense. He will bring out incense burners and other things later, and there will be 3 groups of people with 3 different funeral arrangements. Just then, Wang Xiaohong got tired of dancing and jogged off the DJ stage, looking no older than 70 or 80. He slowly walked to Lin Yang's side and took a sip of mineral water. Master, I feel that my funeral is a bit strange. Crying while dancing, it's not quite what I imagined a funeral to be like. Lin Yang nodded, thought for a moment, and shouted to the lead singer at the DJ booth, play Mercury. Everyone was taken aback, but as the melody of Mercury's Tale began to play, it suddenly felt right. How much further must I go before I can enter your heart? How much longer until I can get closer to you? As soon as the melody of Mercury's Tale started playing, everyone present instantly switched to emo mode. The person on the DJ booth was crying and shaking. As if remembering something, the person crying at the grave immediately burst into heartfelt sobs, refusing even eye drops. The live stream chat was filled with 666. 666. It has to be the Taoist priest. This move is too ruthless. You know, combining clubbing with mourning at a grave is a bit much, isn't it? Holy crap, is anyone even human to come up with the idea of Mercury's revelation, crying at a grave and dancing at a disco? Is this some kind of abstract, unconventional fantasy? Wow, this looks much better now, no more of a disconnect. But why did I suddenly think of my ex-girlfriend? Ugh, sobs. How far am I from entering your heart? Wah, I'm thinking of her again. Upon hearing the emo music paired with a DJ, Wang Xiaohong immediately gave Lin Yang a thumbs up, exclaiming, a master is a master. Awesome. After saying that, she sprinted onto the DJ booth and started crying and shaking her head. The lead singer, who was crying loudly while hugging his guitar, wiped away his tears and glanced at Wang Xiaohong beside him. Master, do you have any regrets too? The scene of dancing on the grave lasted for almost an hour. Everyone was exhausted from crying. Lin Yang set up the incense burner and burned the paper figures, thus ending the ritual. Lin Yang wiped his sweat and gave Wang Xiaohong an okay sign. Wang Xiaohong then jumped down from the DJ booth, glanced at the time, and said, alright, everyone can call it a day and go back for the banquet. The crowd who had been weeping at the grave immediately stopped crying, a smile appearing on their lips. "Come on, sir, what kind of feast is this? Top-tier service, one large pork knuckle for each person." Wang Xiaoheng spoke smugly, then led the group down the mountain. As soon as Lin Yang reached the foot of the mountain, he turned around as if possessed, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Something's not right. The people crying at the graves, and the band on the DJ booth, everyone's forehead was invariably covered with a deathly, black omen. Lin Yang swallowed hard. This omen of death was no joke. If someone had an omen of death above their head, they would die within 24 hours. He immediately switched his phone away from the live stream and turned on the front-facing camera to look at his face. Although fortune-telling can't predict one's own fate, he was already at his wit's end, so he couldn't care less about all the taboos. As soon as he turned on the front-facing camera, his anxiety finally subsided. A dark mist shrouded his forehead, as if ink from the judge's pen of the King of Hell had dripped onto it. Lin Yang immediately walked quickly to Wang Xiaoheng, glanced at his face, and saw the same omen of death. This fake funeral is about to turn into a real one. Lin Yang's first thought was whether there were evil spirits causing trouble on the mountain, but then he thought, that's impossible. What kind of New Year's goods could kill so many people? Was it a group trip, for example, that resulted in a car accident? He couldn't verify that either, he thought, frowning. Yes, there are still 2 amulet slots available this week. Lin Yang immediately spent 200 on the system page to exchange for a protective amulet. If a mass incident really occurred, the amulet could save lives. He immediately stopped in his tracks, took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xiaoheng with a nonchalant smile. "Grandpa, here's a talisman for you." Wang Xiaoheng immediately clutched the amulet to his chest as if it were a priceless treasure, exclaiming, "Oh, I'll get you some more when we get down the mountain. You're so thoughtful, Taoist." Lin Yang stared intently at his forehead, the black mist still hadn't dissipated. His heart tightened, this was bad, something really bad had happened. If even the amulet wasn't working, he couldn't think of anything that could make it ineffective. As he pondered this, the group reached the foot of the mountain and headed from the village entrance toward Wang Xiaoyi's house. With each step they took, the black fog above their heads grew thicker and thicker. Lin Yang frowned and followed Wang Xiaoheng back to the courtyard of the small villa. As soon as you enter the courtyard, all 8 tables are filled with a dazzling array of dishes. Roast suckling pig, Australian lobster, and various seafood dishes. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the lead singer immediately threw his guitar aside. "Hey guys, there's also roast suckling pig. I'll show you how to eat a whole pig in 3 bites. Holy crap! They even have lobsters. That's awesome." Wang Xiaoheng curled the corners of his mouth, stroked his beard, and strode to the back kitchen to bring out a bag of sesame seed cakes. In addition, there is our most famous sesame seed cake in Jiangnan City. Dalian sesame seed cake has been sold for decades and its taste is superb. You really can't find this kind of sesame seed cake outside of here. Lin Yang was taken aback. Dalang? Xiaobing? And how could he smell the unique odor of fluorostamide, sodium fluorostate, and other fluorinate compounds in the air? This combination of chemicals is tetramine, a rodenticide. Everyone should try this. This sesame seed cake shop usually limits each person to 10. I only managed to sell me this many after I convinced him with reason. Wang Xiaoheng smiled and took out a fresh, crispy sesame seed cake from the bag. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, Lin Yang suddenly shouted, "Etc. This sesame seed cake is poisonous." Upon hearing this, everyone present was immediately startled, and Wang Xiaoheng was so frightened that he quickly dropped the sesame seed cake on the ground. "Master, you're not joking, are you? This sesame seed cake was made by a cook who has been making sesame seed cakes in Dalian for 20 years. How could it be poisonous?" Wang Xiaoheng swallowed hard, still shaken, staring incredulously at the sesame seed cake that had fallen to the ground. Just then, Kun Kun, who was free roaming in the yard, suddenly walked over, shook his head, and took a bite of the sesame seed cake. Not long after the sesame seed cake was eaten, Kun Kun immediately kicked its legs and fell to the ground, making a painful clucking sound, with white foam flowing from its sharp beak. The legs, lying on the ground, were still kicking helplessly. Everyone was immediately taken aback, their eyes fixed on the bag of sesame seed cakes in the old man's hand in disbelief, their minds blank and their faces full of bewilderment. The live stream audience was also taken aback, with the screen filled with exclamation marks. Holy crap! This is a malicious poisoning case? Does the old man really want to drag you all down with him after he dies? How did the Taoist priest figure out that the sesame seed cake was poisoned? A world where only Kun Kun is injured has been achieved. Lin Yang's face was solemn. He had suspected from the beginning that the food at the banquet had been tampered with, since there hadn't been any ominous signs when they were dancing at the gravesite. This sign only appears on people's faces when they come down from the mountain for the feast. Moreover, after Wang Xiaoheng took out the sesame seed cake, he smelled a faint odor of fluorostamide, sodium fluorostate, and other fluorinate compounds. He himself doubted whether he had smelled it wrong, but these substances combined together were tetramine, a highly toxic compound that is strictly prohibited from production, sale, and transportation in China. But his PhD-level knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry told him that he was absolutely not mistaken. Fortunately, the dosage was small and it had been processed, so it wasn't enough to kill you from just one whiff. Normally, just one whiff of this kind of substance would be fatal. Wang Xiaoheng, where did you buy this sesame seed cake? Are you sure you didn't tamper with it? No. No. How could I dare? I haven't lived enough yet. Wang Xiaoheng said with lingering fear, and quickly put the bag of sesame cakes on the table next to him. That's a poisoning case. This sesame seed cake contained highly toxic fluorostamide and sodium fluorostate, which is also known as tetramine. When did you buy this sesame seed cake? Today, noon today. They sold out of sesame seed cakes today, so they specially made a batch of sesame seed cakes for me, using the dough and oil paste they had prepared for tomorrow. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully there hadn't been a large-scale poisoning incident resulting in deaths. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Chen Xiaowen's number. This was something a Taoist priest couldn't handle. Even the best martial arts master was afraid of a kitchen knife. Even the purple-robed celestial master would be exorcised if he took a bite, let alone him. The potency of this rat poison is such that even a grey immortal would be instantly promoted to the ranks of immortals after just one bite. The live stream was immediately filled with question marks, and the next moment the live stream was interrupted. Holy crap! Tetramine? Didn't China already ban its production? That doesn't make sense either. Poisoning the pancake shop? What would be their motive? I've been eating at this shop since I was a child. The taste and texture are absolutely amazing. I've never had pancakes that taste better than theirs. Hiss, maybe the boss suddenly had some kind of mental breakdown? Holy crap, if you calculate it that way, the Taoist priest saved so many people, what great merit. I'm skeptical. Let's see if the police issue a statement tomorrow. I don't think it's true. Lin Yang immediately turned off the live stream and called Chen Xiaowen. The call was answered as soon as it rang. Hey, master, it's been a long time. I really owe you a debt of gratitude for last time. You caught all the members of the human traffickers and even managed to extract information from them about another group that sold piglets. We're investigating them now. Thank you so much. After the year-end meeting, I'll be promoted from team leader to deputy director, haha. Chen Xiaowen said excitedly. Lin Yang's expression was somewhat serious. Don't get too excited, Officer Chen. I've discovered a poisoning case. They've put rodenticide in the sesame seed cakes at a breakfast stall. The poison in each cake is enough to kill a person. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then the voice suddenly rose 2 octaves. What did you say? A breakfast shop. Poisoning? Where are you now, Taoist master? I'll bring people over right away. Chen Xiaowen was stunned. Poisoning the breakfast shop affected key groups. Students. Elderly people. If this spreads, it will be a huge problem. I'm in the village now. I'll send you my location via WeChat. Hurry up and come over. Lin Yang quickly said something, then hung up the phone and sent his location via WeChat. He turned his head and saw that the black mist on everyone's faces had instantly dissipated. Damn, it's all because of this sesame seed cake. The people who were crying at the grave and the singers in the band all breathed a sigh of relief and gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Master, I used to think Taoism was all fraud, but now I believe it. Amazing. I believe it now. I'm just a farmer, I didn't believe in these things before, but now I do. You're amazing, Taoist priest. Faith points plus 2,000. Faith value 26001/50,000. Lin Yang was taken aback, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. But after what had happened, they had all lost their appetite and dared not eat. Not long after, several police cars with flashing lights and sirens came speeding by and stopped at the gate of the yard. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Chen Xiaowen led the way and rushed out. Master, where is the poisoned pancake you mentioned? We've brought lab technicians, we need to test it now. Lin Yang pointed to the bag of sesame seed cakes on the table next to him. Don't touch it with your hands. This stuff is fluorostamide, sodium fluorostate, a highly toxic chemical compound containing fluorine. The inspector holding the instrument was taken aback. Now, do you have to know chemistry to be a Taoist priest? He immediately put on gloves and began the testing. After a long 10-minute wait, the test results finally came out. The inspector immediately exclaimed, "It's tetramine, a highly toxic substance." Chen Xiaowen gasped, completely stunned. This is a huge deal. Master, which shop did you buy this sesame seed cake from? Wang Xiaoheng immediately stood up and said, at Dalian Pancake Shop, the most famous one in Jiangnan City. Everyone gasped again. Someone had interviewed this pancake shop. Their daily sales figure is 10,000 sesame cakes. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Xiaowen immediately led a team to investigate. Lin Yang simply left, no longer in the mood for the meal. To express his gratitude for saving his life, Wang Xiaoheng insisted on taking Lin Yang back to the park, and even stuffed 2 bundles of money into his car. Lin Yang originally didn't want to accept it, but he was moved by Wang Xiaoheng's enthusiasm and couldn't refuse. When Lin Yang returned to the park, it was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and he started the live stream again. As soon as the broadcast started, more than 1,000 people joined the live stream. Holy crap, what's going on? Taoist priest, how come you're back? Why didn't you die? I thought I'd seen the finale. Turns out the Taoist priest didn't die. Hiss, you can't sensationalize something like this, Taoist priest. Major cases shouldn't be sensationalized. Even someone who sensationalized taking their homework to a foreign toilet got banned. You have to be careful with this kind of thing. Lin Yang smiled, offering no explanation, saying he would just wait for the police's report. Not long after I set up my stall, a dejected man walked in from the park entrance. With a worried look on his face, he sighed and sat down on the stool in front of the stall. Master, why is it that those who work hard never achieve anything? Lin Yang immediately showed the QR code. 1 divination costs 100. After you pay, you will receive some items. Really? Then I'll ask you to scan it once, master. The man immediately took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and paid 100 yuan with 1 click. Ding! WeChat payment received 100 yuan. Lin Yang nodded and curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Tell me what you think you are. Why do hard-working people get nothing in return? The man sighed deeply, hesitated for a long time, as if he was thinking about where to begin his story. Master, my name is Zhou Kun. I recently graduated from university and found a job. I don't understand why they still ostracize me when I'm kind to everyone, often buy milk tea for my colleagues, and help them revise their plans. When I was in college, my 3 roommates all ostracized me. I finally made it this far and am now working. Why are my colleagues still ostracizing me? I've tried so hard to build good relationships with my colleagues, so why don't they invite me to their private gatherings? They haven't added me to their group chats either. Zhou Hua spoke with a hint of collapse, becoming increasingly angry as he spoke. Upon seeing this situation, Lin Yang realized that fortune-telling, like traditional Chinese medicine, also requires observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. To determine whether it's a problem with the company's culture or with him personally, you need to ask him in detail. Has your new colleague joined the employee group chat? Have you invited him to any gatherings? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hua immediately felt sorrowful and nodded gently twice. I was invited. Most of the new colleagues were added to that small group, and they all attended the banquet, except for me. Master, why do they ostracize me? My monthly salary is not high, only 5,000, but I spend 1,000 yuan every month to treat them to food and water. Why do they still isolate me? Lin Yang frowned. That might be a personal problem. If you think someone is good, but everyone around you says they're bad, then you should be careful. Similarly, if other newly hired colleagues were also invited, then it's definitely not a case of senior employees forming a clique to isolate someone. Perhaps this person has a problem. You said you usually help them edit documents and things? Why would they isolate you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hua's expression instantly turned ferocious. I don't know either, master. After I finished revising their documents, I handed them directly to the manager to save trouble. As a result, the person who asked me to help revise the documents scolded me. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. 666, what a brilliant example of bypassing the chain of command. I get it, this kid's here to clean up the workplace, right? Let's start eliminating cutthroat competition with him. It doesn't seem like they're trying to eliminate involution. If they wanted to eliminate involution, why would they need to edit other people's documents? Hiss, I suspect he's isolated because he doesn't know how to navigate social situations. Otherwise, why would he be isolated in college? It might not be their fault, right? Maybe the young man is just too hardworking, and others are just jealous of how much money he earns. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang had a rough guess in his mind. Actually, you don't need to worry about it. The workplace is not college. They are just colleagues, not friends. After get off work, they may not have any contact with each other. He pushed the red paper in front of the man, indicating that he should write down his birth date and time. Write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate it for you. All right. Taoist master, you have to help me. Zhou Hua was almost in tears. Being ostracized for no reason was too painful. He immediately wrote his birth date and time on a piece of red paper and pushed it in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang took a close look at the birth date and time and roughly calculated his life over the years. Were you taught from a young age to be diligent? After you started working, did your parents still tell you to be diligent, to make a good impression on your boss, and to get along well with your boss and colleagues? Zhou Hua immediately nodded his head like a roly-poly toy, while repeating the same thing over and over. Yes, yes, yes. My parents told me to get along well with my boss, and that it's okay to suffer a little. Show your loyalty to your boss, do things like wiping the table for them, even if you don't get paid initially. That way you'll become their confidant later. Taoist master, how could you predict this? Could it be that someone in the company is trying to bring me bad luck? Lin Yang chuckled. This kind of thinking from the older generation of parents seems like that of a naive college student just entering society. Voluntarily clean? The boss would love to hire a nuclear-powered ox or horse. If you clean today, he can fire the cleaner tomorrow. Moreover, judging from the divination, he understood why Zhou Hua was isolated. So that's why you work 12-hour days without overtime pay and voluntarily work weekends. Zhou Hua nodded blankly. I was just trying to improve the boss's impression of me, but that's not a reason for them to ostracize me. Lin Yang smiled and said, how about this, I'll give you an example. When cats and dogs drink water, they look very similar, both licking the water with their tongues, but there are actually quite a few differences between them. Cats drink water more elegantly, while dogs drink water more quickly. Because when a cat drinks water, its tongue is slightly turned outwards, and it scoops up the water and catches it with its mouth. No, dogs don't. When dogs drink water, they curl their tongues inward, holding the water inside like a spoon. So the question is, cats curl their tongues outward. And what about cats that curl their tongues inward? Zhou Hua immediately got excited. He was good at answering questions and quickly answered. I know the answer to that question, master. The one doing the internal competition is a dog. Lin Yang immediately put on a "you're teachable" expression. Come on, say it again loudly, what's rolling outwards? Zhou Hua stood up impatiently, as if answering a question. Reporting, master. Cats curl their tongues outwards, while dogs curl them inwards. Ha! The one getting into the fray is a dog? Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. That's right, the ones who are involutionary are dogs. You say your colleague is ostracizing you. How could he not ostracize you? Other new employees leave the company on time and ask for overtime pay, but you, on the other hand, offer to work overtime without pay and volunteer to work overtime on weekends. If you want to get promoted, don't affect other people's interests. Others get tens of dollars in overtime pay per hour. If you voluntarily work overtime, what will the boss think of the others? You've set a precedent. How are others supposed to get overtime pay in the future? You've even taken away their entitled weekends off, turning it into unpaid work. How can people not ostracize you? Judging from the divination, it's fine if this guy doesn't ask for overtime pay, but he even applied to his boss to work overtime voluntarily, so it must be unpaid overtime. The manager was overjoyed. Who wouldn't love a nuclear-powered ox or horse? Moreover, when others are unwilling to work overtime, they even argue with them, saying, Zhou Hua voluntarily works overtime, why can't you? This isn't about seeking progress, it's about sacrificing the collective good for personal gain. Moreover, he couldn't make any progress. Later, he gradually figured it out and stopped voluntarily working overtime. Overtime pay is expected, but excessive overtime pay breeds resentment. Since you've chosen not to accept overtime pay, you can only continue to refuse it. He won't even last long at this company, he'll have to find another job soon. The live stream chat room erupted in excitement. Holy crap, I never expected this kid to be like this. No wonder people ostracize you. If anyone takes away my weekend exam papers, I'll be being polite by not yelling at them. The Taoist priest has truly mastered Ji Xiaolan's teachings. Outward curls are like a cat's, inward curls are like a dog's. Ha 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 ha. You can take the older generation's ideas with a grain of salt. In practice, you still have to rely on your own intuition. Their generation could really rise to prominence doing things this way, but now, adults, times have changed. I agree, just listen and let it go. Everyone says that outstanding people are still working hard, so why shouldn't you? But if people more talented than me are still working hard, what's the point of me working hard? Seconded. Everyone talks about self-discipline, but isn't my daily laziness a form of self-discipline? Zhou Hua was stunned, his eyes gleaming. Master, is it really my fault? But I don't want to stagnate, I want to make a lot of money. Lin Yang shook his head and sighed deeply. You think you can sacrifice other people's interests just because you want to make a lot of money? This isn't how you work hard. Judging from the divination, this kid is unlikely to become extremely wealthy in the future, but he will at least be able to live a comfortable life. You won't be working at this company for long. You'll be financially secure from now on. Just remember, your personal efforts shouldn't affect the interests of others. Zhou Hua nodded, somewhat bewildered, and kept the Taoist priest's words firmly in mind. Master, I understand. I'll go back and apologize to them right away. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. No need to apologize, just let it be. Thank you, Taoist priest. Zhou Hua bowed deeply. He had finally understood. He realized that the 100 yuan he spent on the divination had given him valuable life experience. He thought he'd learn a lesson by spending $100. Faith points plus 2,000. Faith value 28001/50,000. Lin Yang watched Zhou Hua walk away and shook his head with a smile. He glanced at the comments section and saw that everyone was asking some strange questions, so he decided to answer them. Master, they say young people should go out and travel more. Is that true? Lin Yang shook his head. Go out more, and you'll find how comfortable it is to stay at home. My mom scolded me today, saying I'm so young and already know how to enjoy life. What will I do when I'm old? Lin Yang, then when you get old you'll find that you have no regrets. With so many people spamming the chat, some viewers who wanted to ask questions got impatient and started sending hot air balloons instead. Xiao Wang, who loves life, gave away a hot air balloon X1. Little Wang, who loves life, Master, I have a question. Lin Yang was taken aback and quickly pulled the top female fan onto the microphone. After being pulled onto the microphone, the woman hurriedly turned it on. Master, I've been having a lot of troubles lately, and it's really bothering me. Lin Yang smiled gently, his face beaming with joy. What's the problem, young friend? The woman's voice on the other end of the microphone sighed. Sigh. Someone has been confessing his feelings to me lately. How can I make him give up completely? Lin Yang thought for a moment, then said, I'll go home and discuss it with the kids. Next. Xiao Wang, who loves life. Xiao Wang, who loves life, has left the live stream. The live stream chat exploded immediately. Ha ha ha. God, please talk to the kid. This time it's not just a one-time refusal, it's a lifetime of refusing. Don't you know that the Taoist priest's usual method is to kill without burying the dead? Just tell me, did he refuse or not? This Taoist priest won't do. I used that as an excuse to refuse, but he said he only likes married women. What should I do? Just then, a police car sped by and stopped at the park entrance. Chen Shaoan hurriedly got out of the car with a smile on his face. Master, you are truly amazing. You have done a great service. This poisoning case was extremely heinous. If you hadn't discovered it in time, this pancake poisoning case would have caused thousands of casualties. A hint of relief flashed across Chen Shaoan's face. If this had been reported, it would have been a major case. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Shaoan's face, which was a sign that he was about to be promoted. The murderer has been caught? Is he going to get promoted? Chen Shaoan nodded excitedly. Taoist master, please come with me to the bureau. We've prepared a 100,000 yuan reward for your tip-off. Please cooperate with us to take a photo and go through the procedures. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes widened immediately. 100,000. Let's go now. Half an hour later, after arriving at Chen Shaoan's police station, everyone in the station greeted him with smiles. After registering, we prepared to take a group photo and receive our prize. Upon hearing that this matter required the group photo to be posted, Lin Yang immediately asked them to change their poses this time. In the last photo posted on the official website, he had his hands behind his back and was sandwiched between two police stations. If he doesn't broadcast for a while, there will definitely be similar news. #shocking case. Master Lin Yang hasn't been live streaming online for days. Turns out he didn't retire from the internet, he's been arrested. After the photo was taken, Chen Shaoan gasped. This time, the pose for the photo involved two police officers supporting the Taoist priest's arms. It seems like this could have a negative impact on Taoist Lin Yang. The young apprentice beside him frowned and muttered something under his breath. Let's blur the Taoist priest's hands and his face. Lin Yang didn't hear what Chen Shaoan and his apprentice were muttering about at all, and he had no idea how much impact this photo shoot would have on the entire internet. Lin Yang took the money and was about to leave, but Chen Shaoan quickly stopped him. Wait a moment, Taoist priest. You've helped us so much, how can we let you walk back? We'll drive you back. Chen Shaoan, who was to Lin Yang's left, immediately put his hand on Lin Yang's arm and grabbed his biceps. Seeing this, the younger apprentice quickly filled the empty space on the other side, and the two of them helped him walk towards the police car. The police inspector behind him looked up and thought, holy crap, this is a great opportunity. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to promote the close bond between the police and the people? Look at this heartwarming scene. Two police inspectors, one on each side, helped him toward the police car. Master Lin Yang tried to refuse, but he couldn't break free from the two helpful police inspectors' support. Wow, this scene is so heartwarming. He immediately started photoshopping the picture, showing Lin Yang being carried to a police car by two people, but also posted the scene of them struggling to break free on the official account so as not to bother them. Oh right, to avoid trouble and prevent anyone from harassing the Taoist priest, we should blur his face. He's carrying a fortune-telling stall, which doesn't look good in the photo, so let's blur out his wrist too. Okay. Once these photos and videos are posted, Master Lin will definitely thank us. The photos caused an immediate uproar online, quickly garnering tens of thousands of views. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, unaware of the situation, sat in the police car, preparing to restart the live stream. But the fan group was full of people tagging him, and some even started mourning at his grave. Oh my god, Taoist priest. How did you get caught? Stop crying, he won't see it anyway. They've already been put in a police car, probably being taken to the detention center. Sigh, instead of wasting time crying at their graves, you should save up 2 packs of instant noodles for the Taoist priest. What happened? Your internet speed is really slow. Didn't you see the local police station's WeChat post? The Taoist priest has been arrested. I went to take a look. Holy crap. He's really been caught? This time, he was practically dragged into the police car by 2 men in hats? The Taoist priest was even trying to break free? He kept shouting no, no, no. And look at those 2 photos, his hands are blurred out, which means he was handcuffed. His face is also blurred out. He's now a criminal suspect, Lin. After watching the screen, Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap. What did you guys do? Why are my fans calling me criminal suspect Lin now? Did you blur my face? As Chen Xiaoan drove, he glanced at the rearview mirror and assumed Lin Yang wanted to thank them. No need to thank me, Deus Lin Yang, this is what we should do. Lin Yang? Thank you so much. You've gone from being Master Lin to just another Lin. Chen Xiaoan was taken aback, his expression immediately turning strange, and he parked the car at the park entrance. Well, then why don't you do a live stream and I'll explain it to you. Lin Yang felt like crying, opened the live stream page, and handed it to Chen Xiaoan, saying, press start to begin the broadcast. Oh. Chen Xiaoan nodded quickly, still a little unaccustomed to broadcasting for the first time. As soon as the broadcast started, more than 1,000 people flooded into the live stream room. The screen was filled with question marks. Why is it Uncle Hat? It's confirmed. Master Lin. No, Mr. Lin is now under arrest, and Uncle Hat has his phone. This is confirmed. What did Master Lin do wrong? Is he sentenced to death or suspended death sentence? Chen Xiaoan sighed and raised his phone to take a picture of Lin Yang in the back row. Lin Yang immediately cursed angrily, I wasn't arrested. The live stream chat was filled with question marks again. Why wasn't he arrested? What a disappointment. Oh, wrong grave, shrugs emoji. What are you regretting? Master Lin is such a good person. I just don't want him to get arrested. You were the one who shouted shoot me. The loudest just now. Lin Yang immediately took the phone, got out of the car, and explained for more than 10 minutes before he understood. He was somewhat speechless. Chen Xiaoan's apprentice was truly a talent. Even after broadcasting for more than 10 minutes, people kept coming into the live stream from the same city, and the first thing they said was, isn't this Lin? Is this the redemption of Xiao Shenlin? Lin Yang shook his head helplessly and sighed deeply. After waiting for another half hour, Lin Yang was about to pack up his stall and find workers to start renovating the Taoist temple when a young couple walked in from the park and headed straight for Lin Yang's stall. The two of them still smelled strongly of alcohol. After walking over quickly, the woman plopped down on a small stool, while the man stood to the side. Master, are you sure your fortune-telling is accurate? Can you predict his past experiences? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang exclaimed, oh, there's a story behind this. Yes, I can calculate it if you give me your birth dates and times. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately paid 100 yuan without hesitation, and then began to write her birth date and time on red paper. Wang Yuhang, are you scared? The man was taken aback. Afraid? I've never been afraid in my life. I'll write it then. After the women finished writing, Wang Yuhang took the red paper and wrote his own birth date and time on it, then resolutely handed it to Lin Yang. Master, we're going to play truth or dare. If someone isn't telling the truth, please point it out. Lin Yang was stunned. So you two were using me as a lie detector? This was the first time he had ever encountered someone playing truth or dare like this. Okay, no problem, you two ask. The woman spoke first, staring at her boyfriend with a suspicious look. Master, I really wanted to raise fish a while ago, so I asked him if he had any experience in raising fish. He initially said he did, but then he stopped saying anything. I want to ask him honestly why he lied to me. Lin Yang calculated the man's birth date and time with his fingers, and answered before the man could. He used to be kept as a pet. The woman was taken aback. Then I asked him what the ideal water temperature is for keeping fish, and he said he didn't know. Lin Yang, he probably thought that being hot and cold was the most suitable. Woman. The man quickly coughed twice, no thanks. Next question. The woman's suspicion deepened. Then I want to ask you, when I told you about the story of 3 visits to the thatched cottage, I said that you should propose 3 times, and you said you have a phobia of proposing 3 times and are unwilling to do so. Why is that? There was a hint of unease on the man's face. No, there's no shadow. You must be mistaken. The woman immediately slapped the stall and turned to face Lin Yang. Based on the birth chart, Lin Yang slowly began to speak. He was like this with his ex-girlfriend before, but it was no use even after he begged her 3 times. The woman was stunned. He asked his ex-girlfriend for something 3 times? Lin Yang frowned and slowly said something. Please don't leave me. Both the man and woman were stunned when Lin Yang said those words. The man looked incredulous, yet a glint of light flickered in his eyes. Wang Yu Hang, is what the Taoist priest said true? The woman raised her hand and slapped the man's shoulder, making a slap sound. The viewers in Lin Yang's live stream were practically rolling on the floor laughing. Ha ha ha. Taoist priest, how can you be so ruthless? Are you afraid those two won't break up? Holy crap, Taoist priest, you're a genius. You've been kept, you're hot and cold, and when people ask you what you begged your ex-girlfriend for, you say, please don't leave me. You're just too much. 666. What made me laugh even more was that this man didn't refute it. He even seemed guilty. No, I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye. Even though the Taoist priest is usually sharp-tongued, he certainly wouldn't go so far as to break someone up. The woman was angry for a long time, her face flushed, and then she asked another question. You rarely talk to me, you talk more to your brother than I do. What do you usually talk about with your brother? Upon hearing the woman's words, Wang Yuhang immediately felt guilty and stammered as if he were trying to cover something up. Ping, he doesn't usually say anything. I just go to internet cafes with my brother to play games, and we rarely talk about anything else. The woman scoffed, you're playing truth or dare here with the Taoist priest, so you're still not telling the truth? Taoist priest, what's the thing he talks about most with his brothers? Lin Yang frowned and looked at Wang Yuhang's birth chart, according to the divination. What do he say most often to his brother? Yes. The woman nodded quickly, her eyes filled with an eagerness for an answer. Change to a different batch. What? The woman was stunned, her eyes revealing disbelief, and even a hint of nausea. Wang Yuhang, didn't you tell me you never go to places like that? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuhang immediately became anxious and tried to explain himself, but after thinking for a long time, he finally managed to utter a sentence. When I was buying you necklaces, I said this batch wasn't nice and I wanted to get a different one. The woman frowned and continued to ask, what else did the Taoist priest say? Lin Yang uttered 2 words softly, add more time. Woman, Wang Yuhang, didn't you say you'd never gone for a foot massage? Didn't you say you never go for massages? Wang Yuhang's face immediately turned red, and he kept saying I, but couldn't get out a complete sentence. I was planning to buy a watch along with the necklace I bought for you. What about the watch? I haven't bought it yet, Wang Yuhang stammered, lowering his head to hide his embarrassment. The woman grew angrier the more she thought about it. Taoist master, what else did he say? Lin Yang glanced down at the divination chart again and uttered a few words indifferently. I have a girlfriend. Woman, Wang Yuhang, what on earth have you been doing out there? Wang Yuhang was also stunned. At that moment, all he wanted to do was kill Lin Yang. He stammered as he spoke. Me. When I was asking about the necklace, they asked who I was buying it for. I said I have a girlfriend, and I'm buying it for her. The woman blushed, her face seemingly saying, I'll trust you this once. She took a few deep breaths and looked at Lin Yang again. Taoist master, has he ever praised me outside? Like saying things like, baby, you're so beautiful, baby, I love you, or baby, I'll give you my money to spend. Lin Yang consulted the divination book and found that it had indeed been mentioned. The woman chuckled, instantly becoming somewhat intoxicated. Wang Yuhang also let out a long sigh of relief, patted his chest, and forced a smile. However, besides those 3 sentences, he also said one other thing, don't tell my wife. The live stream chat immediately erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. What, you're saying don't tell my wife? 666, so this sentence is supposed to be said together, baby, you're so beautiful, baby, I love you, baby, I'll give you all my money, baby, don't tell my wife. Wow. This guy went out for a massage, a foot bath, and even made comments about being a mistress. No wonder the Taoist priest has been so relentless in exposing him. Lin Yang smiled. He said that he wasn't making these words up. Based on the divination, he deduced that the man was a complete playboy, and also had some violent tendencies. Even if she gets married in the future, she'll still be someone who enjoys life and doesn't neglect anything. He visited his ex-girlfriend 3 times, pleading please don't leave me, all because of domestic violence. He's definitely a violent man, but according to the divination, he's extremely gentle with others when he goes out. Lin Yang always felt that men who were only good at bullying their own kind should be cut off as soon as possible. Moreover, the reason he relentlessly exposed her was that the 2 of them were not meant to be. The woman was just a hopeless romantic and believed everything she was told. They finally ran away when they couldn't take it anymore. The Taoist priest decided to show some kindness, but he didn't embellish the story. As if suddenly realizing something, the woman slapped the man hard and turned to leave. Wang Yuhang glared at Lin Yang through gritted teeth, then turned to chase after the woman, pleading, baby, please don't leave me. Don't use the same things you said to your ex-girlfriend 3 times to disgust me. Get lost. Lin Yang smiled, I've done another good deed. He glanced at the live stream chat again, where everyone was sending messages of support for the Taoist priest. After checking the time again, I decided to end the broadcast early. They ended the broadcast early and ran away. After saying that, he immediately ended the broadcast, left work early, and went to find a renovation team. He currently has nearly 400,000 yuan in hand, and he directly spent 100,000 yuan to tell the construction team the standards for the Taoist temple's renovation. I then spent another 50,000 yuan to acquire more than a dozen statues of deities, including the 3 pure ones, the god of wealth Zhao Gongming. After driving back with the merchant, we arranged all the statues, consecrated them, and offered incense all in one go. Now that's more like a Taoist temple. Lin Yang muttered something, and after the renovation team arrived, he spent the whole night supervising the repairs. The Taoist temple was finally renovated to look decent, with 3 halls and an incense burner, making it resemble a major Taoist temple. He immediately filmed several more videos for Douyin, TikTok, and posted them with the location of the Taoist temple. She also posted a few updates on her WeChat moments, along with her location. After sending it, he lay down and went to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yang was woken up by the vibrations of chat messages in his fan group. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, feeling even more confused. Taoist Master. You're quite something. You must be the first person to have the police station's official WeChat account promote your temple's location, right? 666. This is the first time I've seen an official account promoting a Taoist temple. Even though it's just promoting a tourist attraction, they've really given it a lot of face. Lin Yang was stunned. What? He had only posted something on his WeChat moments. Why did the police department's official account repost it? His eyes widened immediately, and he straightened up abruptly, sneaking over to the fan group to peek at the screen. Only then did they realize that it was the official account of the local police station in Jiangnan, the same police station's public account that filmed his arrest, that reposted the video he filmed at the Taoist temple. The caption read, "So close and so beautiful, a weekend hike to seek enlightenment." Opening the comments section of the official account reveals many shocking remarks. Holy crap, police officers, you're helping promote the Taoist temple too. I'm planning to go to a Taoist temple this weekend. If even the police officers are sharing this, it must be very effective. I just want to ask if there's a god of wealth in the temple? If there is, I'll definitely go. I'll kneel before the god of wealth's hall forever. Rumor has it that the Taoist priest at this temple helped Uncle Hat solve several cases. Of course, we shouldn't believe or spread rumors, we should trust science. Lin Yang smiled faintly. This was clearly Chen Shaoan's doing. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why they had cooperated with the police station before. In this world, Taoism is not well regarded and has no official allegiance. How can a lowly Taoist priest accumulate a high level of faith? After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to start a live stream to introduce the Taoist temple after its renovation. Lin Yang immediately started the live stream, and more than 1,000 people flooded into the live stream room. Wow, Taoist priest, you're broadcasting so early? Didn't expect that, did you? I'm still awake. Upstairs, do you want to cultivate immortality and meet the Taoist master? Oh no, I'm completely exhausted. I'll be a dog if I don't go to bed early tomorrow. But why didn't the Taoist priest go to the park to set up his stall today? That's rare. Lin Yang smiled faintly, sitting at the entrance of the Taoist temple, just about to introduce the renovated temple to the viewers in the live stream, hoping to increase his faith points. Just then, he heard the roar of a motorcycle engine behind him. A man wearing a motorcycle helmet jogged up the mountain and stood in front of Lin Yang, then took off his helmet. Beneath the motorcycle helmet was a face bruised and swollen from being punched. Taoist Master. I'd like to draw a fortune stick. I've been having such bad luck lately, I'd like to have my fortune told. Lin Yang was also stunned. This guy was almost beaten to a pulp, yet he still had the mind to draw lots? Alright, first pay your respects to the 3 pure ones, then draw lots. Lin Yang, carrying a man with a bruised and swollen face, walked towards the Sanking Hall, where a tall statue of the 3 pure ones was enshrined in the center. He simply sat down at the wooden table next to the statue of the 3 pure ones, took out a wooden bucket from the drawer, and the bucket was full of wooden sticks. Lin Yang had just taken the wooden bucket out when he heard a man with a bruised and swollen face kneeling in front of the statue of the 3 pure ones muttering something. I looked up and was immediately dumbfounded. The man with a bruised and swollen face was kneeling in front of the statue of the 3 pure ones, his hands clasped together, muttering, "May you have good fortune, may you have good fortune." After finishing his prayers, he clasped his hands together and bowed 3 times to Lin Yang, saying, "Thank you, master." Lin Yang twitched his lips. It was also his fault for not explaining things clearly. Taoism is different from Buddhism. Putting your hands together and bowing 3 times sincerely is for praying for blessings. Taoism requires the use of the Zi Wu Mudra, which involves crossing both hands, with the left hand on top and the right hand on the bottom. Use your left thumb to pinch the base of your right ring finger, and place your right thumb on your middle finger. Let me explain this to you. In Taoism, we use the Ziai formula, not the method of bowing with hands clasped together. The man, whose face was bruised and swollen, frowned. I don't understand your sorcery. Is there any Buddha or Buddha here? Lin Yang? He seemed to know why this guy had been beaten. Lin Yang immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular biceps. I hope you'll be sensible, otherwise I might need to learn a little martial arts. The man, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, suddenly seemed to remember something bad and shuddered. Taoist. Taoist master, let's draw lots instead. The man immediately pulled a wooden stick from the wooden bucket on the table, his expression suddenly changed, and his face was full of sorrow that made him want to cry but had no tears. Damn, I knew I was so unlucky, even drawing a lot resulted in the worst possible outcome. Why? Lin Yang put the slip of paper back into the wooden bucket and shook it. Draw one more time. Ha! The Taoist priest can draw again? The man was immediately stunned, and then, half believing and half doubting, he drew out a wooden stick. The moment I saw the words written on the signature, I almost burst into tears. Sigh, another bad luck sign. Taoist priest, what is the purpose of life? The live stream chat exploded. This guy's luck is really bad, he drew 2 terrible lot in a row. He went to a Taoist temple to ask if they had any lucky lots, hoping they wouldn't get a bad fortune slip. Is the Taoist priest going to give him some emotional advice again? But a bad fortune slip is purely a matter of probability, it's alright. Lin Yang frowned, rummaged through the wooden bucket, found a very auspicious fortune stick, and handed it to the man. Man, Taoist, this isn't right, is it? Isn't it supposed to be based on luck to draw lots? I've been having bad luck lately, that's why I drew the worst lot. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, I'll defy fate and change your destiny right now. The man, his face bruised and swollen, hung his head, utterly dejected. Sigh, Taoist master, please don't try to comfort me. I've been having such bad luck lately. I got fired from my job and wanted to get away for a while. I was just out riding my bike when I broke up with my girlfriend. I don't have much savings left, and I still can't find a job. The scenery was pretty good on the way up the mountain to the Taoist temple, so I stopped to take a picture. Then, out of the roadside bushes, a cicada suddenly appeared. It was taller than me when it stood up, kicking me with its front hooves and biting my clothes with its teeth, giving me a good beating. This bruised and swollen face is all from the deer's attack. The man cried as he spoke, pulling out his phone from his pocket to prove his innocence. A video was played in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang took a closer look and realized that the video was probably shot with an action camera, fixed on the motorcycle. The man had just stopped his car, preparing to take a picture of the scenery beside the cliffside road, when a cicada with antlers suddenly rushed out of the grass. He stepped back, stood up, and kicked the man repeatedly in the face. The live stream chat immediately erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, who said Princess Yao Yao was a pushover? She still managed to solo kill Goya, didn't she? Luck and Coffee refused to serve the food and assaulted the delivery rider. Dude, at first glance, I thought this video was AI generated. It's so abstract. This guy's luck is really bad. He probably parked in the territory of a rutting stag, which will attack everything indiscriminately. Ha ha ha. The man's face was filled with frustration. Taoist master, please tell me when my luck will turn around. I've had enough. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately became professional and took out a sign with 110 divinations from the fortune-telling stall. Young friend, do you want your fortune told or have your lot interpreted? It's 100 each, fair and square. Hiss, let's just get our fortune told. As for interpreting the divination slip, even the best one you gave me, Taoist priest, is inaccurate. The man rubbed his swollen cheeks, occasionally letting out a hissing sound as if he had been hit. He plopped down in front of the fortune-teller's stall, took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and transferred 100 yuan. Ding! Received 100 yuan via duct WeChat. Lin Yang smiled and pushed the red paper in front of him towards the man. What's your name? I didn't call him Taoist master. The man scratched his head in bewilderment, took the red paper, and stared blankly at Lin Yang. Lin Yang twitched his lips. I'm asking what your name is, and to write your birth date and time on a piece of red paper. Oh, I thought you Taoist temples didn't allow people to breathe loudly. The man, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, chuckled and instinctively tried to cover his mouth, only to touch the bruised skin tissue that had been hit. He was in so much pain that his face was scrunched up in agony. My name is Wang Hao. I used to work as a photographer at a wedding photography studio, but recently, I don't know what's going on, travel photography studios all over the country are closing down one after another. The company went bankrupt and they were going to hand over the motorcycle to me, so I agreed. I didn't even get the N+1 compensation before I went on a trip to relax. As a result, the things I just told you about happened, master. There are still many things I haven't told you yet. My girlfriend dumped me, my company went bankrupt, I got attacked by a deer while taking a photo, I got the worst luck in the lottery, and there was no seasoning packet in my instant noodles. I thought I'd eat some jelly to comfort myself, but I tore the plastic wrap. I've been so unlucky lately, sigh. Wanhao still had a slight smile on his lips as he recounted his tragic experiences. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. This is just too unlucky. It's like coming home after a long day at work with the air conditioner on and the windows open, accidentally stepping in mosquito coil ash, spilling it all over your feet, thinking you'll just rinse your feet off, forgetting to turn on the shower, getting soaked, telling yourself it's okay, you can just do the laundry, and then you open the washing machine to find the still dry clothes covered in shredded paper. This guy can still laugh. He has a good attitude. Do you think he has a good attitude? He's out of options. It's okay, people who smile a lot are always lucky. Lin Yang smiled faintly. If you can't smile, don't force it. Wanhao was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't hold back anymore. His face immediately scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Master, isn't it said that people who smile a lot have good luck? I was just thinking that smiling might change my luck. Lin Yang, because people with bad luck simply can't laugh. Wanhao sighed. Even so, you're being too harsh, Taoist. He quickly pushed the red paper with Lin Yang's birth date and time written on it in front of him, trying to shut him up with the red paper. Lin Yang took the birth chart, glanced at it, and silently nodded. His current fortune is the lowest point in his entire long life. Wanhao's current misfortune is such that even drinking cold water might cause him to choke. However, his luck will turn around in a few days. Fortunes always come and go, and once he gets through this unlucky period, everything will go smoothly. In a few days, there might even be an unexpected windfall. Once the windfall is almost gone, I'll be free enough to find a job I like. 6 months later, he met the love of his life. Lin Yang smiled faintly and slowly said, "You will receive a windfall in a few days." Wanhao was taken aback. Then, Taoist priest, when will I be able to find a job? Once this windfall is spent, I'll find a job I like. So what is this windfall? Is it illegal? Lin Yang glanced down at the divination result again, a smile playing on his lips. In a few days, you might watch this video of being hit by a deer repeatedly, get angrier and angrier, and then post it on the platform. As a result, Mingzhu Bingbing's store contacted you, wanting to buy the copyright to your video, and gave you 60,000 yuan. Then, Mingzhu Bingbing took the video of you being beaten by the Sika deer and photoshopped it all over, turning your motorcycle helmet into the Snow King's face. Then they launched a straightforward business war on their official account, posting a photoshopped video and saying there was too much ice, which got them attacked by Ruxing. Ruxing refused to serve food and assaulted the delivery rider without cause. I gave Ruxing a bad review and was beaten by their employees. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded, with question marks appearing rapidly across the screen. Is this what a straightforward business battle looks like? Just the usual squabbles between Xue Wang and Ruxing, right? Support Snow Queen. These two are really something else. They've been bashing each other so much they're oblivious to the world around them, like they're a married couple. 666, getting hit by a deer and still getting some unexpected money, like medical expenses? Didn't Ruxing say anything? Photoshopping the Snow King's head onto this person's body is just too damn hilarious. Wanhao was stunned when he heard Lin Yang's words. Is this what they call unexpected wealth? Master, you're not kidding me, are you? Business warfare can be this simple and straightforward? The real business battles are just like this, so unpretentious. Do you think this is a novel? The real business battles are like watering a money tree with boiling water and car dealers offering free ice cream. Lin Yang smiled. This unexpected windfall was actually part of his destiny. Every event in life brings different rewards. This is one of the turning points that brought you from bad to good. Wanhao nodded, somewhat bewildered. I understand, Taoist priest. If there really is such a windfall, I will definitely offer more incense. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. Continue. From adversity to prosperity. Congratulations to those who have successfully passed the college entrance exam. Here comes the beating. Lin Yang nodded, watching the man's excited departing figure, and smiled slightly. This kind of publicity has had some effect. At least people no longer only pass by his Taoist temple when hiking. However, it still needs continuous repairs. The better it is repaired, the more faith points it will receive. Faith points plus 3,000. Faith value 31001/50,000. Lin Yang glanced at the live stream, waited at the Taoist temple for a while, but still no worshippers came, so he simply picked up his fortune-telling stall and went down the mountain to find customers. Not long after he set up his fortune-telling stall under the shade of a tree in the park, a middle-aged woman and a teenage boy walked briskly toward his spot. A middle-aged woman was pushing and shoving a teenage boy as she walked. The little boy's face was full of disdain. He was only in his early teens, but his hair was already dyed yellow. As his mother pulled him along, he kept yelling, "Leave me alone. I want to be a gangster. What are you doing, hanging around like that? Let's go." A middle-aged woman, pulling a child along, quickly walked to Lin Yang's stall, staring at him with a worried expression. "Master, a relative recommended you to this place. Aunt Wang Gaifan told me that your fortune-telling is very accurate. I would like to ask you to tell me if my child is possessed by an evil spirit? Why does he keep saying he wants to be some kind of gangster, and he even made me and his dad call him Lou from Paris, yet he still insists on buying some kind of 9-bit electric scooter? Is the Taoist priest possessed? My little one used to be so well-behaved and had good grades, always ranking in the top 50 of the whole grade. How come he changed like this after only a few days in junior high school?" The middle-aged woman spoke with a melancholy expression, her voice filled with worry. Seeing her son with his head of dyed yellow hair, she was extremely worried. He used to be such a good student in exams and studies. His homeroom teacher would always use his son as an example to praise him during parent-teacher meetings. How did he suddenly become like this? He couldn't think of anything else besides being possessed by an evil spirit that could cause his son's sudden personality change. Lin Yang twitched his lips and glanced at the little blonde boy, whose belly was half exposed. The boy was patting his belly with one hand, like a seal clapping, and chewing on something. If you're talking about being possessed by evil spirits, then you must be possessed by evil spirits. What kind of evil spirits are like that? This isn't just evil, this is downright sinister. He was genuinely possessed, eating roast chicken, but he was also possessed and eating betel nuts, right? What kind of filthy thing has such no taste? It goes through all that trouble, risking its soul to be scattered, just to possess someone for a little betel nut. If word gets out, other ghosts will laugh at it to death. I'll never have the face to be a ghost again. Did your son suddenly become a different person after he started junior high school? The middle-aged woman nodded quickly. Yes, this child used to be so obedient, but now, he won't listen to anything. And he often went out with other people to hang out, play pool, and go to internet cafes. If you try to stop him from going out, he will beat and curse his parents. He even physically assaults his father. No matter how you try to persuade him, you can't stop him. Last time, his father hit him, and he grabbed his father's neck and almost couldn't catch his breath. My wife and I can't control him now. What should we do, master? Lin Yang was also a bit tricky in this situation. Scan the code first, then give me his birth date and time, write it on red paper. He pushed the red paper forward and continued to scrutinize the blonde-haired boy. The child was still engrossed in playing PUBG, chewing something noisily, and occasionally spitting out a puff of red liquid. A hint of disdain still lingered in his eyes. The middle-aged woman, as if grasping at a lifeline, nodded hastily, paid the money, and wrote the child's birth date and time on a piece of paper. He quickly pushed the red paper in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang picked up the birth chart and looked at it. His brows furrowed immediately, and his expression gradually became strange. He seemed to have a clue why the little boy had suddenly become a hoodlum. According to this child's birth chart, this year will be a turning point in his slasher life. They either become troubled youths who are detained twice in 3 years, or they become top students again, that other people's children in the eyes of their parents, and eventually get into Harbin Institute of Technology, becoming future pillars of the nation. The difference between these two extremes is a bit too great. Your child is not possessed by an evil spirit. The woman was taken aback. How could that be? This child was so sensible and obedient when he was little. The live stream was filled with question marks. While possession by evil spirits is unlikely, there must be a reason behind everything, right? How could things suddenly turn out like this? You can't hit him in this situation. Hitting him will only fuel his rebellious spirit. You could say the beating wasn't light enough. I suspect there are other reasons involved. Let's see what the Taoist priest has to say. Lin Yang coughed lightly. This is a major turning point in your son's life. Whether he gets into Harbin Institute of Technology or spends 2 years in detention depends on how you parents raise him. What? How is that possible? How could my son possibly get into Harbin Institute of Technology? He'd be lucky to get into a 211 university, let alone Harbin Institute of Technology. Oh, master, what should we do? His father and I can't control him at all. If we try, he hits and curses at us. I complained to his teachers, but he wouldn't listen. Do you think this kid is ruined? If he is, I'll go practice the trumpet with his dad. Lin Yang's lips twitched. What are you questioning? Don't you want to know why your son turned out this way? The middle-aged woman looked worried. Because he's naughty, of course. What else could it be because of me and his father? Yes, it's all because of the two of you. Lin Yang spoke in a serious tone, and upon hearing this, the blonde-haired boy surprisingly raised his head. How could it be because of the two of us? I'm frugal with his food and clothes, giving him the best of everything, so how can you blame us? The middle-aged woman's face was noticeably flushed, and her voice became a few decibels louder. Lin Yang sneered. You think your repressive parenting style is right? He hits his parents and curses them. It's because you didn't raise him well, you deserve to suffer. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't want to ruin this child's bright future, I would have sent you away immediately. If your child doesn't feel appreciated or praised in your family for a long time, even if they get second place in an exam, they will only be criticized for not getting first place. Even if I get first place and eagerly ask you for praise, you'll just coldly say, "You only got first place once, what's there to brag about?" And your almost perverted desire for control, I don't need to say more, right? When you ask the kid if he wants to eat grapes, he says yes, and you say, "What's so good about these things?" I don't know what you were thinking. It is your parenting style that has ruined the children. Lin Yang snorted coldly. Not all parents deserve to be called parents. Some people just want to secure their retirement. Judging from the divination, this child rebelled and became a troublesome young man because he had not received recognition for a long time and was controlled too tightly by the desire to control others. Because as long as you dye your hair blonde, you'll attract a lot of strange looks. Chewing a betel nut will earn you lots of compliments on how handsome you are. The live stream chat immediately erupted in chaos, filled with curses and insults. The Taoist priest was right about this twisted desire for control. He deserves to suffer. When the boy grew up, the two women realized how terribly wrong they had been. No, people like them are completely incapable of recognizing their own mistakes. The woman was immediately rendered speechless. Then, what should we do? The child is already like this. Lin Yang scoffed. Change it, then. What else can you do? You should start by changing your mindset and putting people down. Oh, the middle-aged woman muttered something to herself. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. Actually, it wasn't entirely the parents' fault. The child also had some issues. It's not all due to family factors. Most people at this age are a bit rebellious to some extent. But he couldn't say that. He could only talk about the parents' problems. If he were to point out that the child also has some problems, parents like him would likely only listen to that one issue and completely forget about their own problems. Master, then is there no way to get my son out of this state quickly? We can't even talk to him now. He won't talk to us at all. Lin Yang quickly calculated that this was indeed a child's problem. They really couldn't have a heart-to-heart talk with this blonde guy. But according to the 8 characters, BAZI, analysis, this child seems to have an older sister. Does he have an older sister? Yes. Master, your prediction was absolutely accurate. He does have an older sister. The middle-aged woman was completely taken aback. With the neighbor's introduction and the accuracy of the calculation, she had already begun to reflect on her own problems. Where is his sister now? At home, or just on summer break from university? What's wrong, Master? His sister probably doesn't know about this yet, right? Yeah, his sister hasn't seen him dye his hair blonde yet. Call his sister and ask her to come over. Lin Yang curled the corners of his mouth. If he couldn't communicate, he would find someone with a suppressed bloodline to communicate with. The relationship between the older sister and younger brother is like that of a farmer and a slave. Sometimes his parents' discipline doesn't work, but his older sister's discipline always does. The middle-aged woman immediately took out her phone and made a call. They exchanged a few words and then hung up the phone. At this point, the boy was still unaware that danger was quietly approaching. The live stream chat was immediately filled with question marks. I'm an only child, and I don't quite understand. Would calling his sister over really make him have a proper heart-to-heart talk? Me too, I don't really believe it. This kid looks so nonchalant. Is the master about to suffer his first major setback? _carrot. I can only say you guys don't understand the pressure my older sister puts on me. The moment she comes home for vacation, I immediately become her slave. If you say you won't pick up her packages, she not only threatens you, she also bribes you. She offers so much that I have no choice but to pick up her packages. Having a cellmate is quite nice. From then on, you have a loyal slave. Less than 20 minutes later, a female college student wearing loose pajamas and walking in with a slightly lazy gait strolled in from the park entrance. She was also holding a half-eaten ice cream cone. When he got to the stall and saw the blonde-haired man, he was suddenly stunned. Holy crap. Lu Shui, you've got some nerve, haven't you? Dyeing your hair blonde? The kid raised his head dismissively. Mind your own business. The girl was stunned. She quickly put her phone in her pocket and grabbed his blonde hair. His whole head was tilted upwards. Lu Yu, what right do you have to tell me what to do? Let go of me. I'm Lu from Paris. I'm a gangster. What are you doing? The little boy struggled while the seal patted his belly. Smack! The next moment, a huge handprint appeared on the boy's face. Lu Yu, you bitch. How dare you hit me, Lu from Paris. Damn it, Li Shui, it's been months since I beat you up. You've been climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles, haven't you? Lu Yu was startled again, looking around at the ground as if searching for something. Why did my brother's personality change so drastically while I was away from home? Seeing this, Lin Yang silently took out a peachwood ruler from the fortune-telling stall and slammed it on the table. Cough. Don't hit the child, you'll hurt him if you keep hitting him. Thank you, Taoist priest. Lu Yu snatched the ruler, grabbed the boy by the back of the neck with one hand, and lifted him off the chair. Then, the kid was met with a violent storm. Lin Yang immediately stepped back, afraid that blood would splatter on him. Who says girls can't open bottle caps? This kid almost ripped open the top of his head. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. This is great. I love watching it. Taoist priest, you're so shameless. You even provide tools. Why do I feel a little satisfied seeing this? People don't feel tired when they're doing bad things, and the Taoist priest is no exception. Wow. If I'm not mistaken, the Taoist priest is made of peach wood, right? He even brought out his most treasured possession? It's like the three pure one's magical power is at work. Kid, are you getting a tingling sensation in your butt right now? 5 minutes later, the kid changed his tune from his initial declaration, I'm Lou from Paris. I'm a gangster. From now on, he's trying to awaken his sister's love for him by crying out, wah, sis, sis. It's me, Shui Shui. Lin Yang quickly intervened to stop the fight, warning that if they continued, the boy's buttocks would get swollen. Alright, let's ask him if he still wants to be Lou in Paris. Lu Yu then stopped, returned the peachwood ruler, and thanked Lin Yang with a smile. I'm asking you, do you even want to be a decent human being anymore? Can't you listen to your parents at home? I'm listening, I don't want to be Lou from Paris anymore, yeah. The kid was completely stunned, instantly feeling the power of bloodline suppression. The middle-aged woman sighed, then can we go home and have a proper talk? I was wrong before, I shouldn't have suppressed you, but my original intention was also for you to get good grades. The boy silently wiped away his tears, but still didn't answer the middle-aged woman's question. Lu Yu's eyes widened suddenly. Let's talk properly, okay. The boy was startled and quickly nodded. If you don't listen to your mom, I'll beat you to death. Are you even going to stay in the game? The kid immediately started trembling, stopped playing on his phone, uninstalled PUBG, put his phone in his pocket, and took Lu Yu's hand. Sis, I want to do my homework. I want to read and study, The live stream chat exploded with laughter. What desperate prisoner must be to shout, I want to do my homework. Ha ha ha. You're addicted to reading, aren't you? This is too difficult. The Taoist priest has so many tricks up his sleeve. Still the Parisian Lou? Back then, I wanted to be a rapper, but my sister slapped me 3 times in a row and shaved off my American-style dreadlocks with clippers. I became obedient after that, because I really saw murderous intent in my sister's eyes. After the middle-aged woman calmed the child down, she quickly thanked Lin Yang and then asked a question that made Lin Yang unable to hold back. The middle-aged woman let Lu Yu take the child away first, and then sat half-sitting on a small stool in front of the fortune-telling stall, hesitating whether to speak. Her face was full of hesitation, and her cheeks were flushed with shyness. Taoist master, I want to ask if we can have a third child? My husband has some issues with that area, so I'd like to have our fortune told to see how many children we're destined to have. If he doesn't have it, I won't let him try anymore. He's been sleeping in the small room all day now, which is affecting our relationship. Lin Yang, you really want to create an alt account? Then write down your and your husband's birth dates and times on the red paper as well. He never expected that the person actually wanted to create a new account. Perhaps everyone has different pursuits and ideas. Alright, please take a look, Taoist master. The middle-aged woman immediately wrote down Lin Yang's birth date and time on a piece of paper and pushed it in front of him. Lin Yang took the birth chart, glanced at it, and shook his head. Master, is there no hope? There is hope, but... Lin Yang clicked his tongue twice. According to the divination, they were free to choose to have a third child, it wasn't predetermined. If you want it, you can have it, if you don't want it, you don't have it. There won't be any legendary tanky champions that can't be killed even with medication. But the problem is, this third child, to put it bluntly, is a demon child. Burning cars, setting gas cylinders on fire, smashing TVs basically, once the baby is born, the family can forget about having a good life. But what, master? Will my third child also be exceptionally outstanding? Well, in some ways, other children really can't do it. If you can accept that a 3-year-old punctured someone's tires, a 5-year-old applied itching powder to the back of an armless old man, and an 8-year-old took him to the hospital when he was sick and replaced the hemorrhoid cream on the old man in the same ward with chili oil. At 11, having just been introduced to physics, he wanted to do physics experiments, so he made his grandmother touch high-voltage electricity before giving her blood pressure medication. At 12, he put a giant flying cockroach in his grandfather's food, claiming it was a date. If that's the case, then you should give birth. This thing not only harms your own family members, but also others. To give a simple example, imagine a middle-aged woman who will have to clean up the bottom of an overweight person's bottom later in life. Who would have thought that a little child would keep shouting 95, 95 on the roadside? People thought it was the internet slang saved me, but as soon as they went over to ask the child if he needed help, they were slapped and started repeatedly shouting 96. The middle-aged woman immediately shuddered. Taoist priest, stop talking. Stop talking. This isn't just having a baby, it's like she's pregnant with Neza. It's like the demon child has been born. It's super male syndrome. I understand. Thank you, Taoist master. On behalf of my whole family, I thank you. Faith points plus 2,000. Faith value 33001/50,000. The live stream chat exploded with messages of support for the Taoist priest. This is the most righteous episode ever. It's hard not to support it. My goodness, I can't even imagine what I would do if I actually gave birth to such a demon child. Let's just do it. Let's make it a big deal. This is scarier than seeing a ghost. I'd rather it were possessed by an evil spirit. Replacing hemorrhoid cream with chili oil, is this even human? As a young man with hemorrhoids, I'm already trembling with fear. It's fucking terrifying, scarier than a ghost story. Lin Yang watched the woman's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. Luckily, this woman listened to advice, otherwise, her dad would be ready to cosplay Li Jing. Just then, a hot air balloon gift effect suddenly appeared on the screen of the live stream. Lin Yang looked at it and exclaimed, "Wow, business is coming in right away." Amidst a barrage of confused comments from the live stream audience, he quickly pulled "I'm Little Fatty Tiger" onto the microphone. "Young friend, is there anything you'd like to ask?" Lin Yang smiled slightly, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Soon a male voice came through the receiver. "Master, I have a question that has been troubling me for a long time. I was just fined 50 yuan because of this question." "What's the problem?" Lin Yang asked calmly. "Master, why do we have to wear helmets when riding electric bikes? I get fined if I don't wear one. I think it makes no difference whether I wear a helmet or not. I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't figure out the answer." Suddenly, many question marks appeared in the live stream chat. "You're asking such a simple question? Are you looking down on us Taoist priests? Could you ask something a little more difficult?" "Yeah, I could answer that question too, isn't it, because it's safe? I suggest the boss apply for a yearly refund. The boss is so foolish. Don't let the Taoist priest earn such easy money. I'm so envious." Lin Yang curled the corners of his mouth. "Wearing a helmet does have its advantages, you must wear it next time." "Why, Taoist priest? If I don't wear a helmet, my old classmate who drives a luxury car will recognize me." "Taoist master, you, ugh, damn it. My name is Little Fatty Tiger. The connection has been lost. My name is Little Fatty Tiger, and I've left the live stream. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Who told you to ask Master Lin questions for no reason? He's notoriously sharp-tongued and ruthless. You're reliving too well, bro. You even got scolded for paying money. Because of one sentence, this guy will have to wear a helmet when riding his electric scooter from now on. Does this Taoist priest really want to stab people in the heart? I just got mocked by my old classmate who drives a Mercedes." Just then, two men carrying 2 small bottles of black tea walked toward his fortune-telling stall, chatting and laughing as they approached. "Master, could you tell our fortunes? We've been doing business in Guangzhou recently and only just returned to Jiangnan for the holidays. We want to calculate how this business deal went." Lin Yang nodded and pointed to the 1,100 divination signs on the side. 200 for 2 people. "Okay." One of the men, who was wearing glasses, chuckled, took out his phone, and paid 100 yuan. "Master, my name is Lin Mo, and this is my brother Zhou Yan." Another chubby boy nodded shyly to Lin Yang. "Yes. Who wants to go first? Tell us, what do you want to know?" The two men exchanged glances, and Lin Mo, the thin man with glasses, slowly spoke up. "Then I'll go first. My brother and I had just graduated from university when we went to Guangzhou to do business together." Zhou Yan nodded. "Yes. Then, since neither of us had much experience at the beginning, we went to Guangzhou to sell gold and silver jewelry." Zhou Yan, yes. Selling gold and silver jewelry. Lin Mo continued, "I sell gold." Zhou Yan, yes, I sell silver jewelry. The live stream chat erupted in laughter at this scene. "Ha ha ha, this guy knows how to dig a hole. Are these two guys here to do stand-up comedy? I'm dying of laughter. What a joke, selling gold and silver jewelry. These two are clearly talented, promising prospects." Lin Yang twitched his lips. "I thought you were going to reveal your side hustle. Go on, what do you want to know?" Lin Mo chuckled and continued speaking. "We sell gold and silver jewelry in Guangzhou. We only made 100,000 yuan in a year. Then we sold out of this batch of goods. We were wondering if we could continue to make money." Zhou Yan nodded, yes. Lin Mo continued, "The main reason we sold out so quickly and made so much money is because we had a boss who frequently patronized our business last year. We're worried that if we go back to Guangzhou this year, the boss won't do us a favor and we'll have to get our goods from someone else. We might not make any money all year. Zhou Yan nodded, yes. Lin Mo smiled, a hint of shyness in her eyes, and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. I also want to have my marriage fortune told. I'm not getting any younger, so I want to develop my career and love life at the same time. Zhou Yan was so excited her eyes were almost red, and she nodded rapidly, yes. Lin Yang twitched his lips. So he carries a broken record with him all the time. Write down your birth dates and times on red paper, and I'll calculate your marriage compatibility. Let's consider our business together. Let's see if we can continue as partners and if we can make money together. Lin Yang said calmly, sometimes a person's fortune changes. Fortunes can change, and perhaps in a year, these two people will no longer be suitable to work together. If we cooperate, we lose money. If we don't cooperate, we make money. Scattered, we are like stars in the sky. Gathered, we are like a clump of 10. It's also possible that the two people are both exceptionally lucky in each other's lives. Many successful entrepreneurs may have a seemingly useless executive by their side, who does not usually participate in company management. However, any decisions must be made in accordance with his opinion. It's not very useful normally, but wearing it can bring him good fortune, like a little lucky charm. Alright, Taoist priest, I'll write down your birth date and time right away. Lin Mo quickly took the red paper and immediately picked up a pen to write his birth date and time on it. Zhou Yan, yes, I write too. After Lin Mo finished writing, he pushed the paper in front of Zhou Yan. Less than 2 minutes later, the red paper was pushed back into Lin Yang's hands. Lin Yang took the red paper, glanced at it quickly, and felt that something was wrong. These two people are related according to their birth charts. Are you two brothers? No, I'm his godfather. Lin Mo chuckled, staring at Zhou Yan, who was about to say yes but after a long pause, finally managed to utter, no. Hiss. Lin Yang gasped. These birth charts suggested a possible familial relationship. However, the two were college classmates, and it seems they have no family relationship. Lin Yang was a bit like Louis XVI touching his hair, completely baffled. However, judging from the divination, these two are quite compatible in terms of wealth, as they spend almost their entire lives starting businesses and making money every time they start a business. They always partner up, they lose money whenever they don't. Most importantly, the division of labor was clear. Lin Mo was responsible for using his brain, while Zhou Yan was responsible for doing the work. Neither of them complained, and they cooperated very well. When the money was divided, it was a pleasant experience, so the business was bound to succeed. You two are quite capable of starting your own business. You've spent almost your entire lives starting businesses and have never worked for someone else. As long as the two of you work together, you won't lose money. You'll lose money if you work alone. Lin Mo gasped and patted Zhou Yan on the shoulder. See? What did I say? Our collaboration is still about making money. Zhou Yan, yes. Lin Yang glanced at Zhou Yan's divination results again, which also indicated that he and Lin Mo were related. They're not even direct relatives, just a morally related family. In terms of their careers, they had similar fates, and neither of them left the other. However, Zhou Yan's family is quite wealthy. She can be considered a second-generation rich kid. Then I'll calculate his marriage prospects first. Lin Yang glanced at Zhou Yan's divination results. This kid seemed like a quiet, reserved person, but he had quite a bit of luck with women. It's possible that with the support of his wealth, he'll have 3 girlfriends in total, and marry the last one. Moreover, judging from the divination, all 3 girlfriends should be quite good-looking. You're destined for a good marriage. You'll settle down completely around age 32. Lin Mo was stunned and blurted out in disbelief. Holy crap, is my buddy really that awesome? Zhou Yan curled the corners of his mouth, a hint of smugness in his expression. Yes. The live stream was bursting with laughter at this scene. Ha ha ha. This guy's a goofball. No matter what you say, he's always right. What do you think would happen if a person with a confrontational personality type met someone with an affirmative personality type? Those two must be having their left and right brains working against each other. The argumentative personality type, I think this is wrong. Affirmative personality, yes. Argumentative personality, no, that's not entirely true either. It's a bit off. Affirmative personality, yes. 666, awesome. What a brilliant left brain battle. Lin Yang picked up the red paper again and looked at Lin Mo's birth date and time. The more he looked, the more something seemed off. Does this even need to be considered a matter of fate? Don't you already have a partner? And you're currently in the honeymoon phase of your relationship. It's a destined connection, a very strong destined connection. The only problem is that his destined partner is a bit older. This guy is 22 this year, and his destined partner is 43. It is said that a woman 3 years older than a man is a golden brick, a woman 30 years older is a kingdom, a woman 300 years older is an elixir of immortality, and a woman 3,000 years older is a celestial being. This guy's true love must be quite wealthy. After they officially got together, he immediately rose to prominence. Don't you already have a boyfriend? He. The Taoist priest saw right through me. Am I destined to be with her? Lin Mo chuckled and casually put his hand on the shoulder of the chubby boy next to him. It's a perfect match, and you've struck gold. Lin Mo immediately felt embarrassed. Actually, no, when I first met her, she wanted to be with me, but I rejected her. That young guy didn't want to date someone younger and prettier than me, so she asked me what kind of car I liked, and whether I owned a house in Jiangnan. If I didn't, she offered to drive me. I was convinced by the truth, and my adopted son knows that. Zhou Yan proudly raised his head, yes. Looking at the divination results, Lin Yang felt increasingly uneasy. From any perspective, these two people shouldn't have any moral or familial relationship. When he deduced the details about Zhou Yan's family, everything suddenly became clear. This still attractive young woman, that's Zhou Yan's mother. It seems that Zhou Yan has no choice but to accept this godfather, even if she doesn't want to. No wonder the hexagram shows a kinship relationship at the moral level. A godfather is still a father. Just as Lin Yang was deep in thought, Zhou Yan, who only knew how to say the right thing, slowly spoke up. By the way, Taoist priest, isn't my brother's girlfriend pretty? Lin Yang nodded affirmatively, extremely beautiful. Even to you, she is the most beautiful person in the world. Zhou Yan chuckled, his face full of determination. Bulletin is right. In my eyes, the most beautiful person is my mother. No matter how pretty other girls are, they are not as pretty as my mother. The chat in the live stream was full of support. This is absolutely right, we must support it. A scrap of life, a source of pride for mom. Love you, mom, see you tomorrow. Life has made things difficult for me, so please don't make things difficult for my mom. So stop asking if any girls will grow up with you. After all, when your mother met you, she was only in her early 20s. Lin Yang glanced at the comments section. It was supposed to be quite emotional. But, his buddy is dating the most beautiful person in the world in his eyes. But your buddy's girlfriend, she's truly the most beautiful person in your eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you and your girlfriend met online, right? After a lot of sweet talk, your girlfriend finally agreed to meet you in person, right? Lin Mo nodded excitedly, praising him repeatedly. The fortune teller was incredibly accurate. I only found out he was over 40 when we met in person, but they say women are like fine wine, getting better with age, so. Lin Yang touched the tip of his nose. Your girlfriend is in her 40s? 43. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Yang turned to Zhou Yan and asked, is your mother also in her 40s this year? Zhou Yan nodded, yes. 43. So your girlfriend is probably 168 centimeters tall, likes to wear purple clothes, and has long hair, right? Yes. The master is so accurate. Your mom is also 168 centimeters tall, likes to wear purple clothes, and has long hair, right? Zhou Yan immediately nodded smugly, yes. He's about to become your stepfather. Zhou Yan was stunned. Fix it. Fix it correctly. Lin Mo was also stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Master, are you saying my girlfriend is his mother? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As Lin Mo spoke, he took out his phone and made a video call to his girlfriend. The video call connected quickly, and a gentle voice came from the other end. Xiao Mo, what's wrong? Hey, son, what are you doing with Xiao Mo? Upon hearing this, both of them fell silent. Lin Mo spoke first, it's okay, baby. I just wanted to let you know I'm safe. Then he hung up the video call. A few words were slowly uttered from a calm, unreadable face. Son, call me dad. The live stream chat was flooded with 666 when people saw this. 666, I'm impressed, I'm truly impressed. He went from godfather to stepfather directly. This is like a super-generational leap, isn't it? I'm gradually coming to accept the Taoist priest's fortune-telling abilities. By the way, my brother's grandfather has been single for many years, and he still looks quite dashing. Wait a minute. Your brother? His grandfather? Then tell me, are you a man or a woman? Zhou Yan, replenish supplies. This is bad. Zhou Yan twitched his lips and grabbed Lin Mo by the back of the neck. I am your godfather for life. From now on, we'll each be on our own. I'll call you stepfather, and you can call me godfather. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, and after watching the two thank him, he slowly left. Faith points plus 8,000. Faith value 41001/50,000. Lin Yang was immediately taken aback. This amount of faith points increased so much. He smiled and glanced at the live stream. The chat in the live stream was still filled with discussions about different opinions. God, everyone has their own opinion, brother. As long as he lives, you'll always be the prince. It looks like even the Taoist priest is about to lose his composure. Yuan sent out one hot air balloon. Yuan Deist master, can I ask you anything? I have a question that's been bothering me lately. Lin Yang saw that he had just finished one divination and immediately received a job offer. He quickly handed the microphone to Yuan, asking, "Young friend, what's troubling you?" A pleasant female voice emanated from an account with an adorable mouse avatar on the microphone, its sound as gentle as a spring breeze. The live stream chat was immediately filled with confusion from the older sister. "Sister, you're so foolish. You swiped his card? Don't you know he's notoriously sharp-tongued and venomous? I suggest you get a refund as soon as possible. The boss is so incompetent." Sigh. The young woman with the lovely voice on the microphone spoke hesitantly. "Master, isn't there a promotion on Dobeo recently? I can't help but spend money whenever there's a promotion like this. I always make impulsive purchases whenever there's an event. I feel like I can only find happiness by spending money, but I want to change this situation. What should I do, master?" Lin Yang frowned and thought for a moment. She said with absolute certainty, "Then you must be very kind." "Ha! Why do you say that, Taoist priest?" "Because human beings are inherently good." Puff. The girl on the microphone burst out laughing. "Taoist master, you're so humorous." "I understand, Taoist master." The live chat exploded immediately. "Master, your joke is so lame, it's ridiculous. What a hypocrite. You claim to be inherently good. Why does he like to spend money? Because he's kind. Fighting chicken who loves fufu, rare, so rare. The Taoist priest's mouth isn't sharp anymore? Let me try. The fighting chicken who loves fufu is sending out a hot air balloon X1. Upon seeing this, Lin Yang quickly removed the young lady from the microphone and pulled the fighting chicken, who loves to eat fufu, back onto the microphone. "What's the problem, young friend?" The man on the microphone coughed, his voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Master, I haven't been feeling well lately. I don't know why, but I keep farting. And, my farts are really loud. I've been laughed at by people outside several times. They say I have a steel butt and a vocal cord amplification muscle. What should I do, Taoist master?" Lin Yang thought for a moment. "Don't wear bell-bottoms next time. The fighting chicken who loves foo. The fighting rooster who loves eating fries has disconnected. Ha 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 ha. The Taoist priest is still the same Taoist priest, not changed at all." 666. "Don't wear bell-bottoms if you fart too loudly. That's such a lame joke, Taoist priest. The fighting chicken who loves fufu, Geneva. Refund." Lin Yang smiled. Just then, a woman with a triple chin and a very androgynous appearance hurriedly walked towards him. As soon as Lin Yang sat down at the stall, he noticed that the woman's face indicated that she was a person of great wealth and honor. "Master, how much does your fortune-telling cost? I suspect my boyfriend is trying to assassinate me." Lin Yang was stunned. Playing this big? An assassination attempt? However, judging from her appearance, this woman is indeed destined for great wealth and high status. 101 divinations, honest and fair to all, young and old. The woman immediately took out her phone and scanned the QR code. Received payment via WeChat, 1,000 yuan. "Master, you really need to do some divination for me. I seriously suspect my boyfriend was trying to assassinate me. I only survived because I was incredibly lucky." Lin Yang took one look and realized it was a big client. His attitude immediately became serious. "Explain in detail." The live stream chat was immediately filled with question marks. "Master Taoist, why are you suddenly so serious? Did you already foresee the gravity of the situation? You overestimate the Taoist priest. This kid is just greedy for money. Oh, you enjoy interacting with people you feel a connection with? That's quite the spirit of a Taoist priest." The woman, with a distinctly androgynous appearance, sighed deeply and lowered her head slightly. "If you don't lower your head, it's fine, but if you do, a triple chin will appear on your neck, and it's a very smooth triple chin, just like the Michelin Man." Lin Yang never judges people by their appearance, but this time he really couldn't resist. He gasped in shock. This person must be incredibly lucky to be alive. If you can't even hold someone up with a rope, how can you expect to survive? "Master, my boyfriend is a boxer. I'm just a womanizer. I have a little money and he's supporting me. He was infatuated with me at first sight. Then, I like to play pranks, so I often scare my boyfriend. For example, I'll hide myself in the red water tank in the bathroom beforehand and then scare him when he goes to the toilet. When he went to the bathroom, I suddenly stood up and startled him. He punched me more than 10 times and I ended up in the hospital. He broke my leg, but he still insisted on staying with me and taking care of me. We ended up sleeping in the same bed, and every night he would kick my wound repeatedly. Master. The fracture should have healed in half a month, but he kicked my crippled leg every night, and I ended up in the hospital for a whole month. I was finally discharged from the hospital, but my boyfriend insisted on eating something, stir-fried beans. He was telling jokes while we were eating, and when he laughed, a bean went straight down his throat and into his nose. I was going to go to the hospital, but my boyfriend insisted on using a squirting bottle to fill me with saline solution and spraying the water into my nose. Master, you don't know, he poured a whole bottle of water into my head. Now when I shake my head, I feel like there's still water in it. My contact lens just came out of my eye with the water. I couldn't move at all, and then my boyfriend kept asking me in my ear, is it still there? Is it still there? I couldn't take it anymore, I had to calculate it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately fell into deep thought. Is this an assassination? Isn't this an open attack? Not only is it an open attack, but he also relentlessly pursued and killed him. Even after all this, why haven't you broken up yet? When asked this crucial question, the woman immediately became shy. After stammering for a long time, he finally managed to utter a single sentence. I just liked him because he's handsome. Lin Yang shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Lust is a bone-scraping steel knife. It's alright, Taoist priest, I'm just naturally tough. I just want to find out if he has ulterior motives towards me. Alright, write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate it for you. Lin Yang immediately pushed the red paper forward, indicating that she should write down her birth date and time. The androgynous woman immediately took the red paper and began to write down her birth date and time. He hurriedly handed it to Lin Yang, not daring to make any big movements, for fear of aggravating the wound. Lin Yang took the red paper and quickly did some calculations. Judging from the divination, this woman is a model of self-made success, earning tens of millions through her own abilities. But, there really is one drawback, it's its color. I didn't see any embellishment in what she said. Her boyfriend is a boxer, and he has some violent tendencies. But if you say that hiding the water in a bucket and startling someone while they're using the toilet is what you call serving them right, then you could say they deserve it. People are most obedient when they are on the phone, they will take anything you give them. Similarly, the most vulnerable time is when you go to the toilet. As long as you squat down, even if Tyson comes and you kick him, he can only be helplessly furious. But to be honest, this man had no intention of assassinating him. Don't worry, there are no plans to assassinate you at the moment. And you two are quite a good match, one greedy for money and the other lustful. However, there may be some other unexpected accidents in the future. The woman was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Really, master? That's true. I give him 50,000 yuan every month, and there are no conditions. I just let him stay at home. As long as I don't die, I'll guarantee him a life of plenty. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. The moment you intervened, he immediately rose to prominence. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, one step forward, and he'll rise to prominence. Do you need to change boyfriends? I'm not greedy, I'll just buy you a 50 million yuan accidental death insurance policy. Why did you have to pick a boxer of all people? It hurts so much to be hit like that. Boxers are great, they know how to care for people. Honestly, guys, her boyfriend should be earning that money. I really can't bring myself to do it. The woman frowned slightly. Taoist master, this won't do. He's staying home every day waiting for me to support him, which isn't wrong, but I want to motivate him to be more ambitious. Exactly, is there any way to motivate him to work hard? To let him strive for success on his own? Lin Yang looked up at the woman again, appearing thoughtful. Judging from the divination, your boyfriend is already building his own career. The woman was taken aback, then suddenly became somewhat agitated. He swallowed hard before slowly opening his mouth. Master, are you saying, he's secretly doing business behind my back? You didn't tell me you were secretly doing business so you could surprise me when it's successful. Wow, I really didn't expect him to be like this. I'm so relieved. What business is the Taoist priest currently focusing on? Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. What you focus on running can't be called a career anymore. The woman paused, scratched her head, and pondered. Is he working on other projects? Or, making short videos or something? Is his performance not good? He'll tell me when it improves. Lin Yang shook his head again. No, not exactly. Then what is he running, Taoist priest? Manage you. The woman was completely dumbfounded, pointing at herself. Me? I'm his career. Lin Yang nodded affirmatively. According to the divination, you are the business your boyfriend is running, the business he is working hard to build. Given your personality, you'll probably ask your boyfriend the same question in the future. Your boyfriend's exact words to you were, if he wanted to focus on his career, why would he still be looking for you? He's just a kept man, he should be the one making the money. The woman gasped in shock. Why did she suddenly realize that the Taoist priest's words made sense? Given her appearance, she is inherently greedy and lustful. If you manage her well, isn't that enough? Why would you need a career? The woman suddenly understood. Master, I get it. You're right. He's enough to manage me. Thank you, Taoist priest. You're welcome. Lin Yang waved his hand and watched the woman leave. The next moment, the system's faith value suddenly popped up. Faith points plus 10,000. Faith value 51001/50,000. Initiating a random lottery for the host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the soul-slaying blade. Soul-slaying blade effect, soul-severing. Lin Yang was taken aback. What difference did it make whether this thing was mentioned or not? The next moment, a gleaming silver cleaver engraved with inscriptions and runes appeared directly on his fortune-telling stall. He picked it up curiously and examined it. The handle was made of peach wood and had some marks from being struck by lightning, while the blade was silver. It's not very useful right now, maybe it's for dealing with ghosts? Lin Yang looked up and suddenly saw a man holding a selfie stick and live-streaming walking towards the stall. He interacted with viewers in the live stream as he walked. Judging by her face, she's quite good-looking, definitely attractive. Hey kid, it seems pretty hot. Lately, netizens have been saying that a fortune-telling master has emerged in Jiangnan City. You all want me to test whether it's real or fake, right? Fine, I, Xiao Shui, will help you investigate and expose these fakes today. Okay, let's test how accurate his predictions are, shall we? He actually has 3,000 viewers in his live stream? That's impressive. Lin Yang smiled dismissively and glanced down at the live stream comments. Just then, the viewers in his live stream chat exploded. Holy crap! Isn't this the seasonal internet celebrity heartthrob? 666, is this a sign of hibernation and recovery? Little Shui is getting better too, he can even interact with Master Lin now. 6. This guy is quite something, he could make a living off his looks, but he chooses to rely on abstract art. Can this Taoist priest withstand being exposed as a fraud? This guy is pretty ruthless when it comes to exposing fakes. Lin Yang glanced at the comments and smiled casually. He watched as Xiao Shui walked straight up to him, raised his right hand, and waved. Hey, Taoist master, are you feeling really hot? I heard your fortune-telling is incredibly accurate, can you tell my fortune? Lin Yang silently pointed to the sign next to him that read 101 divinations. Pay first, then have your fortune told. Hiss, it's so expensive, Taoist priest. Is it really accurate? What if it's not? Xiao Shui looked at Lin Yang with a half-smile, trying to create some live-streaming excitement. It's been almost half a year since I last streamed, and I'm still a bit unpopular when I come back. But as soon as he does a live stream, his popularity skyrockets. You're not allowed? You're also live streaming, why don't you take a look at my live stream title? Xiao Shui was taken aback. Title? Let me search it. Xiao Shui immediately pulled out another phone and searched for Lin Yang's live stream. Oh, this is you, Taoist Lin Yang. The title of your live stream is, Believe It or Leave. Holy crap, Taoist priest, aren't you being a bit too blunt? Xiao Shui immediately put on a pained expression, as if these words had deeply pierced his heart. Okay, I only have 100 yuan left. I'll scan it for you, and you can calculate it for me. Xiao Shui immediately paid the 100 yuan. Ding! 100 yuan received via Duct WeChat. After paying, Xiao Shui looked at him with a smile and said, Taoist master, just tell me about my life experiences. If you don't allow it, is it okay for you to impose a punishment? If it's accurate, then I'll impose a punishment. Xiao Shui smiled slightly. A fortune teller probably doesn't have much work. It's no fun if it's just about exposing fakes, so let's punish him with a whole performance. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. No problem. The live stream chat was immediately filled with people advising Lin Yang not to accept the offer. Taoist master, please don't accept his punishment. This guy's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, he's always up to something big. I feel like the Taoist priest is going to be used as a prop for the show. Taoist priest, watch out. Level 52 Abyss Dragon. How come I keep running into you even when I'm watching other people's streams? Write your birth date and time on a piece of paper, and I'll calculate it for you. Lin Yang pushed the red paper in front of him forward, and Xiao Shui immediately took it and finished writing in less than a minute. Taoist master, take a look. You can calculate my past experiences as you like. Lin Yang nodded and began to calculate based on the 8 characters. According to the divination, this kid is truly born with a knack for internet success. He's very good at creating buzz and making money. The divination results indicate a crucial turning point in this young man's career. When you first started live streaming, did you intend to focus on your looks? Xiao Shui nodded in complete agreement. Yes, master, you're right. I also think my looks are very roguish. Master, can you figure out why I later went for an abstract style? You almost starved to death because you relied on your looks. Lin Yang suppressed a laugh as he spoke, continuing to look down at the divination chart. Then you started down the abstract route. The first turning point in your life, when your live streaming started to take off, was when the electric scooter you bought was stolen. He posts videos every day, going crazy and condemning car thieves. He's been a village watchman for over a month, playing with kids when there are kids around, and playing with dogs when there aren't. Within a month, every single dog in the village had become depressed. Xiao Shui gasped in surprise. This master was quite something. But he wasn't really there to tell fortunes, he just wanted to create a spectacle and make the show more entertaining. You won't do that, master. You can find all of this online. If you really want to verify whether your calculations are accurate or not, here's what I'll give you, the only $100 I have left. If you can figure out whether I can raise 200 yuan to buy lunch during my live stream later, then I'll consider you the winner, okay? Lin Yang frowned slightly and casually said, we can circle it. Xiao Shui immediately curled the corners of his mouth and stared at the screen of the live broadcast room. Having only been streaming for a while and not yet earned 100 yuan, earning 200 yuan will be quite difficult. Just then, a gift suddenly appeared on Xia Shui's live stream screen. Level 52, the dragon in the abyss gifted 3 Porsches. Holy crap! Holy crap! Thank you so much, big brother. Brother, why did you help the Taoist priest win the bet? Level 52 Abyss Dragon, let him do the punishment. He went very lightly, he didn't die. Lin Yang was stunned. He never expected that the level 52 dragon in the abyss would level up in such a short time. He'd already made $100, so he didn't know which task to choose for the penalty. Xiao Shui immediately gave a thumbs up, looking quite impressed. Oh, master, you're so accurate. I believe you now. Master, let me tell you, I started my live stream today hoping to make some money for lunch. I wasn't sure if I could make 200 yuan for lunch, but now I'm sure. Master, you're always right. I've completed my live stream task for today. I'll end the stream soon. It would be great if I could make some money for lunch during the live stream. Xiao Shui chuckled and chatted casually with Lin Yang. By the way, Taoist priest, I still owe you a punishment. How about this, I'll go next door and buy a big plate of chicken, and we can decide on the punishment while we eat it when I get back, is that alright? Lin Yang nodded. This guy is really something. He's been streaming for half a day just to make enough for lunch, not leaving a single penny more. He glanced at the live stream, where a flood of questions were asking him how he planned to punish the person. Holy crap, the Taoist priest is really awesome. He predicted that handsome kid's fortune perfectly. He initially intended to cause trouble. The Taoist priest will punish him severely later. I agree. Master, you should release a ghost in front of us to scare him. You absolutely must release a ghost in front of us to scare him. Upstairs, are you treating Xiao Shui like a harbinger of madness? I support you. We absolutely have to unleash a ghost in front of us to scare him. I could hear the clatter of your abacuses even in Australia. Lin Yang smiled and said, I've already thought it through, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, the netizens were relieved. If Master Lin wanted to prank someone, wouldn't he just randomly treat them like a harbinger of doom? Less than 10 minutes later, Xiao Shui slowly walked over carrying a plate of stir-fried chicken. He immediately plopped down in front of Lin Yang's stall and yanked open the plastic packaging of the big plate chicken. We also ordered a super large portion, which included chili peppers, potatoes, chicken, and 2 large chicken drumsticks. Master, you have no idea how long I've been streaming to earn this lunch, and how long I've been starving. Last night was the last meal I ate, and I haven't eaten anything since this morning. I was originally planning to stream to make some money for lunch and then end the stream, but it's been too long since I streamed, and no one's letting me make 200 yuan. I just came out to create some entertainment. I'll cut the broadcast after making 200 yuan. I'm making money just to eat this meal, Lin Yang nodded, glancing sideways at the large plate of chicken on the stall. Can we decide on the punishment now? Okay, Xiao Shui, never go back on my word. If I say I'll be punished, I definitely will be punished. Taoist, tell me how you want to punish me. Xiao Shui held disposable chopsticks in one hand and took out a box of rice from the bag with the other. Lin Yang smirked. You did this whole live stream just to make money to buy lunch, right? Yeah, the reason we broadcast today was to make some money for lunch. Lin Yang coughed twice. Come on, stop eating and bring me lunch. Xiao Shui was immediately dumbfounded. He was about to open the plastic lunchbox containing the rice when he looked completely confused. Master, what does this mean? Lin Yang patted his belly and raised an eyebrow. If you're hungry, the punishment is for you to bring me the lunch you bought with the money you swindled. Before Xiao Shui could react, Lin Yang stood up and dragged the rice and chicken in front of him to his own side. Without any hesitation, she started showing off her food, first putting the chicken leg into her bowl. While eating, I couldn't help but say that this braised chicken was quite authentic and delicious. Xiao Shui looked completely bewildered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Their faces were covered in stigma. How could they be punished like this? I'm practically the grandmaster of all the prank-based punishments. I've never seen a punishment set like this before. So all that time I spent broadcasting and creating this show, all that effort for the sake of treating you to a meal? So, I paid 100 and even treated you to a meal, holy crap, this punishment is too cruel. I've never seen such a cruel punishment before. I'm only doing this live stream to earn some lunch. You want me to give you my lunch? Then I've been streaming for nothing, boo-hoo. Xiao Shui almost burst into tears. He had played so many PK matches before, and the punishments he received were at most physical. This is mental torture. The live stream chat immediately erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. I've watched so many live streams, and I've never seen a punishment like this before. Both of them are geniuses. One started streaming just to make some money for lunch, and the other is basically asking for your lunch. The Taoist priest's move was too ruthless. I'm dying of laughter. I'm going to go change the sheets now. I laughed so hard I peed myself. No, no, no. I think the most ruthless one is the level 52 Abyss Dragon. It seems like it anticipated this situation from the start, ha ha ha. Level 52 Abyss Dragon, a smug emoji. The Taoist priest's underhanded tactics surprised me. I thought he'd at most ask for the money he earned, but he went even further, trying to crush my spirit by snatching it away after I bought the food. 666, I'm a fan now. The Taoist priest is so interesting. Xiao Shui was on the verge of tears. The Taoist priest's move was simply too ruthless. After broadcasting for several hours, I ended up working for him. Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Taoist priest, are you monks allowed to eat meat? Xiao Shui swallowed hard, the aroma of braised chicken wafting into his nose from time to time. I don't have any dietary restrictions, so give up. Lin Yang let out a burp. The portion was really huge, no wonder a plate of big plate chicken cost 200. This must have been a whole chicken, and they were already full before they ate half of it. Master, if you have half left, could you let me have a taste? Lin Yang shook his head firmly. Let you have a taste? This is my reward. What do you want to taste? I still need to pack it up and take it back to the Taoist temple. Why don't you just buy the braised chicken yourself? Don't you want to eat it? Xiao Shui's lips twitched immediately. Taoist master, can you speak human language? These are all my lyrics. I bought them. The live stream chat immediately erupted in laughter. Will you be good? If you are, I'll buy you a big plate of chicken. I can be obedient too, buy me one. Okay, be good, we won't eat it. The Taoist priest is amazing. This punishment is probably going to go down in history. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. This Taoist priest not only kills people, he also destroys their spirit. Lin Yang smiled faintly, watching Xiao Shui leave in a daze. Just then, he suddenly received a call from Chen Shaoan. Lin Yang was taken aback. Could it be that there was another case? Curious, he answered the phone, and almost immediately heard a hearty laugh from the other end. Master Lin, it's been a long time. I have great news for you. I got promoted yesterday. Lin Yang was stunned. She gave birth? The laughter on the other end of the phone grew even louder. Promoted. Promoted twice in a row. Ha ha ha. Thank you so much for Master Lin's help. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to be promoted so quickly. Lin Yang was stunned again. You had to? Congratulations. Congratulations to Officer Chen on the birth of twins. Ah, Master Lin, I meant I got promoted. I'm a deputy director now, and I have to thank you for the case you provided before. Especially that poison pancake case, you really deserve the most credit. If you hadn't discovered the clues in that case, I estimate that everyone in Jiangnan City would be living in fear right now and wouldn't dare to go out for breakfast. You not only saved so many people, but also saved our livelihoods and the economy. Lin Yang then realized that he had been promoted. He thought they wanted to name the child. Congratulations! Thank you very much, Master Dao. Please feel free to call me if you need anything in the future. Okay. Lin Yang then hung up the phone, smiling faintly. He wasn't surprised that he could reach the position of deputy director. Judging from his appearance, he was a man of great potential. After hanging up the phone, he switched back to the live stream and glanced at the chat where people were still discussing the punishment. I glanced at the number of people in the upper right corner again. It's already over 5,000. This makes him a proper live streamer. He chatted with his fellow netizens for a few minutes with a smile. Just then, a fisherman carrying a fishing rod hurriedly walked from the park entrance toward his spot. Moreover, his forehead was dark, which looked abnormal. As soon as the fisherman entered the park, he looked around until his eyes locked onto Lin Yang's stall. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly walked over. He casually tossed the fishing rod and fish basket aside, his face covered in sweat. Master, I think I encountered something unclean while fishing yesterday. That damn fishing buddy of mine, we went night fishing together yesterday. We had already prepared the bait, but he suddenly left without a word around 3 a.m. I didn't realize what was happening until after 4 a.m. But the baiting area is all set up, right? There are still many good bites, it would be a shame to leave, so I'll keep fishing. Then something felt off while I was fishing. I kept hearing a woman crying from the bushes, which scared me so much that I ran away. "Master, do you think there's anything evil in that place? If not, I'll go back and continue fishing." The live stream chat was immediately filled with question marks. Is this the persistence of a true angler? Even when they suspect they've encountered something unclean, they still keep fishing? Hee _carrot, I don't even want to talk about my husband anymore. I told him not to come back if he was fishing, but he still went fishing without hesitation. You don't understand the romance of us anglers, the excitement of a perfect bite, the joy of landing a fish. The only downside is that we're prone to running into crime scenes. The killer, hey, I know a great place that nobody knows about. Fisherman, hey, I know a great fishing spot that nobody knows about. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, there's no such thing as a ghost in this world. You have to believe in science. Oh, master, then, I think I saw a woman in white last night, standing in the middle of the lake waving at me. Could it be that I was seeing things? The fisherman turned pale with fright when he thought about what happened yesterday. That was definitely the most terrifying experience he had encountered in his more than 10 years of fishing. Lin Yang's expression gradually became serious, sensing that this person wasn't making things up. Tell me in detail what happened last night, and I'll do a separate divination for you. The fisherman paid without hesitation, even if it was just for some peace of mind. Ding! Received 100 yuan via Duct WeChat. After paying, the angler swallowed hard before beginning to recount his night fishing experience from the previous night. Last night, I met up with a fishing buddy at a secluded spot that no one would ever find. We baited the area during the day and went night fishing at 8 p.m. As a result, this kid suddenly ran away without a word in the middle of the night. I didn't notice at the time and continued fishing. I caught many fish with good bites, but some of them probably died as soon as they were brought ashore because the reservoir was low on oxygen. Then, while I was fishing, I heard a rustling sound from the reeds behind me, like a plastic bag being blown by the wind. I thought it was a snake, so I didn't pay attention. Then a little while later there was a burst of crying, and that's when I realized that my fishing buddy had left some time earlier. But I had just caught a fish, and it was very quiet around me, so I didn't think much of it and continued fishing, since I had already prepared the bait area. After fishing a few more times, I discovered a very long and very big grass carp in a small puddle next to my fishing spot. It's huge. I've never seen such a big fish before. It looks like it weighs at least 20 pounds, and it's longer than a child lying down, probably over a meter long. The fisherman got excited as soon as he got to this part. That was pure, heartfelt excitement. His eyes lit up. Lin Yang frowned. This fish was not normal. Although the concept of a guide fish does exist, very few people actually encounter one. Most of the guide fish are actually fish that the angler sees and tries to lure him in, but never actually bites. It's just an excuse for not catching any fish, just like saying you were scammed when you were cheated. You can't just say you're not smart enough to be fooled, can you? You can't just say that the fish is right there watching you. You've prepared the bait, and you've used the most advanced fishing rod, but you still can't catch any fish, right? How far is this fish from the shore? The fisherman seemed lost in memories, and after thinking for a long time, he immediately stretched out his hands to measure. It must be this long. The fish was right on the shore. It was so close that a wave could have swept it ashore. Lin Yang frowned. It can be this long? If it is indeed a guide fish, then the size of the fish represents the strength of the evil spirit. When the fisherman saw that he was being questioned, he immediately became anxious, and his breathing became heavier. He yanked open the lid of the fishing box, grabbed the fish by its mouth, and lifted it up. It was over a meter long. I even brought the fish. It's absolutely real. The fish prove it. The fish also had a distinct yin energy on its body, which was absolutely invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. Lin Yang was immediately dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is it really that real? Holy crap! How the hell did you get this fish up here? Won't he keep swimming deeper into the river? Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. He was certain that this thing was the guide fish. Whose warrior is this, so valiant? He even managed to bring the guide fish ashore. The fisherman held the fish, a smug expression on his face. Yes, master, this fish is like it has gained intelligence. When I try to catch it, it swims a little further into the river. When I get closer, it swims back, always keeping a distance of about 1 meter from me. This fish kept such a close distance to me, just following me without taking the bait. Wasn't it just teasing me? I couldn't let it get away with it. Damn it, I just got it on the hook. Lin Yang? Whose fierce general is this? So, you jumped? The fisherman was also taken aback. He reluctantly put the big fish back into his fishing box, a hint of regret on his face. Did the Taoist priest not exclaim in surprise? No, I just picked up a brick from the shore and smashed it down on the grass carp's head. I grew up in the village and I'm really good at throwing things. One brick and the fish was swimming on its back. I used a net to scoop it up. Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, and his voice rose several octaves. What? You killed the guide fish with a brick? Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. Was this even possible? The guide fish was meant to guide people slowly down to the bottom of the water. And you ended up killing him with a brick? How could the ghost not become popular? The live stream chat exploded immediately, filled with question marks. Holy crap, this guy's got talent. He hit the guide fish with a brick. And he actually caught it. Dude, you're something else. I'm impressed. I even tolerated this guy calling me a sissy. Wait, did you guys hear what the Taoist priest just said? A guiding fish? Could it be that such a thing really exists? Wow, that's a bit scary. Could the Taoist priest do a live stream of catching ghosts? I've also encountered a guide fish, and I heard that someone drowned in the reservoir the next day. It's a bit scary. The fisherman scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. Oh, it's smashed to death. Then how am I supposed to bring it up to him? It's such a big fish, it's practically forcing me to commit a crime. Lin Yang gasped, feeling an even stronger sense of yin energy emanating from the man. And then what? What happens after you kill the fish? After a moment's thought, the fisherman remembered most clearly what happened last night, catching that big fish. He didn't remember much else. That's what happened, the scene I described before. It was eerily quiet, but there was the sound of a woman crying, and a woman in white was waving at me from the middle of the river. It was pitch black all around, with only the light on the float. I definitely didn't leave because I was scared. I left because I wasn't getting any bites. Lin Yang twitched his lips. This guy was really bold. Zhao Zilong was full of courage, and this guy was Zhao Zilong in every way. So how did you feel like you encountered something unclean? Because I always feel that my shoulders are damp, and I always feel like someone is following me. When I was driving back, I saw a white shadow flash by. I feel uneasy whenever I think of that white figure in the fish pond, and I also feel unwell. My head hurts, like I've been hit by a brick. Lin Yang nodded silently and pushed the red paper in front of him towards the fisherman. Write down your birth date and time. Okay. The fisherman nodded, a little scared seeing Lin Yang's serious expression. But, if God gave him another chance, he would choose to smash it again. It would be so damn satisfying. I wouldn't trade Yubo for 10,000. The fisherman quickly wrote his birth date and time on a piece of red paper and pushed it in front of Lin Yang, saying, "Please help me calculate whether I really offended something unclean yesterday." Lin Yang took the red paper and immediately felt that something was wrong with the birth chart. He immediately activated his yin-yang eyes and saw a woman in white standing behind the fisherman. She wore a white dress, had long hair, and her face was obscured, but the hem of her dress was wet and dripping water. Moreover, even though he couldn't see her face clearly, he could still sense the ferocious expression on her face. Just kidding. It's like you've just finished making a company report and haven't even saved it yet, and someone unplugs the power cord. Wouldn't you be angry? The ghosts that drowned all died violent deaths, and those who died violent deaths cannot be reported down to the underworld. Then he'll have to find a scapegoat so he can go down and report. There are only two ways to take the place of a dead ghost. The first is to use a guiding fish, which consumes its own yin energy to possess the fish. Another method is to directly entice people to drown, but this requires a high level of magical power. Most ghosts couldn't do that, and it would take at least half of their yin energy to create such a large guiding fish. Lin Yang looked up again and felt that the woman didn't seem hostile at all. On the contrary, she seemed to be constantly extending goodwill. He simply turned off his yin-yang eyes and slowly spoke to the fisherman, whose face was full of trepidation. "You're a bit of a problem. I need to go with you to the location of your fishing spot. If you want to stop this female ghost from following the fisherman, you can only deal with it at the source. The system just happened to reward me with a soul-slaying blade. When I arrived, I asked the female ghost, 'Do you want to test if my sword is sharp?' Hiss, Taoist priest, how much will it cost? Have I really encountered something evil?" Lin Yang smiled faintly. "Let's not talk about money, let's talk about fate. 5,000 fates. 5,000 yuan. Taoist priest, save me." The fisherman immediately took out his phone and scanned the QR code. 5,000 yuan received via WeChat. "Master, I drove here. Few people besides me can find that place." The fisherman immediately backed down. He felt unwell and was willing to pay 5,000 yuan for peace of mind. Seeing this, Lin Yang immediately packed up his stall, took out the silver machete, and put it in a small bag. She got into the car with the man. The live stream chat exploded immediately. "Holy crap! Did we really run into something unclean? The Taoist priest is confused. Anything above 3,000 is a scam. Hiss, I hope the Taoist priest won't shut down the live stream this time. I'm a little scared, and I urgently need a 185 centimeters tall guy with ABS to watch it with me. Me. Lin Yang had just gotten into the car, and the fisherman hadn't driven a short distance when he was stopped by a police officer conducting a random vehicle check on the roadside. "Park on the side of the road for safety inspection." The fisherman exclaimed that he was unlucky. parked his car on the side of the road, and rolled down all the windows. When the young police officer saw the large machete in Lin Yang's hand, he immediately took a step back. "Comrade, this is a dangerous item and needs to be confiscated. As usual, you will be fined 500. Lin Yang, dude, you didn't confiscate my magic weapon? He immediately took out his phone, ready to call Chen Shaoan. The police officer in charge of the inspection scoffed dismissively. As soon as Lin Yang dialed the number, the police officer standing by the car door slowly spoke. Don't bother looking for anyone. This is a controlled knife, it won't help you find anyone. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, it wouldn't work. Lin Yang silently dialed the number, and just a few seconds later, as soon as the call started ringing, the other end answered. Chen Shaoan's carefree voice came through the phone. Good afternoon, Master Lin. Have you eaten? If not, come to our police station canteen for a bite. Lin Yang smiled faintly. No, I'm currently on some business with a client, and I brought a machete as a magical artifact. Your colleagues at the office are going to confiscate it. You mean, if this leads to the discovery of a major case, I won't be able to calculate anything without the magical artifact, right? Chen Shaoan paused for 2 seconds, then his voice suddenly fell silent. Give him the phone. Okay. Lin Yang smiled and said to the police station outside the car window, your deputy director's phone number. The junior police inspector outside the car window was taking photos and making notes. Oh, sorry, I don't have our deputy director's phone number. I'll let you answer. The police officer outside the car window visibly changed his expression. He took the phone from Lin Yang, gave his badge number, said a few words, and then chuckled as he handed the phone back to Lin Yang. Please proceed. The fisherman driving in the front seat was stunned and gasped. No, even if the Heavenly King himself came, it wouldn't work? Standing by the car window, the small police officer muttered under his breath, if the emperor himself isn't up to the task, the deputy chief is. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this scene. Ha ha ha. The Heavenly King is virtual, but the deputy director is real. Does this police inspector think the Taoist priest is some kind of bad guy? Or does he think it's gotten dark again in Jiangnan City? 666. The Taoist priest is too ruthless. All his hard work has paid off, otherwise he would have been fined 500 yuan for exorcising the ghost today. The ghost would be laughing its head off if it heard that. After Lin Yang and his group's car slowly started moving, the car waiting for inspection behind the fisherman was immediately shocked to see this scene. Holy crap! The sky over Jiangnan City has turned dark. As the police inspector walked up to his car, he exclaimed, Officer, I was with the person in front. What? You mean together? Get out of the car for inspection. The car slowly drove to a pond in the mountains. Lin Yang slowly got out of the car and looked around at the surroundings. There was a small bridge next to the pond. The railings on both sides of the bridge show signs of renovation. According to fortune-telling methods, this is considered a place where yin energy gathers. The fisherman walked ahead of him, and couldn't control himself when he saw the pond. Master, may I cast a couple of times? I feel so safe with you here, I really want to catch a fish. Lin Yang twitched his lips. Go ahead and throw it away. I can only help you deal with it after dark. Okay. The angler excitedly took out his fishing rod and tackle box from the trunk, sat on the bank, and cast his line. The hook got caught right on his collar. Holy crap! We've hooked a huge fish. The angler suddenly tightened his grip, feeling the line tighten around his neck as he pulled it in, and the tighter it tightened, the more excited he became. Holy crap, that's some serious pulling force. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon seeing this. 666. Taoist priest, are you sure you're not just doing this for the sake of the show? What's the difference between this and someone spiraling upwards with their left foot on their right? This guy is fishing for himself. Has he ever seen a video of someone cooking themselves in an iron pot? I even suspect this fisherman might strangle himself. If a ghost really wanted him dead, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. He could kill himself. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly and sat down silently to rest with his eyes closed. Time flew by and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He slowly stood up and found the fisherman still fishing on the shore, showing no signs of fatigue. He immediately patted the fisherman on the shoulder. Stop fishing, let's get down to business. Oh, the angler reluctantly put away his fishing rod, looked down into the fish basket, and found there wasn't a single fish. Lin Yang casually brought over a small stool and had him sit on it and close his eyes. Then they turned the live streaming camera upside down on the table, so the footage wouldn't be shown to the live stream viewers. Little did he know, the fortune-telling table he carried was not very sturdy, and his phone would slowly slide down. After preparing everything, Lin Yang activated his yin-yang eyes. Looking at the female float behind the fisherman, she was currently holding his shoulders with both hands, her body appearing as mist. Go ahead and put it on, I think you have the ability. Lin Yang muttered that if he wanted to deal with this female ghost, he either had to perform a ritual to help her pass on to the afterlife, or he had to perform a physical ritual to help her pass on to the afterlife. Using physical methods to deliver the deceased is definitely the fastest way, but out of a sense of Taoist philosophy, we should still listen to what she has to say. After all, she doesn't hold any grudges now, and she doesn't intend to harm anyone anymore. What if she didn't have a choice before, and now she wants to be a good drifter? The next moment, the fisherman suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp voice squeezed out of his throat. "Greetings, Taoist master. Tell me, why did you hurt people? How did they die?" Lin Yang squatted on the ground, his large cleaver right beside him. The fisherman paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. I'm Li Wan, born in 1984. I was killed by my ex-boyfriend. I've been with him for 3 years, since my freshman year of college. We were very much in love. What I didn't know was, he was a beast. He bought me a huge accidental death insurance policy. Until the day I died, I still thought he was a good person. He said he would take me on a spring outing, and I happily prepared for several days, but then, sob. The reason I want to find a scapegoat is so that I won't be restricted by this body of water. I want to get revenge on him. As the fisherman spoke, he began to choke up, but it was more of a lot of talk than action. Lin Yang nodded silently. Let go of your worries. These spirits who died violent deaths cannot be saved if they haven't let go of the grudges and resentments in their hearts. Her death in this reservoir is tantamount to being imprisoned in this area, only a scapegoat can free him. The fisherman immediately became anxious, his eyes widened, and they turned red. I can't forget him. I can't let him go. That beast. I wish I could kill him with my own hands. I can't let him go, Taoist priest. I really can't let him go. After the fisherman finished shouting at the top of his lungs, black mist emanated from his body, giving off a heavy aura of yin. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. You really can't let him go? You're unwilling to reincarnate in peace? I don't want to. I can't let go. Lin Yang snorted coldly, spat on his palm, rubbed his palm together, and pulled out a large cleaver covered with runes from the bag next to him. If you can't let go, then I, Taoist master, will have no choice but to take you down. The fisherman immediately stood up, took 2 steps back, shrank his neck, and his bloodshot eyes suddenly became clear. Taoist master, actually I've also let go of my inner turmoil. Please don't act impulsively. She originally wanted to act impulsively like a Yandere and have the Taoist priest persuade her, but she didn't expect that this Taoist priest was different from others. He directly took out a knife and was ready to kill her. In her eyes, the knife was still radiating golden light, and she felt that if it touched her, her soul would be scattered. Oh, you can let it go now? Yes, I can let it go now. Actually, I don't hate him that much. Lin Yang twitched his lips and put the knife back on the fortune-telling stall. Although the viewers in the live stream couldn't see what Lin Yang was doing, they could hear his voice and immediately became excited. Holy crap! Is the Taoist priest really exorcising a ghost? That fisherman's voice suddenly changed. No way, are you serious? Didn't you tell us to believe in science? You're going to fight a ghost all by yourself? Is this what you mean by believing in science? Yes, I remember a normal ritual for the deceased should involve persuading her to let go of everything, telling her to pick things up and put them down, right? Why did the Taoist priest just take her down as soon as he arrived? Putting yourself in the ghost's shoes, it's truly despairing. Master Lin's mental state is like that of a madman. He picks up a knife, ready to fight. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. Look, you don't want to be helped to pass on your soul. It's good that you can let it go. You had malicious intentions before, so I didn't kill you directly because I'm kind-hearted. Yes, Master Dao, you are kind-hearted and have given me a chance. I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a good ghost. Lin Yang half squatted on the ground, looked up and said, go down and talk to the king of hell, see if he'll let you be a good ghost. Taoist priest, can you please help me pass on to the afterlife? I don't want to be a ghost anymore. Lin Yang readily agreed, otherwise this ghost would always be following the fisherman. Being followed by a ghost will affect your luck, cause you to get sick frequently, and most importantly, it will affect your wealth, bringing you constant bad luck. It will also affect the people around you. The ritual of deliverance is no problem, but look at the Taoist priest's hands. Lin Yang put 3 fingers together and used a blade of grass to bind them together. Master, are you suggesting I leave at midnight? No, I'm a little short on funds. I only need to perform rituals for the deceased 1,000 times. The fisherman, possessed by a ghost, was completely dumbfounded. He scratched his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. Taoist master, I'm a ghost, I don't have any money, and this is too expensive, isn't it? Lin Yang was immediately displeased upon hearing this and took the large machete in his hand. 1,000 yuan for a ritual to deliver the deceased is too expensive? What's so expensive about it? It's been this price for so many years, okay? It's very difficult for us Taoist priests. Where is it expensive? Sometimes you should look for the reasons within yourself, okay? You've been a ghost for so many years, has your yin energy increased? Have you been diligently accumulating wealth as a ghost, okay? The fisherman's eyes widened instantly, a look of disbelief flashing in them. Hearing that made her feel a little guilty. It's because she didn't behave properly as a ghost that she couldn't afford the money for the funeral rites. The live stream chat exploded with laughter, the screen filled with 666, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. Although I can't see the fisherman's expression right now, she's definitely dumbfounded, ha ha ha, hiss. That punch, if it landed on the female ghost, wouldn't that be a complete dimensional reduction attack? This Taoist priest is utterly heartless. No wonder he charges 100 yuan even for passing dogs, and he even charges money for performing rituals to release female ghosts. 666. Even female ghosts on the street would shed 200 tears and leave upon seeing him. I really want to see the live stream. Taoist priest, please let us see it. Just one glimpse. Lin Yang curled the corners of his lips. It wasn't that he insisted on taking money, he just didn't want to get involved in the karma. True Taoists do not suffer from the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. The reason for this saying is that they do not engage in any kind of divination or bribery, nor do they forcibly interfere with other people's karma. Didn't the karma come back to haunt him? Naturally, he ended up disabled and destined to be without a wife, the karmic retribution. The matter could have been settled with a single cut, but instead, there's the insistence on performing a ritual to help the deceased transcend. Isn't that interfering with cause and effect? In addition, this female ghost is no good either, she has used harmful methods to harm people before. How about this, since you don't have any money, and you're a water ghost, why don't you go into the water and get 5 or 6 big fish for me? Upon hearing this, the fisherman, who had been looking worried, immediately nodded. The next moment, the fisherman, who was speaking, suddenly tilted his head to the side and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yang turned his head to look at the reservoir, where a mysterious power was emanating from the center of the lake. The once calm waters were suddenly engulfed in raging waves. Just then, the table tilted as the phone was placed on the side of the table, capturing the moment on camera. A wave spread rapidly from the center of the lake to the shore, carrying 6 large fish, each over a meter long, ashore. 6 large fish were splashing on the land on the shore, and the next moment, the surface of the reservoir returned to calm. The live stream chat exploded when they saw this. Holy crap. I'm a pro. I'm shocked too. Can any pro explain this? This is inexplicable. Who the hell still tells me to believe in science? So, if I'm the only one who believes in science, you'll all be flying high, huh? So what? It's just a wave. Just good luck. Are you bragging? Try getting lucky and see what happens. Lin Yang slowly walked to the shore, picked up the fish, and put them into the fisherman's fish basket. Only then did he start looking for the items needed for the ritual in his pocket. By the way, how many years have you been doing this? It's been 5 years. Lin Yang nodded. After asking for the woman's birth date and time, he used his knowledge of fortune-telling to write dense talismans on a piece of red paper, then burned it. The woman disappeared with her. Then he woke up the fisherman. The fisherman groggily opened his eyes, and the sight of the 6 large fish in the fish basket instantly excited him. He swallowed hard, his mouth watering. Taoist master, who put so many big fish in my fish basket? Lin Yang narrowed his eyes as he tidied up his tools. These ghosts are offerings to me, do you want them? 200 each. 16,000 each. Yes. 1,000, right? I'll transfer it to you right now. Wow, this is a huge fish, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. The fisherman, disregarding his physical discomfort and spiritual emptiness, immediately stood up, took out his phone, and scanned the code to pay. Received payment via WeChat, 1,000 yuan. Lin Yang curled the corners of his mouth. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He received the money without getting involved in any karma, the fisherman was happy, and the ghost was also put to rest. A world where only 6 fish are injured has been achieved. It was only then that Lin Yang noticed the live stream, which was standing upright on the ground with the camera pointing towards the water. Holy crap, this is bad. Did you guys not see anything? Lin Yang immediately picked up his phone, this scene couldn't be broadcast. Trust science. The live streamers immediately adopted a unified narrative. Master, we didn't see anything. Yes, we didn't see any Taoist priest extorting female ghosts or forcing them to work in the sex industry to earn money for you to spend. 666. The Taoist priest's behavior is outrageous. He actually made a female ghost go into the sea, he has no shame at all. Ha ha ha. We didn't see the female ghost go into the water to catch fish, so don't worry, Taoist priest. But to be honest, those 6 big fish were really huge. Lin Yang twitched his lips. Oh no, it's all been broadcast. He immediately pointed the camera at himself and said, "Trust science. What just happened was just a normal physical phenomenon. You know about gravity, right? It has nothing to do with that. Alright, I'm ending the stream and running away. See you tomorrow." Lin Yang hurriedly clicked to start the broadcast. If he broadcast any longer, he would really be exposed. He thought for a moment and then called Chen Xiaoan again, telling him there was a case of murdering a wife for insurance money, before leaving with the fisherman. What Lin Yang couldn't understand was that the fisherman hung a fish over a meter long on the car window, while freezing the other 5 fish, and kept saying he would take one out for a walk every day. "Master, that's amazing. I feel so much better right now. Could it be that there really was a female ghost haunting me before?" The fisherman stretched his shoulders as he drove, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Faith points plus 10,000. Faith value 61001/100000. Reaching 100,000 faith points will unlock other features. Lin Yang was taken aback. He had actually gained so much faith points, and he was quite interested in the other features as well. "Anyway, it's solved. Don't ask any questions." Lin Yang shrugged and said indifferently. Half an hour later, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of the Taoist temple. After Lin Yang returned to the temple, he found that the temple was quite popular with worshippers today. The price of incense ash has increased significantly. "Not bad, not bad," Lin Yang said with a hint of relief, glanced at the time, and seeing that it was getting late, went to sleep. He hadn't expected today's live stream to have such a big impact. The next morning, Lin Yang picked up his fortune-telling stall and went down the mountain early. When he arrived at his usual spot in the park, he found a man sitting not far away under the shade of a tree, looking dejected and drinking alone. Lin Yang smiled indifferently, set up his fortune-telling stall at his usual spot, offered 11 fortunes for 100 yuan each, and began to tell fortunes. They immediately started a live stream, displaying the slogan "Believe it or not, get lost." The number of viewers in the live stream instantly exceeded 1,000. The screen was filled with question marks. "Hey Taoist priest, what were you doing streaming yesterday because you felt guilty? Pick up that big cleaver. I'm telling you, pick up that big cleaver. Taoist priest, are there really ghosts? Don't scare me. Since that's the case, then I'll have a life-size body pillow of the Taoist priest custom-made. It'll make me feel safe to sleep with it." 666. I can already hear the pillow singing chrysanthemums wither and fall, leaving only sorrow on the ground. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, offering no further explanation. Just then, the man who was squatting on the open ground drinking alone suddenly noticed the scene. He stood up slowly, half believing and half doubting, and walked quickly toward the fortune-telling stall. "Master, I'm injured. Could you treat me? 200 for healing heartbreak, 100 for fortune-telling." The man immediately put the beer can on the fortune-telling stall. "Well, I guess I'll still get my fortune told. Actually, my injury isn't that serious." "Okay, scan the code." The man immediately scanned the QR code and paid. "Ding, 100 yuan has been deposited into your WeChat account." Then he began to slowly recount his experiences. "Taoist master, my name is Lu Hao. I just want to know why my girlfriend betrayed me." Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "Do you have your girlfriend's birth date and time?" "Have. We are 3 years apart in age. I am 29 and he is 26. We have known each other since college." As the man spoke, he gulped down 2 mouthfuls of beer, a look of pain appearing on his face, as if he didn't want to recall it. "I'm a senior, and we met when he was a freshman. We both liked each other, but we were too naive back then, so we didn't confess to each other. But perhaps it was fate. I graduated first and worked for 3 years, and then she was assigned to our company, and that's how I became her team leader. Back then, he kept calling me senior brother, and I couldn't resist, so I got together with him. We got married after being together for 3 years, and we were very happy after marriage, but master, do you know how I found out about her cheating a few days ago?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "How did you know?" The man took another big gulp of wine. "It's just me in the owner's group chat. My neighbor next door tagged me in the group and told me to keep my voice down. At first I didn't pay attention, but later not only the neighbors next door, but also the neighbors downstairs started cursing in the owner's group, telling us to keep our voices down. They say it often rings for hours on end." Sigh. "I cried very quietly at the time. But I was working overtime at the company, and I didn't want to face reality, so I didn't have the mind to verify it. I just want to know, why did she keep saying she loved me, yet still cheated on me?" Lin Yang frowned and pushed the red paper forward. "Write down your birth dates and times." The man took another big gulp of beer, crushed the can, and tossed it aside. They then began writing down the birth dates and times of the 2 people on paper. The viewers in the live stream immediately felt sorry for the man upon seeing this scene. Oh, how tragic. 4 or 5 years of relationship, couldn't it all be worth more than a stranger? But he hasn't verified it yet. It's probably a misunderstanding. There's a misunderstanding about this? Are you kidding me? 2 minutes later, the man finally wrote down the birth dates of the two people on a piece of paper and pushed it in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang picked up the fortune teller's chart, and his expression instantly became quite interesting. Master, can you tell me the answer from the divination? She clearly loved me so much, said she liked me, so why did she break up with me? And why did she cheat on me? Lin Yang glanced down at the divination results of the two people, and his expression became even more interesting. According to the divination, she does love you. Then why did she still want to divorce me? And why did she cheat on me? Lin Yang called out and quickly pointed out the man. She didn't say she wanted a divorce. But she's cheated on me, Taoist priest. Doesn't that mean she wants a divorce? The man's eyes widened immediately as he argued. She doesn't want a divorce. If she wanted a divorce, why would she have cheated on you? The man was completely dumbfounded when Lin Yang said this. The folds of my brain seemed to be smoothed out, and my CPU burned out. The man gasped, his gaze becoming vacant. Hiss, Taoist master, what you said makes sense. She just cheated on me, it's not like she doesn't love me. That makes sense, Taoist master. The man instantly understood, completely understood. Lin Yang suppressed a laugh. According to the woman's divination, she did indeed still love him. Don't ask how many people I loved in total, I couldn't bear to give up any of them, that's why I ended up like this. Moreover, according to the divination, this woman is the type who cannot control her behavior, no matter who she is with. But, judging from the current divination, she doesn't seem to have any romantic entanglements with other men. Could it be a misunderstanding? That shouldn't be the case. However, the divination did not indicate that she had any dealings with other men during this period. However, this was the reason she broke up with her first boyfriend in college. Even if you ask, why did you cheat on me if you love me so much? She'll also tell you that she was cheated on because she didn't want to break up with you. Moreover, their birth charts don't indicate a destined match, so it's better to break up with this guy sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the divination indicated that she was destined to give birth to two sons, twins, with different fathers. Who could stand this? Master, I understand now. So, can I still be with him? As long as he still loves me. If you can accept that only one of the twins is yours, then you can stay together. Lin Yang shrugged indifferently. This man's fate also had some special attributes, a simp. The man was stunned again. What did you say, Taoist priest? Twins can have two fathers. This time, not only the man was stunned, but everyone in the live stream was also stunned. Is this guy even speaking human language? I can't understand a word he's saying. Twins, and they have two fathers? Seamless transition, Wait, can someone translate this? What does the Taoist priest mean? Cheating equals not wanting to break up? Holy crap, I can't find any words to refute this. 666, you're a god who can instantly become immortal, right? Cheating doesn't equal a breakup, and I can't find a single point to refute that. This guy is something else. Just because she cheated on me doesn't mean she doesn't love me anymore. Anyone who can say something like that needs to hire a hakami. The man immediately shrank back, his eyes filled with despair. Sigh. I understand, Taoist master, but, I've been with him for so many years, sigh. I still can't let go, and I can't bear to expose him. What should I do? Upon hearing that he couldn't let go, Lin Yang instinctively said, then let's take it. Take it down? Taoist, I understand. The man suddenly understood and checked the messages in the owner's group chat again. Sure enough, at that moment, his downstairs neighbor tagged him in the group chat, telling him to keep it down. They said it had been ringing for 3 or 4 hours already, and he wasn't afraid of getting his skin chafed. As if he had come to a realization, he gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and shouted, take it down, Taoist master. Can you come with me? Lin Yang was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. You can't leave, that's a different price. Master, I'm in a hurry to catch someone in the act of adultery. I'm afraid I can't beat him by myself, could you help me? Lin Yang's eyes lit up instantly, and he became excited. Catching someone in the act? Yes, to catch them in the act. I'll transfer the money to you now. I'm afraid it won't be enough if I wait. Lin Yang coughed lightly and rolled his eyes. Money doesn't matter, a few hundred is fine as a token. If it's about catching someone cheating, can I just stand by and watch? The man instantly started shouting hysterically while scanning the QR code. Taoist priest, please hold him down for me. Kick down the door for me. Ding. Received 500 yuan via duct WeChat. Lin Yang immediately stood up and packed up the stall. Let's go. What Chinese person could refuse to watch a scene of adultery being caught? Even if the purple-robed celestial master came, he would have to stand at the door for half an hour as punishment, and even the grandmaster would have to watch for 10 minutes. The live stream chat immediately exploded. Holy crap. Master, send me the address. I want to go too. Brothers, I'm near the Taoist priest, and I can't wait any longer. Too slow, bro. I'm already on the plane, almost in Jiangnan. Rain or shine, Jiangnan is waiting for you. Please, bro, kick him for me. I desperately want to catch them cheating. The two quickly jogged to the man's door and stood in front of the security door. As expected, sounds came from inside the house. The man's eyes immediately turned red. Damn it. Damn it. He kicked the security door so hard it made a dent, and after kicking it twice more without success, he suddenly remembered that he had a key. He immediately took out his key, opened the door, and rushed into the room first. Lin Yang followed closely behind, phone in hand, while the creaking of the wooden bed could be heard from inside the house. Upon entering the room, the two were dumbfounded. Holy crap! Lin Yang shouted in bewilderment, then seemed to realize something and immediately pressed his hand against the phone camera. His mom's account would be banned if she broadcasted this scene. How come there are two women in bed? And one of them is, I'm wearing something. The two women were stunned. They immediately wrapped themselves in the bedsheet, shouting, Who are you two? The man was stunned, then roared with red eyes. I also want to ask you who the hell you are. I'm her husband. The woman, huddled under the covers, suddenly looked incredulously at the wife, who had something on her waist. Didn't you tell me you were a lily? That you didn't like men? That you only wanted to conquer me? Honey, say something. Tell him we're the real couple. Who is he? Honey, say something. A woman wearing pajamas and an 18-inch coin around her waist sat silently on the edge of the bed, smoking, and keeping her head down the whole time. The man, his eyes also red, echoed the woman's cries as she huddled under the covers. Wife, say something. The woman, huddled under the covers, immediately became agitated upon hearing this. How dare this jerk call you wife? Wife, you'd better say it. Seeing this, Lin Yang's CPU was practically smoking. Before he arrived, he was prepared that his divination had been wrong, since the divination indicated that the woman had no recent entanglements with men seeking her help. So I was right after all? Not only does she have entanglements with men, she's bisexual. Keen-eyed viewers in the live stream spotted this fleeting moment and were stunned. Holy crap! What the hell am I seeing? My eyes are dirty. I was wondering why it would go off for 3 or 4 hours straight. Turns out you can't fire a gun just by loading it. 666. I'm speechless. There's still someone yelling at their wife to say something. Amazing. So, she's his wife, and she's also his wife. My CPU's fried. After a long pause, Lin Yang scratched his head, then turned and quietly ran away. He can't control this situation. The offensive style is extremely strong during the day, and the defensive style is extremely strong at night. How can he manage that? It would be better to pack up and go back to setting up a stall. Lin Yang silently returned to his stall with his phone, set up his stall again, and placed the 1100 divinations sign on the folding table. After waiting for a long time without finding anyone special, I decided to chat with the viewers in the live stream for a while. Master, what do you think of that incident where someone caught you cheating? My CPU is about to overheat. I'll stand and watch. Next one. Tian, Taoist priest, I have a question too. Send 2 hot air balloons every day. Lin Yang immediately recognized her and thought, what a kindred spirit. He then pulled Tian onto the microphone. The comments section was full of people saying the boss was stupid. What's the problem, young friend? Lin Yang smiled and slowly spoke, looking at the account with the image of the god of wealth on the microphone. Not long after, a strong male voice came from the microphone. Master, I've been thinking about a question lately. If you won tens of millions in the lottery, would you guarantee that everyone around you would become rich? The moment these words were spoken, the live stream chat exploded. I might be a little selfish, as long as I have money, that's enough. The people around me are none of my concern. +1. When I'm down on my luck, I betray my friends. When things are tough, I scheme against others. When I'm poor, I cheat and swindle. When I'm rich, I'm arrogant and disdainful of everyone. Ha ha ha. If I won the lottery, I might give my godson some money. Upon hearing this strange question, Lin Yang immediately nodded. Meeting. The man on the microphone gasped, Taoist master, you have quite a broad perspective. In other words, if you suddenly become rich and receive such a huge windfall, should you do more good deeds and help your friends more in order to have even better luck? The man on the microphone muttered something in confusion, his tone full of resignation. Lin Yang shook his head and slowly uttered a few words. No, if I suddenly won the lottery, everyone around me would be rich. Because I'm moving to a wealthy area. Day by day. Master, I've understood. The live stream room was filled with question marks. Taoist priest, you've forgotten your roots. This is a damn rich area. Tell me, have the people around us become rich or not? The Taoist priest is right. 666. When I'm rich, everyone around me will be rich too. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Just then, he looked up casually and saw a woman wearing red-soled black high heels walking slowly towards him from not far away. He was looking around when he saw Lin Yang's stall, and his eyes lit up with joy. He quickly walked over. He plopped down on the stall and paid before Lin Yang could even speak. Ding, 100 yuan has been deposited into your WeChat account. Master, I'd like to ask you to tell my fortune about marriage. When will I get a boyfriend? My family is pressuring me to get married. The woman looked utterly helpless and let out a long sigh. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Let's calculate your marriage prospects. Write your birth dates on red paper, and I'll do the calculation for you. He immediately pushed the red paper in front of him towards the woman. The woman sighed again, a hint of helplessness appearing on her otherwise pretty face. He picked up a pen and paper and wrote his birth date and time on a red sheet of paper. Master, is there any way to stop my family from pressuring me to get married? I'm really not suited for dating. I might as well just live alone forever. Sigh. Every time I start a relationship, the things that follow give me a headache. I even wonder if I'm destined to bring bad luck to people. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What happened? Tell me in detail. The woman sighed again, scratching her head in frustration. My first boyfriend in college broke up with me because we had different values, but he was a really good person. As you know, Taoist priest, it's easy to think about your ex after drinking. 2 months after my first breakup, I called my first ex-boyfriend, but a man answered the phone for him. What else did you say? Don't harass his baby. My second boyfriend was someone I dated during my senior year of college, but he turned out to be a jerk who cheated me out of money and my feelings. We broke up after 2.5 months, and then not long after, a guy added me on social media. She said she wanted to form some kind of women's sorrow alliance with me to go and punish this scumbag. I was quite angry at the time, because I was scammed out of money and my feelings. But after joining the group, I found out that this women's sorrow alliance was full of men. They were talking about all the crimes of this scumbag. Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. So all the relationships he had ended up being zero? The viewers in the live stream were also in an uproar. Hiss. This looks like there's some juicy gossip going around. Time for the gossipy women's alliance. The Godfather's sorrowful women's alliance should be called General 00. What brought tears to my eyes wasn't just last night's wine. Parting always happens in September. Memories are the sorrow of longing. Would Lei Zi still dare to walk the streets of Sichuan now? That opening line brought tears to my eyes, and it wasn't just the alcohol from last night. Those who know, know. Lin Yang coughed twice and looked down at the divination chart in his hand. Go on, according to the divination, you should have had a total of 4 boyfriends, right? Yes, yes, yes. Master, your prediction was so accurate. The woman quickly praised him, her eyes becoming much more respectful. And then there's my third boyfriend. He works at a bar. I initially thought he was just in the atmosphere team, but then I found out he was actually a gaga. I broke up with him in a fit of anger, but luckily I went to the hospital for a checkup and found that I hadn't been infected with anything. Later, when I was having a bad day at work and wanted to drown my sorrows in alcohol, I went to a bar by chance. I didn't expect it to be the bar where he worked. I heard that he now only takes male clients to make money. Then my fourth boyfriend, this one was the one that made me the most unable to hold back. At that time, I was in the process of managing my figure. I failed to lose weight, so I wanted to go to a professional gym to train. He was a fitness coach. I admit that I was initially attracted by his muscles. I booked his private lessons, and then we started spending time together. But he often didn't come home and went out to socialize, so I gradually realized something was wrong. After I had solid evidence, I broke up with him. And then, after he broke up with me, he went even further. It was exposed by others that he actually went to sleep at another fitness instructor's house with a rich woman. What are you still yelling about? A good marksman can always tank damage and deal massive damage. Lin Yang couldn't hold back any longer. He was professionally trained and usually didn't laugh. Wow, you've got an Audi with 4 zeros. Lin Yang twitched his lips and looked down at the woman's birth date and time. Given this situation, those who are still healthy and without any major illnesses are truly blessed. Moreover, judging from the divination, what the woman said was true, without any embellishment. All 4 ex-boyfriends have become zeros, which has directly formed an Audi. But I didn't see any strange or special attributes in his destiny. According to the divination, this woman doesn't have a boyfriend recently, and her true love will appear when she is 28 years old. During this period, she basically dated one person after another, or simply couldn't find a boyfriend at all. Master, everyone's about to have a holiday, and when I get home I'll be pressured to get married and give me instructions. Sigh, and of all times, I'm single. The woman scratched her head in frustration, her face full of helplessness. Lin Yang gasped. According to the divination, she wouldn't have a boyfriend all year. It's not just that you're single during the holidays, you've been single all year. The woman was stunned for a moment, a faint look of death crossed her face, and then a hint of annoyance appeared on her face. But the next moment, he smiled and muttered something to Lin Yang. Taoist master, you've overstepped your bounds. You're being long-winded. We've only met by chance. So, when will I finally find a boyfriend, Taoist priest? Lin Yang looked at the divination results and shook his head helplessly. There's nothing I can do. Your destined partner is a fire captain, and he's too strong, which has broken through all these unwanted romantic advances. The woman gasped, her face filled with surprise. Surprised but also excited, he swallowed hard. Really, Taoist priest? Hee, firefighter brother. Lin Yang smiled slightly and nodded affirmatively. Judging from this divination, this woman's life is going to be quite good. She's not short of money and owns her own clothing store. Many girls dream of opening their own small clothing store, and she realized that dream. The girl met her true love by chance, because she was looking at her phone while walking and her ankle got stuck in a large sewer manhole cover. This girl was brave and pursued him relentlessly. Aside from the fact that his constitution is a bit odd, it's definitely not a problem with his destiny, it's just bad luck. The woman was excited, but then she sighed, but Taoist master, I still have 2 years before I can meet my destined one. I'm going home for the holidays and they're pressuring me to get married. I don't know how to explain it to them. It's so annoying. How about you pretend to be my boyfriend, Taoist priest? Come home with me and we'll deal with the elders? Don't worry, it'll only be for 1 day, I'll give you 1,000. I'm really getting annoyed by the constant nagging from my elders. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang gasped in shock and took 2 steps back, shifting his stool. No way. Don't mess with Taoist master. The woman was taken aback. Taoist master, is it because your Taoist tradition forbids you from pretending to be someone's boyfriend? Is it because you are abstinent from women? Lin Yang shook his head, but his eyes showed a firm refusal. That's because I didn't pay enough? I can pay 2,000. Just for 1 day. Lin Yang shook his head again. This isn't about money. Even if you offered me 10,000, I wouldn't go. Why, Taoist priest? The woman asked, her face full of confusion, as she reached for her money. Lin Yang grabbed the QR code and waved it repeatedly. A rare look of fear appeared on his face. He had never shown this expression even when he saw ghosts. I love money, but I really can't take this job. Those 4 ex-boyfriends have all made up an outie? That's too weird. If fate were to take a turn, I'd end up with those 4 audis, and damn it, we'd be a Wolinghongwang. The live stream chat erupted in laughter, the screen filled with ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This is fucking hilarious. I was listening to the Taoist priest's live stream and was trying to fall asleep, but it woke me up with a bang. I originally thought the Taoist priest wasn't afraid of these things, but it turns out he is afraid too. 666. What if God makes a wrong judgment? The Taoist priest will be ruined. Taoist master, don't be afraid. Why not make money when it's too good to pass up? So what if you turn into a Wolinghongwang? Come to my house, and I'll take responsibility for you, okay? The abacus beads were practically jumping off the Taoist priest's face, that cunning and treacherous General Zero. I was originally an atheist and wanted to get to know this girl, but now that I see, even the Taoist priest is afraid, I think I'll pass. Lin Yang backed away again. This was too damn scary. It's like being cursed, it's terrifying. Even he has to temporarily avoid its power. A hint of helplessness flashed across the woman's face. Oh well, alright, Taoist priest, if you don't want to, then forget it. Faith points plus 10,000. Faith value 71001/100000. The woman shook her head helplessly, then turned and walked away. Lin Yang shrank back and glanced at the live stream. Everyone was shouting that it was scary. There was one viewer who wasn't discussing this at all. Oh? Taoist master, you mean the reason you haven't had a girlfriend yet is because your destined partner is too strong? Then I'll have to go see you in a couple of days to check on my destined partner. Lin Yang smiled faintly, indicating that he was welcome any time. Flowers bloom in wealth and prosperity. Hot air balloon X1. Lin Yang was taken aback. Business was actually pretty good today. He quickly added blooming fortune to the microphone. As soon as I was pulled onto the microphone, a series of mixed sounds came from the microphone of Huikai Fugui. An aged male voice seemed to be calling from afar. Old woman, is dinner ready yet? It'll be here soon, don't rush me. Another aged female voice came from the microphone, followed by a cheerful laugh. Master, I've been watching your fortune-telling live all day. I have a question. Lin Yang nodded slightly. May I ask? Master, my son is a disappointment. He works in Kyoto now, but whenever I talk to him about finding a partner, he says he's too busy. There's just my wife and me and our son in our family. Other families have already had their grandchildren, so our family seems so lonely. Master, tell me, how can we make our family appear more prosperous? Besides, our family isn't well off, so how can we make it seem like we have more money? The live stream chat was immediately flooded with messages. Wow, this is a bit difficult. If all else fails, why don't you keep a cat or dog at home? I suggest Cyber raise 2 kunkan, a type of cat. Their eggs can be delivered daily. Ha! You know what? You really shouldn't have said that. Lin Yang thought for a moment. How could he make it seem like he had a lot of money? Do you think if we split 100 into 250s, wouldn't it seem like we have more money? The phrase flowers bloom in wealth and prosperity immediately uttered a voice of explanation. Oh, yes. It looks like there will be a little more. How can we make it seem like we have a large and prosperous family? Lin Yang nodded and thought about it again. Do you think it would make the family seem more prosperous if you replaced a 50-year-old spouse with 2 25-year-old young men? The phrase flowers bloom in wealth and prosperity caused another gasp of astonishment. Oh my God. The master is absolutely right. The next moment, an incredulous, aged male voice came from the wheat field where flowers bloomed in abundance. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang exclaimed, "Holy crap! How come the old man is still here?" He quickly switched to the live stream and disconnected. The live stream chat exploded with laughter, and the screen was filled with rapidly scrolling comments. Ha ha ha. Just tell me, has the population increased or not? So, this old man was just waiting for a meal when his house was burgled? And he was switched at birth? You know what, you really do know, but if it were 2 25-year-old guys, not only would the family seem more prosperous, but they'd also appear to be incredibly wealthy. I can't argue with this, he's a true master, a master. Imagine if I replaced my 20-year-old boyfriend with 2. Shut up stairs. You beast. You beast. Lin Yang coughed twice and continued interacting with other viewers in the live stream as if nothing had happened. Just then, a netizen named I'm Not a Gangster suddenly requested to join the live stream. I'm not a gangster, hot air balloon X1. Lin Yang was taken aback, and quickly pulled him onto the microphone. Another lucky charm had come knocking on his door. Young friend, what question do you wish to ask? As soon as I was put on the microphone, I immediately turned on my camera. The man in the camera had a buzz cut, wore sunglasses, and was shirtless. There's a dragon on its shoulder, which looks quite imposing, and a scar on its chest. The viewers in the live stream immediately went wild. Holy crap, are you serious? Are you really a gangster? Holy crap, with that physique, buddy, if you're really not cut out for it, you should probably go into the adult entertainment industry. The man on the microphone smiled and greeted Lin Yang. Greetings, Taoist master. People in the Taoist community call me Sanji, San as in 3 and G as in halberd handle. Lin Yang gasped in surprise. What a unique name. He still greeted her with a smile. Hello. Hey, hello. I've been watching a lot of videos of the Black Society lately, and I've noticed something that's been puzzling me, master. Why do gangsters take off their shirts before they start fighting? The moment the question was asked, the live stream chat was completely blank. Oh right, why? To appear more imposing? Unlikely, perhaps it's about projecting a certain air of sophistication? Maybe intimidating the opponent with that kind of presence? I think maybe he was just trying to make the wound look better after being slashed? Lin Yang frowned and thought for a moment. That's a good question. If gang fights involved taking off pants instead of shirts, then it wouldn't be a gangster movie. The man in the video call was suddenly stunned. He immediately gave a thumbs up in the video. Awesome. Taoist priest, awesome. By the way, Taoist master, what's your address? I'd like to send you some local specialties. Lin Yang coughed twice. That won't be necessary. Then the video call ended. As soon as the call ended, a long-haired woman wearing a mask and sunglasses walked over from not far away, completely obscuring her face. The woman glanced around the park entrance a few times, identified the stall, and then walked straight toward him. He plopped down on his fortune-telling stall. She even took the opportunity to lift her skirt, take out her phone from her pocket, and scan a QR code. Master, I was recommended by a friend who said your divination is very accurate. I'd like to have my brother's birth date and time calculated. Could you please help me with that? Lin Yang frowned. He felt that the woman's voice was a bit strange. It had a very strong and energetic feel to it. But it doesn't quite sound like a man's voice. It's not that deep. He nodded. No problem. I can do the divination if you bring your birth date and time. 1,100 divinations, fair and honest. Okay. Ding. WeChat payment received 100 yuan. After paying, the woman tossed her hair and began to slowly recount her brother's situation. My younger brother is about 15 or 16 years old this year. He might be going through puberty. Recently, I've noticed that there's something strange about his life. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What problems could teenage boys possibly have besides being a little rebellious? Tell me more. The woman tossed her hair again, sat in front of Lin Yang, and stammered for a long time, looking quite embarrassed, before finally speaking. Oh, master, I'm a little ashamed to say this. My parents passed away early, leaving behind a house. My younger brother is also in school and needs someone to take care of him. I thought it would be more convenient for me to live with him. I also saved money on renting a place outside, and I can also take care of my younger brother at the same time. Then, I recently noticed that my brother is acting strangely. He always stands at the door while I'm taking a shower, and I don't know what he's doing. And, I've recently noticed that my white socks, over-the-knee socks, stockings, and the like often disappear. Then, when I was cleaning my brother's room last time, I found that a lot of my stockings and white socks were missing. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream audience gasped in shock, and the screen was filled with question marks. Dude, this isn't right. Shouldn't you hang him up and beat him up? This older sister looks so gentle, she didn't even scold her younger brother. But why isn't she showing her face? This jailer is a bit of a psychopath. Maybe his sister should move out? He needs some psychological counseling. Lin Yang frowned as well. This was most likely due to puberty. However, this jailer deserves a beating to correct his ways. And then? What else happened? Tell me in detail. The woman nodded, then somewhat embarrassedly began to speak about the gift. Then I told him not to secretly take my stockings, my white socks. After I found my stockings in the bedroom, he started looking at me with a lot of evasive eyes for a while. It was a very strange look in your eyes, Taoist master. After a week, he stopped avoiding my gaze and would often bump into me or touch me intentionally or unintentionally. Sigh. Master, what should we do in this situation? Lin Yang frowned, something was wrong. He quickly pushed the red paper in front of the woman, saying, write down your and your brother's birth dates and times, and I'll do a fortune telling for you too. If her brother had personality problems, Lin Yang would definitely make him sever ties without hesitation. The woman nodded, took the red paper, wrote down the birth dates of the two of them on it, and handed it back to Lin Yang. When Lin Yang received the birth charts, he first glanced at his brother's chart and was immediately dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Is this your brother's birth date and time? It's not written wrong, is it? No, master, this is my brother's birth chart. Lin Yang nodded with a strange expression. He was right. According to the divination, it meant that both parents had died. But this divination is not right. It doesn't show that the prisoner has a sister. Wait a minute, tell me again what your brother did to you. Lin Yang was a little confused, staring at the divination chart with a puzzled expression. Moreover, the prison guard's character wasn't as bad as he described, and he definitely wasn't the type to do anything despicable. What could be the reason? The woman in front of him flicked her hair and spoke somewhat hesitantly. My younger brother has been acting strange lately. He often sneaks my socks while I'm taking a shower. And every now and then, while I'm sleeping, he'll sneak open my bedroom door and peek at me. But master, you said my brother is already so big, he's 15 or 16 years old, he's not a child anymore. As his older brother, I can't really say anything to him, and I can't educate him either. Lin Yang, viewers in the live stream, holy crap, what the hell did I just hear? Dude, say it again, why did he kiss you? This guy is a man? His older brother? Ha, what the hell? You completely ripped me off. You're a guy, wearing stockings and white socks? Don't you even eat fried dough sticks? Has the world gone mad? Or have we misunderstood Brother Lao? Taoist priest, could you please pull that wig off? Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. No wonder the divination showed that the younger brother did not have such a bad personality. Moreover, he doesn't have a sister, only an older brother. So the prisoner was checking on his older brother every day to make sure he was alright? Lin Yang picked up the divination book again and glanced at it. This man seemed to have some psychological issues. To use to Piao Liang's words, his parents passed away too early, and he entered society too early. Due to a series of events, he developed problems with his gender identity. He now pretty much considers himself the gender of a Walmart shopping bag. I glanced at the divination result for the younger brother again. It showed that the younger brother only stole the stockings to see if his brother had any mental problems. He didn't do anything with it. He just wanted his brother to become more normal. However, he didn't expect that his brother could buy more after he stole them. Dude, your brother is fine, but you have a bigger problem. No wonder I saw your birth chart. Isn't this supposed to be a man? This is the first time I've ever doubted my fortune-telling skills. Lin Yang twitched his lips, his face full of helplessness. The live stream chat exploded immediately, the screen filled with ha ha ha. 666, the Taoist priest even doubted his gender, but didn't doubt whether his divination was wrong. It's actually quite pitiful. Her parents passed away early, and she had to take care of her brother in prison alone, acting as both father and mother. That's probably why she has this gender identity disorder, right? So, the jailer wanted to make him more normal? That's why he stole his socks? No wonder he was wearing white socks. Lin Yang calculated his future again, and it wasn't bad. Once his younger brother went to university, he would be completely relieved. Once his younger brother graduates from university, he will start his own business, and after the business succeeds, he will give his brother some shares. However, he couldn't overcome his gender identity disorder and ended up having an affair with a rich guy, whom he called Second Master, and he called him Second Mistress. However, this rich guy died young, leaving him a large sum of assets, probably several million. Life has been pretty smooth. Master, I know there's something wrong with me, but I've always felt like I'm a girl. Lin Yang nodded, indicating his understanding. You will meet your true love in the future. Really? Thank you, Taoist Master. They all misunderstand me, only you, Taoist Master, understand me. The man was immediately moved to tears, as if he had found a kindred spirit. After paying another 100 yuan for the fortune-telling, he slowly stood up, twisted his body, and walked away quickly. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly as he watched this scene. The next moment, the system's faith points suddenly popped up. Faith points plus 30,000. Faith points 100001/150000. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new feature. You can randomly select a worshipper making a wish at a Taoist temple and grant their wish. You can grant one wish within 3 days. Only after a wish is fulfilled can you select another worshipper in the wishing section of this system and grant their wish again. Note, this is only a preliminary version and cannot fulfill outrageous wishes. The method of fulfilling wishes is uncertain, but it will ultimately grant his wish. Lin Yang was taken aback. He opened the system panel and, sure enough, found a new section for wish details. Click on this section, and you'll find a dense list of names, each corresponding to a wish made. Some people wish to find a partner, some wish to pass the civil service exam, and some even lit incense and wish to win 10 million in the lottery. Lin Yang was stunned. So, when worshippers make wishes, he only needs to choose his wish? The system will complete it for him? After the ritual is completed, the worshippers will return to fulfill their vows, and thus they will receive faith points. Isn't this practically a nuclear-powered ox or horse? He doesn't even need to lift a finger, the system can fulfill his wishes. If the wish is truly fulfilled, word will spread and it will also increase the Taoist temple's reputation. Although the police inspector helped promote it, few people still came. If it were effective, people from all over the country would come, so he could just sit in the Taoist temple and wait to collect faith points. If you say that, he won't be sleepy anymore. He immediately clicked on the wish section and searched for his wishes. Today, only a dozen or so worshippers came to offer incense. Leaving aside the unreliable ones, those who put $5 into the donation box hoping to win 5 million. There are only two relatively plausible wishes. One is to wish for a soldier boyfriend. One is the wish to make a fortune easily, without any effort, so that money can come in every day while lying down. Lin Yang thought for a moment, then chose the second wish and clicked to grant it. At first, he didn't notice that the system's statement about the method of fulfilling wishes was uncertain. He then turned around and promoted it in the live stream. If you want to make a wish, you can come to our Taoist temple to offer incense and make a wish. There is a chance that it will come true. The viewers in the live stream were filled with question marks. Really? I'm on my way to have my fortune told by you. If you're going to say that, I'll go to your Taoist temple and make a wish first. Is it really that effective? I don't really believe it. It's probably just a placebo effect, right? Can I pray that the Chinese national football team wins the World Cup? Lin Yang cursed and kicked the person who wished for the Chinese national football team to win the World Cup out of the live broadcast room. He gets a headache just hearing those two words now. Just then, a man with a smile on his face ran up to his fortune-telling stall with great interest, slightly curled up the corners of his mouth, and sat down on the stall. He chatted with Lin Yang as if they were old friends. Master, I feel that my destined partner is about to arrive. Lin Yang was taken aback. What? You're so sure he's your soulmate? The man curled the corners of his lips into a smile and nodded with absolute certainty. Master, do you think my luck has turned around? I originally thought she had a boyfriend, but it turns out she was testing me. Fortune telling for 100. Alright, I'll do it now. Taoist priest, can you tell me if she's my destined soulmate? As the man spoke, he took out his phone and scanned the QR code, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ding! WeChat payment received 100 yuan. Lin Yang smiled as soon as he received the money. Young friend, tell me, what do you think of her as your destined one? Ugh. The man nodded and began to recount his love-hate relationship with the female online friend, a broad smile playing on his lips. Master, I met her while playing games. She asked me to carry her every day, and I happened to have nothing else to do, so I carried her to the top rank. Then we added each other on WeChat. I glanced at her moments and realized I'd never seen such a beautiful girl before. To be honest, Master Ang, I really liked her. I chatted with her online for over a month. During that month, I asked her about her well-being every day, and she responded to everything I said. Master, do you understand this feeling? Lin Yang twitched his lips, signaling him to continue. However, the man's expression changed instantly, his beaming smile vanishing in a flash, and he suddenly became emo. His expression changed from giggling to not giggling at all. Until a month ago, she suddenly asked me to borrow 3,000 yuan. She told me that she saw her boyfriend working too hard to get to and from get off work, having to squeeze onto the subway, and wanted to spend 3,000 yuan to buy him an electric scooter. Taoist, do you know how I felt at that moment? I felt my nose turn red. We chatted for over a month, and I never imagined I was the clown. I was heartbroken, but I still pretended to be calm and lent her the money, even smiling and telling her it didn't matter when she paid me back. I even told her, "You're so considerate of your boyfriend." The viewers in the live stream immediately burst into laughter. I was wondering where my King of Spades was, turns out it was here. Hey, I'm Batman's best buddy. He's telling you to go back to Gotham, he won't hit you anymore. Wait a minute, didn't he say he'd met his soulmate? How did he turn into a clown now? The man spoke with disappointment, then his expression turned excited. Even the volume of his voice increased by 2 decibels. But guess what? Master, I suddenly received a call from a delivery man today. He told me that a large package had arrived, but I was thinking that I hadn't bought anything big. When I got to the courier station, I saw that the large item the courier had mentioned was clearly a brand new electric scooter. And I told her before that my company is very far from home, and I have to take the subway every day, which is so annoying. It was only then that I realized how romantic she was, how charming she was. She wanted me to be her boyfriend, but she didn't dare to confess directly, afraid that I would reject her, so she used this method to hint at it. Master, just tell me if this is my destined soulmate. This is so romantic, so thoughtful, so considerate. I'm still touched. She's clearly trying to show her concern because I'm reluctant to spend money on an electric scooter. I'm so upset, I could cry. So I want to find out if she is my destined partner. I've been single for decades. Is it because this destined partner is too strong? But she is so thoughtful and I like her so much. Lin Yang twitched his lips and pushed the red paper in front of him. Write down your and her birth dates and times on red paper. Alright, master, I just happened to ask about her birth chart before. I was thinking that if she is my destined partner, I will fly directly to her city. The man was filled with excitement, his face slightly flushed. I can hardly contain my excitement and I'm ready to rush to her city to see her for love. After writing down the birth dates and times of both men on a piece of paper, he pushed the red paper in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the red paper and looked at it. This man's birth chart showed that he hadn't had a partner for the past 20 years, and hadn't even held a woman's hand. He's been single since birth, but he's only 26 this year. His true love won't appear until he's 42. He glanced down at the woman's birth chart and was immediately stunned. He's still a small business owner, running his own shop, but the shop's current situation is not optimistic, it's operating at a loss. After calculating it carefully again, Lin Yang suddenly burst out laughing. What's wrong, Taoist priest? Isn't this my destined soulmate? The man was completely bewildered, and when he saw the Taoist priest laugh, his face was full of incomprehension. The live stream chat exploded immediately. Hiss! The Taoist priest chuckled. Life and death are unpredictable. Could it be that this girl's boyfriend doesn't like her, so she sent the package as repayment? But if this really is his soulmate, I'm a little envious. How thoughtful. 6. She took your money, bought you an electric scooter, and now it's all her credit? Dude, you're seriously in love. Hiss. That makes sense. I didn't realize it at first. Lin Yang shook his head and slowly spoke, pointing to the divination result. She is not your destined partner. Your destined partner will appear when you are 42 years old. Holy crap. No way? 42? Then what use is my brother? My brother is almost gone. What good is my destined partner to me? Upon hearing this, the man immediately broke down, almost bursting into tears on the spot. You know, once a man is over 25, he's practically 60. My brother died long ago in the heavy snow of the winter when he was 25. I don't care, master, does she have a boyfriend? If she doesn't, I'm going to pursue her. She's so attentive to detail, that's what love is. Lin Yang shook his head. According to the divination, she doesn't have a boyfriend yet and is a small business owner who runs a shop. The man gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Wow, single, and a small business owner? Owns her own shop? Holy crap, then why can't I pursue her? I think we're a perfect match. And she likes me too. Even if we're not meant to be, we should be partners for a while. The man muttered to himself, his face full of indignation, and even a hint of doubt on his face. Besides, Taoist priest, she has already expressed her love for me. How can I pretend not to hear? She was going to give her boyfriend an electric scooter, and I received the scooter. Doesn't that mean she's implying that I'm her boyfriend? Lin Yang shook his head helplessly and slowly uttered a few words. She sells electric vehicles. What? The The man exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. His dejected expression made it seem as if he was about to cry at any moment. She sells electric bikes? Then she owns an electric bike specialty store? Lin Yang nodded. That's right. According to the divination, her store's sales haven't been very good lately, so she's casting a wide net to catch more fish. So she talked to me for over a month just to sell me an electric scooter? Then Taoist priest, I am not married and she is not married. Are we really not destined to be together? Lin Yang tapped the table, correcting the man's slip of the tongue with a serious expression. I only said he didn't have a girlfriend, I didn't say she wasn't married. If you're not afraid of her husband beating you up, then go ahead. The man looked utterly dejected, feeling like a clown who had been made a fool of. So, did she really talk to me for over a month just to sell me an electric scooter? What else could it be? Why else would it be because she loves you? That's why I say, a top salesperson is a top salesperson no matter where they are. She used to sell houses, but now she sells electric vehicles. As soon as Lin Yang said those words, the man immediately clutched his heart, his face filled with unbearable pain. I was just playing a game and chatting, and I got scammed out of an electric scooter. Sob, my love. The live stream chat exploded instantly, the screen filled with ha ha ha. 666, what a talent. No wonder they say a top salesperson is a top salesperson wherever they go. Who would have thought that playing a game or chatting would result in an automatic deduction of 3,000 yuan from your wallet? No wonder he's the top salesperson, his ability to seize opportunities is unparalleled. Top salespeople always have a keen eye for understanding customer needs. Take you for example, do you need an electric scooter right now? This top salesperson is incredibly generous. The man looked utterly helpless and let out a long sigh. Oh well, I guess I'll just consider it a purchase for myself. As long as it's not her grandfather who works so hard assembling electric bikes in the shop every day, I can help her poor grandfather buy an electric bike. The man shook his head helplessly, then slowly got up and left. Faith points plus 5,000. Faith value 105001/150000. Lin Yang smiled faintly, glanced at the time, and realized it was getting late, so he decided to end the broadcast early and return to the Taoist temple to rest. I'm going offline, I'm running away, guys. He hung up the live stream after he finished speaking, and just then, Chen Shaoan's phone rang. Lin Yang was taken aback, then immediately answered the phone. Hello, Deputy Director Chen, what's up? Chen Shaoan on the other end of the phone chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, Master Lin, you've done us a great favor again. Last time, they helped us find the poisoned pancakes in advance, and we caught them being maliciously poisoned by the pancake shop's competitor. This time, they've done us another great service. We also solved this underwater body case. It turned out that her husband killed her for insurance money, and he has now been arrested. Master Lin, you're not broadcasting live, are you? Lin Yang shook his head. I'm not live streaming. Ahem. Well, in a while, I might become Director Chen. Thank you so much, Taoist Master. Lin Yang immediately raised an eyebrow. If you put it that way, then he's being too indulgent. Then congratulations in advance, Director Chen. Oh dear Master Lin, you must be joking. Lin Yang could detect a hint of smugness in Chen Shaoan's tone. Director Chen? Master Lin. He. Chen Shaoan's slightly suppressed laughter came through the telephone receiver. Then, Chen Shaoan's expression turned serious. By the way, Master Lin, the footage of your live broadcast at the reservoir that day has been aired. It seems that our provincial deputy director wants to see you when he comes to inspect our area in a couple of days. Lin Yang was also taken aback. Okay, then you can come and pick me up when he arrives. Alright, then I won't bother Master Lin any longer. Yes, Director Chen has been hung up. Before Lin Yang hung up the phone, he could still hear he coming from the other end. Lin Yang hung up the phone with a forced smile, bought some braised pork knuckle and crayfish from a roadside food stall, and returned to the Taoist temple. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, I discovered that the incense offerings in the Sanking Hall had increased significantly. Lin Yang immediately thought of the newly developed wishing area and wrote a sign on cardboard that read, "Remember to come and fulfill your wish if it comes true." He also made a small paper figure out of straw and placed it on the chair to guard the Taoist temple in his place. Only then did he start showing off his food, and only after showing off his food did he fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, before Lin Yang was fully awake, he heard a knocking sound outside the Taoist temple. Lin Yang was stunned. Who would come to the Taoist temple so early in the morning? Are people so enthusiastic about worshipping the god of wealth? He immediately dragged his heavy body and opened the gate of the Taoist temple. Lin Yang was dumbfounded as soon as he opened the door. Dude, you're disabled but still determined? You're in this state and you're still burning incense? Lin Yang was dumbfounded. The man sitting in front of the Taoist temple had both legs in casts and was in a wheelchair, cranking the wheelchair with his hands all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top. Moreover, his nose was swollen, and his entire face was covered in bruises. When the man saw someone open the door, a smile appeared on his bruised face, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, though one of his front teeth was missing. Hee, Taoist priest, I've come to fulfill my vow. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. The man quickly touched the bruise on the corner of his mouth, and tears almost streamed down his face. Lin Yang? He immediately took out his phone and started a live stream, seeing this as a good opportunity to promote the Taoist temple. Within minutes of starting the broadcast, hundreds of people flooded into the live stream room. Why are you up so early, Taoist master? I haven't gone to sleep yet. Holy crap, I'm up all night again. My mom's calling me to dinner, and I have to pretend I just woke up. Oh no. What? The Taoist priest got beaten up as soon as he started his broadcast? How come he's all bruised and battered? Lin Yang was also a little confused. Young friend, are you here to fulfill a vow? The man in the wheelchair nodded firmly, a hint of reverence in his eyes. Yes, master, your temple is incredibly efficacious. I've never been to such a powerful temple before. I made a wish at your Taoist temple yesterday, and it came true today. That's why I came here early this morning to give back to you. Lin Yang scratched his head. What did you wish for? Yesterday I wished that I could make a windfall while lying down, and it wouldn't be tiring at all. And today my wish came true. Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. Was this the same thing he wished for yesterday? And the wish came true today? Then how did you end up like this? The man chuckled and began to recount what had happened that morning, giving a thumbs up as he spoke, praising the accuracy of the description repeatedly. The man helped the wheelchair into the yard, praising how incredibly efficient it was as he spun it around. Master, you don't know, the wish I made yesterday came true today, and it came true in the exact same way. I will come to your temple to offer incense every year from now on. Although the man was physically disabled, he was determined. Even though both of his legs were broken and in casts, he still knelt down to offer incense to the three pure ones as a way of fulfilling his vow. Seeing this, Lin Yang quickly stopped him, saying, sincerity is key. The ancestral master has sensed your sincerity, so don't kneel. Just kidding, with both legs broken, kneeling down any further would make him look like Sun Bin, a legendary Chinese warrior. Viewers in the live stream were completely baffled by the situation. What happened? According to this guy, wasn't he here to fulfill a vow? How did he end up falling like this? Did he hit the jackpot? Holy crap, this guy seems pretty happy despite being injured like that. What's going on? I am curious too. Please tell me, master. The man immediately lit an incense stick and took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket, handing it to Lin Yang. Taoist master, you must accept this 10,000 yuan. It's money I've come to fulfill my vow. Lin Yang accepted the 1,000 yuan in a daze and then put it into the donation box. He stared blankly at the man covered in wounds. He had just asked the system to grant his wish yesterday, and now the system was here to fulfill its promise? What happened? Tell me in detail. The man in the wheelchair got excited when this was mentioned, grinning from ear to ear. Master, your Taoist temple is so efficacious, I don't even know where to begin. I'm from Zhejiang province and I came here for tourism. When I was looking at your local travel guide, I unexpectedly saw that your local Uncle Hat was recommending this Taoist temple. Since I was already here, I decided to come. I don't usually make wishes, but yesterday I suddenly had a whim and wished to make a windfall that I could do without any effort. I thought my wish was shameless enough, but I didn't expect it to actually come true. Lin Yang was taken aback. Since we're already here, he thought, this is so in line with the Chinese people's concept of tourism. I didn't really want to go, but since I'm already here, I figured I should at least check it out. And then? What happened? The man swallowed hard, his face full of excitement, and continued his slow narration. I originally came to Jiangnan to experience the newly opened ski resort in Jiangnan province. I'm a beginner, so I tried skiing on the low-level slopes, but I only skied a few steps. A figure flew out from the high-speed road and fell at high speed. Bang! The figure that flew down from the advanced slope was like a missile, hitting me with pinpoint accuracy and sending my skis flying. Then I lost consciousness, and I just felt pain all over my body. I only found out after I woke up. The person was a beginner skier who had gone up the advanced slope on his own without an instructor and was skiing down from a height of 90 meters. He was halfway down the slope when he suddenly frantically adjusted his direction and flew off the advanced slope. He would have been killed if he had fallen from 60 or 70 meters, but he landed right on me with a precise hit. He suffered comminuted fractures of both tibias, 2 broken toes, and a mild concussion. Lin Yang, humans are really strange, aren't they? 90 meters, and they dare to jump off a building with 2 planks? Lin Yang was a little confused. And then you came to fulfill your vow? You got smashed like this and you still came to fulfill your vow. Upon hearing this, the man became even more excited and clapped his hands. Master, that missile, to thank me, also compensated me for my medical expenses, giving me 350,000 yuan in medical fees. The doctor also told me that with this comminuted fracture, I have to wait for the bone to heal on its own and stay in bed for more than half a year without being able to move. Look, all my wishes have come true. Why did he hit me instead of someone else? I'm definitely stuck in bed with a broken bone, and I even got a windfall. The viewers in the live stream immediately flooded the screen with question marks. Holy crap, this works. It sounds tempting. 666, you got hit by that missile and became rich, huh? I'm so envious. Write this down in your notebook, you might get hit by a missile while skiing. Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that the system said the wish would be fulfilled, but he was unsure what it meant by how it would be fulfilled. So, even a broken bone counts as unexpected wealth. That's actually quite accurate. Taoist master, do you know what's even more effective? Lin Yang shook his head. Without the birth chart, he really couldn't figure it out. The man had a smug smile on his face, raising his hands and moving them freely, swinging his arms around in the air at will. Master, the doctor said it's a medical miracle that my arms weren't broken, because from the angle at which the impact hit me, my arms hit the ground first, and both arms should have been comminuted fractures. However, I came to Jiangnan alone for tourism, without any relatives with me. If I broke both my arms, I wouldn't be able to come and fulfill my vow. The three pure ones even specially left me with 2 arms so I could climb the mountain in a wheelchair. Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. What? These 2 arms were specially left for you to come and fulfill your vow? The live stream went silent once again. What? Is it really that effective? They were practically turned into a human pig, but just so you could come and fulfill your vow, they specially gave you 2 arms to climb mountains and sit in a wheelchair. And did you see that? His face is injured too. The first reaction when someone is injured is to brace themselves with their hand. With such a strong impact, it's impossible for them not to break a bone. Shangyang, I'm very familiar with this job. The 3 pure ones, do you think I'd let this guy skip out on his bill? The man chuckled and greeted Lin Yang. Master, I'm leaving now. I'll definitely recommend this place to my friends, it's so accurate. Then I'll be leaving now. I'll be transferred back to Zhejiang province today. Goodbye, Taoist priest. Faith points plus 10,000. Faith value 115001/150000. Lin Yang scratched his head. The faith points were increasing a bit too fast. If that's the case, now that this wish is fulfilled, and since I'm just killing time anyway, I might as well go and fulfill another wish. He immediately opened the system page, clicked on the wish page, and clicked to agree to a girl's wish that she wanted a soldier to accompany her for life. He had only interacted with the live stream for a short while before going down the mountain to tell fortunes. Lin Yang carried his fortune-telling stall and slowly walked into the park. He set up the stall at his familiar spot, then crossed his legs and quietly waited for his destined customer to arrive. A short while later, a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing glasses, and looking like he had been beaten down by life, walked over quickly and looking dejected. He started complaining as soon as he sat down at the stall. Master, I'd like to have my fortune told. Sigh. I've been having such bad luck lately. I lost my job, and my savings are almost gone. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, his face showing a mixture of helplessness, sorrow, and self-blame. 101 divinations, payment first, then calculation. Lin Yang casually pointed to the fortune-telling sign and spoke slowly. Alright, Taoist priest, if I were to worship the god of wealth, which direction should I kowtow in to make him grant my wishes and help me earn more money? Lin Yang gestured for him to scan the code first, and then told him the answer. The man nodded, took out his phone from his pocket, scanned the QR code, and readily paid 100 yuan. Ding! WeChat payment received 100 yuan. After paying, the middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with eager anticipation as he looked at Lin Yang. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Deus master, if I knew that kowtowing in that direction would make money, you definitely wouldn't be able to beat me. The middle-aged man was taken aback, took a deep breath, and tried his best to force a smile. The Taoist priest is right. I just wanted to have my fortune told. Taoist priest, it is said that kind people will definitely have good luck and fortune. Good people are rewarded. I usually donate money to impoverished mountain areas whenever I have free time, help old ladies cross the street, and give directions to blind people. You tell me, I'm so kind, how come I can't get rich? Lin Yang was taken aback and asked a question in return. Who told you that kind people are always rewarded? The middle-aged man was also stunned, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken. Isn't that what everyone says? Does it mean that kind people who do good deeds won't necessarily be rewarded? Lin Yang smiled faintly and shook his head silently. I don't know if good people can be rewarded for doing good deeds, but if doing good deeds could make you rich and bring good fortune, would it be your turn to do good deeds? As soon as he said that, the live stream chat was filled with question marks. Taoist priest, what you said seems to make sense, doesn't it? Good people are rewarded, so why should it be my turn to do good deeds? Hiss. It actually makes sense, right? The Taoist priest is fine. If he really had such good fortune, would I be the one riding an old lady across the street? But I disagree with one point the Taoist priest made. If he really knew that kowtowing in that direction would make money, he might not be able to out-kowtow me. My head is kowtowing just as fast. Which head is upstairs? How fast is it? The middle-aged man was also stunned. This Taoist priest seemed to have some skill. He really couldn't refute what he said. Alright, Taoist priest, I just want to know when I can find a new job. I'm a programmer, 31 years old this year. Everyone says that programmers are more likely to be laid off after 30. I didn't believe it at first, but this year the company hired a few college graduates majoring in computer science. His learning ability shocked even me, his mentor. After a month of familiarizing himself with our company's programs, he taught his apprentice so well that he starved his mentor. All of us programmers were laid off. Besides, I only received 1 month's salary, and they want to pay N+1 and sue me. I can't afford to fight with those capitalists. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang realized that it was true. Many people who were laid off did not receive N+1 compensation, simply because they couldn't afford to waste time. The man sighed and continued speaking. I haven't worked for almost a month now. My child's formula costs more than 2,000 yuan a month, not counting other household expenses. If I can't find a job soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay my mortgage. I'm 31 years old, and it's not easy to find a job. I'm very anxious, and I don't dare to tell my wife that I've been laid off. I'm afraid my wife will also become anxious. She already showed signs of postpartum depression. In addition, I tend to spend money rather extravagantly and recklessly, often replacing electronic devices. Now I often feel anxious because I can't find a job and I keep spending money recklessly. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What did you buy? The man was taken aback, and started counting on his fingers what he had bought this month. This month I bought a pair of headphones, 2 keyboards, and some other miscellaneous things, all of which are computer-related items. In total, I spent 2,000 yuan. I often feel anxious because I spend money recklessly. What should I do, master? Lin Yang nodded silently. This situation was not easy. They couldn't find a job and were even anxious. Let's comfort him and tell him to stop being anxious. He thought for a moment about what words of comfort to say, then slowly opened his mouth with a smile. Actually, you don't need to feel anxious about spending money recklessly. You're not actually spending that much. The middle-aged man looked up at Lin Yang in disbelief, his face filled with the excitement of finding a kindred spirit. Really? Taoist priest? It really didn't cost much? Lin Yang nodded in affirmation. Master Dao never lies. You didn't spend much, it's just that you don't have much money. That's why you seem to be spending money extravagantly. After listening, the middle-aged man felt as if several words were being rendered in 3D in his mind. It's just because you don't have much money. It's just because you don't have much money. The phrase kept repeating in his mind, growing increasingly hollow. The middle-aged man clenched his fists and muttered through gritted teeth. Thank you, master. I feel much less anxious after listening to you. The live stream chat exploded with excitement upon hearing this. Taoist priest, if you say that again, believe me, I'll have someone deal with you? Do you think I have no connections in Jiangnan? Look, you're wasting money again. Go ahead and treat it like a serious matter. I thought it was some kind of toxic motivational quote, but after I finished it, they told me it was poison. I'll definitely listen to that again in my next life. Oh, I didn't just waste money, I also can't stand the truth. Master, are you holding a fan meeting? My light stick is fully charged. Asterisk. Lin Yang glanced at the live stream, then at the man clenching his fists, looking somewhat bewildered. Weren't you trying to persuade someone? Did you fail to persuade them properly? Lin Yang coughed twice. How about this, write your birth date and time on a piece of red paper, and I'll calculate it for you. The middle-aged man nodded listlessly. He hadn't been so anxious before, but after Lin Yang's advice, only one sentence filled his mind, it's just that you don't have much money. He responded, took the red paper, and wrote his birth date and time on it. Then it was handed back to Lin Yang. Lin Yang glanced at the birth chart and frowned. This man's birth chart isn't very auspicious. It looks like I won't be able to find a job anytime soon. I'll only be able to find a good job when I'm 32 and someone introduces me to one at a dinner party. In my previous job, I earned 3,000 yuan a month and had to compete with college graduates for work. I couldn't compete at all. Lin Yang thought for a moment, how about this, I'll give you an address, go and make a wish. But let me make this clear first, I don't care how your wish comes true. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Really, Taoist priest? Then I must go and make a wish. Lin Yang nodded. According to the man's divination, many things would happen in his family during this time when he couldn't find a job. Let him make a wish, maybe it will help him get through this difficult time. Thank you, Taoist master. If my wish comes true, I will definitely take good care of you. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, his face full of piety and heartfelt gratitude. He then stood up and gradually walked away. Faith points plus 10,000. Faith value 125001/150000. Lin Yang watched the man gradually disappear into the distance, smiled faintly, and then looked at the live broadcast room. The live stream chat is currently filled with question marks. Oh dear, Master Lin really knows how to give a sweet treat followed by several slaps. Is it really that effective? If it's really that effective, I'm going to try it. The little boy selling nuclear bombs, Taoist priest, I have a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Could you please help me answer it? The little boy selling nuclear bombs gives away one hot air balloon. The boss is so stupid. The boss is so stupid. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and pulled the little boy selling nuclear bombs onto the microphone. Young friend, what's the problem? After the little boy selling nuclear bombs was pulled onto the microphone, a soft sobbing sound came from it, followed by the voice of a boy going through puberty and puberty. Master, why do you think interpersonal relationships are so complicated? Was it really something I did wrong? There are a few people who often secretly curse me behind my back at school and say a lot of nasty things about me. Then I went to complain to others, and they said if a lot of people were criticizing me, then it must be my problem. Do I really have a problem? I didn't do anything wrong, I just didn't go out with them and try to improve my grades. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream immediately felt indignant on behalf of the boy. Holy crap, what kind of people are in this class? Why are they isolating people? Taoist master, please don't be so venomous. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. You mean more than one person is secretly talking badly about you behind your back? A soft sobbing voice responded from the microphone. Lin Yang smiled faintly. One person insulting you doesn't mean anything, but if two people insult you, that means the two people who insulted you know each other. But if a whole group of people are criticizing you, then you should be careful. The soft sobbing on the microphone grew louder. They were just a group of people cursing me. Taoist master, do you also think I was wrong? Lin Yang chuckled, speaking casually on purpose. What does it mean that a group of people were cursing at you? It means they all know each other, they're in cahoots. Why take it to heart? The little boy immediately stopped sobbing, and his voice was filled with hope. I understand, master, thank you. Faith points plus 1,000. 126001/150000. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Just then, he suddenly looked up and saw a disheveled man walking towards him from not far away. He was still wearing a suit jacket with a red confetti pinned to his chest, clearly indicating that he had just attended some event. The man sat in front of Lin Yang's fortune-telling stall with a look of utter despair, and let out a long sigh. Master, she's married. Wah! After the man sobbed twice, he began to hum a tune softly, though the lyrics were off-key. You're getting married but the groom isn't me. In this deserted corner, I secretly wipe away my tears. Lin Yang. The live stream chat exploded immediately, filled with ha ha ha. What kind of heartbroken person could sing such a terrible song? A generous gift of crab. It's normal for this guy to sing off-key, because he sang off-key with someone else too. Hey bro, give me a hug, tell me what's on your mind, what happened. Let us guys make you laugh. Were you secretly wiping away tears at her wedding, like the MVP screen for the losing team? The losing team? The losing team doesn't have an MVP. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What's going on? What do you want to know? The man's eyes were vacant as he sang in silence. After a long while, he came to his senses and looked up at Lin Yang. Master, I want to know if I still have a connection with her. She got married today, and I just attended her funeral. Lin Yang, isn't it marriage? Isn't marriage the grave of love? If you're still marrying me, isn't that just attending her funeral? Lin Yang gasped, realizing that there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. If you say that marriage is the grave of love, then it seems there's really no problem with that. 101 divinations, pay first and then have your fortune told. Lin Yang pointed to the fortune-telling stall in front of him, and then to his own QR code. The man nodded silently and pulled a red envelope from his suit pocket. A quick glance inside the red envelope revealed approximately 520 yuan, 5 100 yuan notes, and 120 yuan note. The man pulled out 2 bills from the 500 li and handed them to the stall in front of him. I want to calculate my own fortune, and I also want to calculate hers. Taoist master, I can't forget her, I can't let go. Lin Yang nodded silently and accepted the money. Tell me what happened. The man sighed deeply, a hint of sadness still lingering in the corner of his eye. Sigh. She was my first love, and I was her first love too. We were together since college, for a full 7 years. When we were preparing to get married, her family disagreed. They felt that I was not capable enough and that I was not worthy of marrying into their family because we were not a good match. Originally, she eloped with me and lived in a rented room with me, eating instant noodles. At that time, we couldn't even afford to eat at roadside stalls. We lived like this for half a month. She said she still wanted to think about the relationship, so she left my world. I received her message again a year later. She sent me a wedding invitation and told me I had to come. She also told me that she's getting married, and that in her next life she shouldn't be so playful and should marry her sooner. She also told me that her husband inexplicably started abusing her, and that she misses me so much. I broke down as soon as I saw those words, Master. Why should people who truly love each other be forced to separate? She got married, but I can't let go. I still think about her. Taoist priest, could you please help me divine whether this person is her destined partner? Is there any possibility that she will get a divorce? Lin Yang twitched his lips and pushed the red paper forward. Write down your birth dates and times on this paper. The man immediately nodded, took the red paper, and wrote down the birth date and time in a few strokes. When Lin Yang saw the woman's birth chart, wow! Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. He still couldn't let it go? Judging from the divination, the woman initially liked him quite a bit, but after living in the rented apartment for half a month, she couldn't stand it anymore and chose to go home to marry the man her family had introduced to her, who had given her a dowry of 280,000 yuan. Her true love was the man who gave her a dowry of 280,000 yuan. But why invite a man to the wedding? It's to show him how well she's doing now. Furthermore, let's look at it from the perspective of the hexagrams. Lin Yang chuckled dryly, you still can't let go? You can't forgive and forget? The man seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and immediately nodded, wailing, and crying. Master, I really can't let go, I really can't let go. She said her husband beat her, and he beat her for no reason. Do you know how heartbroken I was when I saw that? Lin Yang laughed immediately upon hearing this. Do you know why her husband beat her for no reason? The man was startled and instinctively asked, why? Because of you. I. The man pointed at himself, me? Would I cause her to get beaten up? Lin Yang's lips twitched. She's telling you that she's getting married, so in your next life you shouldn't be so playful and should marry her sooner, right? Yes, Taoist priest. Lin Yang curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Playing around is fine, but don't take pictures at your ex's wedding. Not only did you take pictures at their wedding, but you also posted them on Douyin. And even if you did post them on Douyin, you didn't even blur out their WeChat name. Do you think her husband should beat him up? The man was stunned upon hearing this and remained speechless for a long time. Holy crap, so she got beaten up because of me? What else? Did she tell you that she regrets it and misses you? Lin Yang looked down at the divination results and asked a question. Yes, the Taoist priest said she was beaten, and she regrets it very much and misses me a lot. The man paused, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. In a couple of days, after she and her husband have talked things out, she'll invite you to the wedding just to show you how well she's doing now. She'll also send you a WeChat message to scold you. Impossible. She absolutely loves me. She definitely hasn't gotten over it. The fact that she invited me to her wedding means she can't forget me. The man's face was full of doubt. He absolutely did not believe it. Just then, the man's phone suddenly rang. He quickly turned on his phone and played a voice message. An angry female voice came from his phone. Are you fucking a jerk? Posting on TikTok? Are you out of your mind? No wonder he hit me again. I was just trying to make you envious of how well I'm doing now, you clown. You actually took it seriously. Idiot. I've blocked you. The moment those 3 voice messages were released, the live stream chat exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha. Joking around is fine, but don't take pictures of your ex's messages, you jerk. 666, it started as pure love, but now it's turned into a clown, ha ha ha. You didn't believe in the master before, but do you now? After listening to the voice message, Lin Yang finally looked at the distraught man again. So, have you let it go now? The man raised his head blankly, then shook his head with an empty gaze. That being said, but, her image still often appears in my mind. Master, I can't let it go, I really can't let it go. Is she really not going to get a divorce? Is she really not my destined partner? Do I really have no chance to get back together with her? Lin Yang was completely helpless and looked down at the divination result again. She won't get a divorce. Judging from the divination, she's quite happy and fulfilled. More importantly, her husband is rich. You two definitely don't have a chance to be together, so don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, the man's face was filled with resentment, and he clenched his fists tightly. He clenched his teeth, his face filled with grief. But, I really can't get over it, I can't let it go, master. She's so beautiful in my memory, I just can't let it go. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Your ex-girlfriend is practically pregnant, and you still can't let it go. Upon hearing this, the man immediately stopped choking up, his eyes widened, and he sniffed. What did you say, Taoist priest? She's almost showing. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. Her true love is the one she's getting married to now. Your true love will arrive in 3 years. She's already showing her pregnancy, and you still can't let go after 3 months. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement once again. 666. What a joke. He's almost showing his baby and still not over it. The baby's almost 3 months along. This guy is a complete clown. Now you've realized your mistake, buddy? If you hadn't, you'd be a complete clown. This divination was spot on, it even knew his ex-girlfriend was pregnant. The man nodded dejectedly, and after confirming that he had no chance, he stood up helplessly and walked towards the park entrance. She was singing off-key. Sudden news, it's you, you've been missing for so many years. Seeing this, Lin Yang was also filled with helplessness. Judging from the divination, in another year, other people will be showing signs of their second pregnancy, while he's still stuck here unable to let go of his resentment. They broke up because they couldn't agree on the bride price, and they still can't let it go. Lin Yang shook his head and glanced at the live stream. Before he knew it, the number of viewers had reached 4,000. Just then, a sports car effect suddenly floated across the screen. Susu sends 520 little hearts. Susu requests to connect with me for a live stream. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. This was the same price as a hot air balloon, so he quickly carried the person onto the microphone. As soon as Sugzu was put on the microphone, he couldn't wait to shout out, "Master! Where are you now? I've come looking for you. I made a special trip to your Taoist temple to offer incense and make a wish, and now I'm taking this bus to have my fortune told." Lin Yang was taken aback. There really were netizens who came to see him offline? It's right here in People's Park, come over here. Alright, master, I'll hang up now. I'll be there soon. After Lin Yang lifted him off the microphone, he opened the wishing system and took a look. Her previous wish to have a soldier by her side for life hasn't come true yet. Now I have 3 more wishes. One is that my daughter can get into a 211 university, and another is that she can get promoted in her company. One of them was Sugzu, who wanted all the pimples on his face to disappear, and his wish was fulfilled. Since he's a fan, let's wait until the girl's wish comes true before fulfilling his. Less than 5 minutes after Lin Yang carried him off the mic, a man whose appearance was indescribable strode in from the park entrance. Entering the park felt like coming home, and I immediately sat down at Lin Yang's stall. "Taoist master, it's me, Su. Do you remember me? I just sent you a little heart." Lin Yang looked thoughtful. "Oh, a little heart as a gift. It's alright, the Taoist priest doesn't hold grudges." Lin Yang curled the corners of his lips into a faint smile. This action immediately stumped Su, leaving him looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't. "Taoist master, how could you not remember? Do you know where these 520 little hearts of mine came from?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "How did you get here? You didn't send hot air balloons, you sent hearts. That's pretty unique, isn't it?" The live stream chat was flooded with hundreds of comments. "I suspect this guy is testing the Taoist priest's limits." The priest said to answer questions with hot air balloons, but he insisted on sending hearts, or virtual gifts, of equal value to hot air balloons. What does that mean? It's a test. Yes, after testing him, we discovered that the Taoist priest has absolutely no bottom line. He'll do anything as long as there's money. What are you saying? What kind of talk is this? The Taoist priest is just very flexible about his bottom line, but you can't cross his red line. If you do, he can lower it further if you pay him. Susu looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with a mixture of melancholy, loneliness, and mystery. "Master, you have no idea. In order to send you a hot air balloon, I spent 3 days running between more than 400 live streams to grab lucky bags. After grabbing them, I unfollowed them. They asked people who had grabbed lucky bags to send a little heart or something, but I just ignored them. I've been liking this for 3 days. I only got 520 little hearts, and I gave them all to you at once. Am I a true fan?" Lin Yang twitched his lips. "Okay, yes, you take money out of someone else's pocket and swipe it on me. But divination fees are divination fees, what do you want to know?" Susu frowned and thought for a moment, then took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and slapped it on the table. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, he seemed to have too many things to say and didn't know where to begin. "Master, let me calculate my destined marriage first. Then you can calculate my business later. After you did your fortune telling for Sister Wuling Hongguang, didn't you explain it in your live stream? You said that being single and unable to find a partner could very well be because your destined partner is too strong. I've been single for 25 years, a full 25 years. Do you know how I've spent these 25 years? In college, my roommates were dating, and I was always the third wheel. These two seem to have a peculiar fetish, they love to whisper sweet nothings in front of me. It always made my blood pressure soar. At that time, I was the only one in the whole dormitory without a boyfriend. Every weekend, the other three bastards would go out on dates with their girlfriends, and I would just sit in the dormitory like a villager, silently chuckling to myself. After finally graduating from university, I can finally get away from these demanding relatives. I'm thinking of saving money on rent by sharing an apartment. I didn't expect that my roommate also had a girlfriend. When I asked the old hands in our factory, they all had girlfriends. After that, I confessed my feelings to the girls in my factory a few times, but they all rejected me. Why is that, Taoist priest? Why did they reject me? Sigh. I kept telling myself it was okay, until that day, when I saw your live stream, Master. That's when it dawned on me, I finally understood. It's because my destined partner is too strong. All these unwanted suitors can't get close to me. Su became more and more excited as he spoke. Before long, he even burst into laughter. Lin Yang twitched his lips, looked at Su's face directly, and then glanced at Su's profile. It's a long story. Stop laughing. How much do you earn each month? 3,500. 3,500 a month, that's 35,000 a year, and 3,500,000 in 10 years. The future is promising. Su proudly calculated, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips, and even crossed his legs. Lin Yang looked helpless. It's true that having too much of a destined partner can lead to bad romantic encounters. There is indeed such a saying. For example, your true love will appear before you are 28 years old. Normally, you can find a girlfriend after graduating from high school at 18, and you can also find a girlfriend when you go to college. But none of them lasted, and some even broke up unhappily for various reasons, or the other half had a bad character. These are bad romantic relationships. However, if the destined connection is too strong, it will affect the fate of both parties in the context of cause and effect. Originally, both the man and woman were players of the Sea King level. Because the two destined partners are attracted to each other, it's possible that when these two Sea Kings meet and become lovers, they will both be Xiao Qinan and Xiao Qinu. There are also cases where artificial intervention leads to an overly strong destined partner, such as having a childhood sweetheart or boyfriend who cried and begged to play with you when you were little. In kindergarten, my childhood sweetheart followed me around like a shadow. In high school, she watched over me every day, forbidding me from dating. Even when I went to university in another city, she still followed me around like a shadow. When the time is right, she'll tell you that you two were already in the same bed 20 years ago. But neither of these belonged to Sugzu. Lin Yang coughed twice and pushed the red paper in front of Su. Write your birth date and time on this red paper first. With a face full of excitement, Su wrote the 8 characters on the red paper, rubbed his hands excitedly, and then returned the red paper to Lin Yang. Taoist master, could you please tell me if my destined partner is beautiful? When will we be together? When will I be able to meet her? I can't wait. With such a strong destined partner, how much must he like me? Lin Yang glanced at the birth chart and became even more certain of his thoughts. She looked at him with a hint of hesitation, and after a long pause, she finally spoke slowly. Let's be objective and trust science. Taoist master. I've come to believe in science quite a bit. So, is it because my destined partner is too strong? Lin Yang twitched his lips. The reason you can't find a partner might not be because your destined partner is too strong. It could also be because your face is too ugly. It could also be because you earn too little. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the fact that my destined partner is too strong. After Lin Yang finished speaking, Su fell silent. The live stream was silent for a while, then a flurry of comments started appearing. Hee, the Taoist priest is right. By the way, Taoist priest, it seems like they're giving away gold on the national highway. Why don't you go take a look? Haha, well said. May the Taoist priest soon attain enlightenment and happiness. As expected of the Taoist priest, your predictions are spot on. Wait a minute, I'll go to the kitchen and get you some money. Do you prefer US dollars, British pounds, or the People's Liberation Army? Haha, a boyfriend? Actually, I'm not really keen on being in a relationship. It's really funny. I actually quite enjoy being single. Shaw, you don't think I'll die if I don't have a boyfriend, do you? So what if I don't? By the way, I'm not single because my destined partner is too strong, am I? Su forced a smile. Master, thank you. Hey, whether I'm single or not doesn't matter. How's my luck with money? I immediately changed my WeChat Moments signature to all I want to do is make money. Lin Yang's lips twitched again. Fortune? Fortune is connected to one's destined partner. If you have good fortune, why worry about not having a destined partner? I suggest you don't change it. Changing it won't do any good and will only reveal your hand. Su looked completely puzzled, his questioning expression as if asking, why did the Taoist priest say that? Master, why can't I change it? I changed my WeChat Moments signature to I don't want to date, I just want to make money. Shouldn't that prove to those girls that I'm quite ambitious? Lin Yang twitched his lips. How many rich people have you seen who change their WeChat Moments signature to say they only want to make money? It's the poor who need to make money. Not dating means you can't even find a girlfriend. Not only are you single, but you're also broke. Aren't you just exposing your true colors? Which rich person talks about making money all the time? Which person with a partner or many suitors talks about not being in a relationship all the time? The posts on social media platforms like WeChat Moments are mostly sarcastic or ironic. It's not that you have nothing that proves anything. Just like those who post about helping others on social media and enjoy a life of immorality, they are actually quite kind-hearted. However, those who post on their WeChat Moments that they don't fuss over trivial matters are usually a family of 3 with cartoon avatars, the kind of people you shouldn't mess with, and they're actually the most fussy. Those who claim to be self-disciplined are probably quite lazy, while those who claim to be calm and peaceful are likely to have extremely bad tempers, comparable to Chao Xiong. Su Su gasped in shock. The Taoist priest's words seemed to make sense. Master, do you think if I were to say I already have a girlfriend, wouldn't that be seen as me being incredibly outstanding in the eyes of these girls? Lin Yang's lips twitched again. If you write it like that, even if the god of love tries to tie you up with steel bars, they'll break. Su Su sighed deeply. This won't work, and that won't work either. Master, just tell me directly when my destined partner will appear, and also how my fortune is. Lin Yang glanced down at the divination result and said something indifferently. 50. Su Su nodded slightly, still a little excited, and counted on her fingers. Earning 50 a year would be great, then you'd be a millionaire in 2 years, and 100 million in 10. I was saying you'll find your true love at 50, the one you met while square dancing with an old lady. Su Su. 50 is the age for finding your true love. Not 500,000 a year? Then I won't have to endure the pain of fatherhood. Lin Yang shook his head firmly this time. This is really not a painless way to become a father. Oh? I'm already 50, so it's impossible for me to have another child with her. You became a grandfather without any pain. Su Su. When the viewers in the live stream saw Su Su's expression, they were 3 parts surprised, 4 parts bewildered, and 3 parts incredulous, and they burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Painless becoming a grandfather? A super seniority upgrade? Well, so he makes 500,000 a year and becomes a billionaire in 10 years? Now I understand why his salary isn't high. I suggest he go work in a factory. Is it possible that they're already working at the factory? Holy crap. Unable to select? Su Su was completely stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Yang smiled faintly. As for my fortune, I can make 50,000 a year from now on, and save up a little. His financial luck was indeed not good. According to the divination, he worked in several electronics factories, but his salary did not even keep up with inflation. He worked until he was 50 and retired on the spot, living a carefree life with his money. However, he ended up with shoulder periarthritis because he had been working in the factory for too long, which caused him to suffer from the aftereffects. It means that the shoulder cannot move, the muscle tissue in the shoulder is stuck together, and in severe cases, the arm cannot be raised. He went to square dancing to treat his illness and tried to flirt with an old lady. He happened to meet a widowed old lady, and the two hit it off immediately. And so began a passionate twilight romance. Unfortunately, the old lady's son misunderstood and beat her up, kicking her repeatedly until her frozen shoulder was completely healed. They only reconciled later. Su Su was stunned again, counting on his fingers. 50,000 a year, 5 million in 10 years, the future is promising. Thank you, Taoist Master Ang. I understand. The future is bright. Faith points plus 10,000. Faith value 136001/150000. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, watching Su Su gradually walk away. I glanced at the live stream and was surprised to see gifts popping up on the screen the next moment. A hot air balloon is being given away as a gift, a level 55 Kuajiao liquor. 55 grade Kuajiao is not horse urine, pull me onto the mic. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and, amidst cries of Big Brother is confused, brought Kuajiao, a type of Chinese liquor, onto the microphone. What's wrong, young friend? The person on the microphone, Kuajiao, chuckled briefly before quickly suppressing their laughter. Master, I've been watching your live stream for several days now. Yesterday I saw a very difficult question that many people couldn't answer, so I wanted to ask you about it. If you can't answer that, let me ask you another question. If you can answer that, I'll give you another hot air balloon, okay? Lin Yang shook his head firmly. One problem is one problem, and principles cannot be broken. My Shang Kuajiao Bulletin Shimania pondered for a moment, then said, answer it correctly and I'll send you a sports car. Lin Yang chuckled and said, young friend, please ask. The live stream chat was immediately filled with question marks. 666. I finally understand why they say you can't cross the Taoist priest's bottom line, because he really will lower it even further. Master, your chastity is at stake. How could you lower your standards for just 70 yuan? I met Master Lin in person. He's a very kind person, his health is excellent, and his prices are very reasonable. Upon hearing Lin Yanji's words, my Shanghua Jiao chuckled. Master Lin, I saw a question yesterday about how to comfort your boss. If someone asked you what to do because they had something on their mind, but you could only reply with 3 words or less, how would you respond, Master? Now I'm asking you, Taoist Master, what should I do if I have something on my mind? You can only answer with 3 words or less, and even that 3-word sentence must be a suggestion. Kua Jiao is not horse piss. He chuckled, looking like he had victory in his grasp. After seeing this question yesterday, he thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. Holy crap! This is way too hard. You can only answer in a sentence of 3 words or less? How am I supposed to answer this? That's it. The Taoist priest is going to have to ask another question. The most difficult part is probably figuring out how to alleviate his worries. How can we do that? The level 55 guy is really ruthless. Lin Yang thought for a moment, smiled calmly, and uttered 2 words.